Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1491 to Chapter 1575. The combination of Lin Feng and Du Zhu was naturally the most suitable for Lin Feng to deal with young Master Qian Song and the other four godly state experts. This was because Lin Feng had his godly state clone and 3 toxic puppets. His godly state clone was only a step away from igniting the godly fire and becoming a godly fire expert. With a treasure like the Great Desolate War Spear, he could easily crush young Master Qian Song and the other 4. Kid, go to hell. When young Master Qian Song saw Lin Feng charging towards him alone, his face revealed a sinister look. Young Master Qian Song waved his hand and the other 4 godly state experts spread out to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and covered his body with the death god armor. At the same time, he summoned his godly state clone and 3 toxic puppets. Not good. When they saw the godly state clone and the 3 toxic puppets, young Master Qian Song and the other 4 godly state experts' faces sank. It was only now that they realized how shocking Lin Feng's hidden trump cards were. The godly state clone wielded the Great Desolate War Spear and charged towards the strongest godly state expert on young Master Qian Song's side. The strongest godly state expert was only at the 9th level of the Nihility God stage, a level lower than the clone. More importantly, although the magic weapon in this god state cultivator's hand was a divine weapon, it was only at the void god level. Compared to a divine weapon at the giant god level like the Great Desolation War Spear, it was far inferior. His cultivation level couldn't be compared to the godly state clone. His magic treasure was crushed by the Great Desolate War Spear. This battle was completely one-sided. Lin Feng's 3 toxic puppets were also entangled with the other 3 godly state experts. Although the 3 toxic puppets were a few levels lower than the other 3 godly state experts, they were still very strong. However, the poison puppet's greatest advantage was that its entire body was filled with poison. As long as one was injured or touched by the toxic puppets, the poison would enter one's body. Therefore, even though the 3 godly state experts' cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's toxic puppets, they had too many considerations and couldn't display their true strength. The 3 of them were being held back by the toxic puppets. As for Lin Feng, he charged towards young Master Qian Song's main body. Young Master Qian Song was at the 5th level of the Nihility God stage. He wielded a sword called Star Moon Sword, a Heavenly God stage divine weapon. It was a divine weapon at the Heavenly God stage. Young Master Qian Song's battle prowess with his sword was shocking. Unless young Master Qian Song had also had a Heavenly Emperor weapon, Unless young Master with Emperor with him, he had Emperor. Otherwise, Lin Feng would be able to oppress him. Crescent slash. Young Master Qian Song shouted coldly. He wielded his divine sword and unleashed a powerful attack. Young Master Qian Song swung his sword. The sword chi emitted from the divine sword was like a crescent moon. It swept towards young Master Qian Song. Young Master Qian Song wanted to send the 9 demons painting flying and then kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Young Master Qian Song, do you think someone like you is worthy of fighting me? You're overestimating yourself." Lin Feng's words were full of contempt and disdain for young Master Qian Song. This made young Master Qian Song very angry. "Then let's see who will win." Young Master Qian Song roared and unleashed 10 crescent slashes. Clang! 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 The dazzling sword chi condensed by the crescent moon slash continuously slashed at the 9 demons diagram, but it was unable to shake the 9 demons diagram. The 9 demons painting shook and dispersed young Master Qian Song's attack. Then, the 9 demons painting continued to sweep towards young Master Qian Song. Soon, it arrived in front of young Master Qian Song. There was a loud bang. The attack directly sent young Master Qian Song flying. Wah! Young Master Qian Song spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. "Too weak. An ant like you dares to provoke me? You really don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng continued to control the 9 demons painting to suppress young Master Qian Song. "Young Master, be careful." The Godly Realm cultivator who was fighting a poisonous puppet saw that young Master Qian Song was in danger and his expression changed. He forced the Godly Realm cultivator's clone to retreat and quickly rushed towards young Master Qian Song. He used a divine ability called trillion galaxies. This mystique evolved into billions of galaxies that separated them from the Nine Devils portrait. Just as the godly realm cultivator let out a sigh of relief, the Nine Demons painting tore through the billions of galaxies and instantly arrived in front of him. The Nine Demons painting suppressed him. Bang! The attack landed on the godly realm cultivator's body. In an instant, the godly realm cultivator's body disintegrated and he died on the spot. Young Master Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the Nine Demons painting. Run! Young Master Xianxia shouted. Young Master Xianxia could see that they were no match for Lin Feng. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Young Master Xianxia fled into the distance while Lin Feng chased after him with the Nine Demons painting. Young Master Xianxia roared, "Brat! If you didn't have an imperial weapon, I would definitely be able to kill you." Lin Feng sneered, "Even if I don't use an imperial weapon, dealing with trash like you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Lin Feng used Burning the Heavens Fury and took out a tricolored fireball. Bang! The tricolored fireball exploded and young Master Xianxia was sent flying. Half of his body was blasted apart and dripping with blood. It was an extremely tragic sight. How can this be? You haven't even broken through to the godly realm. How can you be so powerful? Young Master Xianxia roared in disbelief. Going against immortals and gods is just a matter of flicking my finger to me. Lin Feng sneered and sent a palm strike towards young Master Xianxia. Die, brat! At that moment, the godly realm cultivator who was fighting against the clone rushed towards Lin Feng. The illusory demon blade in his hand swept towards Lin Feng. His attack was much stronger than young Master Xianxia's. While Lin Feng was distracted, young Master Xianxia tore through the starry sky and escaped. Humph, you ruined my plan. Lin Feng's face fell. He used the Nine Demons painting to attack the godly realm cultivator who was attacking him. Clang! The illusory demon blade in his hand struck the Nine Demons painting, but it was blocked by it. The godly realm cultivator wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits merged into a black hole and surrounded the godly realm cultivator, imprisoning his body. Although it wasn't enough to imprison him completely, it was enough to slow him down. At that moment, the godly realm cultivator's clone rushed over with the great desolate war spear. The godly realm cultivator's face fell and he waved his illusory demon blade at the godly realm cultivator's clone. His demon blade collided with the godly clone's great desolate war spear, but at that moment, Lin Feng arrived behind the godly cultivator and threw a punch. Boom! Lin Feng's punch crashed onto the godly cultivator of the ninth sky of the Nihility God layer. His physical body exploded, and his soul was destroyed. After the ninth firmament void spirit realm cultivator was killed, the fates of the other 2 deity realm cultivators were sealed. Lin Feng, the deity realm clone, and the 3 poisonous puppets worked together to kill the other 2 deity realm cultivators. Apart from young Master Xianxia, who took the opportunity to escape, the other 4 deity realm cultivators were killed. What a pity. Young Master Xianxia managed to escape. But it's not a big deal. He's just a small character. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Not being able to kill young Master Xianxia was indeed a little imperfect. However, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with the result of killing 4 deity realm cultivators and seizing the fleet. By then, the poison ancestor had already poisoned all the cultivators on the 20-odd ancient void ships to death. Lin Feng and Du Zhu searched the cultivators' storage rings and threw their bodies into space. Ha ha ha. We got so many storage rings and more than 20 ancient ships. We're rich. Not to mention the treasures in the storage rings, just these ancient ships alone can be sold for a sky-high price. Du Zhu said excitedly. Lin Feng chained the ancient ships together and said with a smile, yes, any ancient ship can be sold for a sky-high price. Although these ancient ships aren't high-grade, they can definitely be sold for a shocking price. Let's go to Lanrua Star and sell these ancient ships. The fleet set off in the direction of Lanrua Star. Lin Feng checked the treasures in the more than 3,000 storage rings. Lin Feng found many good things in these storage rings. For example, there was a kind of ore in the depths of the starry sky world that could be refined into precious starry sky black iron. This kind of starry sky black iron could be used to forge peak Dao artifacts. There were mountains of such ores. There were too many treasures, so Lin Feng only took a cursory look and didn't investigate them in detail. In addition to all kinds of resources, there were also many star stones in the storage rings of these cultivators. Like spirit stones, star stones were divided into many different grades. They were condensed from the power of the stars and the moon. From low-grade to high-grade, they were low-grade star stones, mid-grade star stones, high-grade star stones, and supreme-grade star stones. Supreme-grade star stones were equivalent to supreme-grade spirit stones. There was another type of star stone above supreme-grade star stones, which was extremely precious. This type of star stone was called divine star stone. This kind of divine-grade star stone was the same as origin crystals. It could increase the cultivation of deity realm cultivators. Moreover, when a cultivator broke through to the deity realm, it would consume a lot of energy. At that time, he would need to devour the energy of divine-grade star stones or origin crystals to achieve a breakthrough. Divine star stones or spirit divine star stones contained pure enough energy. This pure energy was enough to support a cultivator's breakthrough. If it were a top-grade spirit stone or a top-grade star stone, the purity of the energy would not be enough, and it was very likely that the breakthrough would fail. Lin Feng was already preparing to break through to the godly layer. One of his goals was to go to Lanrua Star and sell those boats. Lin Feng's second goal was to buy godly-level star stones. Since Lanrua Star was the central star of the surrounding star fields, it was the trading center of the star fields. He guessed that he should be able to buy divine star stones in such a place. The fleet headed in the direction of Lanrua Star. 7 days later, Lin Feng arrived in front of a gigantic star region. That star field was densely covered with stars. However, all the stars were revolving around a huge star, and that huge star was Lanrua Star. In the star field, ancient starships were flying towards Lanrua Star from all directions. Of course, he could occasionally see some fleets. There were at least 5 or 6 ancient starships, and at most, there were hundreds of ancient starships. Lin Feng saw a fleet of 150 ancient starships. The fleet had the words Starfield Alliance written on it. Lin Feng guessed that the Starfield Alliance should be the name of the force that the fleet belonged to. Part of that huge fleet was merchant ships. Another part was ancient warships. This kind of ancient warship was specially built for space battles. These ancient warships were 1,000 meters long, and their oars were heavy and oppressive. They were like giant beasts in space. Duzu said, "Look at that Starfield Alliance fleet. This is a fleet that does real business. They have powerful ancient warships protecting them." Young Master Xianxia is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that this Starfield Alliance is a top-tier force. With such a huge fleet, I think it's very likely that they're transporting some precious treasure." Lin Feng and the others did not stay in the starry sky world. The fleet quickly headed towards Lanrua Star. There was a plaza on Lanrua Star where the ancient void ships were parked. One ancient void ship after another descended from the sky and stopped. After Lin Feng parked the ancient void ship, 2 cultivators flew over. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, while the other was slightly younger. He looked like he was in his 30s. Fellow Taoist, the fee for parking the ancient void ship is based on the time and the actual area the ancient void ship occupies. This kind of ancient void ship is about 100 meters long, so you have to pay 2 top-grade star stones for 2 hours. The middle-aged cultivator explained. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Should I pay now or when I leave?" "We'll give you a command medallion. This medallion will record information about your ancient void ship. We'll also help you look after the ancient void ships. When you leave, you can take the medallion to the first floor of the 7-story building and pay the fee." The middle-aged cultivator explained. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged cultivator then took out a command medallion. More than 20 runes shot out from the medallion. Each ancient void ship had a rune imprinted on it. These runes were connected to the medallion. The runes would record the time the ancient void ship was parked, its size, and other information. The medallion was able to sense this information. Thus, when paying the fee, he could show the medallion, and the other party would be able to easily figure out the total cost. It was very convenient. After Lin Feng accepted the medallion, he left with Du Zhu. They had been sailing in the star world for more than 3 months. They had experienced many dangers along the way and had narrowly escaped death. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were very tired, so they could rest for a few days on Lanrua Star. Lanrua Star was bustling with people. There were many cultivators of the stellar race here. There was a clear difference between the stellar race and other races. The stellar race had a symbol between their eyebrows. For example, some had the symbol of a crescent moon, while others had the symbol of a star. The stellar race were relatively tall. The men were more than 2 meters tall. The women were at least 1.7 meters tall. Therefore, the women of the stellar race were very tall and slender. Their beautiful legs were especially alluring. There were many races in the starry sky world, but the stellar race was definitely one of the biggest races in the starry sky world. The stellar race had a great say in the starry sky world and ruled many star areas. In the starry sky world, the status of the stellar race was similar to that of the human race in the Tianwu continent. It was one of the most powerful races. The stellar race was very special, not only because of their height, but also because of their character. The stellar race was very open and they were full of beautiful women. The beautiful women of the stellar race were very passionate and bold. So along the way, many of them winked at Lin Feng and tried to seduce him. Some beautiful women even came up to Lin Feng and gave him written notes. Lin Feng looked at the notes. Most of them said that they felt like old friends at first sight and hoped that Lin Feng could go to a place to talk in the evening. Lin Feng was young, handsome, confident, strong, and had an outstanding temperament. Wherever he went, he would become the center of attention. No wonder so many beautiful women of the stellar race tried to seduce Lin Feng. You're in luck with women. It seems that I can push the cart tonight, Du Zhu said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He raised his hand and burned the paper into ashes. He didn't plan to go to the banquet. Lin Feng liked women. But he liked women who could arouse his interest. There were many beautiful women in the world, but few could really arouse Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng and Du Zhu found a high-class inn in the Bee Garden district. The environment in the Bee Garden was very elegant. Moreover, there was a separate courtyard located at a certain distance from each other. Lin Feng's courtyard was in a purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest here was very beautiful. Moreover, there was also a faint bamboo fragrance in the air. When the wind blew, the wind blew. When the bamboo leaves slapped together, they would produce a pleasant sound of interweaving bamboo leaves. A maidservant led Lin Feng and Du Zhu to their small courtyard. There were about 13 or 14 small courtyards in the purple bamboo forest. This was the most high-end courtyard area in the inn. A courtyard like this would cost 1,000 top-grade star stones a day, and it was not something that just anyone could afford. On the way to their residence, there was a group of more than a dozen guests, all of whom were female practitioners. These female cultivators were wearing long white dresses that outlined their slender figures. They were very charming. They were all surrounding a woman in a palace gauze dress and a veil. Poison Ancestor was the kind of person who liked to see the world in chaos. When he saw that the group of female cultivators had good figures and beautiful faces, he whistled at them. Obviously, he wanted to flirt with those pretty female practitioners. Lin Feng was speechless. He was probably going to anger those female cultivators. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected, one of the female practitioners turned around and glared at Du Zhu. She said, "Do you want to die?" This female practitioner was about 1.6 meters tall. She was not very tall. However, this female practitioner's upper body was very voluptuous. Her clothes looked like they were about to burst. Moreover, her face was very beautiful. From her appearance, it could be seen that this female practitioner had an extremely shrewish personality. Du Zhu said, "Who did you say wanted to die? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I would have slapped you a long time ago." The female practitioner's pretty face was very angry. She waved her right hand, and a treasured sword flew out and floated above her. Swish, light flickered. The treasured sword instantly split into three. Do you believe that I will chop you to death now? The female practitioner said coldly. Forget it. A good man does not fight with a woman. Moreover, with your little cultivation, you do not have the qualifications to make me attack. Duzu curled his lips. The female practitioner was looked down upon by Duzu and became even angrier. She said, who doesn't know how to boast? Let's see if you really have the ability to fight. As soon as she finished speaking, the female practitioner was about to urge her flying sword to slash at Duzu. Said Lin Feng hastily. Sister, please don't be angry. My friend was rude. If he offended you, I'll apologize on his behalf, said Lin Feng hastily. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, I will chop you up too. The female practitioner said fiercely. She had a fiery temper. The three treasured swords spat out cold light, as if they were going to attack at any time. At that moment, the female practitioner in the palace dress said, Junior sister Huaihan, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Since the other party has already apologized, let's forget about this matter. The female practitioner in the palace dress obviously had a very high status. The female practitioner called Huaihan did not seem to dare to go against her words. Although she was very unwilling, she could only temporarily suppress the anger in her heart. She put away the three flying swords and glared fiercely at Lin Feng and Duzu. Then, she turned around and left with her fellow disciples. This group of people also lived in the purple bamboo forest, and they were very close to Lin Feng and Duzu's residence. They were only about 300 meters away. Orchid Star is really a colorful world. Look at those girls. Their figures are really good, and their faces are also beautiful. Duzu sighed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, I didn't expect you to be such a hooligan. Duzu said speechlessly, a man's true colors. If any man says he's not a pervert, I'll slap his big mouth right now. In fact, Lin Feng also agreed with Duzu's point of view. A man's true colors. This was very much in line with a man's character. Most likely, every man would want a red flag at home and a red flag outside, right? After a short rest, Lin Feng and Duzu went out together. They planned to have a big meal first, then go to some trading companies and think of a way to sell more than 20 ancient star ships. After that, they would see if there was a way to buy God-grade star stones. During the past few months, they had been roaming the starry sky. Lin Feng had been eating spirit fruits to allay his hunger, and his mouth had long become bland. Therefore, Lin Feng and Duzu ordered a table full of delicious food and wine and started eating and drinking. Many people around them pointed at Lin Feng and Duzu, who were wolfing down the food, and looked at the two of them as if they were country bumpkins. Many people were muttering, are these two guys reincarnated from starvation? After eating and drinking to their fill, Lin Feng and Duzu paid the bill and then walked out of the restaurant. Just as they reached the door, they saw a group of people rushing over. What surprised Lin Feng was that this group of people was carrying a white jade cold bed. A three-eyed golden lion was lying on the white jade cold bed. The three-eyed golden lion was about 2 meters long, and its body exuded a destructive power. Are you two blind? Didn't you see that our young master wants to enter the restaurant? Hurry up and go back to the restaurant. Let our young master go first. Suddenly, a cultivator standing next to the white jade cold bed looked at Lin Feng and Duzu, who were about to walk out of the restaurant, and scolded them coldly. Upon hearing the one-eyed cultivator's words, Lin Feng and Duzu's expressions darkened. They should be thanking the heavens if they didn't bully others. How could they allow others to bully and humiliate them? Duzu pursed his lips and sneered. Grandson, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Can't you see that I'm the one who walked to the door first? If you make way, you should make way for me. Let your two grandfathers go out first before you go in. The one-eyed cultivator was stunned. He hadn't expected the cultivator in front of him to be so arrogant. Who in the chaotic star divine realm didn't know how powerful the three-eyed golden lion clan was? The one-eyed cultivator had arrogantly berated Lin Feng and Duzu. He wasn't representing himself. He was representing the three-eyed golden lion clan. But now, someone actually dared to offend the three-eyed golden lion clan. Could it be that this guy had never heard of the three-eyed golden lion clan? Good, very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. What's your name? Tell me your name. The three-eyed golden lion, whose eyes were originally closed, opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an eerie glow. Duzu pursed his lips and said, "If you want to know, I won't tell you." Upon hearing Duzu's mocking reply, the three-eyed golden lion clan's expression darkened. The three-eyed golden lion's expression darkened even more. At this time, many people saw the conflict. Many cultivators gathered outside and inside the restaurant to watch the show. That's the three-eyed golden lion clan's little lion king, right? The little lion king cultivated for 1,500 years and broke through to the deity realm. His talent is heaven-defying. Who are those two people? They actually dared to offend the little lion king. Aren't they courting death? Yeah, offending the three-eyed golden lion clan on Orchid Star doesn't end well. Many people whispered to each other, looking at Lin Feng and Duzu with pity. The three-eyed golden lion clan was an extremely terrifying clan. This star region was called the Chaotic Star Divine Realm. There were 5 central stars in the Chaotic Star Divine Realm. Orchid Star was one of them. The Leo Star was one of them. The ruler of the Leo Star was the three-eyed golden lion clan. He could control a central main star. From this, one could see how powerful the three-eyed golden lion clan was. Therefore, in the Chaos Star Divine Realm, no one dared to offend the three-eyed golden lion clan. But now, Lin Feng and Duzu had offended the three-eyed golden lion clan's little lion king. In the eyes of many, this was no different from courting death. Idiots who don't know the difference between life and death, break their legs. Little Lion King said coldly. Killing was not allowed on Lanrua planet. Only in the arena of life and death would one be able to kill the opponent. If he killed someone without permission, he would be surrounded by the cultivator legions of Lanrua planet. Therefore, the little Lion King did not dare to kill people at will. He only ordered people to break the legs of Lin Feng and Duzu. After all, this was Lanrua planet, not Leo planet. No matter how extraordinary his identity was, he still had to be careful. Yes, young master. The one-eyed cultivator responded, then waved his hand. Together with more than 20 other cultivators, he gradually surrounded them. End this quickly, so that you don't get in my way. Seeing the group of people rushing over, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Yes, young master. The poison ancestor grunted in response and stepped forward. Boom, Duzu's body emitted a terrifying divine aura. The divine aura spread out. Bang, 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 the one-eyed cultivator and the others could not withstand the powerful divine aura emitted from Duzu's body and were sent flying. Wah, then, the one-eyed cultivator and the others were shocked by the divine aura emitted from Duzu's body and vomited blood. They fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Deity State Expert. Many people exclaimed. No one expected Duzu to be a deity state expert. Now, many people came to their senses. No wonder this person dared to ignore Little Lion King. It turned out that he was a deity state expert. Suddenly, everyone realized that something was wrong. Everyone looked at him. They all turned to look at the handsome young cultivator. The young cultivator everyone was looking at was naturally Lin Feng. This was because the deity state expert who attacked was obviously obedient to Lin Feng. Could that deity realm expert be that young master's guard? Many people could not help but have this thought in their minds. Then, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had a deity state expert as his guard, who was that young master? Many people were both shocked and puzzled. A deity state expert smiled proudly in the universe. Even in the starry sky world, they were all big shots. They were high and mighty. People looked up to them. The Little Lion King's family was so powerful, but he did not have a deity state expert as his guard. It could be seen how rare a deity state expert was and how high their status was. However, Lin Feng had a deity state expert as his guard. Lin Feng's identity was worth pondering. You're courting death. Seeing that all his guards were injured, Little Lion King could not help but roar. If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Little Lion King also felt embarrassed when his subordinates were severely injured. He was extremely angry. Little Lion King leaped up and stood in the void. He brandished his huge claws and slashed towards Poison Ancestor. The moment Little Lion King attacked, his body also emitted a powerful divine power. Little Lion King was like a demon god descending. His huge claws tore through the sky and slammed down. "Look at my invincible tortoise divine fist." Duzu roared and moved to the left, dodging Little Lion King's attack. Then, Duzu quickly punched Little Lion King's head and sent him flying. Little Lion King's body suddenly moved hundreds of meters away. Roar! Little Lion King roared angrily. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was extremely sullen. He was not only sent flying by a punch. Moreover, the name of this punch was simply insulting him as a bastard. Damn, this guy is such a weirdo. Many people couldn't help but mutter when they heard the name of Duzu's punch. Lion's roar. Little Lion King attacked again. He opened his bloody mouth and roared at the sky. The sound waves shook the void. The terrifying power of the sound waves swept towards Duzu. However, it was too easy for Duzu to deal with Little Lion King. Although Little Lion King was a god, he was only at the third sky of the ethereal god realm. Duzu's cultivation was at the peak of the ethereal god realm. Facing Little Lion King's lion roar, Duzu used the invincible tortoise divine fist again to attack Little Lion King. Little Lion King's sound wave attack was directly dispersed. Then, the tyrannical punch hit Little Lion King's body and sent him flying. Little Lion King was beaten until he vomited blood. He was furious. The Poison Ancestor charged forward and stomped down on the Little Lion King. Duzu's right leg quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a mountain. He was about to step on Little Lion King. Impudent! Suddenly, a cold shout resounded through the sky. A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. This middle-aged cultivator was also an expert from the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan. However, he was in human form. This expert was extremely terrifying. He attacked Duzu with a palm. Duzu and this person collided, and Duzu was forced to retreat. Little Lion King was slightly shocked when he saw the newcomer. He shouted, "19th uncle, I'll deal with the other guy." Although Little Lion King wanted to cut Duzu into pieces, he knew that he was no match for Duzu. Therefore, he shifted his target to Lin Feng. Little Lion King's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "Boy, that guy was your guard, right? I don't care who you are. This is the Chaotic Star Divine Realm. You dare to offend me here. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I won't kill you later. Instead, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Lion King's body emitted a terrifying divine aura that pressed towards Lin Feng. He actually wanted to use his own aura to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. This Little Lion King bullies the weak and fears the strong. He's picking on the weak. That's right. That young man is only in his 20s. He hasn't cultivated for many years, so his cultivation shouldn't be very high. If the Little Lion King wants to deal with him, it'll be as easy as moving a finger. As long as he catches that young man, his deity realm bodyguard will have to obediently submit. Immediately, many people started discussing. Clearly, when the Little Lion King wanted to deal with Lin Feng, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. In many people's eyes, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Everyone thought that under the pressure of the Little Lion King's terrifying divine pressure, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was very likely that Lin Feng would be forced to kneel on the ground by the Little Lion King's divine pressure. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. When the Little Lion King's powerful divine pressure pressed down on Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng stood in place with a calm expression. The powerful divine pressure didn't seem to have any effect on Lin Feng. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, the expert from the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan was already engaged in a fierce battle with the Poison Ancestor. The battle between the deity realm cultivators couldn't attract the attention of the onlookers. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Everyone was extremely puzzled. How did Lin Feng resolve the divine pressure? Huh? You actually dispelled this young master's divine pressure? How did you do it? The little Lion King asked with a slightly gloomy expression. Is it that difficult to resolve the divine pressure released by a piece of trash like you? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Many people looked at Lin Feng with wry smiles. Du Zhu had been arrogant enough before. However, Lin Feng seemed to be even more arrogant than Du Zhu. In the eyes of these onlookers, Du Zhu had the right to be arrogant. After all, Du Zhu had already displayed the strength of the divine state and even crushed the little Lion King. Therefore, no one thought that Du Zhu's arrogance was unacceptable. However, Lin Feng, a young cultivator, was even more arrogant than Du Zhu. He directly called the little Lion King a piece of trash. He was completely looking down on the little Lion King. Are all these rich second generations retarded? His clan is powerful and he has a god-level bodyguard, so he can be arrogant. But the problem is that his bodyguard is being held back. Now, he's facing a god-level expert like the young Lion King alone, yet he's still so arrogant. Is he tired of living? He's probably used to being arrogant and hasn't changed. Look at the little Lion King's gloomy eyes, you can see how angry he is. Just wait and see. I dare say that the little Lion King won't let that young prince off. At the very least, he'll break his limbs. Many people whispered. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was playing with fire this time. He would definitely be beaten up miserably by the little Lion King. At this time, the little Lion King had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. He waved his huge claws and clawed at Lin Feng. If this terrifying attack hit his body, wouldn't all the bones in his body be smashed? Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the little Lion King's body, many people couldn't help but gasp. Many people even began to mutter. Would the little Lion King's attack directly kill that young master, just as the little Lion King's attack was about to hit the young prince? Suddenly, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Because the young prince disappeared from where he was as if he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared on the left side of the little Lion King. Oh my god, what kind of speed is this? Isn't this too fast? It's simply abnormal. Many people exclaimed. They were shocked by Lin Feng's speed. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. The little Lion King was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Crack, crack, the sound of bones cracking was heard. It was unknown how many of the little Lion King's bones were broken by Lin Feng's kick. The little Lion King was actually injured? Many people looked at this scene in disbelief. This was something that no one had thought of. Someone said that young prince's speed is too fast. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. His attack just now was also very simple. He used an unbelievable speed to dodge the little Lion King's attack and then instantly injured the little Lion King. Another person said, yes, his speed is a bit too fast. If the little Lion King wants to deal with him, he must first limit his speed. Gold domain. The little Lion King roared. The third eye between his eyebrows slightly revealed a slit. In an instant, a gold domain was formed. This is the three-eyed golden lion clan's innate ability, the gold domain. It's said that cultivators who are trapped in the gold domain will be suppressed by it. Their speed, cultivation, perception, reaction, strength, and so on will be greatly weakened. Now that the little Lion King has used the gold domain, that young prince probably won't be able to resist it. Someone recognized the little Lion King's ultimate technique and immediately spoke up. Many people nodded, agreeing with the cultivator's point of view. The little Lion King was extremely confident in his gold domain. He walked in the gold domain, step by step, towards Lin Feng. The little Lion King sneered and said, "Do you feel fear now? Do you regret your stupid words now?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you know what the most ridiculous thing in the world is? It's not knowing how strong you are." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked towards the little Lion King in the gold domain. Look, that young prince is walking freely in the gold domain. What's going on? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to move an inch. I'm afraid that we've all underestimated that young prince. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't affected by the gold domain, many people couldn't help but cry out in shock. They stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng, who was inside the gold domain. These onlookers didn't dare to look away, afraid that they would miss the scene below. You're courting death. The little Lion King shouted coldly and waved his huge claws, attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the little Lion King's attack, he waved his right fist and punched at the little Lion King. Bang, along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the little Lion King collided. Lin Feng stood in place. He didn't move an inch. The little Lion King was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Crack, crack. The huge claws that collided with Lin Feng were directly broken. The powerful shockwave even caused the little Lion King to be seriously injured. With a plop, the little Lion King fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But at this moment, Lin Feng descended from the sky and stepped on the little Lion King's head. "A piece of trash like you dares to jump in front of this young master? Who gave you the guts?" Lin Feng looked down at the little Lion King with an indifferent expression. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The little Lion King was a divine realm expert. He was actually defeated by a young cultivator in his 20s. What was that young cultivator's cultivation level? It was actually so terrifying. How is this possible? How can I be defeated by you? The little Lion King couldn't accept that he had been defeated by Lin Feng. His eyes were bloodshot. For someone as proud and arrogant as him, being trampled on by Lin Feng was even worse than being killed. When Du Zhu saw that Lin Feng had defeated the little Lion King, he immediately shouted, "Your trash of a nephew has been suppressed by our young master. Do you still want to continue fighting?" This was Lord 19 of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan. His name was Xian Daoyuan. Just like Du Zhu, he was at the peak of the Nihility God realm. Moreover, the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan had the blood of divine beasts flowing in their veins. Therefore, Xian Daoyuan was much stronger than many cultivators of the same level. At that moment, Xian Daoyuan's expression was extremely unsightly. The little Lion King was called Xian Qianlei. He was Xian Daoyuan's elder brother and the youngest son of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan's leader. Furthermore, Xian Qianlei was loved by the older generation of the clan. His talent was also monstrous. Therefore, when he saw that Xian Qianlei had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, Xian Daoyuan didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. If Lin Feng really crippled or killed Xian Qianlei, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his clan. When cultivators fight, victory and defeat are commonplace. Today, my uncle and nephew have been defeated wholeheartedly. You can ask for anything. If we can do it, we'll definitely satisfy you. Xian Daoyuan was also a flexible person. Now, he could see that the two people in front of him were simply lawless masters. He didn't know where they came from. Xian Daoyuan guessed that they might be the successors of a major force that came out from some star field to gain experience. People like that could either be killed directly or tried not to offend them as much as possible. Just like Lin Feng and Du Zhu. If the two of them really killed Xian Qianlei and left, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. Even if the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't be able to do it because they couldn't find them. It was too easy to avoid being chased in the starry sky world. Xian Daoyuan had cultivated for 1.52 million years. What kind of things had he not seen before? That was why he took the initiative to lower his stance and wanted to make peace with Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly smiled and said, "I like dealing with people who are reasonable. How about this, 1,000 God-grade formation materials, and I'll let him go." Array formation materials were extremely precious, and God-level array formation materials were even more precious. They were things that could only be chanced upon by luck. However, a force as large as the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan would definitely have a lot of precious God-level array formation materials. No problem. Just wait for a moment. I'll order someone to go to our clan's trading company on Lanrua planet to get it. Xian Daoyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. For the sake of 1,000 array formation materials, what harm was there in waiting for a moment? Deacon Zhang, take my command medallion and go to the treasury of the trading firm to retrieve 1,000 deity-grade array materials. Xian Daoyuan said to a cultivator in the crowd. Yes, sir. That cultivator took Xian Daoyuan's command medallion and quickly left. 1,000 deity-grade array materials. Xian Daoyuan actually agreed. Those deity-grade array materials are extremely precious. It'll probably take tens of thousands of years to collect them, right? Even large trading companies won't sell such treasures because the organizations behind them also need deity-grade array materials. For example, some ancient ships in the starry skies can use deity-grade array materials to create arrays, and the power of the ancient ships will immediately increase. Heh. Xianxia is in that young prince's hands. How can Xianxia not agree? Even if it hurts him, he still has to agree. Speaking of which, that young master is truly audacious. He actually dares to demand such an exorbitant price, directly asking for 1,000 divine tier formation materials. Although Xianxia agreed to fulfill his demand, he probably hates him to death, right? That young prince isn't from the chaotic star divine region. He's probably a disciple of a powerful organization from another starfield. He's so strong, and he has deities by his side. He's fearless. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the three-eyed golden lion clan. Maybe he has some powerful trump cards? That's what I'm thinking too. A disciple of such a powerful group must have a terrifying trump card. If they really fought to the death, even if they managed to kill that young man, the three-eyed golden lions would have to pay a heavy price, said Lin Feng. Many people were discussing. Now, they were looking at Lin Feng in awe. Strong cultivators were respected no matter where they were. Not long after, the deacon who had gone to retrieve the deity-grade array materials returned. Master, there are 1,000 godly deployment materials in this pouch, said Lin Feng. The deacon gave a bag of deity-grade array materials and a command medallion to Xianxia. Xianxia put the command medallion away and threw the bag to Lin Feng. Then, he said, check if it's enough. Lin Feng smiled. The three-eyed golden lion clan is a powerful clan in the starry sky. It's beneath you to play tricks. Lin Feng put the bag away, waved his hand, and left with Du Zhu. The young lion king crawled up from the ground, his eyes blazing with anger. 19th uncle. The young lion king wanted to say something. Xianxia said, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back. The young lion king nodded gloomily. Then, he followed Xianxia back to the three-eyed golden lion clan's trading company on Lanrua planet. The young lion king transformed into a cultivator wearing a golden robe. His expression was ferocious as he said, 19th uncle, I can't take this lying down. Today's matter didn't just damage my reputation. The three-eyed golden lion clan will definitely be implicated as well. It's all because of that brat. I wish I could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Xianxia said, I understand your anger and grievance, but Lanrua planet isn't a place to kill him. Besides, that brat isn't simple. He gives me the feeling that he's even more dangerous than his guard. How is that possible? His guard can fight against 19th uncle. He must be at the peak of the void god realm. That brat is only in his 20s. How can he have such terrifying battle prowess? The young lion king couldn't believe it. Xianxuan's eyes flashed coldly as he said, I'm guessing that it's because of some powerful treasure. That brat must have many treasures on him. I'll send a message to the clan and have them send experts. When that brat enters the starry sky world, he'll die. Lin Feng and Du Zhu headed towards the street where the large trading companies were located. Du Zhu said, I'm afraid that the three-eyed golden lion clan won't let this matter rest. Lin Feng nodded. That's for sure, but it's not a big deal. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If worst comes to worst, we'll just leave. What's there to be afraid of? At that moment, Lin Feng could be said to be fearless and audacious. He also had a forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. He still had 3 more chances to use the hammer. If an even stronger divine flame realm expert came, he could just use the hammer to smash them to death. If he wanted to leave, it would be too easy. There were several large trading companies on Lanrua planet, and the largest of them was the Alliance of Stars Trading Company. The Alliance of Stars Trading Company was the trading company behind the enormous fleet Lin Feng had seen in the Outer Realm. The Alliance of Stars was very mysterious and powerful, and its background was incredibly deep. The Outer Realms were formed in a very strange way. Normally, a group of stars would form a stellar region, such as Lanrua planet, Leo planet, and the other stars in the Chaos Star Divine Realm. Different stellar regions would form even larger galaxies, such as the Milky Way, the Huan Galaxy, the Hunter Galaxy, and so on. The Chaos Star Divine Realm and a dozen or so other stellar regions combined to form the largest galaxy in the outer realms. This galaxy was known as the Scattered Star System. The alliance of stars was one of the largest powers in the Scattered Star System. It was so powerful and had so many businesses that it covered every single stellar region in the Scattered Star System. For example, the alliance of stars trading companies existed on all the vital planets in the Chaos Star Divine Realm. Many vital planets had deep connections with the alliance of stars. The alliance of stars trading company on Lanrua planet was bustling with activity. After Lin Feng and the poison ancestor arrived, a deacon came over. It was a female deacon. The female attendant bowed and said with a smile, "May I know if there's anything I can do for you too, fellow Taoists?" Lin Feng said, "We have two important businesses to discuss. Can you introduce us to the elders of the Alliance of Stars? Fellow Taoists, please follow me." The attendant smiled as she led the way. The attendant brought Lin Feng and Duzu to a guest hall, where a beautiful servant girl served them tea. The attendant then personally went to invite the elders. Not long after, an old man walked in with the female deacon. The old man was rather fat, but he had a ruddy complexion, and a smile was plastered on his face. The alliance was a huge power, so everything that happened on Lanrua planet could not be hidden from them. If it were anyone else, they would have run away immediately after nearly killing the young master of the three-eyed golden lion and extorting a large amount of precious deity-grade formation materials. Why would they continue to stay on Lanrua planet? Were they not afraid of the three-eyed golden lion's revenge? But these two demon-like existences didn't leave. What did that mean? They were clearly fearless. All sorts of thoughts flashed through the elder's mind, but he didn't stop walking. He cupped his fists and smiled. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Elder, you're too polite. We just sat down, that's all." Elderly Shiyuan muttered to himself. Didn't the outside world say that this young master was arrogant and despotic? But he didn't seem like the arrogant and despotic kind of person. Although elderly Shiyuan was full of doubts, he was a shrewd old man, so he didn't show anything out of the ordinary. He smiled and said, "I heard that this young master wants to do 2 deals with our firm. May I know what they are?" Lin Feng replied, "The first deal is to sell 25 ancient starships to your firm. The second deal is to buy a batch of deity-grade starstones from your firm. The price is negotiable." Elderly Shiyuan said, "The first deal is no problem, but the second deal is a little troublesome." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The Alliance of Stars is a huge firm. Don't tell me that they don't have deity-grade starstones for sale? Elderly Shiyuan replied, "Deity-grade starstones are a scarce resource. They're extremely rare, and everyone wants to get their hands on them. However, they're pitifully few in number. That's why the various large firms don't sell deity-grade starstones. Even if they do manage to collect them, they're usually taken away by the power behind the firm." The situation was exactly as elderly Shiyuan had said. Deity-grade starstones were a scarce resource, and the firms were backed by top-tier powers. The cultivators of these top-tier powers also needed deity-grade starstones. Deity-grade starstones weren't enough for them to be self-sufficient. How could they take them out to sell? Lin Feng asked. "How about bartering?" "Oh? What would you like to offer in exchange?" Elderly Shiyuan asked. Lin Feng replied, "A spirit fruit that's 50,000 years old or older." "How about that?" Elderly Shiyuan's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Feng's words. A spirit fruit that was 50,000 years old or older was considered a king medicine. It was a precious treasure. Not only could it extend a cultivator's lifespan, but it was also a precious healing medicine. 50,000 years old spirit fruits in exchange for a deity-grade starstone. Elderly Shiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. "All right. How many deity-grade starstones can the Alliance of Stars take out?" "It's hard to say. I'll have to report this to the higher-ups and let them decide. However, deity-grade starstones are too rare, so I don't think we can take out too many." Elderly Shiyuan said. "When the time comes, I'll have to trouble elderly." Lin Feng took out a storage pouch and handed it to elderly Shiyuan. Elderly Xiwan scanned the pouch with his divine sense and found that it contained 1,000,000 top-grade starstones. Elderly Xiwan was overjoyed and thought to himself, this person is really rich. He's giving away 1,000,000 top-grade starstones so casually. Elderly Xiwan put the pouch away and smiled. When the time comes, I'll definitely fight for you. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Elderly Xiwan smiled. You're too polite. After a pause, Elderly Xiwan continued, I'll send someone to take a look at your ancient ships. Then, we'll finalize the price. No problem. Lin Feng nodded and asked Du Zhu to bring a few representatives from the Alliance of Stars to assess the value of the ancient ships. Author's note, the exam is coming soon. Check the exam venue today. Update at night. Du Zhu brought the people from the Star Domain Alliance to evaluate the price of the ancient starship, while Lin Feng continued to wait in the trading company. There were higher-ups from the Star Domain Alliance overseeing the trading company, so Li Xiwan personally went to report to them that Lin Feng had used spirit fruits that were over 50,000 years old to exchange for God-grade star stones. In the end, the higher-ups from the Star Domain Alliance discussed and decided to use 100 God-grade star stones to exchange for the spirit fruits with Lin Feng. God-grade star stones were precious, so Lin Feng was quite satisfied to be able to exchange for 100 of them. Not long after, Du Zhu returned. According to the trading company's evaluation, one ancient starship was worth 15,000,000 top-grade star stones. 25 ancient starships were worth 375,000,000 top-grade star stones. After completing these two transactions, Lin Feng and Du Zhu returned to their residence. They planned to rest for 2 days before continuing on their journey to the Tianwu continent. The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. Let's go, I'll treat you to some wine. Du Zhu grinned. He had nothing to do, so he wanted to go out and enjoy himself. Lin Feng said, you can go by yourself. I don't want to go out tonight. Du Zhu went out to enjoy himself, while Lin Feng stayed in his residence. There was a hot spring in the courtyard. Lin Feng soaked in the hot spring first, and his fatigue disappeared. Then, Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked at the moon, tasting wine by himself. What's on the moon? The legendary fairy Chang'e? The jade rabbit spirit? The moon palace? Lin Feng muttered to himself. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a poem written by a Confucian expert from the primordial era. When will the moon appear? With wine in my hand, I ask the blue sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to ride the wind and return home, but I fear the jade palaces are too cold at the top. Dancing with the clear shadows, how is it like being in the mortal world, turning red pavilions, low and beautiful, illuminated without sleep? Without hate, how can the moon be round when we part? People have their joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult since ancient times. I hope that people will live long, thousands of miles apart. Now that he recited this poem, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. All these years of drifting outside, it was difficult for him to reunite with his lover and separate from his family. It was like the waxing and waning of the moon. However, no matter what difficulties he faced, Lin Feng knew. Even he had to persevere. The world of cultivators was just this cruel. If one did not work hard to advance, they would be eliminated by the cruel laws of the world of cultivators. Survival of the fittest. In his drunken stupor, Lin Feng suddenly saw a sneaky figure coming from afar. The figure arrived outside Lin Feng's courtyard. It's her. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This person was the female cultivator called Hui Han from earlier in the day. This woman's figure was petite and exquisite, but her upper body was very voluptuous. Naturally, there was nothing to say about her figure, and her face was also very beautiful. Of course, his temper was also fiery enough. If the woman in the white palace dress hadn't stopped him, Hui Han would have definitely attacked Du Zhu. Is this woman here to teach Du Zhu a lesson? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. The situation was exactly as Lin Feng had guessed. Hui Han was indeed here to teach Du Zhu a lesson. Hui Han's temper was quite fiery. Du Zhu had whistled at the group of senior and junior sisters and teased them. How could Hui Han swallow her anger, however, because the woman in the white palace dress had stopped him? Hui Han had no choice but to temporarily suppress the anger in her heart. Now, it was late at night. The group of senior and junior sisters had already gone to bed. Therefore, Hui Han sneaked out and came to the small courtyard where Lin Feng and Du Zhu lived. The small courtyard was protected by a restriction that required a medallion to activate. However, Hui Han seemed to be quite proficient in formations. Her hands formed a series of seals. Runes intertwined and entered the small courtyard's restriction. Immediately, the light barrier parted on its own, allowing Hui Han to walk in. She gently pushed open the courtyard's door, then snuck into the room like a cat. After looking around, Hui Han was unable to find Lin Feng and Du Zhu in the room. She walked out angrily and cursed in a low voice, "Two grown men aren't at home in the middle of the night. There's an 80% chance that they're out drinking. I already knew that they weren't good people." At that moment, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the roof, coughed. Hui Han jumped in fright. She turned around and saw Lin Feng jump down. Lin Feng said, "Instead of sleeping, you sneaked into someone else's residence in the middle of the night and even cursed the owner for being a bad person. Don't you think you've gone overboard?" When Hui Han saw Lin Feng, she snorted coldly and asked, "Where's the other guy?" Lin Feng shrugged and said, "He went out to take care of something. He'll probably be back tomorrow." "Why? Why are you looking for him in the middle of the night? Do you have some personal matters to attend to? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him? Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth." Hui Han glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She waved her right hand, and a sword flew out. The sword floated above Hui Han and then split into three. They buzzed and released millions of strands of sword chi that emitted a cold light. Lin Feng said, "What are you doing? Could it be that you want to fight with me? If you want to fight, go fight that guy. I didn't do anything to you, so why are you trying to fight me?" Hui Han said coldly, "That guy is your friend, right? I think you're all jackals of the same tribe." Lin Feng said, "He's not my friend. That guy is my guard." "Humph. A guard going out to have fun? Leaving his master alone in his residence? Who are you trying to fool?" Hui Han snorted, obviously not believing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said, "Who asked me to be so kind? I treat my subordinates like brothers. If he wants to go out to have fun, then let him." Hui Han sneered, "Keep your lies to yourself. I don't believe your nonsense. Since that guy isn't here, I'll deal with you first before dealing with that bastard." Lin Feng said, "It's not too late to leave now. If you continue to pester me, I'll strip you naked and punish you on the spot." Lin Feng's gaze swept over Hui Han's body and finally stopped at her proud spot. Lin Feng had seen many beauties in his life. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. What turbulent waves, what did she eat to develop? Bastard, where are your eyes looking? Do you think I won't turn you into a eunuch? Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Hui Han felt as if her clothes were being stripped off. It was as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body, causing her to feel weak. Hui Han was both embarrassed and angry. She immediately controlled the three flying swords to attack Lin Feng. Hui Han was indeed a woman with a fiery temper. She attacked as soon as she said so. Three flying swords shot towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. Lin Feng said, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Powerful magic power surged out and swept towards the three flying swords. Clang, 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 the sound of collision rang out. The three flying swords were all swept away. Lin Feng's body swayed slightly. In the next moment, he was already in front of Hui Han. "You." Hui Han's pretty face suddenly changed. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Hui Han quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Lin Feng's attack. However, but it was too late. Lin Feng's right hand lightly tapped Hui Han's body, scattering Hui Han's magic power. Then, his left hand grabbed Hui Han's slender waist. Clang, clang, clang. The three flying swords lost control and fell to the ground. Lin Feng smiled at Hui Han and said, "Is that all you've got? You dare to show off with that little bit of skill? Tell me honestly, are you secretly in love with me, so you're looking for an excuse to take the initiative to throw yourself at me?" Pfft. When Hui Han heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately spat at Lin Feng and said angrily, "Hurry up and let go of me, or I'll shout. If you alarm my senior and junior sisters, you'll be dead." Lin Feng smiled. "There's a soundproof barrier in the courtyard, so you won't be able to hear anything outside. Therefore, if you want to shout and call your fellow disciples, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it." Hui Han's eyes turned and she immediately begged, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have acted so willfully. I apologize to you. You're a man, so you won't lower yourself to the same level as a little girl, right?" Lin Feng wasn't used to seeing the hot-tempered Hui Han become so pitiful. When Lin Feng said he would strip Hui Han naked and punish her on the spot, he was only trying to scare this hot-tempered girl. Now that he saw Hui Han begging for mercy, Lin Feng decided to let her go. However, when Lin Feng saw the sly look in Hui Han's eyes, Lin Feng immediately changed his mind. Hui Han wasn't sincerely begging for mercy. Lin Feng was sure that if he let Hui Han go now, she might call a group of senior and junior sisters to cause trouble for him. Lin Feng smiled at Hui Han. "Are you afraid now? What were you doing just now?" Hui Han immediately looked as if she was going to cry, and she said pitifully, "I've already admitted that I was wrong, so please spare me this time. I promise that I won't make trouble for you again." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Women were all natural actresses. Even a hot-tempered girl like Hui Han could instantly become teary-eyed and pitiful. If it was any other woman, they would probably be even better at acting. Lin Feng's left hand wrapped around Hui Han's small waist, and his right hand started to roam around her hot body. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me!" Hui Han immediately screamed. Her face turned pink, and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that she had never been touched by a man before, so her body was extremely sensitive. "Didn't I just say it? I'm going to punish you on the spot. That's exactly what I'm going to do now," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You can't do this to me." Hui Han struggled, her face pale with fright. Lin Feng said with a smile, "It's useless to say anything now. Even if you beg for mercy, it's useless. I won't fall for it." Hui Han had lost all of her magic power, so she couldn't struggle free. When she felt Lin Feng's right hand reach into her clothes, she was almost scared to tears. Lin Feng tugged hard and directly tore Hui Han's undergarments off her body. It was a transparent white undergarment that felt quite good to the touch. It even had the warmth of Hui Han's body. "You're shameless." Hui Han used both hands to protect her body. Her undergarments had been torn off by Lin Feng and held in his hand. This made her feel extremely ashamed, and her face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. Lin Feng took Hui Han's undergarments and took 2 steps backwards, smiling. "I think I'm a good person. If I were a bad person, I wouldn't have just taken off your undergarments, I would have stripped you naked and turned you into a married woman. Now, take your 3 broken swords and leave. Don't come and cause trouble for me again. Otherwise, I might tell people about your undergarments. I'm a big man, so it's not a big deal, but it's a big problem for your reputation." Hui Han was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She wanted nothing more than to chop Lin Feng into pieces. But now that Lin Feng had something on her, she could only glare hatefully at Lin Feng. Then, she put away her swords and ran out of Lin Feng's courtyard with a red face. After Hui Han left, Lin Feng took a whiff of Hui Han's undergarments. There was a faint scent of her body. Lin Feng immediately felt that his actions were too vulgar and shameless. He muttered to himself, "A man's true colors. Actually, I think I'm already a gentleman." After putting away Hui Han's undergarments, he returned to his room and lay down on the bed to sleep. Hui Han's matter was just a small interlude to Lin Feng. He didn't care too much about it. The next morning, Du Zhu came back after a night of debauchery. Then, this guy was beside Lin Feng, bragging about which beauty had the most enchanting figure, which beauty had the most slender legs, and which beauty had the most impressive peaks. Seeing the chattering Du Zhu, Lin Feng directly kicked this guy away. After resting for 2 days, Lin Feng planned to leave for the Tianwu continent. Just as he was about to check out of his room, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the 9 heavens. The void was trembling violently. No one knew what was going on. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Some of the deity realm experts directly rushed to the outer realm. As for the cultivators who hadn't broken through to the deity realm, they drove the ancient starship and rushed to the outer realm. Something shocking must have happened in the outer realm. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He and Duzu didn't go to the outer realm. Instead, they checked out of their room, found a tea house, and ordered a pot of high-quality spiritual tea. They sipped the tea while waiting for news. It didn't take long for the shocking news to spread. An incomparably huge ancient city had appeared in the outer realm. The ancient city floated in the depths of the outer realm like a desolate beast, emitting a boundless pressure. Many people flew towards the huge ancient city. Could it be that ancient city? In the tea house, an old cultivator had an uncertain expression. Someone asked, "Senior, could it be that you know the origin of that ancient city?" The old cultivator's expression was grave as he said, "It's very likely to be that ancient city that appears once every million years." The ancient city was very mysterious, and very few cultivators had ever heard of it. Now that this old cultivator was talking about it, everyone's interest was piqued. Lin Feng said, "It only appears once every million years. If it's like this every time, wouldn't it be too evil?" The old cultivator smiled bitterly. The ancient city itself is filled with evil. After a pause, the old cultivator continued, "Outside the ancient city, there are corpses of gods and demons nailed to the wall, as well as the heads of Buddhist monks." Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. What had happened to this ancient starry sky city in the past? The old cultivator said, "The ancient city has a long history, far before the Immemorial era or even the Immortal era. However, no one knows when the ancient city appeared." Duzu said, "Rumor has it that several powerful beings are buried in the ancient city. Nuwa, Xianxia, Xianyuan. I wonder if the rumor is true." The poison ancestor had clearly heard of some matters regarding the ancient city of Starry Sky, and the few people he mentioned left everyone shocked and moved. Nuwa was a Xiantian life form. She had lived for countless years before the creation of the world and was also known as the mother of all living beings. According to the legends, Nuwa had created all living beings. Of course, whether or not this was true was not certain. After all, this was something that happened when the world was created, and it had been too long since then. However, since the legend said that there was no wind without waves, perhaps Nuwa had really created all living beings. Xianxia was the ancestor of the human race, the Swerin sovereign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. There was once a ballad that wrote this. We can't forget that Xianxia drilled wood to make fire, bringing hope to the human race. We can't forget that Fuxi fought a bloody battle to protect the human race, staining the heavens with his blood. We can't forget that Shinnong tasted all kinds of herbs to expel diseases for the human race, working his heart out. This was a ballad that praised the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xianxia drilled wood to make fire, and from then on, the human race learned how to use fire. This was the first major change in the history of the human race. The human race began to learn how to use the power of nature. The legend of Nuwa creating all living things might just be a myth, but the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were real. They were the ancestors of the human race. The Xianyuan clan that the poison ancestor spoke of was the yellow emperor of the 5 emperors. He was also one of the ancestors of the human race. In the past, the Yellow Emperor had joined forces with another great emperor of the human race, the Flame Emperor, to kill the demon ancestor Qiyu, allowing the human race to flourish. Or else, perhaps the human race had already been exterminated. Regardless of whether it was Nuwa, Swerin, or Xianyuan, all of them were renowned existences. But now, Duzu was saying that the ancient ship was rumored to have buried Nuwa, Xianxia, and Xianyuan. This was too shocking and hard to believe. The old cultivator said, "Is there such a rumor? This old man has never heard of it." Duzu replied, "I came across it by chance in an ancient book. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know." Whether it was Duzu or the old cultivator, their knowledge of the ancient city was limited. Thus, they were unable to obtain much useful information from them. "Let's go and take a look outside." Some cultivators stood up and decided to head to the ancient city. If it was as Duzu said, and the ancient city buried Nuwa, Swerin, and Xianyuan, then it would be too shocking. It could be said that this was earth-shattering news. Lin Feng and Duzu left as well. They paid the fee to stop the ship and drove it towards the starry sky. This was the only ancient ship they had left. They'd sold all the other ancient ships they had. Many cultivators boarded their ancient ships and flew towards the starry sky. Now that the ancient city had appeared, it caused a huge commotion. The cultivators in the surrounding starfields were all alarmed. Then, all sorts of rumors about the ancient city began to spread. Lin Feng and Du Zhu drove their ancient ship to the ancient city. The ancient city stretched for thousands of kilometers. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge city before. He really didn't know how it had been built. The ancient city floated in the boundless starry sky, surrounded by restrictions. Many cultivators stood in the void and watched. Lin Feng and Du Zhu flew out of the ancient ship. Lin Feng took out a glass bottle. This kind of glass bottle was a kind of treasure created by alchemists. It was used to store ancient void ships. When one wanted to use an ancient ship, one only needed to release the ancient ship. It was very convenient. Lin Feng put the bottle into his storage ring. He and Du Zhu stood outside the ancient city and watched. The restriction shrouded the ancient starry sky city, so the overall appearance of the ancient starry sky city wasn't very clear. Many people were patiently waiting for the restrictions to disperse. Many major factions arrived one after another. The Star Lord of Orchid Star, the three-eyed Golden Lion clan leader, and other experts arrived one after another. Rumbling sounds rang out. In the distance, a continent drifted over, causing the entire void world to tremble. However, when the continent drifted over, everyone realized that it wasn't a continent that floated in the starry sky. It was a giant starry sky beast. It was one of the largest starry sky beasts and also the overlord of the starry sky. A giant starry sky beast could swallow an entire planet with a single gulp. It was abnormally terrifying. The giant starry sky beast turned into a middle-aged man and looked at the ancient city in the distance. Ba. Excellent. Excellent. A Buddhist chant came from the distance. Golden light shone brightly. A dozen monks walked over. The leader was an old monk. 10 rays of Buddhist light appeared behind the old monk. He was an enlightened monk. Only the eminent monks of Buddhism would have the light of Buddha behind their heads. The old monk in front of them had 10 rays of Buddhist light behind his head. This old monk was definitely extraordinary. He must have an extremely high status in Buddhism. Could he be from the Buddhist realm? It seems that only the great thunderclap temple of the Buddhist realm has such an enlightened monk. Du Zhu said. The Buddhist realm was one of the 7 highest realms of the 3,000 great realms. It had many experts and was extremely mysterious. Lin Feng had always been in awe of monks. Amateus. After the group of enlightened monks of Buddhism arrived, there were about 20 Taoist experts in the distance. The leader was an old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. Boom, at that moment, the void suddenly collapsed. A palm-sized golden butterfly flew out. The golden butterfly exuded an ancient aura that resembled the primordial times. Many people found it hard to breathe because of the aura. They couldn't help but kowtow to the golden butterfly. Heavens, is that the legendary Emperor Archaic? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. What kind of terrifying existence was the Emperor Archaic? His cultivation was heaven-defying, and a flap of his wings was enough to kill a great emperor. He was close to being a Xianxia life form. Over the long years, only a few Emperor Archaic had appeared. The Emperor Archaic and Xianxia life forms weren't from the same era. Perhaps the Emperor Archaic really had a way to contend against Xianxia life forms. Yet now, a primeval Emperor butterfly had actually appeared here, and it was truly too shocking and moving. No, that's not the Emperor Archaic. It's the Immemorial Devil Disc. A cultivator said aloud. He seemed to have recognized the species of the golden butterfly. Although it's completely golden, it's filled with demonic energy. Its appearance is very similar to the Emperor Archaic's. The Immemorial Devil Disc is an exceptionally terrifying life form. It's said that if the Immemorial Devil Disc's lifespan reaches 100 million years, it will complete an important transformation and reach the Great Emperor realm. The cultivator continued. For human cultivators or cultivators of other races, even giant gods would find it extremely difficult to live for 100 million years. However, for some races with longer lifespans, such as the Sky Demons, the Immemorial Devil Disc race, or the Black Tortoise race, it was still possible for them to live 100 million years. If the Immemorial Devil Disc reached 100 million years and completed its transformation, then the Immemorial Devil Disc's life force would undergo a new transformation. Its body would glow with vitality, and its lifespan would be extended by a few 100 million years. Although it's not the Emperor Archaic, this Immemorial Devil Disc is terrifying enough, said a cultivator. The cultivators around the Immemorial Devil Disc hurriedly moved away from where they had been standing. They were probably worried that if they accidentally offended the Immemorial Devil Disc, they would be attacked by it. Once my immemorial ancestor insect hatches, it won't be any weaker than the Immemorial Devil Disc, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. The immemorial ancestor insect's egg was in the process of hatching, and the life force of the builder tree's sapling was nourishing it. Lin Feng believed that sooner or later, the primordial ancestral insect would hatch successfully. Once the primordial ancestral insect successfully hatched, a heaven-defying existence would appear by Lin Feng's side. More and more experts were arriving. There were experts from various major forces, but there were also many overlords in the starry sky. For example, the astral behemoth and the primordial demonic disc were all overlords of the starry skies. Not long after, more and more powerful space overlords appeared, such as the 9-headed vicious Jiao dragon, the 8-winged god-devouring snake, and many others. Lin Feng also saw Huihan and her fellow disciples. They must be from the Fairy Maiden Starfield. Many people looked at Huihan and her senior and junior sisters. Someone pointed out their identities. The Fairy Maiden Starfield was a very powerful starfield in the starry sky world. This starfield was filled with experts. This star field was truly famous because it was ruled by a power called the Celestial Maiden Sect. The Celestial Maiden Sect only recruited female disciples. In the Fairy Maiden Starfield, the status of men was even lower than that of women. Many people were talking about the Fairy Maiden Starfield. Lin Feng also heard a lot of news about the Fairy Maiden Starfield. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, no wonder that little girl Huihan has such a fiery temper. It must have something to do with her high status in the Fairy Maiden Starfield. Lin Feng's guess was not without reason. The status of women in the Fairy Maiden Starfield was high, while the status of men was low. For example, Huihan and her fellow disciples had extraordinary cultivation. They must have come from a major sect in the Fairy Maiden Starfield. They might even be disciples of a supreme overlord, the Fairy Maiden Sect. Such a status in the Fairy Maiden Starfield was naturally a high and mighty existence. Once a person was in a high position, especially a young person, it was easy for them to become self-centered. The slightest dissatisfaction would cause their temper to explode. Many disciples of major clans and sects were like this. They were arrogant and had bad tempers. Huihan seemed to have noticed Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. She looked like she was gnashing her teeth. However, Lin Feng had something on Huihan, so she did not dare to act rashly. 3 days later, the restriction that shrouded the ancient Starfield city gradually dissipated. When the starry sky ancient city's restrictions completely dissipated, everyone finally saw the huge ancient city. The city walls were 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall. The black city gates exuded a cold and eerie aura. Above the ancient Starfield city, space-time was distorted. It was obvious that flying was prohibited. If one tried to fly over the ancient Starfield city and land in the ancient Starfield city, they would probably die a horrible death. Look, those corpses. Someone pointed at the huge and black city walls. Many corpses were hanging from the city walls. Many of the corpses had chains around their necks and were hung from the city walls. Why are there so many cultivators hanging? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This ancient Starfield city was too strange. There's a fiend god nailed to the city walls. Someone shouted from afar. Many people rushed over. It was an expert from the fiend god clan. He had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 18 pairs of wings. A war spear pierced through his chest and nailed him to the city walls. His blood flowed down the city walls. The blood of a fiend god would never dry up. The fiend god had been nailed to the city walls for an unknown number of years, but his blood still flowed as if it had just flowed out. It exuded the power of a fiend god. The fiend god clan is a special clan. They have the abilities of both the divine clan and the fiend god clan. They should be one of the oldest and strongest clans. Cultivators from the fiend god clan are rare, even in the primordial era. However, once they appear, they will definitely have heaven-defying strength. A cultivator said. The death of such a powerful expert from the godly demon clan caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Ba. Excellent. Excellent. In the distance, a monk stepped forward and walked towards the ancient Starfield city. He was also an enlightened monk. There were 5 rays of Buddhist light behind his head. This monk is exceptionally terrifying. He's definitely surpassed the divine flame realm or even the true god realm, Duzu said. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Could he be a heavenly god? What terrifying strength. I think these monks are also space travelers. In the Buddhist world, some of the enlightened monks would enter the Starfield world in order to comprehend the Tao. They would then travel to every corner of the Starfield to comprehend their Tao. Duzu said. Lin Feng stroked his chin and sighed. Buddhism has always been terrifying. Lin Feng looked towards the old monk. The old monk walked step by step towards the head of a monk that was hung on the city walls. He wants to take that senior monk's head? Lin Feng frowned. This ancient Starfield city was very strange. It wouldn't be easy to take the head of a monk that was hung on the city walls. It was the head of an ancient Buddha. It had been dead for an unknown number of years, but it was still shrouded in Buddhist light. If one listened carefully, one could hear the chanting of Buddhist scriptures coming from the head. The ancient Buddha had died a tragic death. A sharp arrow had pierced through his eye and pierced through his head. This should have been the ancient Buddha's fatal wound. A chain wrapped around the ancient Buddha's head and the arrow, hanging the ancient Buddha's head in midair. Only the head is left. Even the body is gone. What a tragic death. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Perhaps the old monk wanted to take the head of the Buddhist ancestor because he wanted to give him a proper burial. The dead should be buried in peace. This was a saying that had been passed down in the world of cultivators for a very long time. Many cultivators believed that only by being buried in the earth would one have a chance to reincarnate. Of course, there were also many cultivators who believed in burial at sea. Some cultivators in the starry sky world believed in burial in the starry sky. The people who died here were all extraordinary. That ancient Buddha's identity was even more extraordinary. Duzu said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, how did you determine that? The corpse. The poison ancestor said that ancient Buddha's lower body was severed, which is very different from the others. Even that expert from the god-demon clan didn't have his lower body severed. This is enough to explain many things. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He suddenly thought of Xianxia, the god of war. His head had been severed, but his body was still alive. Lin Feng asked, are you saying that this ancient Buddha might have had the same ability as Xianxia? His body could still be alive even after his head was severed? Duzu nodded. That might be the case. That's why the other party destroyed the ancient Buddha's body. Lin Feng frowned. We have no way of knowing if that's the case. This ancient city is too strange. Who knows how much history it has buried? At this time, the old monk was already close to the ancient city. He walked towards the ancient Buddha's head step by step. When he reached the head, the old monk put his palms together and chanted a sutra to release the souls of the dead. He wanted to release the souls of the dead Buddhist ancestors. Then, the old monk stretched out his hand, wanting to pluck off the ancient Buddha's head. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the ancient city and enveloped the old monk. Boundless killing intent filled the air as the old monk was forced to retreat. Puff, the old monk spat out a mouthful of blood. What a strange ancient city. Many people sighed. The ancient starry sky city was indeed too strange and terrifying. However, that aura was truly terrifying. Thus, it was best for the old monk to take the initiative to retreat. However, the old monk did not choose to retreat. He was forced back and once again walked towards the head of the ancient Buddha. Too stubborn. Many people shook their heads. They felt that there was no need for the old monk to risk his life for the head of a dead ancient Buddha. The old monk approached the head of the ancient Buddha step by step. The aura in the air was getting more and more terrifying. The old monk spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Many people revealed horrified expressions. The old monk's strength was tyrannical, but he was still forced to spit out blood. Just how powerful was the pressure that permeated the void? Amitabha. In the distance, the group of monks put their palms together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. They seemed to be praying for the old monk who had gone to pluck off the ancient Buddha's head. Even though the old monk was heavily injured, he did not retreat. His willpower was really strong, said Lin Feng. Buddhist monks are indeed admirable, said Lin Feng. Duzu said, these people have a kind of obsession. This obsession is actually very terrifying. For the sake of this obsession, they might not even care about their own lives. They are no different from madmen. Lin Feng said, but in the eyes of Buddhist cultivators, the obsession you speak of is the faith in their hearts. Duzu said, perhaps this is the reason why the Buddhist world has never declined. The old monk approached the ancient Buddha's head once again. However, this time, the old monk seemed to be under even more pressure than the first time. His body had cracked, and fresh blood flowed out. At that moment, the ancient monk with the 10 Buddhist lights behind his head said, Amitabha, good, good. Junior brother Ji Wu, do your best and lead the rest to the heavens. This matter cannot be forced, so you should quickly retreat. The old monk said, Senior brother. How can I let the ancestor's head hang here without doing anything? I'm willing to risk my life to let the ancestor's head rest in peace. The old monk called Ji Wu clearly had no intention of retreating. He stretched out his hand to grab the ancient Buddha's head. However, something terrifying happened. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out and enveloped the old monk. Crack, crack, the sound of cracking could be heard. The old monk's body. Like porcelain, it quickly cracked. In the blink of an eye, dense cracks appeared on the old monk's body. Bang, soon after, the old monk's body collapsed. His body has collapsed. This old monk has died a tragic death. Countless people were shocked. The old monk was so powerful that he was very likely in existence on the level of a heavenly god. He had died just like that. There were too many people who were aghast. This ancient city is too terrifying. The corpses hanging in the ancient city and the corpses nailed to the city walls can't be touched. I originally wanted to pull out the spear that nailed the fiend god to death. Fortunately, I didn't do it. This ancient city is strange. Maybe it's cursed. Many people began to talk at once. Have a safe journey, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He admired the old monk. The old monk's death made it difficult for Lin Feng to calm down. Many people cursed Buddhists for being sanctimonious. Perhaps there were indeed many sanctimonious people in Buddhism. However, there were also people who were worthy of respect. Just like the old monk, who was an eminent Buddhist monk. Amitabha, the other monks chanted Buddhist scriptures to release the old monk from his death. Rumble, 2 hours later, the huge black stone door that was more than 3,000 meters tall let out an earth-shaking sound. The door is about to open. Many people cried out excitedly. What secrets are hidden in this ancient city? Are Nuwa, Swearin, and Xianyuan really buried here? Lin Feng muttered to himself as he gazed at the ancient city. There were too many secrets in this ancient city. Perhaps he would be able to uncover some of them now that it was opened. Or perhaps he would be able to find the burial grounds of Nuwa, Swearin, and Xianyuan. Lin Feng's heart was heavy. Nuwa was the mother of all living things. Regardless of whether or not Nuwa had created all living things, it was an indisputable fact that she had mended the heavens and saved all living things. As for Swearin and Xianyuan, they were the ancestors of the human race. Nuwa had died in a great battle between Xiantian lifeforms. How did the ancestors of the human race, Swearenshi and Xianyuan, die? If Nuwa, Swearin, and Xianyuan had really died in this ancient city, then what terrifying thing had happened in this ancient city back then? It was actually able to bury a Xiantian lifeform and 2 ancestors of the human race. Rumble, following the earth-shattering sound, the enormous city gates finally opened. Many people soared into the sky and flew towards the city. Let's go, said Lin Feng as he flew towards the city with Duzu. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an ice-cold deadly energy. He gazed into the distance and saw a member of the three-eyed golden lion clan looking at him coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent, he hadn't concealed it at all. Xian Daoyuan and the Little Lion King were among the three-eyed golden lions. This time, the three-eyed golden lions had brought many strong cultivators. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they looked deeply at Lin Feng before entering the city. They won't let this matter rest. There will be a battle, said Du Zhu. Lin Feng nodded. It's fine. We don't need to worry about anything. After that, Lin Feng and Du Zhu entered the city. This ancient city was simply too huge. A single street was 4 to 5 li wide, and the entire city was 5 to 6,000 li wide. It was so huge that it was hard to believe. Look at the sword marks on the ground. There's even blood. Many people pointed at the ground as they entered the city. The sword marks were too obvious. The ground was also covered in dried blood. Who knew how much blood had been lost in the past? There must have been an unimaginable battle in the city. Those corpses outside might have something to do with it, said someone. Everyone agreed. Many people agreed with this statement. Everyone flew deeper into the forest one after another. Some people entered the shops on both sides of the street to look for things. There are so many things that haven't been touched. We're rich. Some people found some treasures and shouted excitedly. But very soon, a bitter battle broke out. Cultivators killed each other for the sake of obtaining treasures. The battle was incomparably intense. This kind of scene was playing out in many corners of the ancient city. Lin Feng and Du Zhu flew deeper into the city. They saw a statue and stopped. It was a statue of a woman. The woman's body was surrounded by a holy light. She held two things in her hands. The first was a scroll, and the second was a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle was golden soil. Is that a statue of Nuwa? An old cultivator exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng nodded. It should be a statue of Nuwa. Nuwa is holding the legendary stately painting and living soil of the 9 heavens, right? The stately painting contained heaven and earth. It could nourish celestials and give birth to all things. It was said that the stately painting was a map of heaven and earth before the creation of heaven and earth. Many secrets and treasures were recorded on the map. After the creation of heaven and earth, the stately painting took the initiative to evolve the forms of the myriad worlds. The evolution of the 3 realms and 6 paths was based on the stately painting's evolution. The painting of mountains and rivers of the gods of earth and Vale contained the boundless spiritual chi of the universe, mountains, rivers, stars, flowers, plants, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and earth veins. The spiritual chi and the spiritual treasure gave birth to billions of living beings and was in between life and death. It was as if there was a real small world of earth and Vale in the painting. If a connate life form entered the painting without a supreme treasure, they would be trapped for life. Even if they had a supreme treasure, they would be severely injured and have to flee. From this, one could see that the stately painting not only recorded countless treasures of the connate world, but also possessed heaven-defying combat strength. It could even trap a connate life form to death. It was a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure, one of the 10 great connate spiritual treasures along with Nuwa's other supreme treasure, the red embroidered sphere. As for the soil in the other jade bottle, its origin was also extremely extraordinary. A handful of soil showed a strange golden color. A yellow light that seemed like gold but not gold spread out. It was a yellow cloud that was a few acres in size. It guarded the target and prevented the opponent from moving forward. When attacking the yellow cloud, it was like encountering a cotton bag. It was impossible to do anything. During the creation of heaven and earth, Goddess Nuwa had bestowed the human emperor to restrain the calamity after Gongong's death. It was said that the living soil of the 9 heaven was the ancestral source of earth and a sacred item of the human race. Even the immortal slaying sword couldn't do anything to it. It grew with the wind and had endless magical changes. The yellow cloud expanded and changed like the enemy. It was tough and dense. It grew and grew according to the attacks of the outside world. It was invulnerable. Both the stately painting and the living soil of the 9 heaven were connate supreme treasures, one of the 2 treasures in Nuwa's treasury. Who created such a statue of Nuwa and polished the stately painting and the living soil of the nine heaven? Someone muttered to himself, puzzled. Nuwa statue didn't hold the real stately painting and the living soil of the nine heaven. It was just a carving. The real stately painting and the living soil of the nine heaven had disappeared when Nuwa died. It said that Nuwa was buried in this city. Whether or not this rumor is true is debatable, but one thing is certain. This ancient city should be related to Nuwa, right? Everyone nodded. A statue of Nuwa had appeared in the ancient city, so it should be closely related to Nuwa. Many people left one after another to continue searching for treasures. There were also some who hoped to find Nuwa's inheritance in the ancient city. If there was such an opportunity, it would be heaven-defying. If they could find the stately painting, 18 generations of their ancestors would be burning incense. Lin Feng and Du Zhu left as well. Finding treasures was secondary. Lin Feng was actually more interested in exploring the ancient city's secrets. Was the great Nuwa really buried here? Did Xianxia and Xianyuan shed their blood in this ancient city? Lin Feng had many doubts in his heart. He and Du Zhu continued to head deeper into the city. However, when the sky darkened, a loud clanging sound was heard. Everyone was alarmed. They didn't understand what was going on. Let's go out and take a look, many cultivators shouted and rushed toward the city gate. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were no exception. They arrived at the city gate with many others. When they arrived, they discovered something. The door that was originally open was now closed. What's going on? Why is the gate closed? Many people tried to push the huge black door open. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't push the gate open. We won't be trapped here, right? Many people's faces turned pale. Some people tried to fly out from the sky, but there was a distorted space-time in the sky. Some people were still hoping for a fluke and tried to pass through the distorted space-time. However, as soon as they were swept by the distorted space-time, they were reduced to a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died miserably. We can't get out. The space-time distortion above is too strong. We're trapped here. Many people's faces were pale, and they found it hard to accept. They didn't want to die here, but they had no way of leaving. Panic and anxiety spread. There were also people who were more optimistic. An ancient city that appears once every million years must have many secrets hidden. What is everyone worried about? We just need to look for opportunities. I believe that when we've found enough opportunities, the city gates will open again. This was a cultivator who was more optimistic. Everyone had different experiences, different psychological endurance, and different personalities. Thus, this caused everyone to have different emotions when faced with the same situation. Lin Feng and Du Zhu walked away silently, as there was no point in being anxious. They could only wait quietly for the city gates to open. Lin Feng also believed that the city gates would open again. Normally, ancient cities, ancient cultivators' caves, secret realms, and so on that would appear once every few years would not be dead in the absolute sense. There would definitely be a way out for everyone. Humph. A light snort of anger was heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was Hui Han, the hot-tempered girl. Her beautiful eyes were fiercely glaring at him. Lin Feng guessed that this girl wanted to cut him into pieces at this moment. However, with her weakness in his hands, she didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Feng directly ignored Hui Han and left with Du Zhu. The female cultivator in the white palace dress asked, "Junior sister Han, could it be that you had some other dispute with that person?" This female cultivator was meticulous and saw some clues. Hui Han naturally didn't dare to say that her undergarments had been taken away by Lin Feng. There was no way she could say such a thing, as it would only make things worse. Hui Han said, "Senior sister, I just don't like that guy. That person is not simple. I received news that a few days ago, he beat the three-eyed Golden Lion clan's little Lion King half to death. He also extorted a lot of precious divine array materials from the three-eyed Golden Lion clan. This person is obviously lawless. Don't provoke him, or you'll be at a disadvantage," the female cultivator in the white palace dress said. Hearing these words, Hui Han felt an extremely stimulating feeling in his heart. The three-eyed Golden Lion clan was one of the 5 great powers of the Chaos Star Divine Realm, and he actually dared to beat the clan's young master half to death in their territory. His guts weren't ordinary. If Lin Feng hadn't taken away her undergarments, Hui Han felt that she would rather admire Lin Feng. However, because Lin Feng had taken away her undergarments, Hui Han began to curse Lin Feng. Not only was he a pervert, but he was also an arrogant troublemaker. After cursing Lin Feng in her heart, Hui Han felt much better. Lin Feng and Du Zhu went deep into the ancient city. They had been to many places, but they didn't find anything particularly important. Late at night, gusts of cold wind suddenly swept through the ancient city. The cold wind blew. Lin Feng immediately felt his hair stand on end, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Will something sinister happen in this ancient city? Lin Feng frowned slightly. After a pause, Lin Feng said, Du Zhu, you are very experienced and knowledgeable. Don't you feel that this ancient city is like a cage? Du Zhu didn't say anything. Lin Feng turned to look at Du Zhu and saw that Du Zhu had his head lowered. It was unknown what he was thinking. Lin Feng patted Du Zhu's shoulder and asked, what are you thinking about? Who would have thought that at that moment, the poison ancestor's right hand moved as fast as lightning? His fingers were like swords as they moved towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. This attack was too sudden. It was so fast that Lin Feng couldn't dodge it in time. You're not Du Zhu. Lin Feng shouted angrily. Ji. The mysterious existence laughed strangely. Just as the attack was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest, Lin Feng used the heaven patchwork technique to escape from death. He then condensed the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor and transformed into a beam of killing light that slashed at the person impersonating Du Zhu. Whoosh! The mysterious existence was too fast. He dodged Lin Feng's attack. Then, he turned into a pitch-black blur and charged forward. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng shouted coldly and chased after him. The pitch-black figure occasionally laughed strangely. He was so fast that Lin Feng couldn't catch up to him. He disappeared without a trace after turning a corner. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Everything that had happened before his eyes was too strange. An extremely uneasy feeling arose in his heart. Du Zhu had disappeared without a trace. Where had he gone? Then what exactly was the thing that pretended to be Du Zhu and ambushed him? Everything was a mystery that no one could guess. There are really a lot of secrets hidden in this ancient city. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He walked alone into the depths of the city. A cold wind blew. This road seemed to lead him to the underworld. Mournful screams came from afar. Someone had suffered a calamity. Lin Feng quickly ran over. By the time he arrived, there were already hundreds of cultivators gathered on the street. They were all nearby cultivators who heard the screams and immediately rushed over. What happened? Lin Feng asked. Someone. All that's left is a piece of human skin. A cultivator said. Lin Feng squeezed into the crowd and saw a pool of blood on the ground. Beside the blood was a piece of human skin. When Lin Feng saw the human skin, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could this be? Why would there be human skin here? This wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen human skin. Back in the Tianwu continent, where demons were sealed, there was a strange creature that devoured people's flesh and soul, leaving only human skin behind. Later, that strange creature even devoured the flesh and soul of Great Ming's Great Hell's Devil King, leaving only human skin behind. And now, it was the same situation again. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. What kind of thing could devour other people's flesh and soul and leave only human skin behind? Human skin. Look, there's another human skin, a cultivator behind him shouted in fear. Everyone turned around and saw that the cultivators at the outermost perimeter were now human skins. The cultivator who had shouted in fear turned into a human skin in the next moment. Hurry up and run. The surrounding cultivators were already scared out of their wits. They quickly ran away. Lin Feng also ran away like crazy. However, he felt a gloomy chi chasing after him. He looked back, but he couldn't see anything. This made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He's chasing after me. It must be him. That unknown and mysterious existence is chasing after me. Lin Feng's face was pale. Curse of the ages, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice. It was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear, as if a malicious spirit was speaking to him. The voice was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. An eternal curse. At this moment, he thought of many things. Could it be the curse of the celestial master lineage, this powerful cursed lineage? Lin Feng didn't know much about the celestial master lineage. The descendants of the celestial master lineage couldn't meet in pairs. Otherwise, they would lose themselves and turn into netherworld soldiers. This was the first curse Lin Feng knew about. As for whether there were other curses, Lin Feng didn't know. No one can avoid the curse that has existed since the beginning of time. That voice once again resounded in his ears. This made Lin Feng feel extremely uneasy. He felt like he was about to be cursed like the ancestors of the celestial master lineage. Lin Feng suddenly felt very cold. His head felt very heavy, and his consciousness seemed to be gradually blurring. This is the curse? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was truly terrifying. He couldn't resist it. It was no wonder that even the powerful ancestors of the celestial master lineage couldn't resist the power of the curse. In this world, the strangest thing was probably the power of all kinds of curses. They were terrifying, despairing, and irresistible. How many geniuses and peerless experts had been harmed by the power of the curse? Lin Feng wanted to resist, but his resistance was useless in the face of this eternal curse. Just as Lin Feng was about to sink into endless darkness, suddenly, Lin Feng felt like someone had kicked him. Pervert, what are you doing here? Huh? Why aren't you moving? You're not possessed, are you? You're going to fall into my hands? Lin Feng vaguely heard a familiar voice. Then, he felt someone kick him to the ground. With a bang, his head hit the ground. Ouch! Lin Feng cried out in pain. He was pulled back to reality. Then, Lin Feng saw Hui Han with her hands on her hips. Did she accidentally pull me back to the real world? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of how grateful he was to Hui Han. He jumped up from the ground and hugged Hui Han in his arms before Hui Han could come back to her senses. He kissed and touched her excitedly. Stinking pervert. Hui Han hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away, her face flushed red. In her eyes, Lin Feng was taking advantage of her on purpose. Lin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Ahem, I was too happy to see you. I was too excited and couldn't control myself." Bah. Hui Han spat at Lin Feng and said fiercely, "Where's that bastard guard of yours?" Lin Feng said, "He got separated from me. It was very strange at the time. We were walking together, but he disappeared without a trace." That's strange. Hui Han frowned slightly. Lin Feng asked, "What about your fellow disciples?" Hui Han sighed and said, "At that time, we entered a house. After we entered, I appeared on this street." Lin Feng said, "This ancient city is much more sinister than we imagined. Since your cultivation is relatively weak, I decided to do you a favor and let you stay by my side. I don't want you to die here for no reason." Shameless bastard, do you think you're so strong? Hui Han scolded. You're treating my kindness as malice? Then let's go our separate ways. Lin Feng waved his hand and walked into the distance. Hui Han followed him. She naturally knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong. Otherwise, how could he have beaten the little Lion King half to death? Staying by Lin Feng's side was indeed much safer. Didn't you say that you didn't want to stay by my side? Lin Feng smiled at Hui Han. Hui Han snorted, "I didn't say that." She then glared fiercely at Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name?" Lin Feng. My name is Hui Han. I know. How did you know, you scoundrel? Are you secretly trying to find out about me? Are you plotting something against me? Have you forgotten that senior sister of yours called you by your name before? I was right next to you, so I know what's so strange about your name. I didn't really believe it when I heard the saying big breasts are brainless, but now I really do. Who are you calling a big breast brainless? I was wrong. You have big breasts and brains, okay? That's more like it. However, Hui Han suddenly felt that the saying big breasts and brains was not a big deal. She immediately kicked Lin Feng again. You scoundrel, you only know how to take advantage of me. Lin Feng was speechless. How did I take advantage of you? If you dare to touch me again, I'll pull you into a small house and strip you naked. I'll turn you from a young girl into a married woman. Hui Han was so scared that her face turned pale. She simply stopped talking. Lin Feng and Hui Han met another group of cultivators. There were about 100 of them. Everyone headed inside to explore the ancient city. Not long after, they saw a plaza. Because the ancient city was so huge, many plazas had been built. Many of the plazas were probably used for trading in the past. They were also the central area of the market. However, they were all empty now. The plaza Lin Feng and the others arrived at was shrouded in rolling black fog, so visibility was quite low. There was a thick smell of blood in the air. A gloomy and cold aura pervaded the square, causing people to shudder in fear. Look, there are so many bloodstains on the ground. The yin qi here is so heavy. Many people must have died here in the past, right? A cultivator said. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of footsteps coming towards him. He asked, Did you hear strange footsteps? What strange footsteps? I didn't hear anything. Brother, don't talk nonsense. In this damned place, you can scare people to death. A cultivator's voice trembled as he spoke. Could there really be something unclean here? Hui Han looked at Lin Feng and asked. She moved closer to Lin Feng, thinking that it would be safer this way. Lin Feng replied, I'm not talking nonsense. Listen carefully. There are uniform footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded again. This time, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who heard them. Many cultivators heard them as well. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. Where did these footsteps come from? Look, over there. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the depths of the plaza. A group of armored soldiers with spears in their hands were walking through the black fog in the square. Their footsteps were uniform. Heavens, wasn't this ancient city deserted a long time ago? Why is there a group of soldiers here? Many people turned pale when they saw the sudden appearance of the soldiers. The scene in front of them was too strange. How could such a group of soldiers appear in the cosmic ancient city, which had long been a ghost town? It was too strange. Hurry up and hide, said Lin Feng. He had the feeling something wasn't right. He quickly ran into the distance and hid in a corner of the street. There was a house there, so he could hide in there. The others also ran away and hid. The group of soldiers didn't seem to notice them. They walked in another direction and soon disappeared from the plaza. Did you notice? Don't those soldiers look like they're patrolling? Someone voiced out their thoughts. Many people nodded because they had the same feeling. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, Why do I feel like those soldiers aren't living people? They look like ghost soldiers. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Ghost soldiers were one of the Netherworld's army types. They were one of the Netherworld's two great armies. If they were really ghost soldiers, wouldn't that be too strange? Shouldn't ghost soldiers be in the Netherworld? Why were they in the cosmic ancient city? What are ghost soldiers from the Netherworld? Are they ghosts? Asked a cultivator. This was also a question that many people were curious about. What exactly were ghost soldiers? It was rumored that the Netherworld was a place where the dead went. For example, the 18 layers of hell, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Hall of Hell, and other places were all located in the Netherworld. In many people's opinion, if the Netherworld was a place where the dead went, then ghost soldiers should be like ghosts, right? Lin Feng said, perhaps only people in the Netherworld know what ghost soldiers are. They're too mysterious. However, I've seen ghost soldiers before, so I have some understanding of their auras. I felt that the soldiers' auras were somewhat similar to ghost soldiers. Hui Han whispered, I've heard that the Netherworld is one of the 3 highest realms, which is above the 3 highest realms. The 3 highest realms might form a passage with some special places in the world. Do you think there's a passage in the cosmic ancient city that connects to the Netherworld? That's. Many people's expressions became uncertain because they felt that Hui Han's words were indeed possible. However, if what Hui Han said was true, And there was a passageway that connected the ancient city to the underworld, then. In that case, wouldn't the beings of the underworld continuously enter the ancient star city? If those underworld beings discovered the cultivators who had entered the ancient city, would they attack them? Lin Feng said, looks like we need to be careful and avoid these netherworld creatures as much as possible. Otherwise, we might really suffer a calamity. Everyone felt that this made sense. The creatures of the underworld were too strange, and no one was willing to come into contact with them. They walked along a street. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others noticed that there were more and more underworld creatures in the ancient city. In addition to the Yin soldiers, Lin Feng and the others also saw some black-robed creatures. He wondered what those black-robed creatures were. However, the aura emitted from these creatures was extremely sinister and terrifying, causing people to shudder. Those creatures were absolutely terrifying. Ah! Suddenly, another scream was heard, and it alarmed Lin Feng and the others. They rushed in the direction of the scream. Then, they saw dozens of Yin soldiers fighting against a group of cultivators. The Yin soldiers were abnormally strong. When the cultivators' attacks landed on the Yin soldiers, they couldn't even cause any damage. However, when the Yin soldiers' attacks landed on the cultivators, many of them died tragically. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. When the cultivators died, their blood and corpses were absorbed into the ancient city. It was as if the ancient city had swallowed them. Damn! What's going on? Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw this. Lin Feng wasn't the only one whose expression changed. Everyone's expression changed again and again. Because it was really too strange. Run! Many cultivators cried out in fear, wanting to escape. However, the Yin soldiers were too strong, and they didn't let a single cultivator escape. All the cultivators were killed by the group of Yin soldiers. Don't make a sound, or you'll be discovered. Lin Feng whispered. The others nodded. Right now, no one dared to make a sound or leave. Because once they made a sound or left, they might be discovered by the Yin soldiers. If they were really discovered, it would be a terrible disaster. The group of Yin soldiers left. Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, dozens of strange black-robed existences flew over from afar. Keek keek. The black-robed monsters let out a sinister sound, like the screams of malicious spirits. It was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, and it made people feel cold all over. The black-robed monsters attacked Lin Feng and the others. The two sides collided. One of the black-robed monsters attacked Lin Feng. A pale white hand reached out from the black robe. Lin Feng collided with it, and the black-robed monster was sent flying. Then, he used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor on the black-robed monster. The black robe was torn, but a strange scene happened. There was nothing in the black robe. However, a pale white hand had clearly reached out from the black robe. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end when such a strange thing could happen. What was even more terrifying was that the black robe that Lin Feng had torn instantly recovered. The black robe flew over, and a pale white hand reached out from the black robe. The pale white hand was like a sharp sword, and it was as fast as lightning, stabbing towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw this. The black-robed monster was too fast. However, Lin Feng was not to be underestimated. In this dangerous moment, his body moved to the left, dodging the black-robed monster's attack, and then he kicked the black-robed monster away. The other cultivators were not as lucky as Lin Feng. Many of them were killed by the black-robed monsters. Their deaths could be said to be extremely tragic. A black-robed monster attacked Hui Han, and its sharp claws scratched towards her heart. The claws were like the claws of a wolf. These black-robed monsters were very strange. Some of the things that reached out from the black robes were beast claws, and some were human hands. Hui Han was unable to dodge this attack. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and her face was filled with despair. Bang! Lin Feng rushed over and sent the black-robed monster flying with a punch. Then, he grabbed Hui Han's slender waist and quickly rushed into the distance. These black-robed monsters seemed to be able to regenerate continuously. There was no way to fight them. If they stayed, they might die. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this, so he did not hesitate and fled with Hui Han. As for the others, Lin Feng did not care so much. He could not even protect himself now, so how could he care about the life and death of a group of strangers? Lin Feng ran through a dozen streets at full speed and found a safe place. He then stopped and looked for a safe place. Are you all right? Lin Feng looked at Hui Han and asked. Hui Han shook her head and said, thank you for saving me. It's just a small matter. Don't cry and shout about marrying me. I won't fall for that. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hui Han coldly snorted, who wants to repay you with their bodies? Keep daydreaming. Lin Feng sighed and said, that's good. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Hui Han was furious. No matter what, she was still a top-grade beauty, right? Which man wouldn't be infatuated with her when they saw her? But this guy, from his tone, it seemed like he despised her. When she thought of this, Hui Han had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. The unhappy Hui Han sat down on the ground in a very unladylike manner. Lin Feng sat beside Hui Han. Hui Han glared at Lin Feng and said unhappily, stay away from me. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. Lin Feng said, I'm protecting you. If some terrifying ghost soldiers or monsters from the underworld appear and you get hurt, my heart will ache. Hui Han snorted, someone's heart will ache. Are you slapping yourself in the face? Lin Feng said, even if I'm not your lover, I'm still your friend. It shouldn't be a problem for you to feel sorry for your friend, right? Hui Han rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and didn't say anything else. The girl was obviously tired. After a short time, she fell asleep on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng found an old residence to rest. Outside, it was not calm at all. Because of the appearance of the Yin soldiers and underworld creatures, many battles broke out in many places, and many cultivators died miserably. I wonder where Duzu has run off to. That guy isn't dead, is he? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Duzu's disappearance was too strange. Lin Feng still didn't understand how Duzu disappeared. He also did not know who the guy who pretended to be Duzu was. Finally, the sky gradually brightened. The darkness dispersed, and sunlight shone on the ancient city. Hui Han woke up to find herself sleeping in Lin Feng's embrace. This place was obviously not the street outside, it seemed to be a room. Did this guy carry her in? Hui Han suddenly felt that Lin Feng was much more pleasing to the eye. Hui Han carefully looked at Lin Feng's face. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, if I look closely, this guy is actually quite good-looking. At this time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Hui Han, who was originally staring at Lin Feng's face, quickly shifted her gaze away. Her beautiful face could not help but blush slightly, as if she was worried that Lin Feng would discover her little secret. Your face is so red. Tell me, do you have some dirty thoughts about me? Lin Feng grinned. Hui Han was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately shrieked, who has dirty thoughts? In any case, I didn't. Don't slander me and talk nonsense. The little girl didn't dare to stay any longer. She quickly ran out like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Hui Han run out shyly and angrily, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Teasing this little girl, Hui Han, was actually quite an interesting thing. Lin Feng stood up and went outside the room. This was an old residence. The courtyard was not particularly big, but the overall structure was very beautiful. There was a rockery in the courtyard. Next to the rockery was a pond. Even now, there was even a fountain in the pond. Hui Han was standing in the courtyard, sizing up the old residence. Lin Feng asked, what are you looking at? The feng shui of this old residence is very unusual. Hui Han said. Lin Feng was surprised, you know feng shui? Of course. Hui Han was as proud as a white peacock. She raised her arrogant head and said, our fairy sect has a feng shui master. This senior's name is famous in the starry sky world, and this young lady was fortunate enough to learn feng shui from this master for a long time. Naturally, I can analyze feng shui, look at the terrain, and find dragon veins. Lin Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Now, I suddenly feel like I like you a little. Hui Han coldly snorted and said, who cares if you like me? Lin Feng smiled and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said, what mysteries do you see in this old residence? The 3 gates are opposite, and the middle gate is wide open. There is water in the courtyard, and beside the water is a mountain. Hui Han was walking in the courtyard. This is the suppression, Lin Feng said. You know feng shui too? Hui Han looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng said, I have a deep understanding of formations, but I don't know much about feng shui. However, formations are more or less related to feng shui. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, I used some of the mysteries recorded in the formation to judge this courtyard. The 3 gates are opposite, and the middle gate is wide open, which is evil. There is water in the courtyard, which is auspicious. There is a mountain beside the water, which is a support. However, when it fuses with the entire courtyard, it is suppression. Thus, the ordinary ghost soldiers of the netherworld are very afraid of this place and won't easily enter. This is also why I hugged you to rest here last night after you fell asleep. Humph. When she heard that Lin Feng had carried her in, Hui Han immediately snorted twice. She felt a little shy, but also a little happy. Lin Feng continued, actually, I discovered that the feng shui of many old mansions isn't simple. However, my knowledge of feng shui is limited, so even though I know that some old mansions aren't simple, I can't understand their secrets. Hui Han asked, what do you think is the secret of this old mansion? There is water in the courtyard, and there is a mountain beside the water. This mountain suppresses the courtyard, so I think that there might be something in this pond, Lin Feng said. Hui Han nodded and said, I think it's very likely that it's inside. It seems like you're quite capable. Lin Feng smiled and said, could it be that you want to fish out the thing inside? Hui Han immediately nodded and said, don't you want to see what's inside? Lin Feng said, since it's something that's been suppressed here, it definitely isn't simple. If we fish it out, we might get ourselves into trouble. Hui Han pursed her lips and said, so you're not going to fish it out? Lin Feng said, who said I'm not going to fish it out? Even if it's dangerous, I'm going to fish it out. Who knows, it might be something heaven-defying. Hui Han excitedly nodded and eagerly said, let me. She then ran to the pond and took out a beast pouch. Hui Han summoned a little white mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse. Lin Feng was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had seen a treasure-seeking mouse. He had seen one at Miao Yuling's place. The treasure-hunting mouse was psychic. It was a spiritual beast that could be compared to the dragon rabbit. However, the dragon rabbit was a spiritual beast that could search for treasures. The treasure-hunting mouse, on the other hand, could search for treasures that were buried underground. The 2 spiritual beasts were good at different things. However, both the treasure-hunting mouse and the dragon rabbit had amazing abilities. After the little fellow was summoned, it began to squeak and squeak. Then, it waved its little paws as if it was saying something to Hui Han. Hui Han took out a spiritual fruit and handed it to the treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure-hunting mouse grabbed the spiritual fruit with its little paws and started chewing. So this little guy was asking Hui Han for something to eat. The treasure-hunting mouse finished the spiritual fruit in no time. Then, it patted its little belly. Then, it jumped into the pond. The treasure-hunting mouse dived into the pond and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng and Hui Han waited by the shore. About 15 minutes later, the treasure-hunting mouse swam up with a metal box. This really tired the little guy out. When they were in the water, they began to squeak. Hui Han used her magic to pull the treasure-hunting mouse and the metal box up. The treasure-hunting mouse squeaked as if it was asking for credit. You little foodie. Hui Han tapped the treasure-hunting mouse's nose with a finger. Her eyes were full of love. Then, she took out a spiritual fruit and gave it to the treasure-hunting mouse. After the treasure-hunting mouse ate the spiritual fruit, Hui Han put it back into the beast pouch. Lin Feng and Hui Han both looked at the metal box. The metal box was about 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter tall. It was made of a type of black iron. The metal box emitted a cold aura. Lin Feng touched the metal box with his hand. He immediately felt waves of cold aura entering his body. He quickly removed his hand. Hui Han asked, is there something wrong with this metal box? Lin Feng slightly frowned and said, the baleful qi is too dense. I think this iron box is filled with a demonic aura. Hui Han also reached out to touch it. Her body began to tremble as if she was about to be sealed in ice. Hui Han's strength was clearly not enough to withstand the baleful qi emitted by the iron box. As for the baleful qi, it was an extremely cold power. Weaker cultivators could very well be frozen to death. Hui Han's face was pale. She wanted to remove her right hand from the metal box, but she was shocked to find that her right hand was stuck to the metal box. She couldn't move it at all. Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed Hui Han's right hand that was placed on top of the iron box and removed her right hand from the iron box. However, Hui Han's body was still trembling. The baleful qi had invaded her body. If she couldn't resolve it, Hui Han would definitely be seriously injured by the baleful qi that had invaded her body. The little girl hugged Lin Feng with both hands, trying to obtain some warmth from Lin Feng's body. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed the arrogance and pride of the emperor's body, which was holding him back. This scale, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Of course, he knew that now wasn't the time to be distracted. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly circulated his heavenly fire. Under Lin Feng's control, a wave of heavenly fire energy surged into Hui Han's body. This wave of heavenly fire energy circulated around Hui Han's body. In an instant, all of the baleful qi. It was completely wiped out. Hui Han's pale face regained its color. It's fine now. Lin Feng patted Hui Han's perky butt. Hooligan. Hui Han's beautiful face slightly reddened, and she quickly let go of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, I was kind enough to save you, but I was slandered as a hooligan. Even the snow in June can't describe my grievance. Humph humph. Hui Han lightly snorted twice, then said, I take back what I said just now, and then I'll solemnly thank you, okay? Lin Feng said, since you really want to thank me, then you have to be sincere. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but look towards Hui Han's proud place. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Hui Han felt as if a pair of big hands were caressing her. Hui Han's body went soft, she quickly used her hands to protect her proud place. If you dare to look around again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Hui Han's fiery temper returned, and she fiercely glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng retracted his gaze, no longer continuing to tease Hui Han. His gaze fell on the mysterious metal box, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. This metal box wasn't simple, and it was densely covered with all sorts of powerful runes. Even when Lin Feng looked at those runes, he couldn't immediately think of a way to break them. What do you think is inside this metal box? Hui Han asked. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, that's hard to say, but this metal box is densely covered with runes, and it's emitting such a gloomy aura. No matter what's inside, I feel that it's very likely to be something extremely ominous. Then what do we do now? Should we open the metal box or not? Hui Han asked. She was originally very excited to open the metal box, but she had only touched it a moment ago, and she had almost lost her life. How could she have the courage to open it now? Lin Feng said, since we've already taken out the metal box, there's no reason not to open it. However, you should stay away for now. I'm worried that if we open the metal box, something terrible will happen. At that time, I might not be able to take care of you. Hui Han didn't throw a tantrum at this time. She obediently walked 30 meters away and watched from a distance. Lin Feng squatted next to the metal box, studying the runes on the metal box. The person who set up this formation is really amazing, combining all kinds of formations together. Such an exquisite method, this person's research on formations is too shocking. I might be able to use the secret technique recorded in the Celestial Master Path's 9 formation-breaking scrolls to break the formation, but I don't know if it'll work. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and he decided to give it a try. For the next 6 hours, Lin Feng kept trying to break the formation on the metal box. Finally, after trying again and again, Wang Chang's eyes lit up. Lin Feng finally found the right way to break the formation on the metal box. After spending another half an hour, Lin Feng cracked the formation on the metal box. Then, Lin Feng began to open the metal box. A gap had just been opened in the metal box. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent filled the air. That killing intent made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. At that moment, he even felt that his life was about to be taken away in an instant. The killing intent in the metal box was too strong. Lin Feng only had one thought, and that was to seal the metal box again. Otherwise, if he really opened the metal box, who knows what terrible things would happen. However, Lin Feng was not willing to seal the metal box like this. It was not easy to crack the formation on the metal box. If he didn't take a look at what was inside the metal box, wouldn't that be too regretful? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and opened the metal box. That's... Seeing the thing in the metal box, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. There were pieces of minced meat, as if someone had used a knife to cut it open. In addition to the minced meat, Lin Feng also saw fingers, toes, and so on. There were even some internal organs. However, there was no head. This was a complete corpse, and the head was missing. As for the corpse, it had been chopped into pieces. Then, it was sealed in a metal box. What kind of deep hatred did this person have? Killing someone was not enough to vent their hatred, and they even wanted to dismember the corpse. It was too bloody and violent. Boom, a terrifying killing intent emanated from the dismembered corpse, and it directly bombarded Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. He fell to the ground, almost unable to move. Lin Feng, are you okay? Hui Han exclaimed when she saw that Lin Feng was injured. She wanted to run towards Lin Feng. Don't come over, quickly leave the courtyard. This dismembered corpse has a great origin, and the killing intent it emits is too terrifying. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll be killed. Lin Feng shouted loudly. You have to be careful. Hui Han looked at Lin Feng worriedly. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to run outside. Even if she did not want to leave Lin Feng alone to face the dismembered corpse in the metal box. However, Hui Han understood that if she continued to stay here, she would not be of any help at all. Moreover, she would only distract Lin Feng. Since that was the case, leaving the courtyard was the best choice. However, it was too late for Hui Han to leave the courtyard now. The killing intent emitted by the dismembered corpse instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Hui Han was also enveloped in it. Hui Han could not withstand the killing intent emitted by the dismembered corpse. Her body was instantly sent flying, and she fell to the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood and twitching slightly. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold on for long before she died here. Damn it, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, walking towards the iron box. Only by closing the iron box and suppressing the dismembered corpse could they save Hui Han. Otherwise, not only Hui Han would die. Even he might die a horrible death. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Because the terrifying killing intent that the metal box gave off had already sealed off the courtyard, and no one could leave. The only way to get rid of the killing intent was to close the metal box and suppress the corpse again. Lin Feng's body was pierced by the killing intent emitted by the dismembered corpse, leaving bloody holes in his body one after another. But Lin Feng tried his best not to fall. Because he knew he couldn't fall. Once he fell, he would never be able to stand up again. However, the killing intent emitted by the dismembered corpse was simply too powerful. Even Lin Feng found it difficult to contend against him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the dismembered corpse. A powerful will erupted from his body. Even if he died, he wouldn't retreat. Boom, finally. In Lin Feng's body, the domineering aura reappeared. The purple domineering aura was emitted, resisting the terrifying killing intent emitted by the dismembered corpse. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the front of the iron box, closed the iron box, and then reconnected the broken array pattern. The dismembered corpse was suppressed in the iron box again. And Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. His body collapsed to the ground. This time, the domineering aura was much better than the first time. Lin Feng fainted the first time he released the domineering aura. And this time, the domineering aura was released. Although he felt that his body was soft, as if all his strength had been drained, and waves of weakness swept through his body. But fortunately, he didn't faint at least. After releasing the domineering aura for the first time, Lin Feng's body already had a partial memory of the domineering aura. This kind of physical memory might be the reason why Lin Feng didn't faint. Lin Feng hurriedly got up and dragged his tired body to Hui Han. He held Hui Han in his arms and checked Hui Han's injuries. After finding that Hui Han's life wasn't in danger, he let out a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Then Lin Feng took out 2 god-level healing pills, gave one to Hui Han, and took the other one. The domineering aura consumed a lot of the body, and Lin Feng's current cultivation wasn't enough to support the use of the domineering aura. He suffered a certain backlash. Although he didn't faint directly, he almost lost all his magical power, and there were only a few weak magical powers left in his body. Therefore, he could no longer operate the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. In the next few days, Lin Feng would be in this weak state and could only take pills to heal his injuries. After the god-level pill's medicinal power dissolved, it had an extremely amazing effect on injuries. 2 hours later, Hui Han woke up. "Ah, I didn't die?" Hui Han's face was full of disbelief. Hui Han then saw Lin Feng leaning against the side and resting. When she saw Lin Feng's pale face, her heart ached. Not long after, Lin Feng woke up as well. When he saw that Hui Han was fine, he smiled and said, "You're really lucky. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago." Hui Han showed a rare gentleness, and she knelt in front of Lin Feng like an obedient maid. She looked at Lin Feng worriedly and asked, "You don't look too good. Are you all right?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm just a little weak. It's nothing serious. I'll have to stay in this mansion for the next few days." Hui Han nodded. For the next few days, the ancient city was very restless at night, and one could hear the cultivators fighting with the netherworld creatures. Some cultivators would choose to hide in some of the old mansions, but not all of them could scare off the netherworld creatures. As a result, many cultivators were still discovered by the netherworld creatures, and they were forced to engage in fierce battles with them. 3 days later, Lin Feng's body finally recovered. He once again went to the metal box. "I really don't know what kind of deity the corpse inside was when it was alive. It's actually so terrifying." Hui Han sighed. Lin Feng said, "History has buried too many truths. Yeah, it's all a mystery. That damned iron box and that damned corpse almost cost us our lives. Let's just throw it back into the pond." Hui Han said. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Why would I throw it in? This is a great killing machine. If I don't like it, I can open the metal box and throw the corpse over. Even if a god comes, he will probably die." Lin Feng put away the metal box. Then, he and Hui Han left the old mansion. Many things happened in the past few days. Firstly, the netherworld creatures killed many cultivators. Secondly, someone discovered a few extremely ancient mansions, and within them, they found shocking things. There were rumors. In one of the ancient mansions, there was even a connate spiritual treasure. It was said that it was a supreme treasure passed down by a connate life form. This matter caused a huge uproar, and many people were heading towards that ancient mansion. P.S. Today's exam. Cough cough. Not the college entrance exam. It's the driver's license test. Yesterday, he practiced 3 times in the examination room, and all 3 times he got a 0. Old Mantu was in tears. He had to pass today, haha. There was no update in the morning. The update will be in the afternoon when he gets home. The mansion was huge, and many cultivators swarmed in. The name of the mansion was Taiyuan Dao Mansion. It was obvious that this was a place where a strong cultivator lived and cultivated. Since it was called a Dao Mansion, there might be countless treasures left behind, not just connate spiritual treasures. More and more cultivators swarmed into the mansion in search of opportunities. Actually, not everyone was here for the connate spiritual treasures. Many cultivators had a clear understanding of their own strength, so they would not take the risk to snatch the connate spiritual treasures. Instead, they set their sights on other treasures. Lin Feng and Hui Han entered the Taiyuan Dao Mansion. Immediately after, the two of them felt a spatial teleportation force wrap around them. Then, this force moved the two of them to another place. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Hui Han appeared in a bamboo forest. Cultivators were constantly being teleported here. What is this place? Many people were puzzled as they looked around. Hui Han said, "This is a space-time teleportation array, right? It teleported us here." Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems like this Tai Yuan Dao mansion is not simple. There is another small world inside the mansion." Hui Han said, "To be able to create such a small world, it must be very powerful." Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with Hui Han. Moreover, didn't they say that a connate spiritual treasure had appeared in the Tai Yuan Dao mansion? Only treasures refined by connate life forms were called connate spiritual treasures, such as the mountain and river map, the axe of cleaving heaven and earth, and the red embroidered ball. These treasures were all heaven-defying supreme treasures. Lin Feng had never seen a connate spiritual treasure before. He could not guess how powerful a connate spiritual treasure was. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of. Connate spiritual treasures were definitely existences that surpassed imperial weapons. There were about 1,000 cultivators who had been teleported to the bamboo forest. Many of them had already scattered in all directions, searching for their own opportunities. Lin Feng and Hui Han also chose a direction and headed in it. After exiting the bamboo forest, they could see a mountain peak in the distance. They could even hear the sound of the waterfall falling. To have a universe within, to create a world of its own. Such a technique is truly extraordinary. At the very least, only the giant gods, or even the great emperors, would be capable of something like this. Hui Han exclaimed. "Who exactly is the owner of this great Yuan Dao palace? How extraordinary. But did you notice that all the cultivators who entered this place were new cultivators? The cultivators who entered before didn't seem to be here." Lin Feng frowned slightly and told him about some of the strange things he discovered. Hui Han replied, "Yeah, I noticed it too. I didn't see any of the cultivators who came here before." Lin Feng said, "Let's look around and see if those cultivators are somewhere else." Hui Han nodded and searched the entire small world with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng and Hui Han were unable to find the cultivators who had entered the great Yuan Dao palace. There were more than 1,000 people here, and they had all entered at around the same time. How strange. Why did the people who came here before us all disappear without a trace? Could it be that we didn't enter the same small world as them? Hui Han voiced her doubts. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "That's possible. It seems that this great Yuan Dao palace is not simple. I'm afraid that there are 2 or more small worlds." This small world had a circumference of about 500 kilometers. In the depths of the small world, there were 9 huge mountain ranges lying in the forest. If one looked down from the sky, it was as if they could see 9 huge dragons coiling around their bodies, exuding endless draconic might. The 9 dragon heads were gathered together. This was the terrain of the 9 dragons spitting pearl. Usually, when 9 dragons gathered together, they would form the strongest dragon vein. Such places were all blessed with good feng shui. It was the most suitable place for burial. Such a huge dragon vein. This is a burial ground. The owner of the great Yuan Dao palace couldn't have buried himself here, right? Hui Han said. Lin Feng said, "That might be possible. However, even if the owner of the great Yuan Dao palace wasn't buried here, he must have buried an extraordinary person. Otherwise, there would be no need to spend so much effort to move such a huge dragon vein into this small world." There was no lack of strange people who had entered this small world. There were also people who had some understanding of feng shui, and they could also see that the 9 mountain ranges gathered together were extraordinary. Among these strange people, there was a Taoist priest. This Taoist priest was called Taoist Junyang, and he was also a space traveler. Previously, he had been together with his fellow disciples, but now, they were separated. Taoists had a deep understanding of feng shui, so Taoist Junyang was very proficient in feng shui. Even Hui Han couldn't compare to Taoist Junyang. A dragon vein gathered by 9 dragons is no small matter. If there really is a tomb here, then this tomb will be heaven-defying. After hearing Taoist Junyang's words, many people became excited and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Lin Feng muttered to himself, frowning slightly. If they were in the outside world and encountered a dragon vein like this and discovered a tomb, perhaps they would be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity. However, this was an ancient city in the starry sky. It was extremely strange. Therefore, the land where the 9 dragons gathered might contain great opportunities in the outside world, but here, there might be countless dangers. Finally, the group arrived at the depths of the dragon vein. Is that an ancient tomb? A stone tablet. Is that a tombstone? Someone pointed at the depths with a shocked expression on his face. Everyone quickly rushed over. Then, they stood beside the stone tablet and looked at it. The stone tablet was 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and 1.5 meters thick. It was stained with blood. A strong smell of blood spread out. No one knew when the blood had spilled on the stone tablet. Countless years had passed, but the blood hadn't dried up. The blood on the stone tablet hasn't dried up even after tens of thousands of years. Whose blood was spilled on the stone tablet? A cultivator asked solemnly. Do any of you recognize the ancient characters on it? Another cultivator asked as he looked at the distorted characters on the stone tablet in confusion. These were characters that had been lost for a long time. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Taoist Yunyang couldn't recognize the ancient characters on the blood-stained stone tablet. However, Lin Feng had a look of disbelief on his face. Lin Feng didn't recognize the characters on the stone tablet either. However, Lin Feng knew what the ancient stone tablet in front of him was. It was a heaven-shaking stone tablet. This was the second time he had seen a heaven-shaking stone tablet. This was an ancient stone tablet that was born before the world was created. It was said that every heaven-shaking stone tablet hid the most terrifying secret in the world. Back then, after destroying the Dugu clan, Lin Feng found a broken stone tablet in the Dugu clan's treasury. Although that stone tablet had lost its divinity, it was still surrounded by Dao runes and was extremely extraordinary. That broken stone tablet was the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Most people might not have heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablet because it was simply too mysterious. There were very few rumors about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Therefore, even if they saw the heaven-shaking stone tablet, very few people would be able to recognize it. Lin Feng had a broken heaven-shaking stone tablet, so when he saw this blood-stained stone tablet, he immediately recognized what it was. This was because the words on this blood-stained stone tablet were exactly the same as the words on the half of the heaven-shaking stone tablet that Lin Feng had obtained. Since ancient times, countless civilizations have risen and fallen. I wonder how many ancient words have appeared, and time is enough to bury too many things. Taoist Yunyang sighed. Many people nodded and then sighed with emotion. How many powerful races had disappeared in the passage of time, not to mention some ancient words. The blood-stained stone tablet is erected in front of the tomb. It's obvious that this is the tombstone of a dead cultivator in the tomb. A cultivator said. Many people agreed with this cultivator's words, but Lin Feng did not agree. Because this was not a tombstone. This was the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The mysterious and strange heaven-shaking stone tablet. Rumor has it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet had killed an emperor. One could tell how terrifying the heaven-shaking stone tablet would be once it unleashed its might. Dig up this tomb and take a look. Someone said, already impatient to break open the tomb. Lin Feng walked in front of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. He grabbed the 2 edges of the heaven-shaking stone tablet with both hands and exerted force, wanting to pull it out. However, Lin Feng failed. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was not that easy to pull out. Lin Feng had the impression that he was an ordinary person trying to shake a gigantic mountain. Brat, you don't want the treasure but the tombstone. A broken tombstone is so inauspicious, what do you want it for? Someone asked when he saw Lin Feng trying to pull out the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't say that this stone tablet was the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was better for him to keep this treasure to himself. Lin Feng said, if there really is a treasure in this tomb, with my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch it from you. I know my limits, so I'll just pick up a tombstone that none of you want and carry it away. That way, this trip won't be in vain. Pfft, Hui Han burst out laughing. She knew Lin Feng very well now, so she naturally knew that Lin Feng's words carried a hint of ridicule. Is this stone tablet very extraordinary? Hui Han muttered in her heart. She knew Lin Feng well. Lin Feng would definitely not be so interested in an ordinary stone tablet. Ha 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 ha. Brat, at least you have some self-awareness. You know that you're not strong enough to take the initiative to withdraw from the fight for treasures. Only with a personality like yours can you live longer. Some cultivators laughed. Lin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to study how to collect the heaven-shaking stone tablets. Previously, the demon lord had said that the secrets hidden in the heaven-shaking stone tablets were shocking enough. Each of the 18 heaven-shaking stone tablets had a different secret. It was said that some of the heaven-shaking stone tablets recorded the method to become an immortal. Some of the heaven-shaking stone tablets recorded the most mysterious Tao of destiny. Some of the heaven-shaking stone tablets recorded many secrets of the 3 realms and 6 paths. The secrets hidden in each heaven-shaking stone tablet were unimaginable. If he could obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablets and uncover the secrets within, he would benefit immensely. Moreover, the heaven-shaking stone tablets were magic treasures similar to natural spiritual treasures. They could even kill a great emperor. This was enough to show how terrifying the heaven-shaking stone tablets were. Lin Feng now suspected that there was a natural spiritual treasure in the great Yuandao mansion. That natural spiritual treasure couldn't be the heaven-shaking stone tablets, could it? Perhaps it was really possible. The cultivators began to dig up the graves. At this moment, Hui Han came to Lin Feng's side and asked softly, "What's so special about this stone tablet? Hurry up and tell me." Hui Han looked at Lin Feng expectantly. When he lowered his head, he could see her alluring snow-white skin. Lin Feng could only sigh. This little girl's pride was really tempting to commit a crime. Lin Feng grabbed Hui Han's delicate hand and wrote 4 words on Hui Han's palm. Hui Han seemed to have heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablets before. Therefore, when she sensed these 4 words, she was shocked. Her red lips were slightly open, and it was extremely alluring. She asked, "Are the rumors true? About them?" Hui Han pointed at the heaven-shaking stone tablets. Lin Feng said, "Before the rumors are verified, no one knows if they're true or false. We can only make a judgment after we study them." Hui Han also tried to pull out the heaven-shaking stone tablets. However, she failed. Even Lin Feng had failed, let alone Hui Han. The heaven-shaking stone tablets were too heavy. It was almost impossible to move. At this moment, a group of cultivators had already dug up the graves. An empty grave. Someone suddenly shouted. "How can this ancient grave be empty?" Many people found it hard to accept what they saw, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. They had painstakingly dug up the graves and waited happily for the treasures to appear. However, they found the graves were empty. The difference was too great. "Damn it, which bastard built such an empty grave and made us happy for nothing?" Many cultivators cursed in exasperation, and their mood was extremely bad. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the mountain peak in the depths of the graves gradually cracked open. When many people heard the commotion, they quickly flew out of the graves and stared at the mountain peak that was cracking open. Why is this mountain peak cracking open on its own? Is something going to happen? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that things were not so simple. The ancient starry sky city was full of evil. As for the Taiyuan Dao Palace, it was even more evil. Therefore, no matter what kind of strange things happened, Lin Feng did not find it strange at all. Everyone stared at the cracked mountain peak without blinking. They did not know what would appear in the cracked mountain peak. "The treasures can't be here, right?" some cultivators said, looking forward to it. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. At this time, they were still thinking about the treasures. There was no need for surprises now. It was fine as long as there were no surprises. Finally, the mountain peak in the depths of the graves cracked open. Everyone saw a skinny cultivator sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cracked mountain peak. There's no aura. It seems like he has died. Could it be the corpse of the Taiyuan Dao Palace's master? Some cultivators said excitedly. If it was really the corpse of the Taiyuan Dao Palace's master, it would be too shocking. This was because the strength of the Taiyuan Dao Palace's master was very likely to be at the level of a giant god or even a great emperor. The value of the corpse of such an expert was unimaginable. Also, the inheritance and treasures of the Taiyuan Dao Palace's master should be in his storage ring, right? Immediately, 4 or 5 cultivators rushed toward the mysterious corpse at lightning speed. Most of the people did not take action. Instead, they were observing because they were afraid. After all, the corpse of such a terrifying expert when he was alive was not something that anyone could touch just because they wanted to. The cultivators rushed to the mysterious corpse, and as expected, they met with a calamity. Bang! Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. All of the bloody mist was instantly devoured by the mysterious corpse. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. No one had expected the corpse to be so strange. It could actively devour the bloody mist and essence of cultivators. There's something wrong with this corpse. It's a little too strange. Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad premonition. The corpse did not have any life force flowing through it. How could it actively absorb the flesh and essence of the corpse? This was the strangest part, and Lin Feng could not figure out the reason behind it. It can't be a corpse transformation, right? Hui Yihan muttered softly. Don't jinx it. Many people glared at Hui Yihan. Hui Yihan stuck out her tongue and patted her chest. Then, she patted her chest. Clearly, she was frightened by the hostile gazes of a group of people. Hui Yihan whispered, I'm just telling the truth. What right do these people have to glare at me? Lin Feng smiled and said, don't you know that in this world, there are very few people who like to hear the truth, and there are many who like to hear lies? Hui Yihan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, human nature has always been like this. She then said, I'm very uneasy. Should we leave this place? Lin Feng said, I want to leave too, but the problem is that even if we leave this place, we won't be able to get out. Let's wait a little longer. If the situation doesn't seem right, it won't be too late to leave. Hui Yihan nodded and stood beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could smell the alluring fragrance coming from Hui Yihan's body. This woman was really the best of the best. Whether it was her figure, her face, or even her body fragrance, she had it all. One had to know. Among women, it was rare to find someone with a body fragrance. Women with body fragrance were often peerless beauties, just like Hui Yihan, who was a beautiful girl. What do we do now? Could it be that we're just going to watch? Some cultivators said, unwilling to give up. The mysterious corpse was wearing 3 storage rings. Who knew what treasures were in them? He was naturally unwilling to give up just like that. Everyone looked at Daoist Yunyang. This Daoist had extraordinary means, and many people hoped that he could come up with a good solution. Daoist Yunyang smiled bitterly. He was also at his wits' end. Lin Feng looked at the ancient corpse and frowned slightly. In reality, he did not approve of everyone touching this ancient corpse. This was because this ancient corpse gave Lin Feng a strange feeling, but as for what exactly was strange, Lin Feng was unable to pinpoint it. However, Lin Feng did not try to dissuade everyone. Now, everyone's eyes were red. They only had one thought, and that was to obtain the mysterious ancient corpse and the treasures in its storage rings. If Lin Feng tried to dissuade them from touching the ancient corpse, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. It was possible that such a group of experts would join forces to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally would not ask for a snub. Perhaps, I have an idea, an old cultivator said. At this moment, Lin Feng finally noticed this old cultivator. He was slightly surprised. This old cultivator was extraordinary. His aura had returned to its original state, and his great Tao was as smooth as one. There was a faint cluster of divine fire in his body that released endless divine power. However, the divine power released by the divine fire was now suppressed by this old cultivator and did not appear. This old cultivator was very low-key. If he did not speak, no one would pay attention to him. What idea? A cultivator asked. The old cultivator said, this corpse's divine power did not dissipate after death, and there are signs of it turning into an evil spirit, so we cannot touch it easily. However, there is an ancient saying that when a person dies, they can rest in peace. Previously, this corpse was buried in an ancient mountain. The mountain is made of stone, and stone is of the metal element. Metal is the main offensive element among the 5 elements, and evil spirits do not have any life aura, but their offensive power is very strong, so they were buried in the mountain. Under the imperceptible influence, this corpse is slowly transforming into an evil spirit, but if we let it rest in peace, then we can eliminate the baleful energy in its body. It was not unreasonable for people to be buried in peace after death. The earth gave birth to all living things. That was why there was a saying like Mother Earth. When a person died, they would return to the embrace of Mother Earth. This way, they would not become a lonely soul in the future and could be reincarnated. Why were there so many water ghosts in the sea? It was because people buried at sea could not be buried in peace. In the end, they would turn into evil spirits and attack sailors, cultivators, and even ordinary fishermen. And now, the old cultivator's method was to let the mysterious corpse rest in peace and let it return to the embrace of Mother Earth. At that time, the baleful energy in the mysterious corpse would fuse with the earth and be absorbed by it. Then, it would gradually settle into the depths of the earth. The earth was full of tolerance. It could contain all kinds of power without worrying about it causing any serious damage to the earth. Then let's dig up the soil and bury it now, a cultivator said. Yes, a cultivator said. The old cultivator said, the baleful energy in this corpse's body is too dense. Ordinary soil is useless to it. Someone asked, then what kind of soil do we need? The old cultivator said, the living soil of the 9 heavens is the first choice. However, this is a holy object from before the creation of the world, so there's no need to consider it. The living soil of the 9 heavens probably can't be found in the world anymore. Apart from the living soil of the 9 heavens, there is another type of soil called the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil. It's also a holy object. Although it can't compare to the living soil of the 9 heavens, I think it will have no problem dissolving the baleful energy in the corpse. Yellow Mountain Town soul soil? What kind of soil is that? I've never heard of it. Many people began to mutter. The old cultivator said, there is a mysterious yellow mountain region in the heaven realm. It is said that it gave birth to the supreme almighty of the stone tribe, the Yellow Brow's Tao ancestor. The Yellow Mountain Town soul soil is a kind of holy ground that can only be found in the depths of the Yellow Mountain region. It is said that it can suppress evil spirits, drive away evil spirits, ferry the dead, and mend the heavens and fill the seas. It is truly amazing. Someone said, we don't know where to find such a treasure. The old cultivator said, there is a fellow Taoist here who has the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil. I wonder if he is willing to part with it. Huh? There is actually someone who has such a precious treasure? Which fellow Taoist is it? Many people looked at each other in dismay. The old cultivator did not say who had the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil. It was obvious that he did not want to make things difficult for that cultivator, nor did he want to offend that cultivator. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the 1,700 people around him. He was looking for the cultivator who might have the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil. It was too difficult to find the cultivator with the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil among 1,700 people. Moreover, the cultivator didn't reveal any flaws. The old cultivator didn't give anyone any clues either. Therefore, after Lin Feng glanced around, he didn't notice anything. If the old cultivator didn't say anything, and the cultivator with the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil didn't show himself, finding him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Which brother has the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil? Brother, please take out the Yellow Mountain Town soul soil. We can guarantee that when the treasures are distributed, you will be the first to choose a powerful treasure to offset the soul soil you used. What do you think? A cultivator said and made a suggestion. That's right. We also agree to let you be the first to choose the treasure. Many cultivators were talking at the same time. At that moment, a cultivator wearing a black cloak and a bamboo hat said, Old man Xianxia's cultivation is very high. I'm impressed that you can sense the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town on me. When they saw the cultivator with the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town appear, many people became excited. The old cultivator was Old man Xianxia. He smiled and said, it's because I was lucky enough to see this treasure in my early years. I can still vaguely remember the aura of the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. That's why I can sense the soul soil's aura. After a pause, Old man Xianxia continued, since you have the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town, are you from the Huang family of the astral all-heaven domain? That's right. I'm Huang Ganming of the Huang family of the astral all-heaven domain. The cultivator said. The astral all-heaven domain was a famous domain in the starry sky. This domain was boundless, and there were as many strong cultivators as there were clouds. In the boundless starry sky, it was a famous domain. The Huang family was one of the top clans in the astral all-heaven domain. Therefore, such a power would often have some unimaginable treasures. For example, Huang Ganming had the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. It was the most precious treasure of his family. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Huang family was related to Dao ancestor Huang Mei. Therefore, their ancestor had passed down the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. Old man Xianxia said, "Daoist Huang, what do you think? Are you willing to use the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town? Since I took the initiative to show myself, I have a plan. But I have a condition." Huang Ganming said. "What plans?" Xianxia old man asked. "I want to choose 2 treasures first," Huang Ganming said. This Huang Ganming was obviously very greedy. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pick the best treasures. "Everyone, what do you think?" Old man Xianxia was a sly old fox. He didn't say anything, but asked instead. Many people's expressions darkened. They felt that Huang Ganming's request was too much. However, Huang Ganming controlled the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. Everyone had no choice but to agree with Huang Ganming. "All right, we agree." After some discussion, the other cultivators nodded in agreement. Huang Ganming smiled and said, "Since everyone agrees, that's great. I'll use Huang Shantown's soul soil to bury the corpse." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ganming leaped out and floated in the air. Light flashed in his hand, and a small handful of yellow soil appeared. This soil was the famous soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. Huang Ganming flipped his right hand, and the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town fell down. The small handful of soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town turned into sand in the blink of an eye, submerging the corpse. The corpse's body began to be buried. Before long, the yellow sand of Yellow Mountain Town's soul soil had piled up to the corpse's neck. It was about to completely bury the corpse. Screech, however, at that moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes and let out an ear-piercing screech. The corpse kept struggling. It wanted to break free from the yellow sand. Clearly, the yellow sand of Yellow Mountain Town's soul soil had caused great damage to the corpse. Baleful energy was constantly spewing out of the god corpse's body. The corpse's body began to rot. "Quick, attack him. Don't let him break free from the yellow sand," Old man Xianxia said in a low voice. He took the lead and attacked the corpse. Boom. Boom, boom. The other cultivators didn't dare hesitate and quickly attacked as well. Their attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the corpse. The god's corpse was very terrifying. Ordinary cultivators' attacks couldn't harm him at all. What really hurt him was the soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town. The soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town in Huang Ganming's hand turned into sand and submerged the corpse. The corpse's body continued to rot. Soon, even its bones could be seen. After seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The soul soil of Yellow Mountain Town was really powerful. If they didn't have this treasure, it wouldn't be easy to deal with the corpse. Screech. 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 The corpse let out one ear-piercing screech after another. Black fog rolled in his body, and an evil aura surged out. When his body was covered by the black fog, the yellow sand of Yellow Mountain Town's soul soil couldn't hurt the corpse. Then, something terrifying happened. The corpse struggled to break free from the yellow sand. At that moment, the corpse was no longer a corpse. It had turned into an evil corpse. "Oh no, I can't trap him." Huang Ganming's expression changed when he saw this. He turned around and fled. Whoosh, however, the evil corpse's speed was too fast. As if it had teleported, its body shook slightly, and an afterimage appeared. In the next moment, the corpse arrived in front of Huang Ganming. The evil corpse's right hand instantly pierced through Huang Qianming's chest. Huang Qianming felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw that the evil corpse that pierced through his chest was actually holding his heart. "I can't believe I died just like that," Huang Ganming shouted in disbelief. In the next moment, the corpse pulled out its right hand from Huang Ganming's chest. Huang Ganming's corpse fell down. Huang Ganming opened his mouth. The evil corpse opened its mouth and began to eat Huang Ganming's heart raw. Its mouth was full of blood, and it was extremely bloody. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. Attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this corpse with so many of us. A cultivator shouted. That's right, we have more people. We can definitely kill this corpse, someone else said. Rumble, all 1,700 cultivators attacked at once. All kinds of powerful attacks were thrown at the corpse. Those attacks could be said to be apocalyptic. They drowned the corpse in an instant. But the devil corpse opened its bloody mouth and suddenly inhaled. The attacks from the 1,700 people were all swallowed by it. Isn't this a little too abnormal? Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw the zombie swallow everyone's attacks in one gulp. The zombie's strength was indescribable with words. This was after the evil corpse had suffered serious injuries, yet it still had such terrifying fighting strength. It was hard to imagine what kind of fighting strength the evil corpse had when it was not injured. We're in trouble now. We have to leave quickly. The zombie can't fight it at all. We have to find a way out. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He grabbed Hui Han's hand and rushed into the distance. The zombie was so strong that it made people despair. They were simply overestimating themselves if they wanted to fight the zombie. Lin Feng was very clear about this. The others were also very clear about this. The only way to escape was to find a way out. However, it was obviously not an easy task. Many people had tried to find a way out before, but to no avail. Now, it was easier said than done to find a way out. However, other than this method, what else could they do to leave this strange small world? Hurry up and run. Many people cried out in fear and fled into the distance. The zombie had already rushed into the crowd and started to attack everyone crazily. The zombie was too fast. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen in the void. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. The zombie grabbed the hearts of the cultivators and threw them out. The zombie only ate the hearts. It didn't even touch the other parts of the body. After the cultivators' corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly swallowed by the earth. It was a hair-raising scene. Lin Feng had seen the ancient cosmic city devouring cultivators' corpses before. He didn't expect that it wasn't just the ancient cosmic city that could devour cultivators' corpses. Even the small world in the Great Yuandao Palace could devour cultivators' corpses. Many cultivators died tragically under the zombie's sharp claws, while the others were lucky enough to escape. The zombie didn't immediately look for other cultivators. Instead, it went to the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It sneered and said, "Great Yuandao Palace Lord, did you think that there would be a day when I would return? You schemed so hard to kill me, but didn't you fail in the end? And now, you don't even have a corpse left behind. If you knew this day would come, would you still have insisted on fighting me to the death? Won't rest until one of us dies?" The evil corpse wiped off the blood on the heaven-shaking stone tablet, then licked the blood on his finger with his scarlet tongue. The evil corpse said eerily, "It tastes really good. This might be the only thing you left in this world." The evil corpse took a deep breath and swallowed all the blood on the heaven-shaking stone steel. However, the blood had been on the heaven-shaking stone steel for too long, so it had formed patches of blood-red imprints. "This heaven-shaking steel now belongs to me." The evil corpse laughed sinisterly. He held the heaven-shaking steel with both hands and lifted it up. After that, the evil corpse soared into the sky and flew into the distance. In the end, it arrived in front of a waterfall. The evil corpse placed the heaven-shaking steel in the waterfall to wash it. "Wash away the past, and you will have a new master." The evil corpse cleaned the heaven-shaking steel. The heaven-shaking steel suddenly became smooth, and the small words that were originally covered by dust. Now, they had also appeared. These words. The evil corpse seemed to recognize them. "Bury the 9 heavens, reverse the chaos of billions of generations." The evil corpse read the words on it. There were about 3,000 to 4,000 words, and he frowned. The heaven-shaking steel recorded a huge secret. And now, the evil corpse was coming into contact with these secrets. However, the evil corpse only read a few dozen words, and the 3,000 to 4,000 words gradually disappeared. why did it disappear? The evil corpse roared angrily. The heaven-shaking steel was very mysterious. Rumor had it that there were originally 18 wordless heavenly steels, and the words on them were not carved by humans. It was the heaven-shaking steel that took the initiative to manifest. Since it could manifest the words on its own, then, naturally, it could also make these words disappear. And now, these words had disappeared. Come out, hurry up and come out. The evil corpse punched the heaven-shaking steel again and again. However, he was simply unable to destroy the heaven-shaking steel. And the words on the heaven-shaking steel did not continue to manifest. This damned steel. I almost lost my life because of you, but you hid your own secrets. The evil corpse kept cursing. In the past, the heaven-shaking steel was actually obtained by the Taiyuan Palace Lord by chance. Later, the evil corpse found out that he had killed the Taiyuan Palace Lord's entire family while he was out, and then wanted to snatch the heaven-shaking steel. However, the evil corpse did not expect the Taiyuan Palace Lord to rush back in time and seal the evil corpse in his own small world. After that, the Taiyuan Palace Lord and the evil corpse started an intense battle. This battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The evil corpse used the heaven-shaking steel to kill the Taiyuan Palace Lord. However, before Lin Feng, the Taiyuan Palace Lord had used his strongest attack to completely destroy the evil corpse. Unfortunately, the Taiyuan Palace Lord had only destroyed the evil corpse's soul, but not its physical body. The evil corpse was very terrifying when it was alive. If its physical body was not destroyed, it could turn into an evil spirit in the future. Countless years had passed. It had really turned into an evil spirit. However, the evil corpse was no longer the god of the past. The evil corpse could not make the words on the heaven-shaking steel appear again. In anger, the evil corpse soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The cultivators in this small world were instantly in trouble. Many people died tragically under the evil corpse's attack. This small world was not big. It had a radius of 500 miles. With the evil corpse's spiritual sense, it could cover the entire small world. Therefore, they wanted to escape from the evil corpse. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not long later, the cultivators in the small world were basically killed by the evil corpse. The evil corpse ate their hearts. And the corpses were devoured by the small world just like before. Come out. Above a mountain range, the evil corpse slapped the mountain range below with a cold and eerie voice. Bang, the mountain range collapsed. Then, a cultivator rushed out from the mountain range. This cultivator was actually Old Man Xian. Old Man Xian fled into the distance. He had no intention of fighting the evil corpse at all. This was because the evil corpse was too terrifying. No one was a match for it. You can't get away. The evil corpse rushed forward and said coldly. In a mountain forest more than 10 miles away, Lin Feng and Hui Han were hiding. They looked at Old Man Xian and the evil corpse in the sky with a serious expression. Old Man Xian is a divine flame realm expert. He should have some hidden methods. I wonder if he can fight against the evil corpse. Hui Han said with a pale face. It's useless. The evil corpse is too strong. Old Man Xian will definitely fall. Lin Feng said. His heart was heavy. Most of the cultivators who entered this small world should have died. Would it be his and Hui Han's turn soon? Boom. A terrifying shockwave swept through the world. The evil corpse's attack was very terrifying, directly enveloping Old Man Xian, making it impossible for him to dodge. Old Man Xian had no choice but to stop to block the evil corpse's attack. After all, Old Man Xian was a divine fire realm expert, so he was not to be underestimated. Old Man Xian's hands continuously changed seals. Powerful mana fluctuations surged out, and above the 9 heavens, the Milky Way world appeared. Then, one star after another smashed towards the evil corpse. The stars fell like rain. This was an extremely tyrannical attack. Even though he was far away, Lin Feng could feel the power of Old Man Xian's sacred art. However, the evil corpse was even stronger. Facing the falling stars, the evil corpse waved his right hand, and monstrous demonic chi surged. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of collision one after another. Stars were shattered one after another. Mountain-shattering fist. The evil corpse stood in midair and punched out 1,000 meters away from Old Man Xian. Old Man Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew backwards. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body exploded, dripping with blood. The evil corpse was an almost invincible existence. A casual attack was actually able to injure an expert like Old Man Xian so heavily. Lowly creature, a mere ninth layer of the divine fire realm dares to jump around in front of me. If it was in the past, a cultivator like you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be my servant. The evil corpse looked at Old Man Xian indifferently. This kind of arrogance came from the depths of his bones. The evil corpse did not put Old Man Xian in his eyes at all. Of course, the evil corpse had this strength. Perhaps, in the eyes of the evil corpse, Old Man Xian was just an ant. Old Man Xian laughed bitterly and said, I never thought that I, Xian, would finally die in this place. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from Old Man Xian's body. Next. A large amount of flames surged out of Old Man Xian's body. Those flames wrapped around Old Man Xian's body. Old Man Xian's body burned fiercely. Old Man Xian's body naturally, his battle strength to the extreme and rushed towards the evil corpse. Divine fire to ignite the body? You want to fight me one last time? The evil corpse immediately revealed a sneering expression. In the eyes of the evil corpse, no matter what method Old Man Xian used to increase his battle prowess, Old Man Xian had to use. To him, they posed no threat at all. Very quickly, Old Man Xian arrived in front of the evil corpse. The evil corpse's expression was cold. He raised his right hand and slashed at Old Man Xian. Just as the attack was about to land on Old Man Xian, his body suddenly swelled. Old Man Xian didn't want to have a final battle with the evil corpse. Instead, he wanted to self-destruct. Madman, self-destructing will destroy your body and soul. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Seeing that Old Man Xian was about to self-destruct, the evil corpse's expression changed abruptly. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid Old Man Xian. Old Man Xian's face twisted. What reincarnation? Even if there really is a reincarnation, I don't care anymore. I just want your life. No matter what price I have to pay, I won't regret it. Old Man Xian gave chase. Then, his body instantly exploded. The self-detonation of a Godfire realm powerhouse was naturally incomparably terrifying. The evil corpse was submerged in the energy of Old Man Xian's self-destruction. At the center of the explosion, an angry roar could be heard. The evil corpse rushed out and roared at the sky. One of his arms was blown off. Apart from that, the evil corpse didn't suffer any other injuries. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. That was the self-destruction of a divine fire realm expert. Unexpectedly, it only destroyed one of the evil corpse's arms. This evil corpse was too terrifying, wasn't it? You actually made me lose an arm. You really deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. The evil corpse's expression was gloomy. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear Old Man Xian into pieces, but Old Man Xian had already died. The evil corpse finally soared into the sky and flew away. He left. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The cave he and Hui Han were hiding in was covered by a concealment restriction. Even the evil corpse didn't discover them. Hui Han sighed and said, even a powerful existence like Old Man Xian died. Sooner or later, he'll discover us. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry now. I'm studying the formation to break this small world. It's only a matter of time. Hui Han smiled and said, I believe you can definitely do it. At night, Hui Han took the initiative to snuggle into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng immediately felt apprehensive. What was wrong with this girl's brain? She actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Hui Han saw that Lin Feng was looking at her. She directly sat on Lin Feng's body and began to tear off Lin Feng's clothes. What are you doing? Lin Feng grabbed Hui Han's hand. This girl is too abnormal. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Hui Han struggled free from Lin Feng's big hands, and then continued to tear off Lin Feng's clothes. I might die tomorrow. I've never had a man before, so I don't know what it's like. I want to try it. Hui Han's voice was trembling, her body was also trembling, but her movements were crazy, and Lin Feng's clothes were torn apart. Many times, when one was facing death, it might not be that terrifying. What was truly frightening was the process of waiting for death. From Hui Han's point of view, Lin Feng's words during the day were only to comfort her. This small world simply could not be broken. She and Lin Feng could be discovered by the evil corpse at any time. Then, at that time, what they faced was death. Therefore, Hui Han wanted to go crazy. Hui Han's pink lips bit Lin Feng's lips, her movements were very jerky. Lin Feng felt that if he really did something with Hui Han now, wouldn't it be too beastly? After all, the current Hui Han was very abnormal. However, Lin Feng could not resist the passionate Hui Han. If one day you go out, will you regret today's madness? Lin Feng asked. I don't regret it. I don't hate you. On the contrary, I like you a little. Hui Han bit her lips and said. I'm willing to let you take my body. Hui Han's voice trembled. Hui Han had already said so much. If he were to push her away now, he would be in trouble. Was that still a man? Lin Feng also began to take the initiative. That night. For Hui Han, it was a special day. Because she had been a young girl. She had become a young woman. The one-armed evil corpse became even crazier. It searched everywhere for the cultivators that entered the small world. Originally, there weren't many cultivators left alive in the small world. When the evil corpse searched for these cultivators for the second time, the cultivators that were originally hiding were all found by the evil corpse. Then, the evil corpse mercilessly killed them and ate their hearts. There's something else here? When the corpse passed by the mountain range where Lin Feng and Hui Han were hiding, its eyes flickered with dense killing intent. It was obvious that the corpse had found something amiss. No one can escape the fate of death, boom. The corpse attacked with a palm strike towards the mountain range. We've been discovered. Hui Han said with a pale face. After Hui Han turned from a young girl to a young married woman, she had a charming temperament and was even more enchanting than before. Lin Feng took out the void teleportation talisman. After the talisman was activated, it released a spatial teleportation power that instantly enveloped the two of them. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and Hui Han disappeared without a trace. Bang, the corpse's attack landed on the mountain range that stretched for more than 10 li, causing the entire mountain range to crumble. They're not here, but such a powerful spatial teleportation power. Did they use the void teleportation talisman to leave? The corpse's eyes flickered with coldness. Its powerful divine sense continued to search the pocket world. Lin Feng and Hui Han appeared 50 li away. The pocket world was empty, and there were no other cultivators. Lin Feng brought Hui Han to many places, hoping to find some clues that would allow them to leave the pocket world. However, the corpse was always able to lock onto them and chase after them. Brat, do you think you can escape? I am the ruler of this pocket world. The corpse's voice was cold. Ruler? The outside world is very big. Do you know how much the word ruler means? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Lin Feng mocked. There was no need to be polite to the corpse. Could it be that he would be able to escape this calamity just by saying nice words? Lin Feng took out the void teleportation jade talisman. He and Hui Han disappeared once again. It's that stone tablet. Hui Han saw the heaven-shaking steel beside a pool of water. She pointed at it and said. Lin Feng landed. The blood on the heaven-shaking steel had already disappeared. Was it swallowed by the evil corpse? Hey, look, there are two kinds of bloodstains on the stone tablet. One is dark, and the other is brighter. Hui Han pointed at the stone tablet. Lin Feng looked over and indeed discovered this point. This was the bloodstain left behind by the blood that had spilled on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The brighter colors were obviously left behind by the fresh blood that had not dried up not long ago. As for the dark bloodstains, they were clearly even more ancient. When Lin Feng saw the faint color of the blood, his sovereign blood began to tremble. Then, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry. "This is the blood of an ancestor? It spilled on the heaven-shaking stone tablet?" muttered Lin Feng. It was the ancestor of his mother's clan. The inheritance of a sovereign's bloodline. Lin Feng reached out and touched the bloodstains. His body trembled slightly. What had happened in the past? The sovereign's clan had existed before the creation of the world. Nua, Pangu, and the others had all been friends with the first generation of the sovereign's clan. Over the years, there had been very few members of the sovereign's clan. From the creation of the world until now, there had been less than 10 of them. Which ancestor had suffered such a calamity that his blood had spilled on the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Swish! In the distance, there was a flash of light. The evil corpse appeared again. He smiled viciously at Lin Feng and Hui Han, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "He's chasing us again." Hui Han's face paled. Lin Feng gave Hui Han a storage ring and said, "There are many teleportation talismans in there. Leave for now. I have a way to deal with him." Hui Han bit her lip, but she didn't leave. Lin Feng crushed a teleportation talisman and teleported her somewhere else. "You're sending someone away and staying behind? Do you think you can stay behind and fight me?" The evil corpse's eyes flashed with killing intent. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he walked towards Lin Feng. An evil aura filled the air. It was as if this place had turned into a living hell. "Who are you? What era are you from?" Lin Feng looked at the evil corpse indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha. I am the heavenly Tao, high and mighty. I control everything in this world, including the lives and deaths of countless living things," said the evil corpse proudly. "Heavenly Tao? Who are you trying to fool?" Lin Feng sneered. "Your life is in my hands, yet you dare to question me? Do you know the consequences of questioning me?" The evil corpse said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. "Since I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather take a gamble. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to win." Lin Feng arrived in front of the stone stele and circulated his sovereign emperor blood. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a strong connection between his sovereign emperor blood and the dried sovereign emperor blood on the stone stele. Suddenly, the sovereign emperor blood on the heaven-shaking stone stele, which had only dried up, began to change. In the blink of an eye, the dried sovereign emperor blood turned red. It turned into a pool of sovereign emperor's blood, covering half of the stone stele. It was as if they had returned to ancient times. It was the scene of the sovereign emperor blood splattering all over the stone stele. "What's going on? I've already devoured the Taiyuan Palace Lord's blood. Why is it appearing now?" The evil corpse was flabbergasted and frowned. "Taiyuan Palace Lord? Is that the master of the Taiyuan Palace?" "This isn't his blood," Lin Feng said. "It's not his blood? Humph. The Taiyuan Palace Lord is one of the 9 sovereigns of the celestial realm. He's a supreme existence, and his blood is the most powerful blood. This blood isn't even worth mentioning." The evil corpse sneered. From the evil corpse's words, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the ancient cosmic city. It was most likely an ancient city from the celestial realm of the 3 realms. The Taiyuan Palace Lord's identity wasn't simple. But so what, he was nothing compared to the sovereign emperor ancestor. He was nothing. "You're really arrogant. Are you on the same level as the Taiyuan Palace Lord? Do you think you're high and mighty and can look down on the other worlds?" "What a joke," Lin Feng said indifferently. "An ant dares to spout nonsense in front of me? Do you know what the 3 realms, 6 paths, 10,000 worlds, and other world are like? I was a supreme sovereign back then." The evil corpse said coldly. "That's because you don't know who the owner of the blood on the stone stele is. In front of him, you're nothing," said Lin Feng coldly. He grabbed the edge of the stone tablet with both hands and shouted loudly. Then, he suddenly put some strength into his hands. Rumble. Lin Feng shook the stone stele. Lin Feng wanted to lift it up and kill the evil corpse. "Brat, you want to lift the heaven-shaking stele? Who do you think you are?" Is the heaven-shaking steel something you can lift just because you want to? The corpse looked at Lin Yun with disdain. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng with disdain and ridicule. In the corpse's eyes, Lin Feng was overestimating himself. Ancestor. My blood will never die. My battle intent will never die. I hope I can inherit your martial prowess. Give me a chance. Fight to the death. Even if I die 100 times, I won't regret it. Lin Feng shouted. At that moment, the sovereign emperor's blood in his body vibrated with terrifying fluctuations. Lin Feng's sovereign emperor's blood and the sovereign emperor's blood on the heaven-shaking steel were becoming closer and closer. Finally, the sovereign emperor's blood on the heaven-shaking steel emitted a powerful energy that entered Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng could feel the power in his body increasing crazily. Ah! Lin Feng roared. The heaven-shaking steel was gradually lifted up by him. How is this possible? The corpse looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. It's really my heaven-shaking steel. It belongs to me alone. Whoever touches it, I'll make sure they die without a grave. The corpse roared furiously, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Boom, the corpse charged at Lin Feng with boundless killing intent. Sharp claws. Then, he slapped at Lin Feng. The void was collapsing. The corpse wanted to bury Lin Feng in the shattered spacetime. I came here with the heaven-shaking steel. I'm destined to suppress all living things. Lin Feng was carrying the gigantic stone in his hand and moving forwards with great difficulty. The shattered spacetime couldn't harm him at all. Lin Feng used the heaven-shaking steel to suppress the corpse. Asterisk bang, asterisk along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud noise. The corpse was sent flying by the heaven-shaking steel. Wah! The corpse spat out a mouthful of blood. The heaven-shaking steel was simply too powerful. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shattering the heavens and the earth, collapsing the universe. Even someone as powerful as the evil corpse was sent flying, unable to resist. You want to use my treasure against me? You deserve to die. The evil corpse angrily roared. Yours? If it's yours, why can't you summon it back? Lin Feng's expression was cold. He continued to carry the heaven-shaking steel and charged towards the evil corpse. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. The evil corpse's voice contained deep resentment. To be hurt by an ant like Lin Feng. The evil corpse was unable to accept this. As far as the evil corpse was concerned, this was a stain in his life. The evil corpse only had one thought, and that was to ruthlessly torture Lin Feng, and let Lin Feng die in pain. Bang! Both sides clashed once again. Lin Feng used the heaven-shaking steel to kill the evil corpse. This was his only way to deal with the evil corpse. The evil corpses were very powerful and terrifying. But in the end, they were unable to contend against the heaven-shaking steel. Because the heaven-shaking steel was too strange, it hid too many secrets. Crack! Crack! This time, after the evil corpse was sent flying, its body began to crack. Just how powerful was the corpse's physical bodies, it was actually unable to resist the suppression of the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng finally saw the hope of killing the evil corpse. He took the initiative to attack the evil corpse. The evil corpse wanted to dodge. But the heaven-shaking steel's aura had locked onto him. The evil corpse had no way to dodge. He had no choice but to face the terrifying and demonic heaven-shaking steel. Bang! The evil corpse was sent flying by the heaven-shaking steel for the third time. This time, the evil corpse suffered an even more serious injury. Half of its body exploded, and pitch-black blood flowed out. The evil corpse's blood emitted a fishy smell that made people feel nauseous. Ah! The evil corpse roared towards the sky, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. He was completely enraged, his anger overflowing to the heavens. The evil corpse's body burned fiercely. He was burning his evil source. To increase his combat strength. The evil corpse wanted to fight with Lin Feng to the death. The evil corpse had probably already seen that Lin Feng had already controlled the heaven-shaking steel. Although the evil corpse didn't know. Lin Feng, such a weak ant, how could he control the heaven-shaking steel? but the evil corpse had some guesses in his heart. He guessed. Could it be related to the blood on the heaven-shaking steel? But whether or not it was because of this reason. Lin Feng had already controlled the heaven-shaking steel. This was an indisputable fact. Only those who had walked through that era knew how terrifying the heaven-shaking steel was. The evil corpse attacked for the fourth time. The evil corpse that was burning his evil source was crazily increasing his combat strength. When he collided with the heaven-shaking steel for the fourth time, the evil corpse was only pushed back, but he wasn't injured again. As the evil source continued to burn, the evil corpse's combat strength also soared. When the evil corpse attacked for the fifth time, he was already able to withstand the heaven-shaking steel's attack. Ha 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 ha. Brat, so what if you control the heaven-shaking steel? How can an ant like you unleash the power of the heaven-shaking steel? The evil corpse laughed. The sixth time. He slapped the heaven-shaking steel with one palm, while the other palm slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the death god armor. The evil corpse's attack landed on Lin Feng's body. Crack! Crack! Even with the death god armor's defense, Lin Feng's bones were broken. Puff! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. His body staggered backward, almost unable to withstand the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was already very difficult to carry the heaven-shaking steel. Not to mention that he had suffered such serious injuries. You can't hold on any longer? A lowly ant wants to contend against fate? What a joke. The evil corpse's voice was cold as he attacked for the seventh time. He sent out another palm strike towards Lin Feng. This palm strike. It was even more powerful. Just as this palm was about to envelop him, Lin Feng felt the aura of death that he had never felt before. It enveloped his entire body. At that moment, he felt it. It was as if his life no longer belonged to him. At the moment when the attack was about to hit Lin Feng, Lin Feng's expression changed. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the void. Hui Han stood in front of Lin Feng. Bang! The evil corpse's attack landed on Hui Han's body. Hui Han spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was like a kite with a broken string. She flew backwards. With a plop. Hui Han fell to the ground, motionless. At that moment, Lin Feng was completely stunned. Even the evil corpse was stunned. The evil corpse sneered and said, "Sacrificing yourself for others, you lunatic." "Ah, I want your life." Lin Feng roared. The sovereign emperor's blood in his body began to spin rapidly, and a powerful sovereign's power surged into Lin Feng's body. The heaven-shaking steel smashed towards the evil corpse's head. The evil corpse's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated, but it was already too late. Bang! The heaven-shaking steel smashed into the evil corpse's head. The evil corpse's head instantly exploded into pieces. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng threw away the heaven-shaking steel and rushed towards Hui Han. The beauty had passed away, leaving Lin Feng alone to grieve. "The first time I saw you, you were so feisty, but you were so stunning. The second time I saw you, I started to like your fiery personality. It was hard to imagine that you would come to my place in the middle of the night to beat up Duzu. The third time I saw you, I couldn't help but tease you when I saw how angry you were. The fourth time I saw you, you were the one who woke me up. Did you know? I was cursed by the Celestial Master sect. If you hadn't pulled me back, I might have died. Only when I got along with you did I realize how cute you are. I never thought that there would be a day when you would fall by my side, and I couldn't do anything." Lin Feng shed tears. This was the woman who had died to save him. "You once told me that I didn't hate you. On the contrary, I liked you a little. Just a little. Would you give up your life for me?" Lin Feng hugged Hui Han's body, which was gradually turning cold. Since ancient times, love had been left behind. It was easy to wake up from a good dream. It was difficult to free oneself from the plucking of flowers. Pitifully, the flying catkins were too drifting. The fragrant nest was suddenly formed in a Mandarin Ducks Association. A new sentence was written on a jade screen. If it wasn't for parting, her intestines would have been broken. Her old clothes would have been stained with tears. Whispered Lin Feng. He felt like his heart was about to break. This was a woman who was willing to give up her life for him. But now, this beautiful woman had passed away. Everything from the past was still vivid in his mind. It was hard to forget. Yes, I still have the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin. Lin Feng thought of the coffin. The demon lord had once told Lin Feng about the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin and its tragic story. The 3 lives 3 worlds coffin. Rumor has it that it was made of reincarnation wood to preserve corpses. After 3 lives and 3 worlds, the dead will come back to life. This indeed sounded inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was just listening to the story as if it were a beautiful story. But now, Lin Feng really hoped. The rumor was true. After 3 lives and 3 worlds, she would wake up. Lin Feng took out the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin and put Hui Han inside. Maybe the best way is to bury her in the place where the dragon veins gather. Lin Feng gently stroked Hui Han's face. If the rumor is true, I will try my best to survive. After 3 lives and 3 worlds, I will come looking for you, said Lin Feng. He took out a jade pendant. This was the only thing of Lin Feng's life. His name was written on the back of the jade pendant. This is a jade pendant my mother gave me. With it by your side, I hope you won't feel lonely. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed Yi Han's forehead. Then, he closed the coffin of 3 lives, 3 worlds. At the place where the 9 dragon veins converged, Lin Feng buried the 3 lives coffin there. He set up a stone tablet. The tomb of my beloved wife, Hui Han, was written on it. It was an unforgettable pain. Lin Feng stood in front of the lonely grave for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, the stone tablet soared into the sky. Is the heaven-shaking steel leaving? Lin Feng murmured to himself. He was sad as he chased after it. The stone tablet soared into the sky. It shattered the small world. Then, it flew away. Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he followed the stone tablet and flew away. He returned to the ancient city in the starry sky. The great Yuandao palace wasn't far away. The stone tablet had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng walked alone in the ancient city and arrived in front of the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Nuwa. I hope you can protect her. After 3 lives and 3 worlds, she can come back to life. Lin Feng kowtowed to the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Boy, it's you. A cold shout came from the distance, accompanied by dense killing intent. Lin Feng looked over. It was the 3-eyed golden lion clan. There was the little lion king, Xian Dao Yuan, and a dozen other cultivators. The strongest of them were 2 old men. They should be divine flame realm cultivators. The 3-eyed golden lion tribe's strength was enormous. What's the matter? Lin Feng stood up and said coldly. The little lion king sneered. You dare ask me what the matter is? Boy, kneel down and end your life. That way, you can die a quick death. If you make us do it, you'll die miserably. The noise attracted some cultivators in the surroundings. Many people gathered in the square and looked at the 2 sides in shock. They didn't know Lin Feng. But they knew the 3-eyed golden lion clan's experts. When they saw that Lin Feng was alone and surrounded by the 3-eyed golden lion clan's experts, they all felt that Lin Feng was about to suffer a calamity. A few female cultivators walked over from the distance. They were Hui Han's fellow disciples. The female cultivator wearing a gauze dress with her face covered was among them. When she saw Lin Feng, she was slightly surprised. Senior sister, isn't that the boy? Asked one of the female cultivators. The woman nodded and didn't say anything. I'm in a bad mood. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll take your lives. Lin Feng glanced coldly at the little lion king, then at the other 3-eyed golden lions. Many people were stunned. Wasn't this boy too arrogant? He was surrounded by so many experts of the 3-eyed golden lion clan. And he still dared to be so arrogant. This completely overturned everyone's understanding of the word arrogant. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The little lion king laughed savagely. Come with me and kill him, said Xian Dao Yuan coldly. Said Xian Dao Yuan, smiling icily. A dozen strong cultivators from the 3-eyed golden lion clan surrounded Lin Feng. The 2 divine fire realm experts didn't attack. They just watched coldly. In their opinion, killing Lin Feng wasn't a big deal. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He directly took out his forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. After that, Lin Feng activated his purple lightning hammer. Boom. The purple lightning hammer emitted a terrifying aura. Purple lightning coiled around Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung the purple lightning hammer and smashed it at the little Lion King. The purple lightning hammer was too terrifying. Millions of lightning bolts rained down. No. The little Lion King felt the terror of the purple lightning hammer and cried out in fear. Bang! In the next moment, the little Lion King was killed by Lin Feng's purple lightning hammer. Next, Lin Feng attacked Xianxia and Daoyuan and the others. Hammer after hammer smashed over. Xianxia and Daoyuan and the others couldn't resist the purple lightning hammer's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies were destroyed. Their souls were destroyed. Run. The two Divine Fire Realm experts' expressions changed. The purple lightning hammer's power was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. We can't escape. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He rushed forward with the purple lightning hammer and smashed it down 36 times. Bang! Bang! The two Divine Fire Realm experts of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan couldn't win. They were smashed into meat paste by Lin Feng's purple lightning hammer. Author's note: Hui Han won't die. She'll wake up in the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin. This is a trap at the end of the story. They're all dead? Isn't that too awesome? Even the two Divine Flame Realm experts from the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan were killed. No wonder they're so arrogant. If I had that kind of battle prowess, I wouldn't have put the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan in my eyes either. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan is usually high and mighty. They can kill people with a single thought. Now that they've kicked an iron plate, they really deserve it. Many people started whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng, they were astonished, they couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng put away the purple lightning hammer, then took the spatial rings of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan members. He walked off into the distance. Everyone made way for Lin Feng. Respect for the strong was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. Lin Feng saw Hui Han's fellow disciples. He was slightly surprised, but then he walked over. Senior sister, that guy is coming. He seems to be coming for us. A few female cultivators whispered. The leader of the group, a veiled woman, nodded. When Lin Feng walked over, she bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Hui Han, she. I wonder if she still has any family? Lin Feng asked. He really couldn't bring himself to say that Hui Han had died. Lin Feng had placed his hopes on the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin. One day, Hui Han would come back to life. The female cultivators naturally understood what Lin Feng was trying to say. When they heard the bad news, they all started sobbing. With Hui Han's impetuous personality, she was very popular among her fellow apprentice and junior apprentice sisters. The masked woman said, Junior sister Hua is very pitiful. She was picked up by an elder in the sect after the rain. It seems like she was an abandoned child. When she was young, her body would often become as hot as a fireball. There were many times when she was almost burned to death by the high temperature. Time and time again, she narrowly escaped death. Later, the elder who picked her up decided to go into the 9 profound glacial ice abyss to find the 9 profound glacial jade in order to help junior sister Hua suppress the fire energy in her body. That elder brought back the 9 profound glacial jade, but because he was injured in a battle with the ferocious beasts protecting the jade, he died not long after he came back. Junior sister Hua was only 13 years old that year. Even when she was half dead, she never cried. She was very strong, but when that elder's death, she cried. She was abandoned as a child. Junior sister Hua was her only family. The masked woman didn't continue speaking, and her eyes turned slightly red. Hui Han was very pure Hui Han. After interacting with her, Lin Feng realized how pure and cute she was. Hui Han cherished her relationship with her fellow disciples. Perhaps it was because she had been abandoned as a child. The female cultivator from the Celestial Maiden sect who had adopted her had died a tragic death. She had become an orphan again. This made Huihan cherish her hard-won relationship even more, regardless of whether it was her fellow disciples. Maybe it was because of her feelings for Lin Feng. Lin Feng bid farewell to Huihan's fellow disciples and walked deeper into the ancient city. Now, his heart was filled with pain. The more he understood Huihan, the more he understood her, the more his heart ached for her. When night fell, the ancient city was still very restless. The passage to the underworld would open, and the creatures of the underworld would appear. Many people would choose to hide at this time. However, some unlucky people would be discovered by the creatures of the underworld. Then, they would have no choice but to fight with the creatures of the underworld. Some people would die tragically, while others would successfully escape. Lin Feng saw many creatures of the underworld, such as soldiers, black-robed monsters, and so on. They were all heading in one direction. He was very puzzled. He didn't know where these creatures of the underworld were going. Lin Feng carefully followed behind and walked deeper into the ancient city. In the end, he saw those terrifying beings of the underworld enter an ancient mansion. It was a mansion shrouded in darkness. In the rolling black fog, there were densely intertwined runes. This place was completely sealed. The surrounding spacetime was distorted. Outsiders couldn't enter at all. What is this place? Lin Feng was puzzled. He was very puzzled. He wanted to sneak in, but he was discovered by the creatures of the underworld. Hundreds of creatures of the underworld chased after Lin Feng. F***ck. Just don't let me leave. Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng shouted gloomily and quickly ran into the distance. The creatures of the underworld chased after him relentlessly. Lin Feng found it very difficult to shake off those terrifying creatures of the underworld. Come here quickly. The door to a courtyard was opened. Lin Feng saw Du Zhu. He quickly rushed in, and Du Zhu quickly closed the door. There were many people gathered in the courtyard. Lin Feng saw the old monk and the Taoist priest. It seemed that the old monk and the Taoist priest had deceived the creatures of the underworld so that they didn't discover them. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards the crowd, then looked at Du Zhu and said, "What happened back then? How did you disappear without a trace?" Then, a guy who pretended to be you appeared beside me and launched a sneak attack on me. It's an illusion demon. There are terrifying illusion demons here. They are a type of creature from the underworld that can transform into anyone they want. As long as they don't speak, no one will be able to discover their flaws. The poison ancestor said. Then, Du Zhu talked about how he and Lin Feng got separated. At that time, I didn't know what was going on. I was grabbed by an invisible force and was swallowed by endless darkness. I struggled with all my might and went through untold hardships before I managed to escape. It's so strange. What is it that's swallowing you? Do you feel anything? Lin Feng frowned and asked. The longer he stayed in the ancient city, the more he could feel the strangeness of it. Du Zhu said, "It's this ancient city." Lin Feng had seen the ancient city swallow the corpses of cultivators many times. However, Lin Feng didn't expect the ancient city to be able to swallow living cultivators. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng said with a serious expression, "This ancient city is indeed filled with evil. I just saw many creatures of the underworld enter a mansion shrouded in darkness." Du Zhu said, "I know that mansion. We went to take a look before." Good indeed. At that moment, the old monk with the 10 rays of Buddhist light behind his head put his palms together and said, "This ancient city has a great history. There's probably a terrifying existence trapped in that courtyard. When the ancient city opened, it let us in, and then it closed again. Those of us who entered the ancient city were sacrificed." Hearing the old monk's words, Lin Feng's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He said, "Holy monk, are you saying that we were sacrificed to the mysterious existence in that courtyard?" The old monk said, It's just as you said. That's a possibility." Du Zhu said, "More than half of the cultivators who entered the ancient city are dead now. The dead cultivators have been devoured by the ancient city. Perhaps they've become sacrificial offerings and become the power of the sacrificial offerings." Lin Feng was bewildered. Does that mean that the mysterious existence in the courtyard has something to do with the underworld? I heard that the underworld has its own rules, while the human world has its own order. The beings of the underworld shouldn't interfere with the affairs of the human world. Even the Een soldiers only appear at night, in dangerous places. They don't interfere with the affairs of the human world. Don't you think it's strange that the beings of the underworld have entered the ancient city and killed so many cultivators? They've openly violated the laws of the underworld and the human world. A Taoist priest called Yunsong said, "What this benefactor said makes sense." This humble Taoist has been thinking about this problem for a long time, and it seems that it's indeed very strange. Duzu said, "I've thought of a possibility." Oh? Everyone looked at Duzu. The existence in the courtyard might not have anything to do with the underworld, but it might have formed some kind of agreement with the beings of the underworld. Duzu said. After a pause, Duzu continued, "If the beings of the outside world are cooperating with the beings of the underworld, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the rules of the underworld and the human world. Then what kind of existence is cooperating with the beings of the underworld?" Lin Feng was puzzled. This was a question that he couldn't figure out for the time being. Lin Feng and the others could only continue to wait. After 1,000,000 years of imprisonment, I can finally come out and walk around again. On this day, a deep voice reverberated throughout the entire ancient city. At this moment, all the cultivators in the ancient city were alarmed. In the deepest part of the courtyard, which was shrouded in black fog, there were sounds of footsteps. Then, a series of footsteps could be heard. Following that, a terrifying being walked out of the courtyard. It was a ferocious being with a human body, a flood dragon's tail, and a crocodile's head. Its body emitted an extremely evil aura. This living being was simply too terrifying. Even the space around him was distorting. It was hard to imagine what level of cultivation this living being had. The air outside is still the best. The living being took a deep breath. After this living being came out, a second living being came out. The second being was a terrifying being that looked very similar to a giant spider. However, this being had 9 heads on its abdomen. The 9 heads were all human heads. Next, a third being, the fourth living being, the fifth living being, more and more creatures walked out. A total of 17 creatures walked out. Each of these creatures was more powerful than the last. When they stood together, the world was about to collapse. "We're free. We're free again." These creatures let out excited roars. "The hunt has begun." A creature spoke, taking the lead to rush out. Soon, the massacre began. These 17 beings were so powerful that they made the world tremble. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivation they had. In the ancient city, there was no place they couldn't go. Many cultivators who were hiding in the old mansions were found by these terrifying creatures. Then, these cultivators were killed. Their flesh, blood, and essence were all devoured by these terrifying beings. The courtyard where Lin Feng and the others were hiding was also visited. This being's body was like a werewolf's. Its head was incomparably huge, and it had a very long mouth with 2 rows of sharp spikes in it. Its eyes bulged, and it was ferocious and ugly. This monster had 4 arms. 2 of its arms were sharp claws. The third and fourth arms were like the claws of a praying mantis, and they were shaped like a huge blade. This being also had a huge pitch-black tail. The tail was like a scorpion's, and there was a sharp spike at the end of the tail. The spike flickered with a blue luster. It was obviously poisonous. A foreign god. When he saw the being in the courtyard, Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. Back on the ancient evildoer, Lin Feng had seen a foreign god. These foreign gods were unimaginably powerful. They were simply undefeatable existences. Lin Feng would probably never forget this evil aura for the rest of his life. What? Is this a foreign god? Do foreign gods really exist in this world? Many people cried out in alarm. In the starry sky world, there were still some legends of foreign gods. But they were just legends. No one had ever seen a foreign cultivator. Since they had never seen one, it was naturally very difficult for them to believe that the mysterious foreign really existed in this world. However, Lin Feng and Duzu had seen foreign cultivators before. It was precisely because they had seen them that they knew how terrifying the foreign gods were. There are still people who can recognize us foreign gods. It's truly inconceivable. Countless years have passed, And we even thought that everything about the foreign world had been drowned out by history. The foreign god let out a sinister cry. Everyone, let's kill him together. If we can't kill him, we'll die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and brought out the 9 demons painting. There were about 100 people in the courtyard. And they were all experts. This was especially true for the Buddhist monks and Taoist priests. Their methods were even more extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng's side was also abnormally powerful. Attack, no one hesitated and charged at the foreign god. By now, everyone had basically figured out what was going on. These foreign gods were trapped in the ancient city. They could only come out once every million years. And this time, it was time for them to come out and hunt. At this time, everyone would become the foreign god's prey. Either they killed the foreign gods, or they were killed by the foreign gods. At this point, there were no other possibilities. A bunch of lowly ants want to fight against a foreign god? You really overestimate yourselves. The foreign god in front of them had the same personality as the foreign god Lin Feng had seen before. It was incomparably arrogant and looked down on the cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds. The foreign god rushed into the crowd, its huge scorpion tail flying out as fast as lightning. Pooh, the sound of tearing could be heard. Immediately, 5 or 6 cultivators' chests were pierced by the foreign god's huge scorpion tail. They died extremely miserably. The foreign god was abnormally tyrannical. He took the initiative to charge into the crowd and start a massacre. Clearly, he did not put all the cultivators in the courtyard in his eyes. In the eyes of the foreign god, killing Lin Feng and the others was too easy. Everything seemed to be as the foreign god had expected. When he charged into the crowd, he instantly erupted with tyrannical battle strength. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he killed several powerful cultivators. Boom! 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 At this time, the attacks of Lin Feng and the others had already landed on the foreign god's body. With so many people attacking, the lethality of the attacks was naturally incomparably strong. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was, when their attacks landed on the foreign god's body, runes actually appeared on the surface of the foreign god's body. Those runes actually dissolved everyone's attacks. Magic immunity. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This was an abnormally terrifying sacred art. It evolved into mysterious runes that could dissolve all kinds of sacred art attacks. Puff! Puff! After the foreign god blocked the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, he then launched an even more tyrannical attack. The scorpion tail stabbed out again and again, stabbing cultivators to death one after another. Meanwhile, the foreign god's 2 sharp claws and 2 other blade-like arms began to swing. Cultivators were killed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 cultivators had been killed by the foreign god. The foreign god's combat strength was too strong, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Kill him at close range. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He put away the 9-demon picture and took out the Great Desolate War Spear. With the Great Desolate War Spear in hand, he charged towards the foreign god. The foreign god who had grasped magic immunity was difficult to use sacred art to fight against. Because any sacred art would be dissolved by the foreign god. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with the foreign god, they would have to fight in close combat. Only in close combat, the best way was to use a powerful weapon to tear his body apart. Many people were like Lin Feng and charged towards the foreign god with all kinds of weapons. Clang 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 clang, but when everyone's weapons landed on the foreign god's body, a terrifying scene appeared. Everyone's attacks. They simply couldn't break through the defenses of the foreign gods. This foreign god's defense was so strong that it bordered on freakish. Retreat. After his attack failed, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. Everyone retreated. However, the cultivators who retreated a little slower were all killed. No one could withstand the attacks of the foreign gods. This was simply a one-sided massacre. You ants. Even if I only use my physical strength, I can still kill you. The foreign realm god's voice was ice-cold. He turned into an afterimage, his speed fast to the point where no one could react in time. Cultivators were killed by the foreign realm deity one after another. This was a terrifying scene. People continued to die. As for the rest, they could only wait for death. Originally, there were more than 100 people in the courtyard, but it didn't take long for only 30 to 40 people to survive. Only fresh blood can excite me. The foreign deities laughed sinisterly, once again pressing over. Bah, good indeed. The holy monk with 10 halos behind his head stepped out. Boundless Buddha light. The holy monk attacked the foreign realm god. Boundless Buddha light lingered. Then, an endless amount of Buddha's light surged out from the void. That dazzling Buddha light swept towards the foreign realm god. Old bald donkey, your cultivation isn't bad, but compared to me, you're still far from it. Unless your emperor comes, who else can suppress me? The foreign realm god's voice was cold. He opened his mouth, an endless demonic chi swept towards the holy monk's attack. The foreign realm god was very arrogant. Even a peerless expert like the holy monk wasn't worthy of his attention. The emperor he spoke of was actually a great emperor. Only a great emperor could suppress him. Was this foreign god in front of him a quasi-emperor? Lin Feng was shocked. If he was a great emperor, then that was too terrifying. Even the holy monk couldn't possibly be a match for the foreign realm god. Bang! At that moment, the foreign realm god's attack collided with the holy monk's attack. As expected, the holy monk's attack was broken by the foreign realm god's attack. The holy monk was forced back by the foreign realm god. Hurry up and leave. The holy monk shouted. He raised his right hand and used the 10,000 Buddha's greeting, attacking the foreign realm god. This attack could be said to be apocalyptic. However, it was such a terrifying attack. Yet, it couldn't cause any damage to the foreign realm god. The foreign realm god's magic immunity could easily dissolve the holy monk's attack. This made him invincible. The foreign realm god rushed forward and blocked the holy monk's attack with his magic immunity. At the same time, he spat out a ball of black energy. That ball of black energy instantly exploded, and the holy monk was instantly sent flying. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The foreign realm god leaped up and charged towards the holy monk, wanting to kill him. Senior brother. Immediately, several monks glared at the foreign realm god and charged towards him. Their attacks landed on the foreign realm god, but they couldn't cause any damage to him. Meanwhile, the foreign realm god instantly beheaded the monks. Don't come over. You're just going to die. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. The holy monk shouted at the others. There were 6 or 7 monks left. Their eyes were filled with tears. Go. Several monks shouted. Then, they rushed out. The other cultivators also rushed out of the mansion. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at the holy monk. He couldn't help but feel admiration. The holy monk's sacrifice was admirable. But soon, Lin Feng felt very sad. So what if he escaped from the courtyard? He was still in the ancient city. And this place had long become the hunting ground of the foreign realm gods. Early death. Late death. The final outcome was the same, right? However, even if there was a glimmer of hope, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't give up. He retracted his gaze and escaped with everyone. In the mansion. Amidst the boundless Buddhist light, an ancient Buddha appeared. The holy monk stalled the foreign realm god. But not long after, the Buddhist light dissipated. Senior brother has passed away. Tears fell from the eyes of the monks. They came out of the Buddhist realm together and walked in the starry sky world. Their feelings were deep. But now, facing the holy monk's death, they were powerless. You can't escape. In the distance, the foreign realm god's cold voice came. Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw that the foreign realm god was chasing after them. F***ck. A dragon in shallow waters will be toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains will be bullied by dogs. If this was in the past, I wouldn't be afraid of this bastard at all. Duzu shouted in exasperation. But that was in the past. Now, Duzu's cultivation base had fallen. Faced with the foreign realm god's pursuit, Duzu could only obediently run away. There's a cultivator here. On the left side of the street, a foreign realm god walked over. Boom. On the right side of the street, there was a terrifying fluctuation. On this street, another foreign realm god also walked over. Lin Feng and the others were pale. They rushed forward, but on the street ahead, another foreign realm god walked towards them. 4 foreign deities surrounded them. This type of scene simply left them in despair. Ha 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 ha. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The 4 otherworldly gods laughed. In their eyes, Lin Feng and the others were no different from prey. The otherworldly beings had always thought of themselves as high and mighty. They had always looked down on the cultivators of the 3,000 worlds. It was like that in the past. Now, it was the same. It was very infuriating, but what was the use of being angry? The otherworldly gods were too strong. Are we going to die too? A cultivator asked in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. When facing the foreign deities, right now, there was only death. No one could contend against the foreign deities. Ba. The monks put their palms together, their expressions peaceful. They seemed to have accepted their fate. Boundless Tao Master. The Taoists waved their horsetail whisks and chanted their names. Now, they had completely accepted their fate. Perhaps they had no choice but to accept their fate. The scene in front of them was indeed despairing. Everyone, don't be discouraged. We might not necessarily die. Follow me into the 4 vicious cauldrons and kill that guy in front of us. Lin Feng took out the 4 vicious cauldrons and rushed in first. The others were treating this as a last resort. They all entered the 4 vicious cauldrons. Everyone activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together. Roar, 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 roar. Next, a Taotai appeared. Primal chaos. Xianxia. Woo woo, 4 vicious beasts appeared. The 4 vicious beasts roared at the sky, their ferocious might overflowing. With so many experts activating the 4 vicious cauldrons, their power increased greatly. Swoosh, the 4 vicious cauldrons turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the otherworldly god. The foreign god that was walking towards them was the first foreign god that had escaped from the courtyard. This otherworldly god had the body of a human, the tail of a fled dragon, the head of a crocodile, and his body was covered in scales. He was incomparably ugly. When he saw the 4 vicious cauldrons rushing over, the otherworldly god laughed sinisterly. Lowly ants, are you here to throw away your lives? I will destroy this cauldron right now. The otherworldly god raised his right hand and slashed out a terrifying beam of light. This beam of light had the power to destroy the world. Clang. Immediately after, the killing light slashed out by the foreign realm god directly onto the 4 vicious cauldrons. However, the attack failed to tear the cauldron apart. The 4 ferocious cauldron was a supreme treasure forged by 100 human saints. It was no ordinary divine artifact. Moreover, the materials used were very special. How could they be destroyed so easily? The foreign god didn't manage to destroy the cauldron. Instead, the cauldron slammed into the foreign god's body and sent him flying. But what was shocking was that this foreign god actually didn't die from the collision. His defense was so strong that it was a little abnormal. His body flew out and crashed through several houses before finally coming to a stop. In the end, he was buried in the ruins of a 2-story building. This foreign god roared furiously. He rushed out from the ruins, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. This foreign deity really wanted to go crazy. In his eyes, Lin Feng and the others were like ants. But now, he was sent flying by an ant. To him, this was simply an unacceptable humiliation. You can't escape. The foreign god roared furiously and quickly chased after them. The other 3 foreign gods also chased after them. The 4 vicious cauldrons flew at high speed, and the 4 foreign gods chased after them. In the end, Lin Feng and the others fled to the plaza where Goddess Nua's statue was. There were still a few cultivators who had been chased by the other foreign gods and had fled to this place in a sorry state. As for the 17 foreign gods, they arrived one after another and completely sealed off the plaza. Lin Feng and the others flew out of the cauldrons. Lin Feng put away the cauldrons, his expression extremely grave. 17 foreign gods, each one was stronger than the last. Now, 17 foreign deities surrounded this place until not even a drop of water could trickle through. As for Lin Feng's side, there were only about 300 cultivators who had been driven here by the foreign gods. Back then, there had been more than 100,000 cultivators who had entered the ancient city. But now, there were only so few left. Clearly, the other cultivators were all dead. It seemed that it was time for this massacre to come to an end. Many people's faces were deathly pale. Now that they were about to die, they only felt a deep sense of helplessness. They couldn't fight against fate. What a pity. There are too few experts in this starry sky world. The slaughter is about to end, but it doesn't satisfy us. A foreign deity said. These foreign gods only appeared once every million years. Therefore, they were extremely eager to bring in more powerful cultivators for them to kill. This was their only interest in the past million years. There aren't any powerful cultivators, but there is one rather interesting. The foreign god with the body of a human, the tail of a fled dragon, and the head of a crocodile looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. He pointed at Lin Feng and said coldly, "Kid, get the hell out here." Lin Feng pretended not to hear or see anything. "Fuck, I'm talking to you. Get the hell out here." The foreign god was furious, and his killing intent enveloped Lin Feng. Cough, cough. You're talking to me? Why are you calling me? Lin Feng realized that he couldn't play dumb, so he stepped forward and asked helplessly. "Kid, was that cauldron yours? Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me?" The foreign god looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Why don't you let me hit you again?" Lin Feng said. The foreign god's mouth twitched violently. The monks, Taoists, and other cultivators all smiled bitterly. At the same time, they admired Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually dared to ridicule the foreign god at a time like this. His courage was truly admirable. Very good. Very good. Since there is someone who doesn't know the difference between life and death, I don't mind killing you. The foreign god's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He was about to attack Lin Feng. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth. Have you forgotten? Nuwa, in order to save the world, used her body to mend the heavens, have you forgotten? Pangu created heaven and earth, using his body to create worlds, have you forgotten? Gonggong, in order to sever the tunnel, rammed into Mount Buzhou, have you forgotten? Swearin, in order to start a fire, brought hope to humanity. Have you forgotten? Fushi, in order to protect humanity, bathed in blood. Have you forgotten? Shenong, in order to cure humanity of all diseases, worked his heart out. One voice after another resounded through the clouds. When they heard those voices, everyone felt as if their blood was boiling. These were the greatest existences in history. Nuwa, Pangu, Gonggong, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even if millions upon millions of eras passed, how could they forget their achievements? Who is it? Get the hell out here. The 17 foreign gods roared furiously. Their roars shook heaven and earth, shattering the void. The foreign gods were furious, and they could no longer remain calm. Nuwa, Pangu, Gonggong, Fushi, Demon Lord, and other names made them feel terrified. The foreign worlds were high and mighty, and they wanted to rule over the 3,000 great worlds and even control the 3 highest realms. In the past, many great battles had erupted, and they were all related to the foreign worlds. Many experts had appeared in the 3 highest realms and the 3 highest realms. Many of them were enough to make the foreign world's cultivators feel fear. Come out. Don't hide. Hurry up and come out. The 17 foreign gods roared furiously. They floated in the air, and their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. They had the strength to turn the world upside down, and only great emperors could kill them. With 17 of them together, how shocking was their battle prowess! It was as if they could destroy 10,000 worlds, shatter mountains and rivers, and destroy heaven and earth. But now, these 17 existences' emotions were fluctuating violently, and they were clearly alarmed and worried. If you don't come out, then we'll slaughter these lowly creatures. One of the foreign gods said coldly. He raised his right hand, about to kill the cultivators in the plaza. Rumble, at that moment, an earth-shaking sound echoed through the area. The heaven-shaking steel flew over. A steel? A blood-stained steel. What's the origin of this steel? Many people looked at the flying steel in shock. They didn't know the origins of the steel. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually the heaven-shaking steel. Previously, the heaven-shaking steel had torn apart the small world and then disappeared without a trace. Now, it had reappeared. It's that steel. The foreign gods' voices were cold. These foreign gods clearly knew something about the heaven-shaking steel. Now, they recognized the origin of the heaven-shaking steel. Then, these foreign gods all frowned. The heaven-shaking steel made them think of many things, but soon, these foreign gods sneered. It's just a steel. Can't we subdue it? Some of the foreign gods sneered. They were very confident in themselves. Attack. Subdue this steel. Swoosh, 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 the 17 foreign gods shouted coldly and attacked at the same time. They leaped up and charged at the heaven-shaking steel, wanting to suppress it. The sky-shaking steel shook the void. Mysterious phantoms appeared one after another. Mother Nuwa, Pangu, Gonggong, Fushi, the Fiend Lord, all of them were mysterious and unfathomable. Do you remember when the Lord of Gods presided over the heaven-shaking stone steel? He guarded the 3 realms and fought against the foreign realms alone. The heavens wept blood, and blood flowed in the outer realms? Another majestic voice came from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. This happened after the demon lord sealed the foreign world. The master of the 3 realms, the leader of the gods, had personally come with the heaven-shaking stone steel. He fought a great battle against the foreign cultivators. The images appeared one after another. The cultivators from the foreign worlds rushed out like a tidal wave. One man, one steel, fought a great battle against the foreign cultivators. In the end, blood was spilled. Blood dyed the ancient stone tablet red. Ancestor. Lin Feng was moved. The blood on the ancient stone tablet was the blood of the ancestors of his mother's clan. The Lord of Gods suppressed the alien cultivators and closed the gates to the outer realm, sealing the alien cultivators inside. But in the end, the Lord of the Gods was too heavily injured and couldn't hold on any longer. He died and fell into the boundless starry sky. In the past, many unknown battles happened. Because the history was too long, many of them had long become legends and couldn't be verified. The images just now were intermittent, and it was difficult to truly restore the events of the past. The 17 foreign gods wanted to suppress the heaven-shaking stone tablet. But they didn't expect that the heaven-shaking stone tablet stained with the blood of the Lord of the Gods would be so strange. The heaven-shaking stone tablet descended from the sky, forming a forbidden space that instantly sealed the magic power of the 17 foreign gods. They fell from the sky. Then, the heaven-shaking stone tablet descended on the square. Damn it! It actually sealed our magic power. The foreign gods had gloomy expressions. Not only were the foreign gods' magic power sealed, but everyone's magic power was sealed as well. At this moment, more than 300 cultivators seemed to have seen hope. They've lost all their magic power. This is the only chance to kill them. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, why don't we fight to the death? A cultivator shouted loudly. That's right, let's fight to the death. Immediately after, another cultivator shouted coldly. At most, we'll be a hero again in 18 years. More and more cultivators responded. Kill. Many people charged at the foreign gods. The foreign gods laughed savagely. You lowly ants, do you think that just because our magic power is sealed, you have the strength to fight against us? These foreign deities stepped forward. Pooh. Pooh, the sound of something being torn apart rang out. One cultivator after another died miserably under the attacks of the foreign gods. On the other hand, the foreign gods were completely unharmed under the joint attacks of so many cultivators. The foreign gods' physical bodies were too strong, and they could be considered undying. It was difficult for any attack to injure them. This was practically an invincible position. But the 300 cultivators couldn't stop the foreign gods' attacks. Before long, more than half of them were killed by the foreign gods. I'll fight to the death with you, a cultivator roared, charging at the foreign gods without fear of death. But in the end, he was still killed by the foreign gods. The battle in front of them was too tragic. Cultivators fell one after another. Their deaths could be said to be incomparably miserable. Looking at the fallen cultivators, Lin Feng's heart was filled with sorrow. He looked at the heaven-shaking steel, But he didn't know if he could lift it now that he had lost all his magic power. Lin Feng rushed over. He tried his best to lift the heaven-shaking steel. But he failed. Ancestor, in order to seal the foreign gods, you and your steel alone bathed the outer realm in blood. If you have a spirit, please let me carry the heaven-shaking steel and kill these foreign gods. Lin Feng's voice was tragic. This was a moment of life and death. If they couldn't suppress the foreign gods, no one had a chance of survival. Perhaps he had really sensed the arrival of his descendants. The blood on the heaven-shaking steel emitted waves of shocking fluctuations. Then, it formed a connection with the sovereign emperor blood in Lin Feng's body. Then, the blood on the heaven-shaking steel actually took the initiative to flow into Lin Feng's body. This was the blood of his ancestor. And now, it had actually fused into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to ignite. He never forgot that Nuwa, in order to save the world, used her body to mend the heavens. He never forgot that Gong Gong, in order to cut off the foreign passage, rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger. He never forgot that Fuxi fought a bloody battle and dyed the heavens red. He never forgot that in order to seal the foreign world, the demon lord entered and exited 9 times, and in the end, he was buried in the foreign world. He never forgot that in order to suppress the foreign world, the Lord of Gods shed blood in the outer realm, his blood splattering on the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng roared as he carried the heaven-shaking steel. With every step he took, the earth seemed to shake. Lin Feng resisted the heaven-shaking steel and arrived in front of a foreign god. He directly smashed the heaven-shaking steel towards the foreign god. Bang! Even someone as powerful as the foreign god couldn't withstand it. His body collapsed and his soul was destroyed. You actually lifted the steel? The other gods couldn't believe their eyes. They knew how extraordinary the steel was. How could such a weak cultivator lift such a terrifying steel? But, everything in front of them, everything was real. Lin Feng had lifted the ancient steel. And he'd even killed one of their companions. Heavens, even the otherworldly god was killed. Many people were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Now, they saw hope for survival. I never forgot Xianxia's achievements. I never forgot Xianxia's blood. I never forgot Xianxia's sacrifice. Xianxia's sacrifice, Lin Feng roared, lifted the steel, and walked towards the second otherworldly god. Kid, you're courting death, shouted the second otherworldly god coldly. He leapt up, his sharp claws clawing at Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to end Lin Feng's life. Bang! Lin Feng faced the otherworldly god's attack with the steel, and a muffled sound of collision rang out. The second otherworldly god suffered the same fate as the first otherworldly god. His body crumbled, and his soul was destroyed. Another otherworldly god had fallen. Although the otherworldly gods were extremely powerful, they couldn't withstand the steel's attack. The steel was a natural spirit treasure. It had been born before the creation of the world. A treasure like that was too terrifying. Attack together and kill him, roared one of the otherworldly gods. They wanted to surround and kill Lin Feng. The otherworldly gods all charged over. They could see that they couldn't give Lin Feng any chance. Or else everyone would die, one by one. 15 otherworldly gods charged over. It's useless. Your fates have been decided long ago, shouted Lin Feng coldly. At that moment, his sovereign emperor's blood began to circulate wildly. Waves of powerful energy surged out. Lin Feng felt as if the heaven-shaking steel was about to become a part of his body. I will follow in the footsteps of my ancestors and suppress you so-called foreign gods. Lin Feng roared, directly smashing the heaven-shaking stone steel towards the 4 foreign realm gods in front of him. Bang 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 bang, the 4 foreign gods were sent flying. Their bodies exploded in midair, dying on the spot. This is a good chance, the eyes of the other 11 gods suddenly lit up. They attacked Lin Feng. Their attacks were about to hit Lin Feng. But at this time, these foreign deities were attacked by other cultivators. Bang bang bang, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Duzu and the other cultivators took action at the critical moment, sending the 11 foreign gods flying. Although these otherworldly gods weren't injured, they missed the opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Bam, bam, Lin Feng rushed forward and used the heaven-shaking stone steel to kill another 2 foreign gods. Ah! The foreign gods roared at the sky, mad with hatred. There were also 9 foreign gods that rushed towards Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng carried the heaven-shaking stone steel and rushed towards the foreign gods, killing 3 of them. The other cultivators blocked the other 6 gods of the other regions. They had bought precious time for Lin Feng. With the heaven-shaking stone steel, Lin Feng was almost invincible. Bang bang bang, the foreign gods were killed one after another. These foreign deities were being slaughtered until their hearts trembled. Why is it like this? Only a great emperor can kill us, but now, we are actually dying at the hands of a human ant. Some of the foreign gods roared unwillingly. Their strength was so powerful. But now, their powerful strength was useless. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the foreign gods were killed one by Lin Feng carrying the heaven-shaking stone steel. After the 17 foreign gods were killed, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He put down the heaven-shaking stone steel and sat on the ground, panting violently. Lin Feng felt as if the strength in his body had been completely sucked out. An extreme sense of weakness swept over him. Dead, the foreign gods are all dead. We actually survived. There were still more than 100 cultivators left, and they were incomparably excited. It's great to be able to survive. Many people cried, either out of joy or sadness when they thought of their dead companions. At this moment, the heaven-shaking stone steel soared into the sky. Never forget Shenong tasting the 100 herbs. Never forget Xuanyuan's 9 heavens of weeping blood. Never forget the blood of the saints spilled in the outer realm. Never forget, accompanied by the vast and majestic sound, the heaven-shaking stone steel tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. This mysterious supreme treasure. No one could control it. Quick, collect the origin energy that hasn't dissipated yet. A cultivator said. Duzu shouted, there's no need to touch the origin energy of the foreign gods. Their methods are strange. Refine their origin energy, and perhaps they'll use your bodies to be reborn. You'll be replaced. This was not an exaggeration. Not only were the foreign gods terrifying, but their methods were also strange. They had to be on guard. Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. How could they still dare to collect the origin energy of the foreign gods? Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Are the city gates about to open? Many people were pleasantly surprised. Whoosh, 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 everyone hurriedly rushed outside. Lin Feng stood up and flew outside with Duzu. Young master, you look pale. Are you all right? Duzu asked worriedly. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. The ancient city's gates opened, and Lin Feng and the others rushed out. After that, the ancient city's gates began to close. The ancient starry sky city became empty again. However, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. A descendant of a sovereign emperor's clan. Very good. Very good. This is getting interesting. The voice was indescribably sinister and terrifying. The ancient city flew into the depths of the astral world. It was gradually disappearing. How many powerhouses were buried in this strange ancient city? Would there be another reincarnation cycle after 1,000,000 years? Many people who had just survived the calamity looked at the disappearing starry sky ancient city and sighed. Lin Feng and the poison ancestor left without making a sound. The ancient ship continued to sail through the astral world. Lin Feng's body grew hotter and hotter. Young master, you're about to turn into a roasted pig. Are you sure you're all right? Duzu saw that Lin Feng's body had turned red and was boiling hot. He immediately cried out in alarm. Damn it, you're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Lin Feng sent Duzu flying with a kick. Nothing good could come out of this bastard's mouth. I'm sure you're all right now, young master. Duzu crawled up from the ground and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng hurriedly returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant technique and focused on refining the sovereign emperor's blood in his body. This was Lin Feng's ancestor's sovereign emperor's blood. The ancestor who was known as the King of Gods had spilled his blood on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Now, this sovereign emperor's blood was being passed on to Lin Feng. It wasn't easy to refine the ancestor's sovereign blood. However, Lin Feng was still confident. Time passed slowly. The ancient ship flew along the ancient path. After 3 months, Lin Feng finally refined the ancestor's sovereign blood in Lin Feng's body. As the ancestor's sovereign blood was refined, Lin Feng's own sovereign blood also began to awaken. Originally, Lin Feng had only 1 drop of sovereign blood in his body. However, the amount of sovereign blood in his body was increasing. Currently, the immortal god blood occupied about 30% of Lin Feng's blood. Soon, 10% of the sovereign blood had awakened. When 10% of the sovereign blood had awakened, the rate of recovery slowed down. In the end, about 15% of Lin Feng's sovereign blood had awakened. Huff. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm his excitement. The awakening of the sovereign blood made him very happy. This bloodline was too powerful. Once it was activated, he would be able to unleash unimaginable power. The ancient ship continued to fly. It was a long journey through the universe. For the next half a year, the ancient ship continued to travel through the universe. During this time, they encountered several powerful beasts. Both sides even started to fight. These overlords of the universe were extremely terrifying. Even when Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the God Realm clone worked together, they weren't a match for these overlords. They had no choice but to flee. However, during this half a year of travel, Lin Feng's gains were great. His cultivation base had risen to the peak of the rebirth realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the God realm. Du Zhu's cultivation base had recovered to the God Flame realm. The God Realm clone was still at the peak of the Void God realm. Lin Feng planned to return to the Sky Martial continent and find a powerful flame for his God Realm clone to ignite and break through to the God realm. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, after returning to the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng planned to head to the Deathly Danger Zone, the God Falling Cliff, to refine the 8th-ranked Black Flame God Burning Flame. He just didn't know if he would succeed this time. After another 3 months, Lin Feng finally saw the Sky Martial continent. He smiled. After traveling through space for over a year, they were finally about to return to the Sky Martial continent. Right now, Lin Feng was anxious to return home. Because he did not know what was going on in the Sky Martial continent. When he left, the heavenly demons were at their strongest. At that time, the Sky Martial continent's situation was not very good. The ancient ship continued flying toward the Martial Heaven continent. At this moment, rumbling sounds rang out as a huge planet appeared in the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring power gushed out from the planet. The ancient ship quickly flew towards the planet. Damn! Why is this planet so strange? It can even devour passing ancient starships? Du Zhu muttered. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This matter was a bit strange. When the ancient ship approached the planet, Lin Feng and Du Zhu noticed it. How was this a planet? It was a giant starry sky beast. However, this starry sky beast's body was so huge that it was no different from a planet. It's that bastard. When I went to the outer space to train and return to the Sky Martial continent, a giant starry sky beast attacked the spacetime tunnel. Many people died miserably. I was lucky and only suffered injuries to my core. I remember this bastard's aura very clearly. Even if 6 or 7 years have passed and this bastard has turned into ashes, I will still recognize him. Seeing the giant starry sky beast, Lin Feng immediately shouted. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Damn. What are we waiting for? Let's go and kill him. Du Zhu shouted. Kill that bastard, shouted Lin Feng, summoning his godly clone. Then, he attacked. After that, Du Zhu and his God Realm clone also flew out of the ancient ship. Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting appeared in the sky. It struck lightly. The void crumbled. The 9 demons painting directly attacked the starry sky beast. Du Zhu took out the corrupt god saber and slashed it at the starry sky beast. The avatar held the great Baron war spear and thrust it out. 108,000 spear lights surged and shattered the sky. 108,000 spear lights pierced towards the giant star beast. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and Du Zhu's combined attack was too terrifying. PFFT, the starry sky beast's body exploded, dripping with blood. Roar. The starry sky beast let out a pained roar. I want you to die, roared the starry sky beast furiously. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out balls of powerful energy that shot toward Lin Feng and the others. The starry sky beast's attack was also very terrifying. Lin Feng and the others did not take the attack head-on. Instead, they quickly dodged. The starry sky beast's body was too big, which was its disadvantage. After dodging the starry sky beast's attack, Lin Feng and the others arrived above it. Then, they attacked the starry sky beast. Bang, the starry sky beast's body exploded again. This time, it suffered more damage than the last time. The starry sky beast roared, but it could not dodge the attacks of Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the God Realm clone. After all, its body was too big. Swoosh, in the end, the starry sky beast turned into a middle-aged man and fled into the depths of the starry sky world. Don't run, Lin Feng shouted. He quickly chased after it with Du Zhu and the God Realm clone. One ran and one chased for a day and a night. The starry sky beast's speed was quite fast, but Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the God Realm clone were not slow either. It could not shake off Lin Feng and the others. Is there a need to chase me like this? You're not even missing a hair. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't we make peace? Shouted the starry sky beast helplessly. Fuck. Now you want to make peace? Do you still remember what happened 6 years ago? You attacked the starry sky tunnel from another planet to the Tianwu continent. I almost died at your hands. Shouted Lin Feng. The starry sky beast's face turned green. He finally knew why Lin Feng was so fixated on him. This was a new enmity with an old one. It would be strange if Lin Feng let him go. Brother, that was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let's talk calmly about the terms of reconciliation. The middle-aged man transformed from the giant star beast shouted. Fuck, how can you be so shameless? Even I feel ashamed. Poison Ancestor immediately cried out. Lin Feng also rolled his eyes. This starry sky beast's face was as thick as a city wall. Said Lin Feng icily. We can reconcile, but if you swear allegiance to me, I'll spare your life, said Lin Feng icily. What? You want me to pledge my loyalty to you? You must be dreaming. I'm an overlord of space, a divine flame realm expert. Why would I pledge allegiance to a brat who hasn't even broken through to the God realm? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the giant astral beast roared angrily like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The giant astral beast was proud. Even though it had been defeated by Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the deity's clone, it was still impossible to make the giant astral beast submit. Pledging allegiance to me is the best choice. I'm giving you a chance, so you should seize it and not waste it. Lin Feng crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the giant astral beast with an indifferent expression. If you want to subdue me, you'll have to show me your strength. If you can defeat me, I'll immediately recognize you as my master. If you can't defeat me, you'll let me go. How about it? The giant astral beast was indeed cunning. It had probably said so much just to pave the way for this sentence. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Sure. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The giant astral beast was overjoyed and pounced at Lin Feng. Attack. Let's kill him together. Lin Feng waved his hand and shouted. He, Du Zhu, and the deity's clone attacked the giant astral beast together. The giant astral beast roared, You didn't keep your word. You said it would be a one-on-one battle, but now you're attacking me together. Lin Feng said, It's a one-on-one battle, but you're going to fight all of us alone. The giant astral beast felt like vomiting blood when he heard Lin Feng's words. He felt that he was a shameless person. He hadn't expected to meet someone even more shameless than Lin Feng today. Boom, the battle erupted again. Lin Feng used the 9 demons painting to suppress the giant astral beast. The deity's clone wielded the great desolate war spear and swept it at the giant astral beast. Du Zhu took out the heretical god blade, tore through the void, and slashed out. The giant star beast opened its mouth and spat out a powerful treasure. It was a pitch-black demonic sword. The demonic sword was 3 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters thick. The blade of the sword had been sharpened to an extreme degree. This giant sword was obviously a power-type supreme treasure. The giant beast of starry sky had a huge body, so its strength was astonishing. Therefore, the combination of this giant sword and the giant beast of starry sky complemented each other and could display the giant beast of starry sky's strongest combat power. Clang clang clang, a series of collision sounds were heard. The giant beast of starry sky wielded its giant sword and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Feng and the other two. After a dozen or so exchanges of blows, the giant beast of starry sky was swept away by Lin Feng's 9 devils diagram. Although the giant beast of starry sky was powerful, it was only one person after all. Now that Duzu's cultivation had recovered to the divine fire realm, Duzu himself could suppress the giant star beasts. Moreover, with Lin Feng and the godly state clone, the giant star beast of starry sky's defeat was already destined. After the giant star beast of starry sky was sent flying, the 9 devils diagram quickly enlarged and covered the sky, covering the giant star beast of starry sky. Then, the 9 devils diagram descended from the sky like an ancient mountain and suppressed the giant star beast of starry sky. The giant star beast of starry sky swung its giant sword at the 9 devils diagram. Duzu and the godly state clone helped to activate the 9 devils diagram. The power of the imperial weapon was revealed. The giant star beast of starry sky could not break free from the 9 devils diagram's suppression. Instead, under the suppression of the 9 devils diagram, it could barely move. Lin Feng walked in the void. That great path of purification. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation for the Great Purification Technique. Great Purification Technique. You're going to use the Great Purification Technique to purify me. The starry sky gigantic beast was extremely knowledgeable. When it heard the first chant, it knew what Lin Feng was going to use. It was the Great Purification Technique, an extremely powerful skill. The giant star beast of starry sky knew very well what would happen if the Great Purification Technique was used on him. Himself. He would be purified. Then, he would become Lin Feng's slave. The giant star beast of starry sky shuddered when it thought of this. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be to be purified, become a slave, and lose oneself. At that time, it would not be able to commit suicide even if it wanted to. At that time, it would only think of how to be loyal to its master. It would not think of committing suicide at all. Stop. Stop right now. The giant star beast of starry sky cried out in horror. Lin Feng looked at the giant star beast of starry sky indifferently and said, "Do you think I'll stop just because you ask me to? I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to serve you as my master and be loyal to you." The giant star beast of starry sky cried out. "Tui. You want to be loyal to me now? Don't you think it's too late? I'll just purify you and make you my slave. Wouldn't that be better?" Lin Feng sneered. The giant star beast of starry sky said, "Master, if you purify me, I'll be like a walking corpse. I'll have no interest in living. How interesting would that be? I'll use my soul to pledge my loyalty to you. From now on, I won't betray you. Moreover, I won't become a walking corpse. That way, when you're bored, I can accompany you and chat. Master, please give me a chance. You're really thick-skinned. You're making me feel embarrassed to purify you." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, he said, "Since the heavens are kind, pledge your loyalty to me now." "I swear to the heavens that I'll pledge my loyalty to you, Master. If I violate this oath, my soul will be destroyed and I'll die a horrible death." The giant star beast of starry sky pointed at the sky and swore. In an instant, 2 runes of oath condensed. 1 rune of oath flew into Lin Feng's forehead, while the other flew into the giant star beast's forehead. They were bound by the oath rune. Once they betrayed Lin Feng would be able to sense it through the oath rune. He could then activate the oath rune and instantly exterminate the soul of the star beast. Of course, if Lin Feng didn't do anything, the heavenly Tao would punish the giant star beast and destroy his soul. This was because the giant starry sky beast had sworn an oath to the heavens. No one could go against the oath of the heavenly Tao. After the giant starry sky beast finished its oath, Lin Feng removed the 9 devils diagram. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is Nalan Wuhan. The giant star beast said. All right. Follow me back to the Martial Heaven continent. Lin Feng waved his hand and brought everyone back to the ancient ship. Then, the ancient ship descended towards the Sky Martial continent. As soon as they came out of the atmosphere, they saw billions of dazzling golden lights blotting out the sky. Majestic Buddhist chants resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a huge Buddha appeared in the depths of the golden light. That Buddha was billions of meters tall, like the Buddha of the Buddhist world. It was eternal and immortal. This is the territory of the Western Buddhist kingdom. Lin Feng was startled. They had landed in the Western Buddhist kingdom, the most mysterious of the 3,000 provinces of the Martial Heaven continent. Namo Amida. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. The giant Buddha that appeared in the golden light suddenly chanted Buddhist mantras, opened its huge eyes, and looked at the ancient ship in the starry sky. Such a gigantic Buddha appeared. Lin Feng had initially thought it was just a Buddhist chief from the Buddhist country of the West. Although it had the form, it didn't have any spirituality. However, things had gone beyond Lin Feng's expectations. This Buddha was too strange. It seemed to have its own thoughts. Now that those huge eyes were looking over, he wondered what this giant Buddha was thinking about. Benefactor, where did you come from? Where did you go? The Buddha suddenly asked. I was originally a cultivator of the Martial Heaven continent. I traveled around the outside world and have now returned to my homeland. Lin Feng said. The sea of stars is boundless. What has Benefactor seen and heard? Asked the Buddha. Lin Feng said, there are many extraordinary places in the starry sky. There are mysterious and ancient races there, as well as dazzling civilizations. Benefactor, could you please come to the Western region's Buddhist kingdom? At that time, you can discuss the Tao and the outside world with this poor monk. This Buddha was filled with many strange things, so Lin Feng was very cautious when facing it. He said, I'm truly sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll pay you a visit. Benefactor, we'll take our leave now. Rumble, the ancient starry sky ship crushed the sky, rushing into the distance with lightning speed. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Western region's Buddhist kingdom as soon as possible. The Western region's Buddhist kingdom was filled with strange things. Lin Feng was actually in awe of Buddhism. For example, the monks he had seen in the outside world were all benevolent and selfless. Those people were truly benefactor. However, the Western region's Buddhist kingdom was different. The Western region's Buddhist kingdom was a huge empire built on the foundation of Buddhism. Since it was an empire, there were too many conflicts of interest involved in this. Buddhism paid particular attention to the purity of the six senses and didn't involve any conflicts of interest. The Western region's Buddhist kingdom went against Buddhism's principles. From Lin Feng's point of view, the Western region Buddhist kingdom of the Sky Martial continent was more like a giant power under the guise of Buddhism. They cultivated the divine powers of Buddhism, but they merely cultivated the divine powers. They did not believe in the teachings of Buddhism. In essence, the Buddhist kingdom of the Western regions was not a true Buddhism. For a Buddhist kingdom in the Western regions that prioritized benefits above all else and had cultivated various Buddhist divine powers, this was not the case. Lin Feng naturally had to stay at a respectful distance. Buddhism had many mystical abilities that were extremely terrifying and strange, such as the Great Purification Technique. Therefore, once one entered the Western region Buddhist kingdom, anything could happen. They had to be on guard against this. One must always be on guard against others. Seeing Lin Feng's ancient starry sky ship about to leave, the giant Buddha suddenly spoke up in a cold voice. This poor monk kindly invited Benefactor to discuss Buddhism and Tao, but Benefactor actually turned a deaf ear to it. Could it be that Benefactor's words deceived this poor monk? Benefactor is not a cultivator of the Sky Martial continent. In the past few years, foreign devils have been constantly entering the Sky Martial continent. It seems you are also foreign devils. Today, this poor monk must exterminate these devils and protect the Tao, returning the world to its former glory. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant Buddha directly extended his right hand. That giant hand seemed to cover the sky as it grabbed at Lin Feng. This grab seemed to cause heaven and earth to collapse. What a good bald donkey. If you want to capture us, just say so. Why do you need to find such sanctimonious excuses? Attack together and kill this bald donkey, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He immediately took out the 9-demon painting and threw it towards the gigantic hand. The God Realm clone swung the great desolate war spear, sending out 108,000 spear strikes. Duzu took out his heretical god blade. The heretical god blade flew out, tearing through the void. The giant star beast swung its devil sword, sending out sword light. Bang, the attacks of the two sides collided. The world shook. The giant Buddha was shaken. Its body swayed a few times. As for the ancient ship, it was sent flying by the energy fluctuations. What a powerful foreign devil. Buddhas, return to your positions and lend me a hand, roared the giant Buddha. His voice resounded above the Buddhist kingdom of the Western region. In the Buddhist kingdom of the Western regions, all the monks in the temples began to chant sutras. At the same time, countless Buddhist people knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. Faith energy was constantly being generated and poured into the giant Buddha's body. Not good, this giant Buddha is extremely strange. It can actually absorb faith energy and activate the ancient ship with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape, shouted Lin Feng. Boom, Lin Feng, Duzu, the giant star beast, the God Realm clone, and the 3 poisonous puppets all supported the ancient ship's spatial jump formation. This was the power of the ancient ship. It could perform spatial jumps. In the blink of an eye, it could travel hundreds of thousands of li. You evil creatures, your souls are so evil. Only by bathing in the holy light of Buddhism can you cleanse your evil souls. The giant Buddha's voice was loud and clear. Suddenly, a thick golden energy turned into a long river and rushed into the parallel space. It quickly caught up with the ancient ship. When they felt the golden energy surging towards them, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Lin Feng's feeling was the most direct. He felt that the golden energy was very similar to his great purification technique. It was a kind of energy that could forcefully purify others. Quick, quick, quick. Perform the spatial jump. If we're hit by the golden energy, I'm afraid we'll become the giant Buddha's slaves, shouted Lin Feng. Boom. Boom, no one dared to hesitate. The spiritual energy in their body continuously flowed into the ancient ship's spatial jump formation. The golden energy was about to drown the ancient ship. At this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng and the others finally activated the spatial jump formation of the ancient ship and quickly jumped out. As for the giant Buddha's attack, it hit nothing but air. It was very difficult to catch up with the ancient ship. After jumping a dozen times, finally, the ancient ship left the Buddhist kingdom of the West. What is this place? Asked Duzu. It's close to the Buddhist kingdom of the West. This should be the Tiandao prefecture, right? Said Lin Feng. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of many things. In the past, he was wanted in the divine prefecture of the East Province. Ziyuan had accompanied him all the way from the divine prefecture of the East Province to the desolate region. In the desolate region, he had met Lan Rua of the Tiandao prefecture. Lan Rua had wanted to bring Ziyuan, who had awakened her ancestral blood, back to the sect so that Ziyuan wouldn't have any more fetters. She had even wanted to kill him. At that time, the disciple called Wang Ziyu couldn't bear it and told him the news. He wanted to let him go, but Lan Rua had killed him. So many years had passed, but Lin Feng had never forgotten about this. Now, he had returned to the Tianwu continent. He had actually come to the Tiandao prefecture. This was Lan Rua's territory. The Heavenly Dao Holy Land was the #1 power in the Heavenly Dao state. This power was extremely mysterious. In fact, even the Heavenly Dao state was an incomparably mysterious state in the Sky Martial continent. The two words Heavenly Dao contained too many meanings, and could not help but let one's imagination run wild. Since he had come to the Heavenly Dao state, Lin Feng planned to take a look at Ziyuan. It had been more than 10 years. He wondered how Ziyuan was doing right now. Lin Feng kept the ancient ship, and then, together with Du Zhu and the giant star beast, they chose a direction and quickly flew in that direction. It had been more than 2 years since they left the Sky Martial continent and returned to the Sky Martial continent. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the situation in the Sky Martial continent was like. Now, he planned to find a place to inquire about the situation in the Sky Martial continent. 3 days later, a small town appeared in their line of sight. The town was not big, and there were no powerful cultivators. It was very difficult to obtain any useful information here. However, Lin Feng found out about the nearest city in the town. This city was called Dragon Lake City. It was the imperial capital of the Dragon Lake Kingdom. This Dragon Lake Kingdom was a country of cultivators, and there were many cultivators coming and going. Dragon Lake City was very lively, people came and went, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. This is the aura of Immortal World, Du Zhu said with emotion. After sailing in the starry sky world for so long, it was obvious that Du Zhu also missed the beauty of this colorful world. Lin Feng understood Du Zhu very well. Du Zhu, this guy, was full of tricks. Of course, this was understandable, after all, they were all men. Many people said that men were animals who lived with their lower bodies, and it was not without reason. After arriving at Dragon Lake City, Lin Feng went straight to the Mercenary Association. Usually, the Mercenary Association was the place where information gathered the most. Because this was the place where people from all walks of life gathered, the Mercenary Association had a wide range of information. After asking around in the Mercenary Association, Lin Feng had a more direct understanding of the situation in the Sky Martial continent. In the year after he left, the heavenly demons had continuously invaded many states. However, the situation had changed greatly. First, many powerful beings from the outer realms had descended on the Martial Heaven continent. Immediately afterward, cultivators from the 9 regions continent on the other side of the Endless Sea also arrived after experiencing dangers. With the addition of these 2 powers, the situation in the Sky Martial continent became extremely chaotic. The 4 forces kept going back and forth, fighting against each other. In the end, a balance was formed. The Sky Fiends occupied 300 prefectures. As for the extraterrestrial beings, they occupied 250 prefectures. The cultivators of 9 regions occupied 210 regions. There were also some prefectures where fishes and dragons were mixed together. There were cultivators from the Martial Heaven continent, as well as people from the 9 prefectures. Of course, most of the prefectures were still in the hands of the major powers of the Sky Martial continent. After all, the Sky Martial continent also had a few powerful guardians. Furthermore, he was in possession of several imperial weapons. Therefore, it was still considered the strongest among the 4 forces. In addition, Lin Feng also inquired about the country of desire. After the Sky Martial continent's 4 great powers made peace, Dragon Palace joined forces with several other forces to launch an attack on Country of Desire. The main reason was that Country of Desire was too strong, and it was a force that rose quickly during the war. As a result, it became a thorn in the side of many people. After all, Country of Desire had gathered many experts. Furthermore, Country of Desire had the Longevity Bell, an imperial weapon. It was not easy for Dragon Palace and the other forces to destroy Country of Desire. However, under the joint suppression of Dragon Palace and the other forces, Country of Desire still suffered heavy losses, and their sphere of influence was greatly reduced. Furthermore, the experts in Country of Desire left one after another, and their strength was far from the past. Perhaps they felt that Country of Desire could no longer pose a threat. As a result, Dragon Palace and the other forces did not continue to pursue and attack. Now, Country of Desire became very low-key, and acted cautiously. When he found out that Country of Desire was suppressed by Dragon Palace and the other forces and suffered heavy losses, Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. Back then, the Sky Fiends wreaked havoc in the Eastern Sea world, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Dragon Palace and the other major forces avoided it, as if they did not know about it. It was Lin Feng who led the Country of Desire's cultivator army. He first fought with Vast Domain Demon Ancestor's demon slave army and killed him. Later on, he fought an even more intense battle with Mosei Tianzuan's cultivator army. In this battle, Lin Feng almost died in the void world that was wreaking havoc in time and space. As for Dragon Palace and the other forces, they did nothing. Now that the four great powers had signed a ceasefire agreement, they joined forces to suppress Country of Desire. In fact, it was to snatch Country of Desire's territory and resources. After leaving the Mercenary Association, Lin Feng directly sent Du Zhu and the giant star beast to Country of Desire to take charge of the situation. Du Zhu was in charge of dispatching the army to counterattack Dragon Palace and the other forces, while the giant star beast was in charge of the complicated construction of the temple. Lin Feng had already obtained great benefits from the construction of the temple. Sky Martial Continent was much bigger than the Banished World. It was also the most suitable place to build the temple. After receiving Lin Feng's order, Du Zhu and the giant star beast took Lin Feng's token and headed to Country of Desire. As for Lin Feng, he rested for a day in Dragon Lake City. Then, he set off for Heavenly Dao Sect. Heavenly Dao Sect was located in the Heavenly Dao Stone Forest in the center of Heavenly Dao State. It was rumored that there was the largest stone forest in Sky Martial Continent there. The stone forest stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and had a long history. Moreover, there were many places where the Heavenly Dao's aura was left behind. It was a good place to comprehend the Dao. Many people went to Heavenly Dao Sect because of its reputation, wanting to enter Heavenly Dao Sect to cultivate. However, it was not an easy task to join Heavenly Dao Sect. Lin Feng flew all the way in the direction of Heavenly Dao Sect. His heart was not calm. After being separated for 10 years, what kind of attitude would Zi Yuan have when she saw him? Would she be cold and indifferent? Or would her feelings be the same as before? 10 years was enough to change many things. As for the human heart, it did not need 10 years to change. Many times. Just one thing could change a person's heart. When Lin Feng passed by a mountain range, he heard earth-shaking shouts. There seemed to be a sect located in the mountain range. Now, that sect was being besieged by a dense group of cultivators. Lin Feng looked from afar and was very surprised. This was because many of the cultivators besieging that sect were from the outer realm. There were even experts from the Heavenly Devil clan. Why are these outer realm beings and heavenly devils besieging such an inconspicuous sect? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Whoosh! At this moment, a woman flew over from afar. That woman quickly flew in Lin Feng's direction. Behind her were densely packed outer realm beings and 4 or 5 powerful heavenly devils that were chasing after her. The female cultivator who flew over from afar was dressed in white. Her face was covered, so he couldn't see what she looked like. However, her figure was very alluring. A woman with such a good figure should be very beautiful, right? Of course, there were also many women with hot figures but ordinary faces. You can't leave. Hand it over. The extraterrestrial beings and the sky fiends behind her shouted coldly. Terrifying killing intent surged out. Lin Feng muttered. What could make these extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends so crazy? Fellow Daoist, save me. When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng, she seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, There are so many people chasing you. How can I save you? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The female cultivator said, I have a huge secret on me. This woman was indeed not simple. Lin Feng grabbed her soft, jade-like hand and rushed into the distance. Kid, put that woman down. Kid, are you courting death? You dare to save the person we want to deal with? The group of extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends immediately roared in anger, their eyes spitting fire. If looks could kill, Lin Feng had already been cut to pieces by the terrifying looks of the extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends countless times. Lin Feng didn't care about the Devamara and the foreign creatures. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds and increased his speed to the maximum. He took the female cultivator and rushed into the distance. There were many experts among the extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends. Lin Feng was not stupid enough to stay behind and fight to the death with them. After running for thousands of kilometers, they finally shook off the extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends. Lin Feng and the female cultivator landed beside a small stream. Lin Feng said, You can tell me your secret now. I'm very curious. What kind of secret could make so many extraterrestrial beings and sky fiends go crazy? The female cultivator said, "Secret? What secret? Did I say I had a secret?" The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This woman changed her face faster than flipping a book. "Are you trying to act shamelessly?" Lin Feng glared fiercely at the female cultivator. The female cultivator said, "Can you not slander me?" Lin Feng said, "Since you won't admit it, it looks like I'll have to search you myself and see if I can find any secrets from you. But don't blame me if I touch something I shouldn't touch." After saying that, Lin Feng stretched his hand out to grab the female cultivator. "Damn hooligan, do you believe that I will castrate you?" The female cultivator glared fiercely at Lin Feng. At this moment, she finally revealed her true nature. Lin Feng said, "I admit that I'm a hoodlum. Please remove the word stinky from my name." Lin Feng did not stop. This woman had a big secret on her body. Now, this woman was acting shamelessly and wanted to keep the secret for herself. How could Lin Feng let her succeed? "Humph!" The female cultivator snorted and waved her right hand. Suddenly, a Milky Way world appeared. The Milky Way world stood between her and Lin Feng. Immediately after, the female cultivator quickly retreated. She smiled and said, "Once I use this descent of the Milky Way, it looks like we're very close, but it's like we're separated by a river of stars. It's boundless, so don't even think about catching up to me. Thank you for bringing me out. Let's meet again." Lin Feng's expression did not change. He said, "You clearly have the means to escape from those pursuers, and you're still asking me for help. What is the meaning of this? Since you dared to stand there and watch, it means that your cultivation is extraordinary. If you can bring me out of here, I'll save a lot of effort. If you can't, you'll offend those pursuers because you helped me. I'll find an opportunity to throw you to them. They must hate you very much. When the time comes, they'll deal with you and buy me a lot of time." "Why not?" the female cultivator said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "What a good plan. I have to say I admire you. However, you neglected one thing. Do you think you can escape from me? Do you think you can escape from me just because you want to?" Lin Feng leaped out and directly passed through the Milky Way world. "You." When the female cultivator saw this scene, her expression changed again. Clearly, at this time, she realized that she had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. Whoosh, the female cultivator turned and rushed into the distance. Lin Feng chased after her. With the female cultivator's speed, there was no way she could escape from Lin Feng's hands. It was not very likely. Lin Feng caught up to the female cultivator. "Looks like I'll have to destroy a flower today." Lin Feng directly grabbed the female cultivator. The female cultivator turned and slapped at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided, and the female cultivator was forced back by Lin Feng. "Deity realm?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This female cultivator was actually a deity realm expert at such a young age. This really surprised him. However, against Lin Feng, the female cultivator's strength was still lacking. Lin Feng stepped forward and slapped the female cultivator 3 times in a row. The female cultivator's magic power was almost scattered. The difference in strength between the two sides was quite large. The female cultivator was not Lin Feng's match at all. Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to capture the female cultivator. Wah! Suddenly, the female cultivator burst into tears. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard her cry. It was as if he was bullying the weak. Lin Feng said helplessly, "Why are you crying?" The female cultivator said, "The Scarlet Sun sect passed down by my ancestors was just destroyed, and you came to bully me. How can I not cry? You're the person whose sect was destroyed?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but look at the female cultivator. "Yes, I'm the current sect leader, Scarlet Sun Sun Heir," the female cultivator said. "Why did they destroy your sect?" Lin Feng asked. "It's a long story. My sect passed down a very ancient item that attracted the interest of the extraterrestrial beings and demons, so we encountered a great disaster," Scarlet Sun Sun Heir said with tears in her eyes. "Seeing my family and fellow sect members killed one after another, my heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, but I knew that I had to live on. I had to revive the Scarlet Sun sect." Lin Feng asked, "What's that ancient item? Can you let me take a look? Don't worry, I won't be greedy for your ancestral treasure. I'm just curious. Lin Feng said. Alright, you're a man. You must keep your word. Scarlet Sun Air said. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. It's this treasure. Scarlet Sun Air stretched out her right hand. There was an 8 trigrams furnace in her right hand. Suddenly, the lid of the 8 trigrams furnace opened on its own. Then, a powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng. The 8 trigrams furnace directly swallowed Lin Feng. He, you've been fooled again. I'm not the Scarlet Sun sect leader, and I'm not from the Tianwu continent. I'm the daughter of the ancient demon star's demon sovereign. The female cultivator giggled. It was obvious that her name was not Scarlet Sun Air. It was just a fake name. You're a heavenly demon? Lin Feng did not seem to be worried about being trapped in the 8 trigrams furnace. Instead, he asked calmly. You're the heavenly demon. Your whole family are heavenly demons. The female cultivator snorted and said, Can't you tell? I'm a human. So you're a demon Dao expert. Where's the ancient demon star? Lin Feng asked again. The female cultivator thought for a moment and said, Why should I tell you? I won't tell you. Lin Feng said, Why did you put me in the 8 trigrams furnace? Do you want to use me to concoct medicine? Concoct medicine? No. I'm not interested in concocting medicine. I just got a map from the Scarlet Sun sect, and I'm going to the secret treasure trove now. I don't know if there are any special conditions to open it, such as a blood sacrifice. If there are, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice. The female cultivator said. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. It seems that this saying is not wrong. Lin Feng sighed. I'm the demon sovereign's daughter. I've seen all kinds of deception since I was young. What happened today is nothing. If I don't scheme against an idiot like you, who else can I scheme against? The female cultivator said with a smile. Little girl, I'm afraid you're indulging in fantasy. Lin Feng sneered. The female cultivator pursed her lips. She was about to mock him when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The voice was coming from behind her. The female cultivator turned around and saw Lin Feng standing 3 meters away, looking at her with a faint smile. How is this possible? Weren't you put in the 8 trigrams furnace? The female cultivator screamed. She could not believe what she was seeing. Lin Feng smiled. I'm sorry, but when you used the 8 trigrams cauldron to capture me, I used the sky patching technique. My real body disappeared into the empty space. What you captured was just a clone, that's all, said Lin Feng, smiling. The female cultivator thought that she had been fooled by Lin Feng, but now she realized that Lin Feng was fooling her. This made the female cultivator was furious. She had always been fooling others. When had been fooled did Lin Feng want to play with him? The female cultivator wished she could slap this bastard who dared to trick her to death. You saw through my plan right from the start? The female cultivator glared at Lin Feng. Having your chest doesn't look big. Why are you so brainless? Lin Feng glanced at the woman's breasts and pursed his lips. Seeing Lin Feng's disdainful look, the female cultivator Lin Feng was furious. Her breasts were not big, they were clearly very big. Okay, the female cultivator purposely straightened her back and said fiercely, Open your eyes. Is this what you call not big? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll know if they're big or not after I try them. Why don't you let me try? You scoundrel. The female cultivator Lin Feng sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Lin Feng countered with a palm strike, and the female cultivator Lin Feng was forced to retreat. The two of them had already fought before. Although the female cultivator was also in the deity realm, she was no match for Lin Feng. You, how can you be so powerful? The female cultivator Lin Feng bit her lip in disbelief. Lin Feng's body did not have any divine power fluctuations, which meant that he had not broken through to the deity realm. Being able to suppress her without breaking through to the deity realm was too abnormal. Lin Feng smiled and said, Am I very powerful? I don't think I'm particularly powerful. The female cultivator Lin Feng gritted her teeth and asked, You still haven't told me how you saw through my plan. Beauty, this is the Tianwu continent. There are very few experts in the Tianwu continent, and even fewer deities. Do you think this is the outer realm? How can an ordinary sect leader reach the deity realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. When the female cultivator Lin Feng heard that she was the sect leader of the Flaming Sun sect, Lin Feng knew that she was full of lies. Those words might be able to deceive cultivators from the outer realm or the 9 provinces continent. After all, those cultivators had not been in the Tianwu continent for long and did not know much about the various factions. However, it was impossible to deceive Lin Feng with such nonsense. Lin Feng had lived in the Tianwu continent for many years, so he knew very well what kind of experts there were in the Tianwu continent. How could he be so easily deceived? So be it. Now, this great ant will let you have a taste of my 8 trigrams furnace's power. The female cultivator snorted and waved her right hand. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams furnace flew out. The 8 trigrams furnace shook slightly in the air. Suddenly, waves of destructive power surged out. The 8 trigrams furnace quickly grew in size, and soon became as big as a mountain, pressing down on Lin Feng. This was an extremely powerful treasure. Its power was astonishing, and it could suppress all the gods and devils in the world. The female cultivator immediately shouted proudly, "Brat, do you think that just because your cultivation is stronger than mine, you can defeat me? Let me tell you, you are still far from it. This great ant has a treasure, so I can use it to smash you to death." Boom! Boom! With that, the 8 trigrams furnace pressed down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Your treasure is indeed not weak, but compared to my treasure, it's far inferior." Lin Feng immediately took out the 9 devils picture. The 9 devils picture soared into the sky. Endless devil chi churned. The devil chi that blotted out the sky enveloped the world. As the devil chi spewed out, the 9 devils picture had already collided with the 8 trigrams furnace. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The 8 trigrams furnace was sent flying by the 9 devils picture. 9 devils picture. This is the Heavenly Devil clan's imperial weapon, the 9 devils picture. How did you get the 9 devils picture? What is your relationship with the Heavenly Devil clan? After seeing the 9 devils picture, the female cultivator cried out in shock, her expression full of disbelief. Lin Feng laughed out loud, "I have nothing to do with the Heavenly Devil clan. I snatched this 9 devils picture from a Heavenly Devil. How is this possible?" The female cultivator's expression was full of disbelief. At this time, Lin Feng had already stepped forward and slapped towards the female cultivator. "Little girl, it's time to end this. I just happen to be lacking a servant girl to warm my bed. I see that you are not bad looking and your figure is not bad. From now on, you will be my servant girl to warm my bed." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's attack had already landed. "I am the daughter of the Devil King. You dare to make me a servant girl to warm your bed? Do you want to die?" The female cultivator shrieked, her hands forming seals to use a powerful divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong. In just 3 rounds, he had dispersed the magic power on the female cultivator's body. The female cultivator's expression was very ugly. First, it was because she had been captured by Lin Feng. Second, it was because she realized that the man in front of her was not afraid of her Devil King father at all. This bastard wouldn't really make her a servant girl to warm his bed, right? She was a great beauty. What if this bastard's beastly instincts kicked in and he forced himself on her? Thinking of this, the female cultivator was so frightened that her face turned pale. "I was wrong. Big brother, please be magnanimous and spare me this time." The female cultivator immediately begged, looking like she was about to cry. It was obvious that the female cultivator was not stupid. She knew that she could not threaten Lin Feng at this time. Instead, she should beg for mercy. Perhaps Lin Feng would let her go out of sympathy. A woman's tears were always the best weapon. This woman was really good at acting. One moment, she was a demoness. One moment, she looked pitiful and pitiful. However, these were all illusions. He could not believe it. Lin Feng said, "Come on, put away your hypocritical look. Swear to be my slave now. You can suffer less. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll have to suffer." Why don't you just kill me? The female cultivator raised her head, looking like she was at his mercy. Lin Feng said, do you really think that I can't subdue you? If that's what you think, then you're wrong. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and summoned the 9 devils picture and the 8 trigrams cauldron back. The 2 treasures shrank to the size of a palm. Lin Feng put away the 9 devils picture. Then, he opened the 8 trigrams cauldron and released his deity realm clone. Then, the 8 trigrams cauldron was suppressed by Lin Feng. That's my treasure. Seeing that Lin Feng had suppressed her treasure, the female cultivator gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Feng said, it's mine now. Even you are mine. Lin Feng carried the female cultivator on his shoulder. The female cultivator thought that Lin Feng was going to carry her to a cave or a small forest, strip her naked, and do something worse to her. Therefore, she kept struggling. As she struggled, she cursed loudly, bastard, damn hooligan, put me down. Slap. 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 Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped the female cultivator 3 times in a row. Woo, the female cultivator had never suffered such humiliation before, causing her to cry out in grievance. Don't pretend, I know what kind of person you are. Your tears are full of lies, they're worthless, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng muttered. What are you trying to do to me? The female cultivator gritted her teeth and asked. I'll let you take a bath. Once you're clean, you can warm my bed. Lin Feng threw the female cultivator into the pool in front of him. The clothes were thin to begin with. It was all wet now. After the female cultivator stood up from the pool, the clothes that were as thin as a cicada's wings were completely clinging to the body, giving off a feeling of asterisk. Her exquisite figure was completely exposed in front of Lin Feng's eyes. She was as beautiful as a painting. Perhaps this was the situation before his eyes. The female cultivator covered her vital parts with both hands and said fiercely, how about we make a deal? What deal? Lin Feng asked. Let me go, and I'll take you to the hidden place. The female cultivator said. How do we split the treasures? Lin Feng asked. 50-50. The female cultivator said. No, I'll take 80, you take 20. Lin Feng said. The female cultivator immediately screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I went through a lot of trouble to snatch the key to the hidden place from the hands of extraterrestrial creatures and sky demons. You want 80% of the treasures? You're too greedy. If you don't agree, then forget it. I haven't tasted a beauty in a long time. Are you done bathing? A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Feng said with a smile. Deal. The female cultivator screamed in fear. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Evil people needed evil people to deal with evil people. To deal with female cultivators, he naturally had to use evil methods. If he used ordinary methods, the female cultivator would definitely not obediently submit. Actually, if the female cultivator did not submit, Lin Feng could not do anything to her. Take her as a slave, this kind of thing could only scare the female cultivator. After all, the female cultivator's father was a demon lord level expert. The demon lord should be an expert above the heavenly god level. Such an expert, even in the ancient era, would be the overlord of space, a super expert. Let alone in this era, a small dispute with a female cultivator was nothing, but if he really did something outrageous to the female cultivator, if a demon lord above the heavenly god realm was angered, this anger was not something Lin Feng could withstand for the time being. I'll go over there. Come up and change your clothes. Lin Feng said. You're not allowed to peek. The female cultivator walked out of the pool and said with a red face. Would I peek? If I want to look, I'll look openly. Lin Feng curled his lips. The female cultivator was furious. This bastard deserved a beating. To be able to flirt with a woman so openly and righteously, this was the first time she had seen such a shameless man. I'll endure it. I'll endure it for now. The female cultivator glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then walked out of the pool and hid behind a big tree. With a thought, she took out a clean set of clothes from her storage ring and changed into them. After changing her clothes, the female cultivator walked out again. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Where's my 8 trigrams furnace? It's mine now. Lin Feng said. The female cultivator immediately screamed, "Give it back to me quickly, or I'll not let you off." Then, the female cultivator stretched out her claws and scratched at Lin Feng. Perhaps after losing her magic power, this was the female cultivator's best method. Lin Feng grabbed the female cultivator and said with a smile, "This method is useless against me, but since we're cooperating, I'll show some sincerity. I'll return this broken furnace to you." Lin Feng took out the 8 trigrams furnace and returned it to the female cultivator. After the female cultivator put away her 8 trigrams furnace, her expression became better. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" "Morong Sunair." The female cultivator said. "So you used a fake surname before?" Lin Feng muttered. "What's your name?" Morong Sunair asked. She was actually quite curious about Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng seemed to be from the Tianwu continent. There was actually such a monstrous young cultivator in the Tianwu continent? Morong Sunair found it hard to believe. "Lin Feng, it's you, the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army who disappeared more than 2 years ago?" Morong Sunair was shocked. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Am I that famous? Even you know me?" Morong Sunair curled her lips and said, "I've been to the East Sea and heard about you. What's the big deal about you? It's widely said that you're dead, but you're still alive. It's true that good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. What are you talking about? You're asking for a beating." Lin Feng groaned, raised his right hand and said, "Let's go." Morong Sunair's bosom was attacked. Lin Feng slapped her and a loud sound spread in the air. "You bastard." Morong Sunair's face was red. Morong Sunair's face turned red. She covered her butt and stared at Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng said, "Next time, you should know how to speak in front of me, right?" Morong Sunair wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and bite him to death, but she knew that she wasn't a match for Lin Feng. She could only continue to endure. In her heart, however, she was cursing fiercely, "Bastard, bastard, shameless lecher, just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands. When that time comes, I'll take care of you." Thinking of this, Morong Sunair's expression became better. Lin Feng said, "What's the origin of that secret trove? How did it make so many extraterrestrial creatures and demons go crazy?" Morong Sunair said, "It's the grave of the Crane Boy." "The Crane Boy? Who's that? I've never heard of him." Lin Feng muttered. Morong Sunair said, "You haven't even heard of the Crane Boy? Aren't you a little too ignorant? You're really ignorant. Does it make you happy to attack me?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. Morong Sunair giggled, "Yes, it's my pleasure to attack you." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Who's this Crane Boy? Tell me." Morong Sunair said, "Have you heard of Pangu's creation?" Lin Feng said, "Isn't that obvious?" "Who hasn't heard of Pangu's creation?" said Morong Sunair. "Then, do you know where Pangu went after he created the world? Rumor has it that Pangu's body evolved into a myriad of worlds. Of course, I don't think that's realistic. It's too much of a myth." Lin Feng said. Morong Sunair nodded, "Yes, it's too much of a myth. Actually, Pangu didn't evolve into a myriad of worlds. Instead, he turned into the primeval Tianzuan." Lin Feng was shocked. "Isn't the primeval Tianzuan the founder of Taoism?" Lin Feng had naturally heard of the primeval Tianzuan. He was the head of the 3 Pure Ones, the founder of Taoism, but his origin was very mysterious. Morong Sunair said, "The primeval Tianzuan was Pangu." This shocked Lin Feng. The primeval Tianzuan was actually Pangu's incarnation? His origin was terrifying. Morong Sunair, the primeval Tianzuan, the primeval Tianzuan. He's the founder of Taoism. The primeval Tianzuan's the primeval of the primeval Tianzuan. The general mirror of the past immortals called the heavenly Lord Yuanshi the ancestor of the heavenly realm. Tianzuan of the Tianzuan of the 3 Tianzuan of Tianzuan. When the immeasurable tribulation came, he used the mysterious heavenly Tao to teach all living beings. That's why he's called Tianzuan. In the records of the Taoism scriptures, the Taoism created by the heavenly Lord Yuanshi, the jade clear heavenly Lord Yuanshi, the prime clear heavenly Lord Lingbao, and the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. The 10 Rules of Taoism said, the primeval Tianzuan of the 3 Pure Ones is born from one. Regardless of whether there are thousands of gods, thousands of spirits, thousands of truths, and thousands of saints, there is the saying of one Pure Ones. Lin Feng asked, what's the relationship between the White Crane Boy and the primeval Tianzuan or Pangu? Morong Sinner said, we'll have to start from the primeval Tianzuan's disciples. The primeval Tianzuan's disciples are all extraordinary. 9 Immortal Mountains Peach Blossom Cave, Guangqingzi. 2 Immortal Mountains Magu Cave, Huanglong Qianyuan Mountains Golden Light Cave, Taizhenren. 5 Dragon Mountains Cloud Cave, Munjushri Guangfa Tianzuan. He later joined Buddhism and became Munjushri Bodhisattva. Putua Mountains Chaoying Cave, Ci Hang. He later joined Buddhism and became Guanyin Bodhisattva. Daoist Tianzuan of the Jade Cave of the Golden Court Mountain. Qijing Jingzi of the Cloud Cave of the Taihua Mountain. Zhu Lusun of the Cloud Cave of the Clamped Dragon Mountain. Later joined Buddhism, became Zhu Lusun Buddha, Lingbao of the Primeval Yang Cave of the Kongtong Mountain. Samantabhadra of the White Crane Cave of the 9 Palace Mountain. Later joined Buddhism, became Samantabhadra, Jade Cauldron of the Golden Cloud Cave of the Jade Spring Mountain. Qingsu Dao Lord of the Purple Sun Cave of the Green Summit Mountain. The other disciples Yun Zhongzi of the Jade Pillar Cave of the Zhongnan Mountain. Xianweng of the South Pole, Jade Void Palace, White Crane Boy, Primeval Tianzuan's attendant, Xianxia Shengong Bao. Look at the primeval Tianzuan's disciples. Which one of them isn't famous? The White Crane Boy is the primeval Tianzuan's attendant. He's been with the primeval Tianzuan for the longest time, so he's the closest to the primeval Tianzuan. Morong Sinner said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. So the White Crane Boy was the primeval Tianzuan's disciple. His background was a little frightening. However, Lin Feng had heard of the primeval Tianzuan's disciples, Xianxia, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Munjushri Bodhisattva. Xianxia, Jiang Taigong, and the Phoenix Pavilion. They were Jiang Yudi's ancestors. As for Guanyin Bodhisattva and Munjushri Bodhisattva, many temples had statues of them. Lin Feng said, there must be a lot of treasures in the White Crane Boy's tomb, right? Morong Sinner said, needless to say, there must be a mountain of treasures in the White Crane Boy's tomb. However, the biggest secret isn't the White Crane Boy's tomb, but the primeval Tianzuan's legacy. The primeval Tianzuan's legacy? Lin Feng was shocked. Morong Sinner nodded and said, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin is the most powerful existence since the creation of the world. When he turned into the Pangu giant body and created the world, he left behind a secret treasure called the Secret Realm of Ether. Have you heard of it? Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of it before. It was a secret territory controlled by Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian's rise was related to the secret territory of Ether. After that, the primeval Tianzuan left behind a second secret territory called the Primeval Secret Territory. Morong Sinner said. What's in the primeval secret territory? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Apart from the part of Pangu's orthodoxy in the secret realm of Ether, there is another great secret. You can enter the original secret realm from the secret realm of Ether. That is the most incredible inheritance. It is said that the inheritor of the secret realm of Ether, Huangfu Qingtian, has found a way to enter the original secret realm. Therefore, many people are very anxious now. They want to find other ways to enter the original secret realm and seize the inheritance of the original Lord. Morong Sinner said. The secret territory of Ether that Pangu left behind was taken by Huangfu Qingtian. So, Huangfu Qingtian is Pangu's inheritor, and Pangu and the primeval Tianzuan are the same person. So, the primeval Tianzuan left the primeval secret territory to Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng said with a gloomy face. There was less than a year left before the battle of life and death between him and Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng didn't want to see Huangfu Qingtian become so strong. Morong Sinner nodded and said, that's right. The secret territory of Ether left by Pangu should only be a primary secret territory. As the successor, Huangfu Qingtian passed the test and was able to enter the ultimate secret territory, the secret territory of Ether. Many people were unwilling to accept the fact that the secret territory of Ether was taken by Huangfu Qingtian. However, Huangfu Qingtian was very cunning. He sealed the secret territory of ether and no one could find him. Some peerless cultivators sensed that the secret territory of ether was shaking. It was very likely that Huangfu Qingtian was about to enter the secret territory of ether. No matter what, Lin Feng had to find a way to enter the origin secret land. Even if he couldn't obtain the inheritance of the primeval heavenly lord, he couldn't let Huangfu Qingtian obtain it. If Huangfu Qingtian obtained it, it would be a disaster. Even if he obtained the complete inheritance of the primeval heavenly lord, he wouldn't be a match for Huangfu Qingtian. A 10-year battle to the death. It boded ill rather than well. "Where's the Crane Boy's tomb?" asked Lin Feng. "I haven't had time to study it yet." "I'll find out after I study it," said Murong Saner. She waved her right hand and a scroll appeared in her hand. Murong Saner opened the scroll. There was a picture drawn on the scroll. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. Mountains, waterfalls, streams, birds, flowers, etc. Suddenly, a white crane flew out from the depths of the painting. "This scroll is really mysterious. Could it be that the secret of the Crane Boy's tomb is hidden in this scroll?" said Lin Feng while looking at the scroll. He was surprised. Murong Saner nodded and said, "It's called the White Crane Sky-Gazing Diagram. It hides the secret of the White Crane Boy's grave. Of course, it's also possible that it's not a grave, but a mysterious world. After all, the White Crane Boy was so strong, it's normal for him to leave a mysterious world behind. If it's a secret territory, it's even more valuable," said Lin Feng, frowning. "Do you see anything special about it?" Murong Saner looked at it for a long time, but didn't find anything special. She then looked at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, "I used my divine sense to examine it, but I didn't find anything special about it. Since it's called the Crane Sky-Gazing Diagram, I think the key is the word Sky-Gazing Diagram," asked Murong Saner. "What do you mean? Sky-gazing?" "I think it's about comprehending the Tao," said Lin Feng. Said Murong Saner. "If that's the case, we need to find a quiet place and carefully comprehend it." Lin Feng nodded and flew away with Murong Saner. The two of them planned to find a suitable place to hide and comprehend the Tao law on the scroll. Boom, but right at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out. The void cracked open. 5 heavenly demons stepped out of the cracked void. 5 God Realm heavenly demons. Lin Feng didn't have any impression of these 5 celestial devils. He guessed that they were celestial devils that had entered the martial heaven continent after he had left. After that, over 30 xenorace beings tore through space and stepped out as well. Most of these extraterrestrial beings were cultivators of the extraterrestrial race. However, there were also many cultivators from other races, such as the Star Demon race, the Star Beast race, and so on. Some of them looked like humans, while others looked half human and half beast, like beast men. There were more than 30 extraterrestrial creatures, and 7 of them were deity realm experts. The rest were all demigods. "We've been surrounded." Murong Saner's expression changed when she saw the extraterrestrial beings and heavenly demons. Even though Lin Feng had shown his extraordinary fighting strength, he was still very strong. She was also a deity realm expert. However, there were only 2 of them. Their opponents had the advantage in numbers. There were a total of 12 deity realm experts. If they really fought, the disparity in strength would be too great. How many extraterrestrial beings and heavenly demons had descended during this period? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It seemed that there were many extraterrestrial beings and heavenly demons that had descended on the martial heaven continent. Haha. Everyone has arrived. We're a step too late. At this moment, loud laughter rang out. A dazzling golden light flew over from afar. Over 20 experts walked out of the golden light. These experts were led by 3 deity realm experts. "Who are these people?" Lin Feng whispered. Murong Saner replied, "They're the descendants of the Golden Emperor of the Jiuzhou continent. It said that their ancestor was a holy spirit that had been buried underground for countless years. Even a rock could transform into a living being. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised that the Golden Emperor could transform into a living being. Originally, Lin Feng and Murong Saner were at a disadvantage. Now that the Golden Clan's experts had arrived, the situation seemed to be even worse for Lin Feng and Murong Senair. Murong Senair was also very clear about this point. Her face was even uglier than before. Murong Senair glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing beside her, and saw Lin Feng's calm expression. Murong Senair was speechless. Right now, the extraterrestrial beings, heavenly demons, and Jiuzhou continent's cultivators had a total of 15 deity realm experts. There were more than 50 demigod realm experts. They were so powerful, and there were only 2 people on their side. This bastard still acted like he didn't care. He would probably cry later. Do you think you can run away? Ridiculous. A heavenly demon coldly looked at Lin Feng and Murong Senair. Murong Senair, hand over the white crane sky-gazing diagram and we'll spare your life for your father's sake. As for this kid, he'll definitely die today. A deity realm extraterrestrial being said coldly. Haha, this kid's blood chi is strong and his body is strong. He should be a good puppet. A deity realm expert from the Golden Clan sneered. Let's break out. You have the 9 demon painting and I have the 8 trigrams furnace. Maybe we can break out. Murong Senair whispered. Humph. A heavenly demon coldly snorted and said, Murong Senair, don't whisper. Do you think we don't know what you're talking about? You want to break out, right? We've already sealed this place with a great formation. You can't escape even if you have wings. As soon as the heavenly demon finished speaking, his hands continuously formed seals. Suddenly, the great formation around them intertwined. It completely sealed the area. So you've already prepared. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Kid, you want to get your hands on the Yuanzhi Qianzuan's secret territory? What the hell? Are you regretting your decision now? A deity realm extraterrestrial being sneered at Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Lin Feng sneered and said, a bunch of trash like you dares to shout in front of me? I don't know where you get your courage from. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. Arrogant. Too arrogant. They had never seen anyone as arrogant as Lin Feng. He was surrounded and trapped by a great formation. He was going to die, but he was still so arrogant. What was going on in this guy's head? Even Murong Senair couldn't help but roll her eyes. Murong Senair had seen all kinds of people. She had seen all kinds of geniuses and arrogant heirs of great forces. It was the first time she had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the 3 influential groups were infuriated by Lin Feng's arrogance. They all looked glum as they looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. Many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant and that he was courting death. But Lin Feng didn't think so. The terrain here was steep. Looking to the left, there was a mountain range that looked like a tiger coming out of the mountain. Looking to the right, there was a mountain range that looked like an azure dragon spitting out a pearl. Looking to the front, there was a black tortoise on the ground. Looking to the back, it looked like a vermilion bird soaring into the sky. White tiger, azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They were the 4 sacred beasts. The terrain here was very special, a bit like a natural 4 symbols formation. Controlling the power of the earth veins was the specialty of the Celestial Master sect. If it weren't for these 4 mountains, Lin Feng would have taken Murong Senair's advice and quickly broken out with her. After all, there were too many people and too many strong cultivators. Attack! Kill this brat! Shouted the strong cultivators of the 3 influential groups coldly and started attacking Lin Feng. The destructive attacks blasted out. All kinds of divine abilities gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent and stepped on the ground. A loud rumbling sound came out. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What's going on? Many people's expressions suddenly changed. Roar! 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 The 4 mountain ranges in the front, back, left, and right all shook violently. The 4 mountains then turned into 4 fierce beasts. White tiger was in charge of killing. Black tortoise was in charge of defense. Vermilion bird was in charge of control. Azure dragon was in charge of support. The 4 fierce beasts rushed over. Black tortoise protected Lin Feng and Murong Senair from the attacks of a group of cultivators. The white tiger pounced into the crowd and waved its huge claws, slapping out with a claw. The void was torn apart. One could see how powerful White Tiger's attack was. Vermilion Bird flew out and burned the sky with its Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. The burning Vermilion Bird Divine Fire enveloped the cultivators of the three major forces, as if it was going to burn them to ashes. Azure Dragon stretched out its huge dragon claw. The Azure Dragon claw easily tore the void. Its power was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Bang bang bang, under the attacks of the three sacred beasts, the experts of the three forces suffered heavy losses. 6 or 7 cultivators were killed in an instant. As for the rest of the people, they were either dodging or blocking the attacks of the three saint beasts. You're really something. What kind of trick is this? He actually turned 4 mountains into 4 sacred beasts? Morong Senair said in surprise. He originally thought that Lin Feng was a little too arrogant. Now he suddenly realized. Lin Feng was really full of secrets. This kind of method was truly miraculous. Now, Morong Senair was even thinking if she could find a way to get Lin Feng to reveal his means. If he could learn it, wouldn't he be able to turn the surrounding mountains into ferocious beasts like Lin Feng? Thinking of this, Morong Senair's eyes suddenly rolled. He didn't know what he was up to this time. Go all out and destroy these 4 beasts. The experts of the three forces roared furiously. Now, the Black Tortoise Sacred Beast also joined in to help the other 3 sacred beasts resist the attacks of the 3 forces. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the 3 poisonous puppets. The 3 poisonous puppets released a powerful poison. The poisonous fog rolled. The poisonous fog shrouded all the cultivators of the 3 forces. Everyone, be careful. There's poison. Many cultivators shouted in horror. After inhaling the poison, many of them immediately felt dizzy, nauseous, and unable to exert any strength. This was a normal reaction of the body after being poisoned. Once a cultivator was poisoned, his combat strength would plummet. Just like the experts of the 3 forces. The demigod realm cultivators couldn't resist the poison released by the 3 poisonous puppets. As for the divine realm cultivators, although they could resist the poison, it would also cause them to be distracted. Originally, they could use 100% of their combat strength, but now they could only use 60% to 70% of their combat strength. As for the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise Sacred Beasts, because they were transformed from mountains, they were not affected by the poison at all. While the cultivators of the 3 forces' combat strength was sharply reduced, the 4 sacred beasts charged into the crowd and attacked with all their might. Puff! Puff! Cultivators were killed one after another. Good job. Morong Senair jumped up and down in excitement. She looked like she wanted to rush up and join the battle. Crazy woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Morong Senair looked at Lin Feng and said, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You even have a poisonous puppet. How did you refine it? Teach me. There's a price to pay if you want to learn. Lin Feng said with a half-smile. Name your price. What do you want? Treasures? Cultivation spirit stones? Elixirs? Divine pills? I'll give you whatever you want. Morong Senair said. Morong Senair's interest in the poisonous puppets was far greater than her interest in the inheritance of the Heavenly Master. After all, Morong Senair was the daughter of the Demon King. Demonic Dao cultivators were mostly treacherous people. Lin Feng had already experienced Morong Senair's cunning character. Therefore, Morong Senair liked to use insidious means to deal with others. The poisonous puppets obviously met all of Morong Senair's requirements. Lin Feng said, give me your first time, and I'll tell you, why don't you just die? Morong Senair glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then kicked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly jumped back and dodged Morong Senair's kick. Quick, break out of the encirclement. At this time, the 3 forces suffered heavy losses. All the demigod cultivators died, 2 divine state cultivators died, and the 13 Xianxia cultivators suffered some injuries. Therefore, they didn't plan to stay and fight. Instead, they planned to break out of the encirclement with all their might. Boom! Boom! The combined power of these 13 godly realm experts was no small matter. They unleashed a powerful battle prowess and blocked the attacks of the 3 poisonous puppets and the 4 sacred beasts. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this time, Lin Feng summoned his divine state clone. After the divine state clone joined the battle, the 13 divine state cultivators suddenly felt great pressure. Puff! Puff, the doppelganger of the god state, seized the opportunity and stabbed out twice in a row, killing a Gold Clan expert and an extraterrestrial creature respectively. Now, there were only 11 divine state cultivators left. Their situation was even worse. At this time, a heavenly demon took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Swoosh, after the jade talisman was crushed, a world appeared. It was a huge palace. In the palace, there was the magic lotus floating in the air. Below the magic lotus sat a young demonic cultivator. Young master, help! After seeing the demonic young master, the heavenly demon who crushed the jade talisman cried for help. The young master seemed to have heard the heavenly demon's cry for help. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. I knew you wouldn't die in the spacetime reversal. You really came back. This young man was none other than Lin Yun. He was the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Gongziyu. Lin Feng and Gongziyu were old rivals. However, back then, Lin Feng had only been an ant in front of Gongziyu. But now, Lin Feng had grown up. Gongziyu, long time no see. Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu and nodded. The group of deity realm experts was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Feng and Gongziyu to know each other. From Gongziyu's tone, it was obvious that he valued this young cultivator. No wonder everyone had lost so miserably. This defeat was not unjust. Where's that guy? Did you kill him? Gongziyu asked. He was naturally referring to Mose Tianzuan. Gongziyu didn't care about Mose Tianzuan's life or death. What he cared about was whether Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. If Lin Feng killed Mose Tianzuan, the magic lotus would naturally fall into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng said, I have to say that you heavenly demons, especially innate heavenly demons like Mose Tianzuan, have strange and unfathomable methods. He was only left with a remnant soul, but you actually let him come back to life. Gongziyu said, if that's the case, it won't be easy to kill him again. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, what? Don't tell me you want his life too? Gongziyu smiled strangely and said, how can that be? After all, we are of the same race. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and said, although the two of you are of the same race, Mose Tianzuan is an innate sky fiend while you are a postnatal sky fiend. Aren't the two of you opposing each other? Gongziyu said. Whether we are enemies or not is an internal matter of the Celestial Devil clan. Today, I will be taking these people away. Can you make an exception? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Lin Feng took a step forward. Instantly, a river of death engulfed heaven and earth. Lin Feng had used the great death art, condensing a river of death and attacking the group of experts. As expected. You are really a scourge. However, you're not a match for Huangfu Qing Tian right now. I've heard that there's less than a year left before the 10-year battle. Huangfu Qing Tian has already absorbed a drop of Pangu's blood and broken through to the godly layer. If you can't break through, you'll die in a year. Gongziyu smiled and pointed at the magic lotus floating in the air. The magic lotus shot out a ray of demonic light and destroyed Lin Feng's river of death. Then, the demonic light wrapped around the remaining 11 experts and tore through the void, disappearing without a trace. What a terrifying the magic lotus! Lin Feng frowned. The demon lotus of the Devamara clan was terrifying. The more Lin Feng talked to it, the stronger he became. The more he interacted with it, the more he could sense how terrifying the magic lotus was. After Gongziyu saved the 11 experts, Lin Feng took back his doppelganger and poisoned doppelganger. Morong Sunair's eyes lit up as she said, so you have a life and death battle with Huangfu Qing Tian. But now you're in trouble. Huangfu Qing Tian has devoured Pangu's ancestral blood and has mastered some of Pangu's ancient magical powers. Once a monster like Huangfu Qing Tian breaks through to the god realm, his magical power will be monstrous. Huangfu Qing Tian's talent isn't any worse than yours. You may be able to kill some ordinary gods when you're at a lower level, but you definitely won't be able to kill a monster like Huangfu Qing Tian. Instead, you'll probably be killed by Huangfu Qing Tian. Only then can you break through to the godly layer. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know that. Therefore, I can't let Huangfu Qing Tian get the premier secret land. If he does, I'll definitely die in this battle. The two didn't stay any longer. They came to an ancient city and booked a room. Morong Sen'er took out the white crane sky-gazing painting. Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended the Daoqi of the white crane sky-gazing painting. The world of painting and calligraphy. A white crane. It spread its wings and flew high. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Morong Sen'er opened her eyes and sighed. She didn't understand anything in the past 3 days and 3 nights. The secret of the white crane sky-gazing painting was still a mystery. Morong Sen'er found that Lin Feng was still in a state of epiphany. Morong Sen'er observed Lin Feng. This guy looks pretty good, but who would have thought that he's actually a bastard? Morong Sen'er curled her lips. At this moment, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state. He felt that his divine sense had entered the world of the painting. He could feel the aura of the surrounding flowers, trees, forests, and even hear some insects and birds chirping. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. A white crane flew over. To be precise, it was a crane surrounded by immortal light. It spread its wings and flew. The white crane flew out from the depths. Then, it turned around and flew into the depths of the forest. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. However, after 3 days, the white crane flew out again. Then, it flew around and disappeared into the depths again. After 3 days, the white crane appeared again. So that's it. So that's it. I know. This white crane is a mount, it can lead us to the things left behind by the white crane boy. Lin Feng's face showed joy. The white crane flew over again and let out a loud cry. Lin Feng opened his eyes and grabbed Morong Sen'er's hand. Hey, stinky pervert, you're taking advantage of me again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Morong Sen'er screamed. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said. What are you screaming for? Who's taking advantage of you? I found a way to enter the grave of the white crane boy. Oh, really? Morong Sen'er was surprised. The white crane flew over again. Lin Feng grabbed Morong Sen'er and rushed directly toward the scroll suspended in midair. Whoosh whoosh, when Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er got close to the scroll, their bodies quickly shrank. The next moment, the two disappeared from the room. And there were 2 more little people in the scroll. Those 2 little people were Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er. We entered the scroll? Morong Sen'er said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded and said, I guess that this scroll is actually an entrance to a space, it should be a heaven-defying magic that refined the entrance into the scroll. At this time, the white crane had already flown above their heads. Lin Feng said. Let's go, ride the white crane, this white crane will take us to the destination. Lin Feng grabbed Morong Sen'er's hand and flew to the sky, above the lily, and then on the white crane. The white crane's body was not big, just enough to carry 2 people. Morong Sen'er sat in front, Lin Feng sat behind Morong Sen'er. The white crane let out a loud cry, then spread its wings and flew into the depths of the scroll. The ancient forest was so dense that one could even hear the roars of berserk beasts. Is this place where we are in the painting? Why do I feel like this is the real world? Morong Sen'er couldn't help but ask. In the distance, a huge creature stood up. It was actually a huge centipede with densely packed legs. The huge centipede stood up straight and was over 10,000 meters tall. Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er were shocked. Isn't this body too huge? It was the first time they saw such a huge centipede. Is this a prehistoric centipede? Morong Sen'er couldn't help but mutter. The prehistoric civilization predated the ancient times and even the immortal era. There was no way to know how long ago it was. However, some information about the prehistoric civilization could be found in some scriptures. It was said that there were many abnormally huge berserk beasts in the prehistoric civilization. For example, the current frog was only half the size of a palm. The frog that appeared in the prehistoric civilization, a frog was 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall. How huge was that? The white crane carried Lin Feng and Murong Sun all the way to the depths. Along the way, they saw many powerful berserk beasts. However, the white crane was very fast and left those powerful berserk beasts behind in the blink of an eye. Therefore, those berserk beasts had no chance to attack Lin Feng and Murong Sun. Look, what is that? Why is it so dark? Suddenly, Murong Sun pointed to the front. In front of them, black fog was rolling, and the rolling black fog was quickly moving in the direction of Lin Feng and Murong Sun. There seemed to be something in the black fog. Both sides were quickly approaching. Finally, Lin Feng and Murong Sun saw what was in the black fog. In the black fog, there was a dense group of black bats. Those bats weren't big, about the size of a palm. However, those bats were extremely strange. They had the body of a bat and the head of a wolf. These bats were called wolf-headed black bats. It was also a race that had long disappeared from the outside world. It had actually appeared in the world within the painting. Wolf-headed black bats had extremely powerful attacks. Their heads were not to be underestimated. It was said that the teeth of wolf-headed black bats could even crush divine weapons. This showed how terrifying wolf-headed black bats were. If a cultivator was surrounded by wolf-headed black bats, they would be devoured in an instant. Wolf-headed black bats, this is bad. Murong Sun that wolf-headed Murong Sun. Lin Feng immediately took out the purple earth core. The earth core the earth core was burning was the earth core. Countless wolf-headed earth core bats and Murong Sun were burned to death. Countless wolf-headed black bats and fell wolf-headed earth core. The black wolf-headed bats that were still alive didn't dare attack Lin Feng and Murong Sun anymore. They quickly flew away. When Lin Feng was some distance away from the wolf-headed black bats, he summoned his celestial fire back. You just took out a heavenly flame. Murong Sun was very knowledgeable and recognized Lin Feng's heavenly flame. Lin Feng nodded. That's right, it's heavenly flame. Murong Sun was slightly surprised. She thought that Lin Feng would try to hide it. She did not expect that. Lin Feng admitted it without hesitation. Murong Sun snorted. How many secrets do you have that I don't know? I advise you not to pay too much attention to me. I'm worried that you'll latch onto me again. I'm not interested in you. Lin Feng said. Who would latch onto you? Shameless bastard. Murong Sun snorted. Time passed quickly as Murong Sun bickered with Murong Sun. About a day and a half later, the immortal crane let out a loud cry. Lin Feng and Murong Sun looked towards the depths of the painting and were shocked. In the depths of the painting, immortal fog was lingering, and above the immortal fog, there were many palaces. It was just like the legendary Immortal Palace, Jade Palaces, and Jade Palaces. It was very beautiful. We're here. We're finally here. Murong Sun shouted excitedly. The immortal crane stopped above the immortal fog. Then, the immortal fog turned towards Lin Feng and Murong Sun and called out to them. It seemed to be saying, you can come down now. Lin Feng and Murong Sun came down from the immortal crane and stepped on the immortal fog. They discovered that there was a white jade staircase in the immortal fog. The white jade staircase extended all the way to a huge immortal door. Lin Feng and Murong Sun followed the white jade staircase and walked towards the depths. In the end, they stopped outside the immortal door. Immortal Court Secret Territory. There was a plaque above the immortal door. On the plaque, there were 4 ancient words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Is this the secret territory left behind by the white crane boy? Murong Sun looked towards the depths. Lin Feng said, it looks more like the place where the white crane boy cultivates. Let's go in and take a look. Murong Sun nodded, she couldn't wait to go in. Boom. But at that moment, there was a violent fluctuation coming from the depths. Then, 10 figures flew out. They were 10 golden men. Each of them had a powerful blood chi and were very strong. Why are there still people here? Murong Sun's face changed when she saw the 10 golden men flying out of the Immortal Court Secret Territory. If there were still people living in the Immortal Court Secret Territory, it would be a big problem. They had worked so hard to come here, wouldn't it be difficult to get any treasures? Lin Feng shook his head, they're not people. They're puppets. But they're very high-level puppets. Could it be that the White Crane Boy left them here to protect the Immortal Court's secret territory? Morong Senair said. Lin Feng nodded, that's very likely. Be careful, the puppets are coming out. If we want to go in, we have to defeat them first. Morong Senair took out the 8 trigrams furnace, while Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting. Then, he summoned his Godly Realm clone and the 3 toxic puppets. These golden-armored puppets were not simple. Their auras were extremely terrifying. So, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless when facing the 10 puppets. Boom! A great battle broke out. It was a very difficult battle. After hundreds of rounds, Lin Feng and Morong Senair were exhausted. However, the 10 puppets were unharmed. Something's not right. Our attacks can't hurt these puppets, but our bodies are constantly in a state of exhaustion. We're getting weaker and weaker. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to last long. Lin Feng said gloomily. He realized the seriousness of the situation. The 10 puppets were very strange, they seemed to be able to repair themselves. No matter what kind of damage they received, they could recover quickly. Morong Senair asked in a deep voice, what should we do now? We can only choose to retreat temporarily, and then think of another way. Lin Feng said. Whoosh! After forcing the puppets to retreat, Lin Feng and Morong Senair chose to retreat quickly. These puppets did not come out to chase after Lin Feng and Morong Senair. Their mission seemed to be to simply prevent others from entering the Immortal Court's secret territory. After Lin Feng and Morong Senair retreated, Lin Feng's Divine Realm avatar and the 3 poisonous puppets also withdrew together. 10 puppets stood at the gate of the Immortal Court's secret territory, looking indifferent. These puppets are really difficult to deal with. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to find a way to deal with them. Morong Senair felt a headache coming on. The 10 puppets did not show any flaws. Lin Feng said, there are actually 3 possibilities for their rapid recovery after being injured. One is because of the formation, the second is because of the materials, and the third is that when the 10 puppets were forged, both the self-healing formation and precious materials were added. But no matter what the reason is, it is not easy to destroy these puppets. Although it is not easy, it is not impossible to destroy them. Morong Senair's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Lin Feng and said, can we destroy them? Have you thought of a way? Lin Feng said, we have to destroy the puppets in an unstoppable manner, leaving them no time to repair themselves. Morong Senair said, the 10 puppets work together to attack and defend well. It is completely impossible to destroy them in an unstoppable manner. Then Morong Senair seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up slightly and said, I forgot that you are also a powerful spirit array master. If we set up a formation, we can lure the 10 puppets into the formation and then use the formation to separate them. In this way, the 10 puppets will fight on their own, and we will attack them one by one. In this way, we will be able to completely destroy the 10 puppets one by one. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, that's what I plan to do. We can use the formation to deal with these puppets. Lin Feng did not waste any time. He took out all kinds of formation materials and began to set up the formation. It took about 3 hours for Lin Feng to set up the formation successfully. After the formation was set up, Lin Feng and Morong Senair once again attacked the puppets. The battle broke out again. The 10 puppets were led into the formation set up by Lin Feng and Morong Senair in advance. Under the effect of the formation, the 10 puppets were separated. Lin Feng summoned his avatar and the 3 highly toxic puppets. Then he activated the 9 demon painting. Morong Senair activated the 8 trigrams furnace. The avatar and the 3 highly toxic puppets assisted her. It was equivalent to 6 God Realm experts besieging 1 highly toxic puppet at the same time. These highly toxic puppets could not withstand such a violent attack. Bang! Under the joint attack of Lin Feng, Morong Senair, the avatar, and the 3 highly toxic puppets, the body of the highly toxic puppet directly burst into pieces. It's done. Morong Senair's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the abilities displayed by the golden armored puppet were heaven-defying, it was only a puppet after all, not a real cultivator. So it was not that difficult to deal with it. Lin Feng and Morong Senair used the same method to deal with the other 9 puppets. Bang bang bang, next. The puppets suffered the same fate as the first puppet. Under the joint attack of Lin Feng, Morong Suner, the Avatar, and the 3 highly toxic puppets, they were all destroyed. Phew, after destroying the 10 puppets, Lin Feng and Morong Suner could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng collected the materials of the golden puppet that were scattered everywhere. Morong Suner asked curiously, "Why are you collecting these junk?" Lin Feng said, "Some of the materials may not be damaged. I will separate them and use them to refine my 3 highly toxic puppets." Morong Suner's eyes suddenly lit up when he mentioned the highly toxic puppets. She was very interested in them. Lin Feng kept the Avatar and the 3 highly toxic puppets in his body. Then he walked with Morong Suner to the Immortal Court's secret realm. The place was filled with immortal chi. It was as if they had come to the legendary place where the immortals lived. In the past, this place might have been very prosperous. Perhaps they would have been able to see fairies passing by. But now, it was empty. "Look, there's a huge dojo over there. It has the chi of the Tao." Lin Feng pointed at a huge square. He and Morong Suner quickly flew over. There was indeed the chi of the Tao there. Even after so many years, they could still feel it. Could it be the place where the White Crane Boy taught and solved problems? Lin Feng muttered. Then he said, "Did the White Crane Boy establish his own sect?" Morong Suner said, "I'm not sure. But I don't think someone as powerful as the White Crane Boy could have been a servant of Xianxia Tianzuan forever. So, it's very likely that he established a dojo and recruited a lot of disciples." Lin Feng nodded and said, "But the strange thing is, if this is the dojo of the White Crane Boy back in the days, how did the inheritance disappear? Many places here are perfectly preserved. There are no traces of a great battle. It's really strange. I wonder what happened in the past." Morong Suner said, "Actually, there are many things that happened before the Immemorial era. There are no historical records." "That's right." Lin Feng sighed and nodded. The past was gone. How many things were buried in the long river of history, unable to be explored? They were destined to become dust-covered secrets that no one knew about. They were destined to become eternal secrets. Lin Feng and Morong Suner didn't stay in the dojo for long. They flew towards the nearest palace. When they arrived, they saw a huge plaque above the hall with the words Achievement Hall written on it. Lin Feng and Morong Suner entered the Achievement Hall. The first thing they saw was 2 statues. One of them was tall and had a transcendent aura. The other statue was skinny and mysterious. "Huh? Who are they?" Lin Feng and Morong Suner were puzzled. Since this was the Achievement Hall, it should have a statue of the White Crane Boy. Even if they didn't worship the White Crane Boy, it was understandable that they worshipped the Xianxia Tianzuan. But the key point was, the 2 statues in front of them weren't the Xianxia Tianzuan. Who were they? Why were they worshipped here by the White Crane Boy? Lin Feng said, "Look, traces of divine power are flowing into the 2 statues. This is the power of faith. They can even absorb the power of faith? What was the origin of these 2 idols? It's really strange, I don't think I've seen them before." Morong Suner was very confused. She looked left and right in the Achievement Hall, but she couldn't find anything. "There should be couplets here, why is there nothing here?" Lin Feng pointed at the 2 pillars in the hall. Morong Suner said, "Look, there were some vague imprints, but they seem to have disappeared. There must have been couplets here before. Come, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to these 2 unknown gods and pray sincerely. Let's see if something unexpected will happen." Lin Feng said. He felt that these 2 statues had a great origin. This was the White Crane Boy's training ground. It was fine if the palace didn't worship him, but it didn't even worship his master, Xianxia Tianzuan. Yet, it worshipped 2 unknown existences. It was really strange. Lin Feng and Morong Suner knelt on the prayer mats in front of the 2 statues, then kowtowed 9 times to the 2 statues. Suddenly, something strange happened. The couplets that had disappeared on the 2 pillars reappeared. Lin Feng and Morong Suner stood up and saw the new couplets. Their faces were filled with joy. The couplet on the left read, "First Hong Jun, then Tian." The couplet on the right read, "Lu Yadao Emperor is still in front." First Hongjun, then Tian, Luya Dao Emperor is still in front. What does this mean? Morong Suner was very confused. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't understand what it meant either. Pangu created the world. It shouldn't have anything to do with Hongjun or Luya Dao Emperor, right? Suddenly, the ancient characters on the couplet seemed to come alive, emitting a golden light. Then, the golden light poured into Lin Feng and Morong Suner's bodies. A large amount of information appeared in Lin Feng and Morong Suner's minds. Before the primordial chaos, the world still belonged to the primordial chaos. Grand Mist Era. This was the first era, which was the era before the Chaos Era. During the primordial era, 4 ancient beings were born. The 4 living beings were Primordial Chaos, Tao Lord Luya, Hongjun, and Hun Kuan. In the entire Grand Mist Era, there were only 4 such beings. Their lifespans were practically limitless. Later on, the Grand Mist Era ended, and they entered the Primal Chaos Era. Finally, the Primal Chaos Era was no longer so boring. This was because the Primal Chaos Era had begun to give birth to new life forms, such as Nuwa, Pangu, Grand Supreme, Guanyuan, Gonggong, and many others. This was the so-called Xiantian life form. The 4 great powers of the primordial era had enlightened some Xiantian life forms. These enlightened Xiantian life forms were the first batch of Xiantian life forms to awaken, and were also the most powerful Xiantian life forms. Pangu was one of them. Pangu was enlightened by Hongjun, so Hongjun was Pangu's teacher. Countless years ago, there was a saying that had been passed down, but now, no one had heard of it. This sentence was, Hongjuan's Tao is passed down to the 3 friends. This sentence was referring to Hongjuan's 3 disciples. Taoist Hongjun was the master of Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and Grand Master of Heaven. Taoist Hongjun was the ancestor of all immortals, and he was also known as Patriarch Hongyuan. Hongyuan referred to the original state of the universe before heaven and earth were created and the void was separated. There was a saying that Hongjun came first, then Tian. Taoist Hongjuan's great Tao was passed down to Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, Primordial Beginning, and Grand Master of Heaven. The 3 of them founded Chan School, Tao School, and Jia School respectively. During the primal chaos, the Tao was born. The Tao transformed into Hongjun, and he was the one who created the world. Apart from the great Tao, the 3 primordial Qi were born. Laozi separated and reunited in the primal chaos Qi, and the 3 lights as the beginning. The Tao transformed into an incarnation, and the cicada transformed into the world. The primal chaos Qi, 3 pure ones, was Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Grand Master of Heaven. Therefore, there was a saying that Hongjuan's Tao is passed down to the 3 friends. The 3 Qi was one and was born for the Tao. Actually, among the 4 existences of the Primal Chaos Era, Hongjun was only ranked 3rd. The second was Taoist Luya. Taoist Luya was the essence of fire. He flew out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. He was not in the 3 sects or the land of bliss. He was not under the control of the human king and was not in the netherworld. Xiaoxiao was free to roam, free to be an itinerant saint immortal. However, there was a saying, Patriarch Hongjun is the number 1 immortal. His disciple, Pangu, opened the sky. First, there was Hongjun, then there was Tian. Tao Lord Luya is still in front. He is only 18 years old this year. 1 chaos is 1 year. Therefore, it seemed that Luya just did not like to be controlled. Tao Lord Luya was an itinerant immortal on the North Ocean's Fish Dace Island. His seniority was extremely high, but because he did not have any disciples, others did not know much about his deeds. However, Taoist Luya's identity and background were frightening. The couplet here, there is Tian behind Hongjun, Taoist Luya is still in front. It was not belittling Hongjuan's identity. It was proving Taoist Luya's identity. This was a figure at the level of the 4 giants of the Primal Chaos Era. His status was even higher than Hongjuan's. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. These were all secrets that had disappeared. Many people even thought that Pangu, Nuwa, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the others were gods that came out of myths. Therefore, there was no need to mention the 4 giants that were even more ancient than Pangu, Nuwa, and the other living beings. Perhaps no one would believe him even if he told them the secrets that he had learned now, because it was too shocking. I didn't expect that there would be such powerful figures who predated the Khanate lifeforms. So they are the earliest living beings in the world. Morong Sunner's eyes lit up. Obviously, she was shocked. Of course, Lin Feng was also shocked. He rubbed his chin and looked at the statues of Hongjun and Daoist Luya. Then, he said, let's have a good epiphany here. I feel that this place might hide the Tao of Hongjun and Daoist Luya. Hongjun was the master of Grand Supreme Elder, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Pangu, and the Grandmaster of Heaven. Daoist Luya could be considered Hongjuan's senior brother. The Tao left behind by such a figure. That was too terrifying. It must be so powerful that it was unimaginable. If he could have an epiphany, the benefits would be endless. Lin Feng and Morong Sunner sat on the futon and comprehended the Tao. Wanting to comprehend the Tao within was naturally not an easy thing to do. However, as time passed, Lin Feng still sensed a special Tao aura. It was hazy. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed a mysterious, ancient, and vast world. He tried his best to connect with that world. Finally, Lin Feng successfully connected with that mysterious world. Boom. He felt the world spin as he entered that ancient world. This was a blurry world. He couldn't even see what was going on around him. What is this place? Lin Feng frowned. His spiritual will had fused with this world. And now, his spiritual will had transformed into his appearance. He was flying in this world. Then, Lin Feng heard a cry. A fiery red divine bird flew across the sky. That divine bird looked very much like a crow. Daoist Luya is a living being born from the essence of fire. Could the existence that just flew past be transformed by Daoist Luya? Lin Feng was shocked and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He quickly chased after it. In the end, Lin Feng caught up to the fire crow. The fire crow finally transformed into a Daoist. He sat on top of a mountain peak. It was unknown how many years had passed since he sat on this mountain peak. Later, someone came to look for Daoist Luya. This was another ancient existence, Patriarch Hun Kuan, one of the 4 giants of the primordial era. He was ranked 4th among the 4 giants. Enlightening living beings is also a kind of fate. Patriarch Hun Kuan said. Could this be the Chaos Era? Lin Feng muttered. During the Chaos Era, Patriarch Hongjun and Patriarch Hun Kuan began to enlighten some living beings. Patriarch Hongjun enlightened powerful living beings like Pangu. Patriarch Hun Kuan liked to enlighten innate living beings in the shape of strange beasts. Not interested. Daoist Luya rolled his eyes and said. Among the 4 giants of the primordial era, as the first living being in the universe, Hong Meng was also the most mysterious existence and rarely appeared. When Hongjun and Hun Kuan were enlightening living beings, Hong Meng was still missing. As for Daoist Luya, he had a rather lazy personality and was not very interested in these things. Therefore, even if Patriarch Hun Kuan persuaded Daoist Luya to enlighten some living beings, then, he would let those living beings pass down his teachings. This way, his teachings could be passed down forever. With more disciples, there would be more people who believed in him. Yes, cultivation. Naturally, there would be great benefits. However, Daoist Luya was clearly not interested in such matters. In the end, Patriarch Hun Kuan stopped persuading Daoist Luya and chose to leave. Daoist Luya had been to many places. He saw the primal chaos era filled with vitality, which was completely different from the Grand Mist era he lived in. In this era, creatures were being nurtured, as if a brand new world was about to be opened. No one knew how many years had passed. Pangu created the world. Nuwa had created billions of living beings. The world became more and more lively. Born before the opening of the sky, buried after the opening of the sky. Daoist Luya was a very strange person. He played in the human world and later felt that there was nothing fun in this world. He thought of burying himself. He had tried many methods, but they all failed. This made Lin Feng speechless. As one of the 4 giants of the primordial era, Daoist Luya was actually such a weirdo. After Daoist Luya failed to bury himself, he came to the outer realms. He sat in the starry sky and looked up at the stars in the sky. Immediately after, Over the long years, Taoist Luya observed the changes in the stars and evolved a star chart. This star chart was later named Luya's star chart by Taoist Luya. Lin Feng was shocked. Luya's star chart was an extremely powerful divine ability. To be precise, this was the soul refining technique created by Taoist Luya. Lin Feng sat cross-legged like Taoist Luya and carefully sensed the changes in the stars. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly had a strange feeling. He realized that sometimes, he seemed to have become Taoist Luya. Sometimes, he became himself again. However, regardless of whether he became Taoist Luya or himself, he was still sitting cross-legged in the starry sky world. Then, he observed the changes in the stars. Gradually, Lin Feng felt enlightened. He realized that the image of the stars in the sky had appeared in his mind. Now, the stars in the sky had turned into a picture. Every time his spiritual will invaded the picture, Lin Feng could see the movement and changes of the stars in the sky. And every time he observed the star chart, his soul power seemed to be able to increase. Lin Feng had heard that the primordial star chart was the #1 soul refining technique in the primordial era. However, how could the primordial star chart compare to the Luya star chart passed down by Taoist Luya? The primordial star chart was at most a divine ability created by a great emperor. As for Luya's star chart, it was created by one of the 4 giants of the primordial era, Taoist Luya. As for Taoist Luya's cultivation level, Lin Feng did not know. However, one thing was clear. Taoist Luya's strength was definitely not something that a great emperor could compare to. Billions of stars were mountains and rivers. The universe was hidden in his heart. With a thought, he could reverse the stars. With a move, he could shatter the worlds. Incantations echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The mysteries of Luya's star chart flowed in Lin Feng's heart. After an unknown period of time, Luya's star chart was finally deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. He could never forget it. He had learned the soul-refining technique created by Taoist Luya. To Lin Feng, this could be said to be a great opportunity. Luya's star chart was mysterious and unfathomable. It was not as simple as increasing one's soul power. Of course, Lin Feng needed to slowly comprehend the specific mysteries. Taoist Luya stood up. I want to bury myself. Why can't I do it? I wonder what Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Hun Kuan are doing now. Taoist Luya muttered. He first went to look for Hong Jun. This was because Taoist Luya had the strongest relationship with Hong Jun. When he arrived at Hong Jun's place of seclusion, it was already empty. He did not know where Hong Jun had gone to. Where did that old fart go? Taoist Luya muttered. After leaving Taoist Hong Jun's Tao temple, he immediately headed to Patriarch Hun Kuan's Tao temple. However, after arriving at Patriarch Hun Kuan's Tao temple, he did not find him. Patriarch Hun Kuan had disappeared without a trace like Hong Jun. Where did he go? Could it be that he went to enlighten innate spirits again? Taoist Luya muttered. I'll go take a look at old Decent. Taoist Luya left and headed to Hong Meng's Tao temple. Hong Meng was ranked first among the 4 heavyweights. He was also the most mysterious existence. Rumor had it that Hong Meng was a living being born from purple light. In the world of cultivators, purple light represented nobility. Just like how domineering it was. Purple domineering aura represented supreme domineering aura. After arriving at Hong Meng Tao temple, he found that Hong Meng was not there. At that moment, Taoist Luya felt that something was amiss. He used his technique of becoming one with the world to sense Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Patriarch Hun Kuan. However, the result left Taoist Luya aghast. He was actually unable to sense Hong Meng, Hong Jun, or Patriarch Hun Kuan's auras. Lin Feng was also very surprised. What was going on? Why had Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Patriarch Hun Kuan's auras vanished? Could it be that he had fallen, but who could have killed them? Taoist Luya searched for a long time, traversing mountains and rivers, but to no avail. He had no idea what had happened. Of the 4 giants of the primordial era, he was the only one left in this world. The other 3 had disappeared without a trace. It really made people feel strange. Their disappearance was too strange. As for whether they had died or not, Taoist Luya wasn't sure. In his opinion, no one in this world could kill Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Hun Kuan. Daoist Luya mumbled, could he have committed suicide? Then, Daoist Luya shook his head and said, those three fellows are not people who would casually commit suicide. Even I didn't die when I committed suicide. If they really committed suicide, they definitely wouldn't die. What's the problem? Is there something in this universe that I don't know about? No, this won't do. I need to divine what's going on. With that thought, Daoist Luya set up the incense table and took out 3 tortoise shell. He seemed to be about to perform a divination. Swish, at that moment, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng was back in the real world. Lin Feng had no idea what happened after that. Lin Feng didn't know if Daoist Luya had divined the whereabouts of Hong Meng, Hong Jun, and Hun Kuan. Those things were destined to remain a mystery to Lin Feng. It's a pity that I can't find out what happened in the past. However, my harvest today is quite heaven-defying. I actually obtained Daoist Luya's stargazing chart. I wonder if I can be considered half a successor of Daoist Luya. If so, will I be able to obtain Daoist Luya's legacy in the future? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He closed his eyes and activated Luya's star observation chart, starting to cultivate his soul. Lin Feng could sense that his soul was becoming stronger at an incredible speed. In a short time, he would break through to the godly layer. Not long after, Morong Suner woke up. Looking at her beaming face, she must have obtained a lot of benefits. However, Lin Feng and Morong Suner didn't talk much about it. Both of them had their own fortuitous encounters. Forcing the other person's fortuitous encounter would not be tolerated by the Great Tao. The heavenly Tao was able to sense everything. Lin Feng and Morong Suner walked out of the Merit Palace and went to the other palaces. Inside the palace, the 3 pure ones were enshrined. They were the Heavenly Lord Yuancher, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and the Heavenly Lord Dao Da. There was also a palace dedicated to the White Crane Boy. Lin Feng and Morong Suner muttered after seeing the White Crane Boy. The White Crane Boy was actually a child who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old. Morong Suner asked. Could it be that White Crane Boy has never grown up? Lin Feng nodded. That's possible. The 2 of them then bowed to the White Crane Boy. He had entered someone else's territory. You want to take my treasure? It would be inexcusable if he didn't pay his respects to his master. However, when Lin Feng and Morong Suner bowed to the White Crane Boy, they felt extremely strange. After bowing, Lin Feng said, let's go and find the treasury left behind by White Crane Boy. We've already agreed that I'll take 80 and you take 20. Although Morong Suner was extremely unwilling, she could only accept it. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and then began to search the treasury. It didn't take long for them to find a treasury. However, when they opened it, they found that it was empty. Damn, someone beat us to it. Seeing that the treasury had been emptied, Lin Feng immediately cried out gloomily. Who the hell did this? They actually emptied the treasury. Next, Lin Feng and Morong Suner found another 6 or 7 treasuries, but they were all empty. All the treasures found in the vaults had been taken away by someone else. This made Lin Feng and Morong Suner furious. The treasures left behind by White Crane Boy must be incomparably precious. With so many treasures in the treasury, this was a huge windfall. They were actually taken away by someone else. Who else could it be? Who wouldn't be depressed? When they reached the 9th treasury, Lin Feng and Morong Suner finally found a clue. Immeasurable deity. This Taoist master was here. They found a line of twisted words in the 9th treasury. Obviously, from the clues, they knew that the bastard who came here and emptied the 9th treasury was a Taoist master. As for who this Taoist master was, they didn't know. Why do I feel that this handwriting is a bit familiar? Lin Feng looked at the twisted words and felt a bit apprehensive. Suddenly, a person popped up in his mind. But then, Lin Feng quickly shook his head. How could it be that guy? This treasury was emptied who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. It definitely wasn't something that happened recently. Because the guy who emptied the treasury and left behind a line of words, the handwriting was from the Immemorial era. This should be done by a Taoist master from the Immemorial era. And the person that appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It was a measurable Taoist. But then again, This handwriting was quite similar to immeasurable Daoists. Damned Daoist! Morong Sen'er cursed the Daoist master who emptied the treasury. Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er continued to look for new treasures. Finally, they found the 10th treasury. When they arrived at the 10th treasury, Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er were very happy because the seal of the 10th treasury was still there, which meant that the 10th treasury wasn't emptied by the Daoist master from before. Could it be that he found his conscience? That's why he didn't empty the treasury? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Lin Feng broke the seal of the 10th treasury and then entered it with Morong Sen'er. After entering the 10th treasury, he discovered that it was filled with piles of immortal iron and immortal stones. Morong Shui said in surprise. This is the place where treasures and materials are stored. Lin Feng nodded, looking at the piles of various materials. His eyes were shining. Heavenly crystal stone, black demon stone, raging flame heavenly stone, great flood dragon blood stone, Qilin fallen immortal iron, Xianming ghost iron. Looking at the piles of various materials, Lin Feng felt very excited. These materials were all rare treasures. At the very least, they could be used to create divine tools. Some materials, such as the 9th heaven sacred stone, could even be used to create emperor weapons. We're really rich. This kind of material can be sold for a sky-high price. With so many materials, how many divine tools can be created? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said aloud. Morong Sen'er curled her lips and said, "Why do you need so many treasures? It's better to accumulate treasures, magical powers, or divine-level star stones." Morong Sen'er obviously didn't care about these things. However, it was normal. Lin Feng was very excited when he saw the various materials for forging treasures. This was because Lin Feng was very ambitious. In the future, Lin Feng will continue to expand his forces. Especially when he goes to the 9 regions in the future. Maybe he will establish his own forces. To establish a force, he naturally needs to build a strong army. To build a cultivator army, he needs to equip the cultivator army with powerful treasures to increase the combat power of the cultivator army. Divine tools are precious. This is because the materials for forging divine tools are too difficult to find. Many divine realm cultivators can't even forge divine tools because they can't find the materials. Or they can't find the precious materials to upgrade their life source treasures to the level of divine tools. Therefore, for the ambitious Lin Feng who wants to do something, these materials for forging divine tools are very precious. Morong Sen'er obviously doesn't think so. She is a woman and has no ambition. At most, she cares about her future cultivation. Naturally, she wants to get more cultivation resources. Lin Feng said, "If you don't want these forging materials, I will take them all and open the other treasures. You can choose what you want." Morong Sen'er has no objection to Lin Feng's proposal. She said, "Okay, in that case, it's a deal." Lin Feng nodded and began to collect the forging materials in the treasury. With so many forging materials, Lin Feng felt that it would be no problem to forge thousands of divine tools. The only problem is that it is difficult to find a divine realm blacksmith. But this is something to consider in the future. After all the materials were collected by Lin Feng, Lin Feng and Morong Sen'er continued to look for the next treasury. They found the 11th treasury. After Lin Feng opened the 11th treasury, he found that there are many bookshelves in the treasury. And on the bookshelves, there are all kinds of scrolls. Ancient star map. Lin Feng was surprised and found many ancient star maps on a bookshelf. This bookshelf is full of ancient star maps. This is the ancient star map to the Undying Realm? Lin Feng opened a scroll of the ancient star map and suddenly showed a shocked expression. The Undying Realm is the most mysterious realm in the 3,000 Great Worlds. It's also ranked first in the 3,000 Great Worlds. Since ancient times, how many experts want to go to the Undying Realm? The Undying Realm had true and pure immortal qi. Cultivators who cultivated in the Undying Realm had a chance to enter the Emperor Realm. Among the 3,000 Great Worlds, perhaps only the Undying Realm. The ancient therefore. Countless experts from the 3,000 macro worlds wanted to go to the Undying Realm. Going to the Undying Realm was naturally not a problem. But first, you to need the ancient star map. In this vast to have no ancient star map. To be, Lin T have no where you want to note ve have no where you want any ancient star map is extremely precious. But the most precious ancient star map is the one to the Undying Realm, the Demon Realm, the Devil Realm, and other great worlds. There were over 100 bookshelves here, and on each shelf, there were about 30 or so ancient star charts. Altogether, there were about 3,000 ancient star diagrams. The boundless starry sky world was boundless. 3,000 ancient star maps, there is a limit to how far one can go. But without these 3,000 ancient star maps entering the starry world, it was completely black, and his eyes were completely blind. You can't go anywhere. In addition to the ancient star map, there are many divine ability scrolls, formation scrolls, and alchemy scrolls. These scrolls can be copied. So after copying, Lin Feng and Morong Sinner each had a copy. They continued to look for the next treasury. Lin Feng and Morong Sinner found the 12th treasury. In the 12th treasury, there are many rare treasures. There are some rare treasures that Lin Feng has never seen before. They are very ancient and have long been lost. For example, there is a treasure called the Starry Sky Pearl. This treasure only needs to be injected with magic power to activate. Then, it is placed in the room at night. There is no need to light it. The whole room will become a scene of the starry world, beautiful and magnificent. Such a treasure is not useful for cultivation, but it can improve the quality of life and make life more enjoyable. This is. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a glass bottle. There is an ancient ship sealed in the bottle. He took the glass bottle and observed it carefully. Suddenly, Lin Feng found that the ancient ship sealed in the glass bottle is not simple. The ancient ship is called the Xianxia ship. The dragon's bones were made from the spine of a golden dragon. The hull of the ship was made of divine black wood. Divine black wood is recognized as one of the best materials to make an ancient ship. In the immortal ancient era, divine black wood has been extinct for a long time. Obviously, this ancient ship was made before the immortal ancient era. It has a long history. In addition to the materials, Lin Feng found that the spirit stone cannons on this ancient ship are also very special. Ordinary ancient ships have one cannon muzzle and one spirit stone cannon. However, this ancient ship has 3 spirit stone cannons in one cannon muzzle. The 3 spirit stone cannons seem to be glued together. They can fire 3 cannons at the same time. The lethality is even more powerful. The more Lin Feng looks at this ancient ship, the more he likes it. This is definitely the most advanced ancient ship. Lin Feng feels that this ancient ship is not inferior to the ancient ships controlled by the 9 great pirate kings. It is even more powerful than the ancient ships controlled by the 9 great pirate kings. Lin Feng's eyes then looked at the 2 words Shan. After seeing these 2 words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Shan is an amazing surname. There are very few people with the surname Shan. In all these years, Lin Feng has not seen many people with the surname Shan. The surname Shan originated from the 5 emperors Shan of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Shan is the leader of the 5 emperors, also known as the Yellow Emperor. This is the ancestor of the human race. Lin Feng opened the bottle and his divine consciousness invaded the Shan ship. Instantly, Lin Feng felt an extremely ancient aura. The Shan ship needs a captain. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a voice. It sounded like he was in a trance. However, when Lin Feng listened carefully, the voice disappeared without a trace. Huh? Why is there no sound? It's really strange. Lin Feng frowned. Did I hear it wrong? After muttering to himself, Lin Feng put the ancient ship into his storage ring. He will be able to use it when he travels in the starry sky world in the future. It's said that an ancient ship can fight against a fleet. It's a powerful ancient ship like the Xianxia. Lin Feng continued to collect other treasures. In the end, he and Morong Sinner divided the treasures in the treasury. After coming out of the treasury, the 2 continued to look for other treasures. There are a lot of palaces here, a total of 300 to 400 palaces. However, Lin Feng and Morong Sinner did not find any new treasures. It seems like there are only 12 treasures. Lin Feng and Morong Sinner took the treasures of the 9 vaults. The remaining 3 vaults were taken by the mysterious Taoist priest. There seems to be a medicinal garden over there. Morong Sun Air pointed at a courtyard not far away. Immortal chi lingered in the courtyard, bursts of dazzling immortal light. A rich medicinal fragrance spread out from the courtyard. Yeah. Yeah. Bibi woke up first. It opened its big cute eyes and rubbed its eyes with its little paws. It looked at the direction of the medicinal garden and almost drooled. After seeing such a charmingly naive Bebe, Morong Sun Air's eyes suddenly lit up. Bebe was such a cute, snow-white little beast. To a woman, it definitely possessed a huge killing power. What kind of little beast is this? It's so cute. Let sister hug you. Morong Sun Air stretched out her hands and wanted to hug the little beast. However, the little beast was one step ahead. It turned into a beam of light and flew towards the medicinal garden. Morong Sun Air hugged empty air and groaned in dissatisfaction. The dragon rabbit also woke up at this time. After it came out, it also turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the medicinal garden. The two little gluttons are very young, so they are very sleepy. Only after smelling delicious food will they be excited. Dragon rabbit. You're actually raising a dragon rabbit. Morong Sun Air exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng walked towards the herb garden. He looked at Morong Sun Air and said, I'm telling you, don't even think about my two little beasts. Morong Sun Air snorted, am I that kind of person? Lin Feng asked solemnly, you are, I'll beat you to death for slandering me. Morong Sun Air screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng got rid of Morong Sun Air in a few leaps, and then came to the front of the herb garden. He observed for a moment, and discovered that the medicinal garden originally had restrictions. However, perhaps too much time had passed, so the restrictions of the medicinal garden had basically dissipated. Lin Feng broke the last few weak restrictions, and entered the medicinal garden. A refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. In the medicinal garden, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Many of the spiritual herbs were more than 10,000 years old. King-level herbs that were more than 50,000 years old could be seen everywhere, and there were even many sage herbs that were more than 100,000 years old. In the depths of the medicinal garden, there were 10 immortality peach trees. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the immortality peach trees. The immortality peach trees were densely packed with immortality peaches. One peach could extend one's life by 3,000 years. That was a treasure. Wow! Immortality peach trees. We're rich. Morong Sun Air exclaimed excitedly. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were sitting on top of the tree, eating immortality peaches. The two little ones were eating happily, and their stomachs were round. Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air arrived in front of the 10 immortality peach trees. Morong Sun Air took out a shovel and a hoe from her storage ring. Lin Feng asked curiously, what are you doing? I'm going to move the immortality peaches and grow them myself. Morong Sun Air said. Can you grow them? Lin Feng asked. Do you see this soil? It's called immortal jade magic soil. It's used to grow all kinds of spiritual herbs and immortality peach trees. As long as we have this soil, we won't have to worry about the immortality peach trees dying. Morong Sun Air pointed at the soil under her feet. This kind of soil was very special. It was pitch black in color. Sometimes, it would emit strands of immortal chi, and sometimes strands of demonic chi. Every grain of soil was sparkling and translucent, as if they were polished jade. Lin Feng took out a shovel and a hoe. These things were essential for cultivators. After all, they could come across precious spiritual herbs when they were outside. If the roots of some spiritual herbs were destroyed, their medicinal properties would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they needed to use these tools to carefully dig them out. Lin Feng dug out 8 immortality peach trees and a large amount of immortal jade magic soil. After plucking all the immortality peach trees, he planted them in the demonic bead space. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were also full. They returned to the Imperial Beast pouch and went back to sleep. Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air continued to pluck spiritual herbs in the herb garden. This time, they really made a fortune by finding the White Crane Boys' dojo. The only pity was that the 9 treasures were taken away by the Taoist. Otherwise, this trip to the White Crane Boys' dojo would be perfect. After plucking the spiritual herbs, Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air continued to look for a way to go to the primitive secret realm. They found a huge palace in the depths of the palace. The palace's door was tightly shut. Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air pushed the door open. Buzz, then, a terrifying sword chi shook out. It instantly enveloped Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air. At that moment, Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air felt the aura of death enveloping them. Retreat, Lin Feng grabbed Morong Sun Air and got rid of the terrifying sword chi. They quickly retreated from the area covered by the sword chi. Morong Sun Air's face was slightly pale. She said, "What a terrifying sword chi. Is there a peerless divine sword in this palace?" Lin Feng nodded solemnly and looked into the depths of the palace. At that moment, he saw 9 palm-sized swords floating in the air. Each of the swords shook slightly. It was as if they could collapse the void. Chaos-treasured swords? Morong Sun Air also saw the 9 swords and could not help but exclaim. Morong Sun Air's eyes shone brightly. She said, "I know, these 9 swords are not only powerful treasures, but they are also the 9 keys to enter the primitive secret realm." "Oh? How so?" Lin Feng asked. "Because the primitive secret realm is surrounded by the power of chaos. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break it open. These chaos-treasured swords should be able to tear apart the power of chaos protecting the primitive secret realm. As long as they tear apart the power of chaos protecting the primitive secret realm, it will be easy to break the barrier of the primitive secret realm and enter it," Morong Sun Air said. As soon as Morong Sun Air finished speaking, the 9 chaos-treasured swords quickly rushed out. 9 swords together, open the secret realm. 9 small swords of chaos flew out of the palace as a deep voice reverberated through the clouds. Then, the 9 flying swords quickly flew into the sky. Not good. The 9 tiny swords seemed to be trying to escape. Morong Sun Air's pretty face changed slightly. She quickly took out her 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams cauldron flew into the air, intending to devour the 9 chaos swords by force. However, the 9 tiny swords of chaos unleashed billions of sword chi and sent the 8 trigrams cauldron flying. What a powerful little primal chaos sword. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the 9 small primal chaos swords send the 8 trigrams cauldron flying. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his heaven-swallowing jar. The heaven-swallowing jar flew over. What a powerful devouring power, it enveloped the 9 small chaotic swords. Just like the 8 trigrams cauldron, the 9 tiny swords sent the heaven-devouring jar flying. No, he's too strong. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. After the heaven-devouring jar was sent flying, he quickly flew out. With a wave of his hand, monstrous mana surged out and wrapped around a small chaos sword. Morong Sun Air continued to use her 8 trigrams furnace to collect the small primal chaos swords. This time, Morong Sun Air also locked onto a small primal chaos sword. Lin Feng and Morong Sun Air each took a small chaos sword. Just as he was about to collect the other chaos swords had already flown far away. Chase them. These primal chaos swords are priceless treasures. We can't let them escape. Lin Feng quickly chased after him. Morong Sun Air also chased after them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to catch up to the rest of the chaos swords. Those tiny chaotic swords tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. What a pity. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Right now, there were a total of 3 swords in his revered sword tomb. Black Dragon Sword. Undying Sword. Sword of Spring and Autumn, the power of the revered sword mound would increase tremendously once it was placed inside. The only pity was that, as of now, he only had 1 chaos sword. These small swords are like the keys to the origin secret realm. We each have a small sword, so we have the keys to enter the origin secret realm. That's the biggest gain from this trip to the White Crane Boys dojo. Morong Sun Air said. But where is the premier mystic realm? We don't know. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now that the 7 swords have flown out, they'll definitely be taken by some powerful groups. Those strong cultivators will definitely be able to sense where the origin secret area is. The 9 swords need to be used at the same time to tear the origin secret area apart. Therefore, we don't need to know where the origin secret area is. When the time comes, those people will definitely send people to find us so that we can open the origin secret area with them. Morong Senair said. Lin Feng nodded. He left the Immortal Court's secret realm with Morong Senair. The white crane was waiting outside. The two of them sat on the white crane. After the white crane let out a loud cry, it spread its wings and flew into the distance. After about a day and a half, the white crane carried Lin Feng and Morong Senair to the outer area of the painting world. Whoosh, Lin Feng and Morong Senair jumped up and flew out of the painting world. Then, they appeared in the room. As soon as they flew out, the painting scroll spontaneously combusted. Morong Senair suddenly shouted, "Why is it combusting?" Lin Feng said, "It seems that the white crane boy doesn't want anyone to enter his dojo." Morong Senair nodded helplessly. It was night time. Lin Feng saw the bright moon through the window. He looked at Morong Senair with a smile and said, "It's such a beautiful night. A man and a woman alone in a room. Why don't we turn off the lights and go to sleep?" Morong Senair's pretty face turned cold. She stared fiercely at Lin Feng and said fiercely, "Why don't you go die?" Then, she raised her right leg and kicked Lin Feng before running out of the door. Lin Feng smiled. It was quite interesting to tease Morong Senair. Tiandao State. Tiandao Sect. It was famous. Every year, countless people would go to Tiandao Sect. Or to ask for immortal medicine, or to join the sect. There were all kinds of reasons. Therefore, the road to Tiandao Sect was extremely lively. Cultivators could be seen passing by everywhere. Tiandao town was 38,000 miles away from Tiandao Sect. It would take about 5 days to reach by beast carriage. However, it would take some time to pass through an ancient primitive forest where fierce beasts ran rampant. But even if it took some time, it should take about 8 or 9 days to reach Tiandao Sect. People came and went in the town, and it was very lively. Most of the cultivators here were going to Tiandao Sect. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant. The restaurant was very popular, and it was full every day. Many people were talking about the various rumors they heard. However, no one knew how true these rumors were. There were also many cultivators who were bragging about their relationship with a certain powerful figure. Or, they would brag about how many days and nights they had fought with a powerful ferocious beast and finally killed it. This kind of restaurant was a place to gather and brag. At this time, 3 people came to the second floor. One was an old man, and the other 2 were young. The old man should be an old servant or a housekeeper. He followed behind the 2 young people. The 2 young people were a man and a woman. The man looked about 27 or 28 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was very handsome. The woman was about 22 or 23 years old. She had an enchanting figure and a delicate oval face. She could be called a rare beauty. "There's no room. Why don't we go somewhere else?" The woman frowned when she saw that the restaurant was full. The man said, "Every restaurant is like this. There are too many people going to Tiandao Sect." The man looked around and saw Lin Feng drinking alone. He walked over to Lin Feng's table. "Brother, may I have a table with you?" The man cupped his fists and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Have a seat." "Haha, brother is really forthright. I am Chang Jian, and this is my younger sister, Chang Xianxia. How should I address you?" The man said with a smile. Lin Feng said indifferently, "We met by chance. There's no need to ask for my name." When Chang Xianxia saw that Chang Jian was defeated, she immediately looked at Lin Feng coldly. She wanted to say something, but Chang Jian quickly pulled her back. Chang Jian knew his younger sister's personality. Once she made a scene, it would be difficult to get away. Although Chang Jian and Chang Xianxian were siblings, their personalities were completely different. Chang Jian was calm, low-key, and had a sense of propriety. He was highly regarded in the clan. On the other hand, Chang Xianxian had a Missy's temper. She was arrogant, unreasonable, and so on. This time, Chang Jian did not plan to bring Chang Xianxian along. However, Chang Xianxian secretly followed him. After walking for tens of thousands of miles, Chang Xianxian finally appeared. Chang Jian was worried about letting Chang Xianxian go back at this time, so he could only bring his willful sister along. Xianxia listened to her brother more. Therefore, she could only endure it and not find trouble with Lin Feng. She sat at the side angrily. A waiter brought the menu over. Chang Jian casually ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. After the dishes were served, Chang Jian poured a cup of wine and said, "It's fate that we met. I propose a toast to brother." Lin Feng picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Chang Xianxian glared at Lin Feng from time to time. She really did not understand why her brother was so polite to someone who looked like a rogue cultivator. As for her clan, no matter what, it was still an ancient power. As the successor of the clan, to be so polite to a rogue cultivator, wasn't this lowering her status? "Brother, are you also going to the Tiandao sect?" Chang Jian could not help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right." Lin Feng was a man of few words. Chang Jian was rather curious about Lin Feng's solitary trip to the Tiandao sect. Apprenticeship, or was he seeking medicine? Of course, Chang Jian did not pry into Lin Feng's privacy. This was because Chang Jian knew that prying into other people's privacy would easily cause them to dislike him. Chang Jian said, "The two of us are also going to the Tiandao sect. Brother, why don't you come with us later? There will be someone to chat with on the way. It won't be too lonely." Lin Feng did not immediately agree. Instead, he calmly said, "You don't look like you're going to the Tiandao sect to learn martial arts. Why are you heading to the Tiandao sect?" "We're going to the Heavenly Dao sect to ask for medicine. My grandfather is injured and needs a medicinal pill called the Heavenly Jade Han Xian pill to save his life. That's why we're going to the Heavenly Dao sect to ask for such a medicinal pill." Lin Feng nodded. The Tiandao sect is a great sect, a holy land for cultivation. It can concoct many precious pills, but it's not easy to ask for medicine. If everyone went to the Tiandao sect to ask for medicine, wouldn't the sect be busy to death? At that moment, Chang Xianxian said proudly, "We've already contacted a deacon of the Tiandao sect. He said that he can introduce us to an elder of the Tiandao sect. At that time, you can also benefit from us and enter the Tiandao sect." Chang Xianxian's personality was clearly immature. She wanted to show off her abilities, but she did not have any bad intentions. Lin Feng did not pay too much attention to her style of speaking. If an expert like Lin Feng did not have this much tolerance, it would be impossible for him to gain the support of so many cultivators in so many places. In reality, Lin Feng was a very broad-minded person. Chang Jian hurriedly said, "Brother, my sister is young and doesn't know any better. If she says something wrong, please don't blame her." Lin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, I won't bicker with her." Chang Xianxian was furious. What kind of person is this, "won't bicker with me"? He's just a wandering cultivator. His tone was as arrogant as the heavens. She really did not know what this guy had to be so proud of. After the meal, they hurried on their way. Other than Chang Jian, Chang Xianxian, and the housekeeper, there were also a dozen guards in the Chang clan. Lin Feng sat in the beast carriage at the back with his eyes closed. Chang Jian and Chang Xianxian sat in the beast carriage at the front. "Second brother, why are you so polite to that person? He's just a rogue cultivator, yet he acts so high and mighty. We asked him for his name, but he didn't even tell us. Who does he think he is? There's no need to care about this kind of person." Chang Xianxian said. Chang Jian said, "You're still young and don't know how to judge people. Although I can't see through this person, I feel that there's something strange about him. He might not be an ordinary person." Although Chang Xianxian did not think that Lin Feng was some big shot. But Chang Xianxian was actually quite convinced by her second brother's ability to judge people. Hearing her second brother say this, she could only nod her head. The beast carriage passed through the primitive forest, and from time to time, they would see many cultivators passing by one after another. On this day, when they were resting, they seemed to be able to see mountains in the distance and fog curling up in spirals. It seemed that they were not far away from the exit. The group was relatively lucky and did not encounter any powerful beasts. "We'll be out in another day's journey. That's the Immortal Mountain where the Heavenly Dao sect is located. It's a holy land for seeking immortality." Chang Jian pointed to the mist-shrouded area in the depths and said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The Heavenly Dao sect can be called a place for seeking immortality, but it can't be said to be a place for seeking immortality. Such a force is like a grain of sand in the Milky Way, it's nothing. A true place for seeking immortality is at least one of the top forces in the ancient times. Brother is experienced and knowledgeable. I've learned a lot. Chang Jian cupped his fists. Lin Feng smiled and said, walk around more and come into contact with more people. You will know the difference between seeking immortality and seeking immortality. Chang Xianxia, who was at the side, could not help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, this guy's tone is too arrogant. Does he really think of himself as some kind of powerful person? Chang Xianxia was a little dissatisfied with her second brother, Chang Jian. That guy is obviously the same age as you. Yet, he refuted what you said. Isn't he teaching you a lesson? He's a rogue cultivator, and a rogue cultivator of the same generation as you. What right does he have to teach you a lesson? You're a disciple of an aristocratic family. He's not giving you any face. You're still nodding and praising him, humbly accepting his teachings. How disappointing. Chang Qianqian looked at her second brother helplessly. She remembered what her second brother had told her. She didn't want to offend Lin Feng, but she groaned coldly inside. Wait until you're in a place like the Tian Dao sect. You're just a small independent cultivator. You'll be at a loss. I'll make fun of you then. You'll never be able to raise your head again. You'll never be able to raise your head again. Thinking of this, Chang Qianqian's mood seemed to improve a lot. A day later, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Dao sect. Looking into the depths, there was a white mist lingering around the mountains. There was a dragon vein hibernating underground. The Heavenly Dao sect could be considered a rather good cultivation holy land. Lin Feng's mood was very complicated. I haven't seen you for 10 years. I wonder if you're doing well. What will it be like when we meet again? Will we be strangers? Seeing Lin Feng lowering his head and not saying anything, Chang Qianqian immediately revealed a smile, because in Chang Qianqian's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely feeling guilty, which was why he didn't say anything. There were people everywhere. There were disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect watching from the side, maintaining order. The old servant came in front of a disciple and handed him a storage bag. It was probably filled with spirit stones. Then, he lowered his head and whispered something. Then, the disciple nodded, gave some instructions to the surrounding disciples, and walked towards the mountain gate. The old servant walked over and said, "Young master, that disciple has already gone to invite Deacon Li." Chang Jian said, "All right, then let's wait here for a while." Chang Qianqian said, "Second brother, I don't know if we can ask for the Tianyuhan Xian pill. Right now, my heart is in turmoil." Chang Jian touched the area below his neck. There was a necklace around his neck. On the necklace, there was a storage ring hanging on his body. Inside this storage ring, there were 10 million top-grade spirit stones. In order to save their grandfather, the Chang clan had also gone all out. They had exchanged a third of their family's wealth for top-grade spirit stones, just to ask for pills. As for more spirit stones, it would be very difficult to take them out. After all, a huge family like the Chang clan required a large amount of funds to operate, and the young and old also required cultivation resources to cultivate. If he were to take out more spirit stones, it would obviously cripple this clan, or even cause it to collapse and never be able to recover. Thus, Chang Jian was also very worried. Could 10 million top-grade spirit stones be enough to ask for the Tianyuhan Xian pill? If he couldn't get it, what should he do? Watch his grandfather die of serious injuries? Thinking of this, Chang Jian's mood also became serious. Perhaps Chang Qianqian had also thought of this point. Her pretty face was slightly pale, and even the thought of going against Lin Feng had disappeared at this moment. Everything depends on human effort. There are many things that need to be done naturally. Lin Feng said. I hope everything goes well. Chang Jian said with a wry smile. At this time, a deacon followed the previous disciple and flew over from afar, landing on the stone steps. This deacon should be the Deacon Li that the old servant had mentioned. This Deacon Li looked to be in his 40s. He had a thin figure and a malicious gaze. He had his hands behind his back and had the posture of a superior. He indifferently glanced at Chang Jian, Chang Qianqian, and Lin Feng, and said, "Which one of you is Chang Jian?" Junior is Chong Jian greets Deacon Li. Chong Jian did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly bowed to Deacon Li, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He was just a deacon. In the Tiandao sect, he was just an ordinary deacon. In the eyes of the heavens, people who cultivated in large sections, their status seemed to always be higher than ordinary forces. Come with me, Deacon Li said. Let's. Chong Jian glanced at Lin Feng and Chong Qian. Who are these two people? Who? Manager Li frowned slightly. This is my younger sister, and this is my good friend. I hope that Deacon Li can make an exception for us, said Lin Feng. Deacon Li frowned. The old servant quickly stuffed a storage pouch into Deacon Li's. It was obviously filled with spirit stones. Deacon Li pondered for a moment, and his expression became slightly better. Your sister can enter. As for this brat, he's just an outsider. He can wait at the foot of the mountain. Not just anyone can enter Tiandao sect, Deacon Li said arrogantly. Chong Jian smiled bitterly and looked at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, if I want to enter Tiandao sect, your sect master will have to kneel and welcome me. You're just a mere deacon. How dare you stop me? When Lin Feng said those words, the crowd at the foot of the mountain, which was initially very lively, suddenly became absolutely silent. Everyone stood rooted to the ground in a daze at that instant. Many people could not believe their ears. They thought they had heard wrong. A very young cultivator. He actually dared to say that. If I enter Tiandao sect, even the sect master will have to kneel and welcome me. Moreover, he said it at the foot of Tiandao sect. He said this to a Deacon Li of Tiandao sect. This person was tired of living. So, was he tired of living? This was simply courting death. Many people thought that Lin Feng must be crazy. If he was not crazy, how could he say such words? When Chong Jian and Chong Qian heard Lin Feng's words, they were so scared that their bodies trembled. Both of their faces were as pale as paper. They knew that Lin Feng was in big trouble this time. What did you say? Deacon Li was so angry that he was incoherent. He looked at Lin Feng angrily. Deacon Li, please don't get angry. My friend was just a bit excited after seeing the heavenly Dao sect's might. He said the wrong thing. Deacon Li, please forgive him since he's young and doesn't know any better. Chong Jian hurriedly begged. Lin Feng said. Brother Chong. Why do you have to be so humble? Who can stop me from going where I want to go? A mere Tiandao sect, in my eyes, is nothing more than a speck of dust in the mortal world. Rise and fall, life and death, all within a year of mine. Crazy, this brat is crazy. Oh my God, I've never seen such a madman. He's bragging to the heavens, many people at the foot of the mountain were discussing as they looked at Lin Feng. It was no different from looking at a dead man. They had never seen a madman like Lin Feng. Chong Jian and Chong Qian's faces were deathly pale. They knew. Lin Feng said these words. There was no room for reconciliation. Even they might be implicated because of this. The two siblings were trembling in fear. Brat, you're courting death. Deacon Li shouted angrily, and slapped towards Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng coldly snorted, and took a step forward. His divine might spread for 100,000 li. It was as if a god had descended. Deacon Li couldn't take it and knelt on the ground with a plop. Everyone at the foot of the mountain couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by Lin Feng's body. Plop, plop, countless people knelt on the ground. Other than Chong Jian, Chong Qian, and the old servant, no one else could stand. Lin Feng walked towards the Tiandao sect. An old friend has come to visit. Where is Lan Rua? Lin Feng shouted softly. His voice resounded throughout the entire Tiandao sect. Who dares to barge into my Tiandao sect? Angry shouts resounded as the Tiandao sect's elders all flew out of the elders' hall. They looked at Lin Feng, who was walking up the stone steps, and couldn't help but shout angrily. Ants and dogs, how dare you speak so loudly in front of me? Lin Feng shouted coldly, and with a step, his body appeared in midair. Hundreds of Tiandao sect's elders lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground one by one, kneeling on both knees. Who are you? The hundreds of kneeling Tiandao sect's elders looked at Lin Feng, who was like a god in midair, in horror as they asked in trembling voices. Chang Jian and Chang Xianxia looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a god. Their hearts were filled with shock. Chang Jian felt that Lin Feng might not be a simple person. However, Chang Jian had never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Was he a god? Chang Xianxian was also shocked. She had always thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant and self-righteous. However, she only knew now how wrong she was. Such a powerful person, it should be a great honor for the siblings to be able to eat at the same table and talk to them, right? Humph. At that moment, a cold snort came from the depths of the Tiandao sect. You barged into my Tiandao sect and forced my grand elder to kneel. Don't you think you've gone too far? The voice was very old. It should be an ancestor of the Tiandao sect. It's the old sect master. The kneeling grand elders of the Tiandao sect cried out excitedly. Perhaps in their opinion, the old sect master must have a way to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. This is a world where the strong make the rules. Everything I do is reasonable. I'll ask again, where is Lanrua? Why are you looking for Lanrua? The old sect master's voice sounded again. It's been 10 years. Do I need to explain myself to you when I want to see an old friend? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of asking me questions? Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. The expressions of the people of the Tiandao sect changed. Lin Feng's words could be said to be extremely arrogant. He didn't put the old sect master in his eyes at all. Obviously, Lin Feng had come this time. He didn't come with good intentions. Since Lanrua doesn't want to come out, I'll find her myself. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he walked toward the Tiandao sect. The old sect master was furious to be looked down upon and humiliated by Lin Feng, but he knew that it was best not to offend someone like Lin Feng. Unless he could kill him. If he couldn't kill the other party, there would be endless disasters. The old sect leader suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Lanrua is not in the sect. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. If you come forward again, you may lose your life. Ha 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 ha. How laughable. A mere heavenly Tao sect is nothing more than a mediocre sect in my eyes. How dare you say you can make me lose my life? Lin Feng laughed out loud. He continued to walk towards the heavenly Tao sect. Sect protector, someone is threatening the safety of the heavenly Tao sect. Please wake up and protect the safety of the heavenly Tao sect. The old sect master's voice rang out. Rumble. At this moment, the 4 huge statues in front of Tiandao sect's mountain gate began to shake violently. These were the 4 divine statues. The first statue on the left had divine swords in their hands. They had protected the heavenly Tao sect for countless years. Many Tiandao sect disciples only thought that this was an ordinary stone statue. However, only the successive sect masters of the Tiandao sect knew about it. These 4 statues had a great history. These 4 statues were the 4 ancestors of the heavenly Tao sect. These 4 ancestors were not the founders of the heavenly Tao sect. But they were the protectors of the heavenly Tao sect. Back then, the heavenly Tao sect was in danger of being destroyed. It was these 4 ancestors. They turned the tide. Later, the 4 ancestors collected countless materials and created these 4 statues to guard the heavenly Tao sect. Unless the sect was in danger of being destroyed. Or else. They definitely couldn't awaken the 4 statues. And today, in the eyes of the old sect leader, Lin Feng was a terrifying existence that could destroy the heavenly Tao sect. He didn't know how Lanrua had angered such a terrifying person. But obviously, the hatred had long been formed. Now, it wasn't just a few words. It could be said clearly. Now, they could only fight. Swish. Swish. The 4 statues opened their eyes. Waves of divine power were emitted from the 4 statues. The 4 deity statues stepped into the void, emitting a terrifying aura. Sir, it's not too late to leave. The heavenly Tao sect doesn't want to be your enemy. The old sect leader said. If you don't want to be my enemy, let Lanrua come out. Don't awaken the 4 statues to deal with me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Sir, you came with hostility. This old man had no choice but to do this. The old sect leader said. What you did is done. There's no need to find a reason to explain. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards the 4 statues. Boom, the 4 statues exploded. Each of them was overflowing with divine power. God. For gods. Many people looked at the 4 statues in horror. Those were definitely statues that had reached the god realm. They were extremely terrifying. The cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect looked at the 4 statues with excitement. In their eyes, the 4 god-level guardian statues. They could definitely defeat Lin Feng. The 4 statues displayed extraordinary battle prowess. Lin Feng felt that these 4 statues were very similar to puppets. Under normal circumstances, after the puppet was successfully refined, its cultivation wouldn't weaken for many years. Just like Lin Feng's 3 poisonous puppets. For statues, it should be the same refining method. The 4 statues surrounded Lin Feng. The statue in front of him threw a punch. This divine ability was called 10,000 Gods Demon Breaking Fist. He punched out, and the shadows of countless Tao gods appeared behind him. The statue on the left used a divine ability called Death Confinement Slash. It condensed a terrifying killing light that tore through the world and slashed towards Lin Feng. The statue on the right used a divine ability called 9 Heavenly Strikes. 9 consecutive rays of destructive light blasted towards Lin Feng. The statue at the back used a divine ability called Star God Splitting Technique. These 4 divine abilities each had their own merits. Each divine ability was the top secret technique of the Heavenly Tao sect. That guy definitely won't be able to withstand the attacks of the 4 guardian statues. Sensing the battle prowess of the 4 statues, the cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect became excited and confident. The rest of the cultivators looked up at the sky. They were all filled with shock as they looked at the battle in the sky. They didn't know who would win this battle. Would it be the young god, or would it be the 4 guardian statues of the Heavenly Tao sect? Just 4 guardian statues, and you dare to act so fierce in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and used the Great Calamity technique. Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. Endless power of calamity surged out. A long river of calamity. It condensed in the void. Then, the long river of calamity swept towards the 4 statues. In an instant, the 4 statues that attacked Lin Feng. They were instantly swallowed by the long river of calamity. The 4 statues began to struggle violently in the long river of calamity. However, no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from the long river of calamity. How could this be? Countless people of the Heavenly Tao sect looked at the scene in the sky in horror. The 4 idols were like ordinary people who were drowning. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds could be heard as the 4 statues all shattered. The broken statues fell towards the ground. They turned into 4 piles of ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect had ashen faces. Lin Feng was like an immortal god, standing in the air, looking in all directions, like a demon or a god. The 4 statues were instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. This was too frightening. The entire world became silent. Lin Feng descended on the square of the Tiandao sect. There were 36 elders of the Tiandao sect sitting cross-legged there. The person in the lead was the old sect leader of the Tiandao sect, Tan Xianxia. Now, these elders of the Tiandao sect were as pale as a sheet. Why? We have no enmity with you, why are you targeting our Tiandao sect? Until now, Tan Xianxia still did not understand why Lin Feng was targeting the Tiandao sect. He did not even know who Lin Feng was. In the past, I brought my maid Ziyuan with me and was seen by your sect's Lan Rua. Lan Rua took a fancy to Ziyuan's talent and wanted to kill me. A disciple of the Tiandao sect called Wang Ziyu knew about this and wanted to let me go, but was killed by Lan Rua. 10 years have passed, but I still haven't forgotten about this. Lin Feng stood in the square with his hands behind his back. He was floating like an immortal. 10 years had passed. He was no longer the weak youth from back then. Now, he was the ruler of the world. Don't bully the young for being poor. Most of the time, this was not an empty sentence. When one was young and weak, it did not mean that one would be weak in the future. However, too many people did not understand the meaning of this sentence. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Tan Xingshan's face was pale as he knelt on the ground and said, Lan Rua has committed a heinous crime, and I'm willing to accept it on her behalf. Today, I'll die to atone for my crimes. Please forgive the Tian Dao sect for the past 10 years. Old sect leader. More than 30 elders sounded sorrowful. Lan Rua, you are you. You don't need to atone for her sins. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Tan Xingshan said, Lan Rua has already left the Tianwu continent. It is difficult for you to find her now. Left the Tianwu continent? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Xingshan said, originally, the Sky Martial continent was only one of the 9 continents of the 9 continents, the Sky Martial continent, but for some reason, it was separated and looked at each other across the sea. Our Sky Martial continent's Heavenly Dao sect was a branch of the 9 continents' Heavenly Dao sect, and because of the separation of the continents, we lost contact with the main branch. Half a year ago, the cultivators of the 9 continents' Heavenly Dao sect came to the Sky Martial continent, and we re-established contact with the people of the main branch. Then, the people of the main branch selected more than 30 talented young cultivators from the sect, and also selected a few female cultivators to take care of these young cultivators. Among the selected disciples was Zi Yuan, and Lan Rua was one of the female cultivators who took care of these talented disciples. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't expect something like this to happen. He was half a year late. Now, Zi Yuan should already be on the way to the 9 regions. In the vast sea, where could he find them, there was also Lan Rua, that vicious woman. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky to be chosen by someone from the main branch of the Tian Dao sect? Since you haven't mistreated Zi Yuan all these years, I will spare the Tian Dao sect today so that you can continue to pass on your legacy. Lin Feng said indifferently. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Hearing this, Tan Xingshan and the others thanked him profusely. Tian Dao sect. They were finally safe. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a ball of magic power surged out and wrapped around Chang Jian, Chang Xianxia, and the old servant. The 3 of them landed on the square of the Tian Dao sect. Chang Jian and I have some fate. He came to the Tian Dao sect to ask for a kind of pill called the Tianyuhan Xian pill. Do you have it? Lin Feng asked. Tan Xingshan hurriedly said, although we don't have this kind of pill, our sect has the pill formula. We can start refining the pill, and we can finish refining it in 49 days. Alright, you 2 siblings can wait in the Tian Dao sect for 49 days. Lin Feng looked at Chang Jian and Chang Xianxia as he said this. Originally, the siblings were worried about the Tianyuhan Xian pill. Now, Lin Feng had solved their problem with a single sentence. At this moment, Chang Jian and Chang Xianxia were full of gratitude towards Lin Feng. The 2 of them thanked him profusely. You may dispense with the formalities. Lin Feng waved his hand and took a step forward. He had already passed through the void and disappeared without a trace. What kind of person is he? Chang Xianxia saw Lin Feng leave and felt a sense of loss. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It would be a great honor to stay by such a young master's side as a servant, right? What a joke. She probably didn't even have the qualifications to be that young master's servant, right? After Lin Feng left the Tian Dao sect, he went directly to the 72 prefectures in the north. When he arrived, Lin Feng saw the dilapidated ancient cities and couldn't help but sigh. Many places that used to be bustling and prosperous were now filled with malicious spirits. He went to the desolate region and arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. The current Blue Cloud sect was already in ruins. The once lively training ground was now empty. Even after so many years, the ground and mountains that were stained red with blood did not fade away. Lin Feng walked in front of the 12 peaks. I still remember that Elder Xianxia chose me to enter the heaven-mending peak. At that time, Tian Zhongdao, the old drunkard, Fan Chen, Yu Ziang, and the others were also chosen to enter the heaven-mending peak. Tian Zhongdao and the old drunkard left the Blue Cloud sect and weren't affected by the calamity. Lin Feng's heart was heavy. This place buried his friends from the past. It also buried the elders who treated him as their own. Grand Elder Zhang Quan, Grand Elder Xianxia, Grand Elder Guiyan, and other elders. These elders were very close to Lin Feng. But now, they were buried deep in the earth. Lin Feng was very sad. When the calamity happened, he was powerless to reverse it. Huangfu Qing Tian. Thinking of this name, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel murderous. If it wasn't for Huangfu Qing Tian, this calamity could have been avoided. The tragedy of the 72 northern states wouldn't have happened. His fellow disciples, friends, and elders who were kind to him wouldn't have died tragically in that calamity. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. It was red as if the sky was dyed red with blood. He poured 3 cups of wine for his fellow disciples, friends, and elders who died. Sooner or later, I will use Huangfu Qingtian's blood as an offering to your souls in heaven. Lin Feng stayed in the blue cloud sect for a long time. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In the end, Lin Feng left and flew towards the East Sea. He passed by many states along the way. Cultivators began to appear one after another in the originally desolate and uninhabited states. New residents also began to appear in some cities. They stood on their own feet in the midst of destruction. They were reborn in the midst of destruction. Lin Feng finally smiled. Perhaps one day, the 72 northern states would be able to return to their former liveliness. When he passed through an ancient forest, Lin Feng saw a group of mercenaries besieging a 9-headed flame python. Those mercenaries had obviously underestimated the 9-headed flame python's strength. Now, more than 100 mercenaries had died, and there were only about 300 or 400 left. This mercenary group had suffered heavy casualties, and from the current situation, it was very likely that they would be wiped out under the attack of the 9-headed flame python. The 9-headed flame python's strength was not particularly strong, it was roughly equivalent to the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm. However, compared to the mercenaries, this beast was too powerful. After all, among the mercenaries, there were very few powerful cultivators. Those cultivators with powerful cultivations also disdained to be mercenaries. Casually finding a large force to be a consecrator would earn more than being a mercenary. Moreover, they lived a carefree life. They also had a relatively high status. In any world, the status of a mercenary was relatively low. Now, this group of mercenaries was constantly dying under the attacks of the 9-headed flame python, but no one could stop the 9-headed flame python. Lin Feng was not a savior. Moreover, he was just a stranger to this group of mercenaries. Therefore, Lin Feng did not intend to help. He was about to leave when he heard a shout. "Retreat, hurry up and retreat," this was the voice of a woman. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng felt that it was somewhat familiar. He turned his head and saw a valiant female cultivator wearing dark purple chainmail and men's clothes. When he saw the female cultivator, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. No matter what, he never thought that he would see this woman in this place. Sun Shitong. A woman he had not seen for more than 10 years. Back then, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons opened. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons to train together. When they entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, they were ambushed. Someone wanted to kill Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue and take their storage rings. The person who ambushed them was called Lu Wuqing. This person was injured by Lin Feng, thus forming a grudge between the two sides. Later, Lu Wuqing found his second senior sister Sun Shitong to take revenge, but he could not do anything to Lin Feng. Instead, he was chased by Lin Feng. After capturing Sun Shitong, Lin Feng did not kill Sun Shitong. Lin Feng had always been a gentle person, so he basically would not kill beautiful female cultivators. As for how to deal with beautiful female cultivators, everyone knew. After that incident, Lin Feng never saw Sun Shitong again. He did not expect that after 12 or 13 years, he would see Sun Shitong again. The current Sun Shitong was as beautiful as ever. But compared to before, she had a more mature charm. She actually managed to survive that calamity. Lin Feng's mood was complicated. Sun Shitong's sect was also one of the sects in the 72 northern states. Lin Feng did not know which sect it was, but Lin Feng guessed that it should be an ancient level sect. That catastrophe, the 72 states of the northern states. Those who survived. Very few. It was naturally not easy for Sun Shitong to survive. However, Sun Shitong had become a mercenary. It seemed that her sect had been destroyed, and in order to survive, she had become a mercenary. Who at this time, the nine-headed giant flame python opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fire attack that filled the sky. The flames spat out by the nine-headed giant flame python turned into a dense fireball, which smashed towards the mercenaries. Bang bang bang, fireballs of light bombarded the mercenaries, and when they exploded, many of the mercenaries were either killed or injured. Go to hell. Seeing this scene, Sun Shitong roared angrily. Holding a short blade in each hand, she quickly rushed toward the nine-headed blazing giant python. Leader, be careful. Many mercenaries cried out in alarm. All of you, retreat quickly. Sun Shitong shouted. The rest of the mercenaries quickly retreated with the wounded. Sun Shitong quickly came under the flame Sun Shitong and slashed at the flame Sun Shitong's body with the short blade in her hand. But when the short blade cut the flame Sun Shitong's body, suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. Sun Shitong's attack could not break the flame Sun Shitong's defense. Bang! The flame Sun Shitong's huge head swung violently. It hit Sun Shitong directly. Sun Shitong was sent flying. Her face was as pale as paper. Her body was still in midair. The flame Sun Shitong had already opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sun Shitong. Leader, many mercenaries were enraged when they saw this scene, and they rushed toward the nine-headed blazing python. But the flame Sun Shitong's huge tail suddenly swept. Suddenly, many of the mercenaries were sent flying. Some of the weaker mercenaries were killed by this attack. The flame Sun Shitong was about to be swallowed by the flame Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong found that she could not avoid it. Her face was pale and full of despair. At this time, Sun Shitong suddenly felt that her waist was held by a big hand. She turned around and saw a man hugging her willowy waist. The man raised his left hand and slashed out a beam of sword chi. The powerful nine-headed blazing python was directly killed. Sun Shitong was shocked. This person was so powerful. At this time, she came back to her senses and quickly pushed Lin Feng away. It seems that you did not recognize me. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. What happened in the past was already 12 or 13 years ago. Lin Feng also changed from a teenager to a young man. His appearance had also changed. After more than 10 years, it was not easy to recognize him immediately. Well, this way, there will be less fetters. Lin Feng said to himself and turned to leave. It's you. At this time, Sun Shitong's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng stopped and turned to look at Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. She did recognize Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng for the first time, she felt that he was somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the guy that she had not forgotten for more than 10 years? Her pure body was taken away by this man in a stream. How many times had she wanted to take revenge, but as time passed, her hatred for Lin Feng seemed to have lessened. It might be difficult for a woman to always hate the man who took her first time. And when the catastrophe came, her fellow disciples, elders, relatives, all died. It was like the end of the world. Sun Shitong escaped with difficulty. Then, in order to survive, she became a mercenary. Every day, in order to survive, she racked her brains. The hatred of the past had long faded away. Perhaps only in the middle of the night would she sometimes think of that man. They would think about whether he had died in that calamity. Sometimes, she would feel very sad. A person's life was filled with too many uncertain things. She did not know when the catastrophe would come. Until one day, when Sun Shitong thought that she would die tragically under the fangs of the nine-headed flame python, the man who had disappeared for more than 10 years appeared in front of her. Sun Shitong found that she did not hate him. Instead, she was somewhat happy. Too many people had died in the 72 states in the north. She felt that it was really good to see that Lin Feng was still alive in this world. Lin Feng said, "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Sun Shitong bit her lips and gave some instructions to the mercenaries around her. Then, she followed behind Lin Feng and walked into the distance. Many mercenaries were discussing among themselves, trying to guess the relationship between Lin Feng and their leader. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like something had happened between the two of them that no one knew about. After walking into a dense forest, Lin Feng stopped. He took out a pill and handed it to Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong gently turned her head, but she did not accept Lin Feng's pill. Perhaps she did not hate Lin Feng anymore. However, Lin Feng was still the man who had taken her first time. Thus, when facing Lin Feng, Sun Shitong still acted more reserved. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and opened Sun Shitong's mouth. He stuffed the pill in and said, "You're injured. If you don't take the pill, your injuries will only worsen. I'm not anyone to you. Why do you care?" Sun Shitong pushed Lin Feng away and said. However, she did not let down Lin Feng's good intentions and swallowed the pill. Lin Feng said, "No matter what, we've been husband and wife in the open. Isn't it normal for me to care about you?" Hearing Lin Feng speak so bluntly, Sun Shitong was angry, annoyed, and embarrassed. She pulled out her dagger and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "You still remember what happened so many years ago? Do you know that I've always wanted to kill you?" She pressed the dagger against Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng did not dodge. Instead, he said, "I don't believe you. I don't feel any killing intent from you." Sun Shitong gritted her teeth and said, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you." Lin Feng snatched the dagger from Sun Shitong's hand and threw it on the ground. He then grabbed Sun Shitong's waist. "You bastard, let go of me." Sun Shitong immediately began to struggle. When old lovers meet, is there a need to shout and kill like this? "I think we should get closer to each other," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Who's your old lover?" "You shameless bastard." Sun Shitong gritted her teeth and said. "Who else could it be other than you?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong glared hatefully at Lin Feng and said, "If you don't let go, I'll kill you." Lin Feng gently stroked Sun Shitong's hair and face as he sighed and said, "It must have been hard on you for so many years." Hearing Lin Feng's words of concern, Sun Shitong's struggle instantly weakened a lot. It had indeed been too hard on her all these years. His fellow disciples, elders, friends, and relatives were all dead. She was the only one left. Moreover, she was a beautiful female cultivator. It was even more difficult for a lone beautiful female cultivator to survive. "You don't have to worry about me." Sun Shitong turned her face away. Lin Feng said, "Of course I have to worry about you. I'm not anyone to you. You don't have the right to worry." Sun Shitong wanted to push Lin Feng away. But she couldn't push Lin Feng away. Perhaps Sun Shitong didn't really want to lead this embrace that she could rely on. Just like before. When facing the nine-headed blazing python, Sun Shitong had no one to rely on. She could only rely on herself, but there were many things that a woman like her couldn't handle. Lin Feng had appeared in the nick of time to save her, he had protected her, he had killed the nine-headed serpent and then he had taken care of her. He had even given her a pill to heal her injuries. Maybe that was what she needed to rely on? "You're my woman, is that enough?" Lin Feng directly carried Sun Shitong and walked into the small forest. "Put me down, what are you going to do to me? You bastard." Half an hour later, Sun Shitong followed Lin Feng out of the room, her face flushed red. The way to deal with women was actually very simple. That was to do it once. If it was something that couldn't be solved after doing it once, then do it twice. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. Of course, the premise was that the woman had an ambiguous relationship with you. If it was a stranger, if you wanted to do it, you would be acting like a hooligan. That would be a crime. Sun Shitong looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Thinking of what had just happened, she still felt her face burning. "What's your name?" Sun Shitong asked faintly. She didn't even know the name of the man she had lost her virginity to twice. "Your man is called Lin Feng." Sun Shitong spat, but she felt a little happy in her heart. She had a man, and it was a man she could rely on. However, Sun Shitong quickly felt that this name was very familiar. She suddenly thought of a few years ago, the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army whose name shook the Sky Martial continent seemed to be called Lin Feng. Lin Feng. 2 years ago, the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army and the Demon Slave Army fought. The leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army was also called Lin Feng, but it was said that he died together with the Sky Demon. Why are you also called Lin Feng? Sun Shitong asked doubtfully, but she did not connect Lin Feng with the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army. Firstly, the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army, Lin Feng, had already fallen. This was something that everyone in the Sky Martial continent knew. Secondly, the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army, Lin Feng, was an existence that could fight against gods. As for her man, Lin Feng, although his strength was not bad, he was still too young. He was even younger than her by a few years. Compared to gods, she was afraid that he was thousands of miles away. No matter how she thought of it, it was impossible to connect the two Lin Feng to the same person. Sun Shitong said, "In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname." Was my question just now very stupid? Lin Feng grabbed Sun Shitong's hand and pulled her to his side. He caressed Sun Shitong's beautiful face and kissed her on the forehead. "You're not stupid. Your man is much stronger than you think," said Lin Feng, taking her hand and pulling her to his side. "You're not stupid. Your man is much stronger than you think." Sun Shitong blushed and nodded. "Go back and see if your subordinates have finished cleaning up the battlefield," Lin Feng said. "Ah, it's all your fault, for wasting so much time." Sun Shitong immediately bit her lips, her face so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. A man and a woman had left for so long. They had gone to do something. This was something that could be easily guessed. Now, the prestige I established in front of them is about to crumble. Sun Shitong bit her lips. Isn't ****** a very normal thing? Your prestige was obtained by protecting them with your life. How could they stop respecting you just because you have a man? You don't have to worry about personal gains and losses," Lin Feng said. Sun Shitong was much more confident now. The two of them walked towards the mercenary group. In the distance, they saw over 1,000 mercenaries surrounding Sun Shitong's subordinates. The two sides seemed to be in conflict. "You want to kill me and steal my treasures?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Killing people to steal treasures was a common thing. The nine-headed python was extremely valuable, and Sun Shitong's side only had about 300 people left. Many of them were injured, while the enemy had over 1,000 people. When they saw the nine-headed python, they wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. It was a very normal thing. Sun Shitong became anxious when she saw the situation. She quickly flew over. "That silly woman, she's always rushing forward." Lin Feng shook his head and quickly followed her. He couldn't bear to see Sun Shitong suffer. Soon, the two arrived at the place of conflict. "Xianxia, why did you bring so many people to surround us? What do you want?" Sun Shitong clearly knew the leader of the mercenaries and couldn't help but ask coldly. The leader of the mercenaries had a centipede-like scar on his face, making him look extremely ugly. He was the Xianxia that Sun Shitong had mentioned. When Xianxia saw Sun Shitong coming over, a lustful glint flashed in his eyes. "Hee. Leader Sun, I was just about to ask you to be the judge. Our Heaven-Seek mercenary group went through untold hardships and lost dozens of brothers to severely injure this nine-headed flame python. However, this nine-headed flame python retaliated before it died and escaped without a trace. We chased it all the way here, only to see your subordinates taking advantage of the dead nine-headed flame python. Leader Sun, please be the judge. Shouldn't this nine-headed flame python be returned to us? You're shameless. In order to deal with this nine-headed flame python, we lost more than 200 brothers," Sun Shitong said angrily. She didn't tell them that the nine-headed flame python was killed by Lin Feng. She was mainly worried that Lin Feng would be involved in this matter. Xianxia had a powerful background. They couldn't afford to offend him. Even if Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't bad, in Sun Shitong's opinion, only death awaited him after offending Xianxia. "Haha, who can prove what you said? Can you find a witness for me? If you can't find a witness, this nine-headed flame python will be ours. You don't have any objections, right? If you do, you can say it. At most, we'll fight, and the winner will get it. How about it?" Zhang Chang laughed loudly. Sun Shitong and her subordinates were livid with anger. Zhang Chang's words were simply too shameless. Fight? How could they fight? They had more than 1,000 people. Sun Shitong had 300 people, and many of them were injured. This was simply bullying. However, even if he bullied you, you have to be patient too. Looking at Sun Shitong's ashen face, Zhang Chang chuckled and said, I told you long ago that as a woman, you should find a man to rely on. Follow me to the grove now and serve me well. Then, I'll give you the 9-headed python. How about it? You're shameless. Sun Shitong was so angry that her pretty face turned livid. Haha, we'll know if I'm shameless or not when we get to the forest. Zhang Chang laughed lewdly. His eyes fiercely scraped Sun Shitong's hot body, and he swallowed his saliva from time to time. Haha, once Big Brother is done enjoying himself, will we be able to enjoy ourselves? The rest of the mercenaries laughed as well. Reckless. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. At this time, Zhang Chang finally noticed Lin Feng. Suddenly, his eyes became gloomy, and he sneered, I originally thought that you, Sun Shitong, were a chaste woman. Just now, you came with this brat, and your face was flushed. Who doesn't know what you've done? Ha 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 ha, this brat is just a gigolo, he's definitely not good in the field of men and women. If it were me, I'd make sure that you'd want to do it a second time. Sun Shitong was so angry that her whole body was trembling. At this moment, this Zhang Chang, in Lin Feng's eyes, was already on his kill list. How dare you insult my woman? Nobody in this world can save your life, said Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chang indifferently. Ha 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 ha. What is this gigolo saying? Zhang Chang obviously didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes, and immediately shouted in disdain. This gigolo said that no one in this world can save you, boss. Has this gigolo lost his mind? A group of mercenaries started to clamor. Sun Shitong was afraid that Lin Feng would offend Zhang Chang, so she hastily grabbed Lin Feng's arm and whispered, Don't offend those people, they're from Tianwen City. The leader of Tianwen City, Chuan Tian, is a cultivator from the continent of the 9 continents. We can't afford to offend him. We don't want the 9-headed python, just give it to them. Looking at Sun Shitong's pale face, her frightened and worried expression, Lin Feng really felt sorry for her. He patted Sun Shitong's face and said, It's not about a mere 9-headed flame python, do you understand? It's because this bastard dared to insult you. You're Lin Feng's woman, and no one in this world can bully you. No matter who it is, if they bully you, I'll make them die without a burial ground. Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to act tough in front of me? Brothers, kill this brat for me. Zhang Chang's face was filled with a sinister smile. Yes. Big brother. Immediately, a group of mercenaries answered. Then, these mercenaries rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand and pressed down on the air. Buzz, a palm the size of 100 mu condensed and shot towards the thousands of mercenaries. When the huge hand of energy pressed down, Yi Zichen was stunned. Everyone was shocked to find that they were unable to move. Zhang Chang originally had a high and mighty expression. Now, he was as pale as a sheet of paper. He cried out in fear, You can't kill me, my primordial spirit lamp is in Heaven-Seeking City, my brother-in-law is a lieutenant of Heaven-Seeking City's Heaven-Seeking Army, if you kill me, my brother-in-law won't let you off, and you're dead for sure. Bang, Lin Feng did not answer him. What answered him was the huge energy palm. It descended from the sky. It smashed down. Zhang Chang and the thousands of mercenaries were all smashed into meat paste by the energy palm. So strong. Sun Shitong's subordinates were all extremely shocked. They were all guessing what cultivation level Lin Feng was at. Just now, when Lin Feng killed the 9-headed raging flame python, it had already brought them a deep shock. But now, he had killed over 1,000 mercenaries, including Zhang Chang, with a single palm strike, which brought them even greater shock. One had to know. Zhang Chang himself was an expert, and his strength was probably much stronger than the 9-headed raging flame python. Furthermore, Zhang Chang's mercenary group also had 7 or 8 of his sworn brothers. Those people were all unfathomable and not weaker than Zhang Chang. However, under Lin Feng's attack, they didn't even have the strength to resist and were instantly killed. Could it be that this young master has the strength of a rebirth realm cultivator? Many of Sun Shitong's subordinates could not help but guess. Thinking that Lin Feng might be a rebirth realm cultivator, these people's faces were filled with incomparable shock. At such a young age, he was already a rebirth realm cultivator. In the future, he might even become a god. The heaven-seeking city was located in the Xian prefecture, one of the 72 prefectures in the north. This ancient city was built on the foundation of the Xian prefecture's first ancient capital, Xuandu. The owner, Chu Wendian, had crossed the endless sea from the 9 prefectures. Furthermore, he had brought many experts with him. This Chu Wendian was quite a character. After coming to the Sky Martial continent, he had quietly nurtured his own power. He had started from the desolate 72 prefectures in the north. He had created the heaven-seeking city, the heaven-seeking legion, and then occupied 29 of the 72 prefectures in the north. Later on, the other powers regained their senses and began to occupy the other prefectures in the north. However, it was already too late. Currently, the strongest power in the 72 prefectures was the heaven-seeking city. Countless experts had come to seek refuge with Chu Wendian. Zhang Chong's brother-in-law was a rebirth realm expert, and was considered a peak expert in the Sky Martial continent. Thus, Zhang Chong's brother-in-law was very trusted by Chu Wendian. Zhang Chong's brother-in-law was called Ma Tianyuan, and was originally one of the few sovereigns in the North Sea. Now, he was the commander of the Heaven-Seeking Legion's 3rd Legion. As for the Heaven-Seeking mercenary group, it was not established by Chu Wendian. Chu Wendian did not have the time to care about such small matters. The Heaven-Seeking mercenary group was established by the 5 commanders of the Heaven-Seeking Legion. Their goal was to amass wealth. Zhang Chong had become a leader of the Heaven-Seeking mercenary group through his relationship with his brother-in-law, Ma Tianyuan. Normally, he acted like a tyrant, but now, he had been killed. In the Heaven-Seeking City's Elemental Spirit Lamp Hall, there was Zhang Chong's Elemental Spirit Lamp Hall. Originally, his Elemental Spirit Lamp Hall did not have the qualifications to be placed here. It was only because of his brother-in-law, Ma Tianyuan, that his Elemental Spirit Lamp Hall was placed here. Several servants were cleaning the Elemental Spirit Lamp Hall when Zhang Chong's Elemental Spirit Lamp shattered. This frightened the servants. They hurriedly went to look for the elder of the hall. The elder then reported the matter, and many of the Heaven-Seeking Legion's upper echelons arrived. The 3rd Legion's commander said, "Commander Ma. Isn't this Zhang Chong your brother-in-law?" Ma Tianyuan nodded gloomily and cupped his fists. "He is indeed my brother-in-law." The 3rd Legion's commander was a deity who had followed Chu Wendian from the 9 prefectures, and his expression was gloomy. From his point of view, this was not a problem of Zhang Chong alone. Zhang Chong was from the Heaven-Seeking City. If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Killing Zhang Chong, was this not giving the Heaven-Seeking City any face? This was the reason why the 3rd Legion commander was so angry. The 3rd Army commander said, "Since he's your brother-in-law, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, no one can challenge the dignity of my Heaven-Seeking City." "Yes, my lord. I'll go to the Complete Sky Palace and use the Complete Sky Mirror to see what happened back then. Then, I'll lead some people to deal with it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied," Ma Tianyuan said. "All right, go ahead." The commander of the 3rd Legion waved his hand. After killing Zhang Chong and the others, Lin Feng asked Sun Shitong's subordinates to collect the storage rings of Zhang Chong and the others. The things in Zhang Chong's storage rings weren't attractive to Lin Feng, but to these mercenaries, they were extremely tempting. However, Sun Shitong had a worried look on her face. Lin Feng had killed Zhang Chong, which made her extremely worried. One Zhang Chong might not be a threat. The key was the power behind Zhang Chong. That was the Heaven-Seeking City. What good would come of offending the Heaven-Seeking City? You guys can disperse. Don't follow me anymore, or you'll be killed. Sun Shitong looked at her subordinates. No matter what, Sun Shitong wouldn't leave Lin Feng. She had made up her mind. No matter what danger they faced, they would face it together with Lin Feng. However, she couldn't bear to see these subordinates who had followed her for so many years hide. In the end, they might even die. Lin Feng watched this scene from the side, but he didn't interrupt. Although he had displayed extraordinary strength, Sun Shitong clearly felt that he was still far from being able to contend against the heaven-seeking city. So what if he was in the rebirth realm? In front of the heaven-seeking city. He was still an ant. Commander, let's not leave. Let's go to another continent. If we leave the heaven-seeking city's territory, they won't be able to find us. Moreover, this young master is already so strong at such a young age. In the future, he will definitely break through to the deity realm. When that time comes, we won't be afraid of the heaven-seeking city. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll just lose our lives. 18 years later, we'll be heroes again. A group of mercenaries shouted. They were still very loyal to Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong was a little hesitant. At this time, Lin Feng said, let's go overseas. The Eastern Sea is a good place. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Although most of them had never been out to sea before, they were still in awe of the sea. However, they had also heard that there were countless resources in the sea. Moreover, the sea was boundless and was a good place to hide. Entering the sea. No matter how strong the heaven-seeking city was, it would be difficult to find them. Okay, let's go overseas. Sun Shitong bit her lips. Because the calamity that year had destroyed many ancient cities, the space-time wormhole had been directly paralyzed. Now, they could only choose to fly overseas. However, flying directly was too far and would consume too much energy. Lin Feng felt that they should still buy some flying mounts. Thus, he said, let's find a town and buy some griffins. Griffins were long-distance flying mounts. It saved time and effort. For such a long distance, riding a griffin was the best choice. No one had any objections. Then, they went to a place called Xianxia town. They bought 30 griffins from the market in Xianxia town. Then, everyone left on the griffins. Lin Feng and Sun Shitong rode on a griffin alone. The griffins they rode sped up and rushed forward, shaking off the griffins behind them. Sun Shitong's subordinates also consciously did not follow too closely. The two of them lay on the griffin's furry feathers. The wind whistled. Sun Shitong snuggled in Lin Feng's arms and closed her eyes, enjoying this rare silence. What kind of place is overseas? I heard that it's very dangerous. I wonder if we can survive there. Sun Shitong was still a little worried. With me here, what are you afraid of? Lin Feng caressed Sun Shitong's delicate and beautiful face. Then, he slowly lowered his head. Sun Shitong blushed, closed her eyes, and began to respond to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others did not travel smoothly. On the third day, they were caught up by the heaven-seeking army. This place was not too far from an ancient city. The heaven-seeking army happened to be resting in the ancient city. 30 griffins passed by here and attracted the attention of the heaven-seeking army. They were rather unlucky and just happened to run into the muzzle of the heaven-seeking army. Seeing the densely packed heaven-seeking army cultivators chasing after them, Sun Shitong was so scared that her face turned pale and her body trembled. It's the heaven-seeking army. The cultivators of the heaven-seeking army are all experts, especially the 5 commanders. They're all in the deity realm. We're dead for sure. Sun Shitong's voice trembled. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about the Wendian Legion. However, Sun Shitong was clearly frightened. She looked at Lin Feng and said in a trembling voice, hurry up and run. We'll help you block them for a while. Maybe you can escape. Escape? Why should I escape? They're just a bunch of small fries. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Feng said indifferently. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't willing to leave, Sun Shitong was so anxious that she almost cried. Not long after, the Wendian Legion caught up. Then, 3,000 to 4,000 Wendian Legion soldiers surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Brat, you're the one who killed my brother-in-law, Xianxia? Ma Tianyuan looked at Lin Feng fiercely. The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Ma Tianyuan was a North Sea rogue cultivator, and he was a famous person in the past. Life and death. In a single thought. He had the aura of a superior. If an ordinary person saw Ma Tianyuan, they would probably be so scared that they couldn't stand up. However, Ma Tianyuan was nothing in front of Lin Feng. Describing him as an ant or a dog was already giving him a lot of face. Even an ordinary god was just a small fry in front of Lin Feng. Only a divine flame expert could make Lin Feng feel threatened. However, how could a divine flame expert be so easy to see? So you're Zhangchang's brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law deserved to die. I'll give you a chance now. Quickly take your people and leave, and I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. At this moment, many cultivators in the ancient city came out with the Wentian Legion to watch the show. Many cultivators were scattered around, and when they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Lin Feng was a young cultivator. He actually dared to say such words to Ma Tianyuan. Wasn't he seeking his own death? Many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy. Even Sun Shitong and her 300 subordinates couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had seen arrogant people before. He had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was very powerful. It was very likely that he was a rebirth realm expert. However, Ma Tianyuan was also a rebirth state expert. Moreover, he was at the peak of the rebirth state. He was almost invincible in the rebirth state. Not to mention, Ma Tianyuan still had 3,000 cultivators from the Ask Heaven Legion by his side. Lin Feng was still so arrogant, which made them smile bitterly. They really didn't know what to do. Captain, let's break out of the encirclement. There are no gods here. Maybe we can break out of the encirclement under the leadership of the prince. A mercenary said. Sun Shitong looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were full of pleading, hoping that Lin Feng would agree to this request. Break out? Why did they break out? Dealing with a bunch of ants? Do they still need to break through? I can kill them with one hand. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat, you're courting death. Ma Tianyuan roared angrily. He could no longer tolerate such an arrogant Lin Feng. This was completely looking down on him, Ma Tianyuan, and the heaven-seeking legion. Isn't this too arrogant? I've never seen such an arrogant person. Being arrogant in front of the heaven-seeking legion, he doesn't even know how strong he is. Isn't this courting death? Many people shook their heads. These people didn't think that Lin Feng had the strength to defeat Ma Tianyuan or the heaven-seeking legion. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Perhaps he had some strength. However, the heaven-seeking army had the advantage in numbers. Ants could even bite an elephant to death. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Sun Shitong and her subordinates didn't know how to end this. Because Lin Feng had no intention of leaving. Many people had fierce gazes, ready to fight to the death with the heaven-seeking legion. Very good. Very good. I, Ma Tianyuan, have roamed the Tianwu continent for 7,300 years. What kind of people have I not seen? I've even seen many extraterrestrial beings, heavenly demons, and young masters of some of the top forces in the continent of the 9 provinces. Those big shots weren't as arrogant as you. Today, I've learned something new. Ma Tianyuan was so angry that he laughed. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "That's because you're ignorant. Extraterrestrial beings are only worthy of carrying my shoes. Heavenly demons are just ants in my eyes. The so-called young masters of the continent of the 9 provinces are just a bunch of idiots in my eyes. How can they compare to me?" After Lin Feng said this, the world fell silent. No one spoke again. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was arrogant enough. Only now did they know. What was that just now? Comparing the arrogance just now to the arrogance now, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Is this guy really so arrogant because he has the ability? Or is it because he knows that he's going to die, so he's bragging before he dies? Many people muttered in their hearts. Many people were leaning towards the last possibility. Because Lin Feng was really too young. In the world of cultivators, any random person would have cultivated for hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years. But Lin Feng, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, how many years had he cultivated for, in such a short period of cultivation? How powerful could he be? Ma Tianyuan was already burning with anger. He only had one thought now, and that was to tear this arrogant guy Lin Feng into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Ma Tianyuan didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? Kill this kid for me." Yes. The cultivators of the Wentian Legion were already on the verge of losing their patience. Many people wanted to tear this arrogant guy Lin Feng into pieces, but Ma Tianyuan hadn't given the order, so they didn't dare to act on their own. Now that Ma Tianyuan had given the order, the 3,000 cultivators of the Wentian Legion roared and charged towards Lin Feng and the others with great momentum. "That kid is going to die." Many onlookers whispered to each other. They didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand the attack of the Wentian Legion. Seeing the Wentian Legion's cultivators rolling over, Sun Shitong and her 300 subordinates were so scared that their faces turned pale. They wanted to fight with their lives on the line, but now they realized that they didn't even have the courage to fight. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled coldly. "You're just a bunch of ants and you dare provoke me?" Lin Feng took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure spread out from his body. Bang 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 bang, the cultivators of the Wentian Legion couldn't control their bodies. One by one, their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, all 3,000 cultivators of the Wentian Legion had died. How is this possible? Ma Tianyuan, who was at the peak of the rebirth realm, shouted in disbelief. Bang, in the next moment, his body also exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Between heaven and earth. Absolute silence. Countless people watched this scene with pale faces. That young master had only taken a step forward, and the pressure he emitted had actually killed 3,000 experts of the Wentian Legion, including Ma Tianyuan. What kind of cultivation was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? Could it be that he was a god? Thinking of this possibility, many people were almost scared to death. Everyone was too shocked, because the strength that Lin Feng had displayed was too powerful. So young, yet so powerful. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, sacred and inviolable. Could it be that he's really a god? Someone muttered to himself. Many people were considering this question. Was Lin Feng a god? He shouldn't be a god, right? How can there be such a young god? But he might be at the peak of the rebirth realm or even the demigod realm. Someone said. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was possible. Some super monsters could almost instantly kill cultivators of the same level. So, if Lin Feng was also at the peak of the rebirth realm, or even the demigod realm, it was not impossible for him to kill the cultivators of the Wentian Legion with his own aura. As for God, no one believed it, nor did they want to believe that Lin Feng was at the divine realm. He was a god at such a young age. Wasn't this too much of a blow? They're all dead. Lin Gongzi is too powerful, isn't he? No wonder the commander hasn't found a man after being single for so many years. It turns out that the commander already has such a powerful man. Sun Shitong's subordinates were all discussing in shock. Immediately after, they went to collect the storage rings. For these mercenaries, the storage rings of the Wentian Legion cultivators were filled with endless temptation. It was even more tempting than beautiful women. Sun Shitong looked at Lin Feng as if she didn't know Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was very powerful. However, she didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. With such a cultivation, could he be called the #1 expert below the divine realm? Sun Shitong felt that perhaps other than the true gods, in this world, there was probably no one else who was a match for Lin Feng. How can you be so powerful? Sun Shitong even looked at Lin Feng with some admiration. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, "What do you think? My strength is the same as when I was doing it on Mount Wu, very powerful." Hearing Lin Feng's explicit words, Sun Shitong's pretty face was pink, and her legs were a little weak. Shameless. Sun Shitong snorted at Lin Feng. However, in her mind, she couldn't help but think of some scenes of making love with Lin Feng. He only felt that his body was slightly hot. Tui tui tui. What am I thinking? Sun Shitong bit her red lips and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She blamed everything on Lin Feng. In the past, when Lin Feng hadn't appeared, she wouldn't have thought about these messy things. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, not only had she lost her virginity again and again, but she had also been distracted and had let her imagination run wild. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the sky. Rumble, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the huge vortex. Look, what's that? Many people pointed at the huge vortex that had appeared in the sky. Feeling the tyrannical aura emitted from the vortex, many cultivators' faces turned pale, as if they were facing a wild beast that was about to awaken. Clearly, some terrifying existence was about to descend. Swish, a dazzling light surged out. In the endless divine light, a man walked out. This was a tall man. He was 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. His body exuded a suffocating pressure. His divine power was vast. It enveloped all directions. Many people felt the terrifying aura from this man, and their faces were as pale as paper. This man was too powerful. God. It's a god. Someone cried out in horror. A god had descended to the world. It's him, the heaven-seeking army's third army commander, Zhuge Liang. Someone recognized the god's identity. Zhuge Liang, it could be said that he was a famous existence. Heaven-seeking army. It was Zhuge Liang who was in charge. This deity realm expert was Chu Wentian's right-hand man. He was high and mighty, looking down on the heavens. Ma Tianyuan is Zhuge Liang's trusted subordinate. He was just killed by that young master, and the 3,000 cultivators of the heaven-seeking army were all killed. Then, Zhuge Liang appeared. Although that young master's strength is not bad, facing a true god, I'm afraid he will die this time. A cultivator said. Many people agreed with this cultivator's words and nodded repeatedly. Even if it was a demigod. In front of a god. They were like ants. Moreover, Lin Feng might only be at the peak of the rebirth realm. If that was the case, Lin Feng wasn't even a demigod. Sun Shitong was already so scared that her face was pale. She originally thought that after Lin Feng killed Ma Tianyuan and the cultivators of the heaven-seeking army, they would have enough time to leave. But she didn't expect a high and mighty god. In such a short period of time, he had already descended. He didn't give them any time to leave. The situation in front of them was too despairing. Sun Shitong's subordinates looked at the god standing in the sky. They also felt that their mouths were dry. No matter how confident they were in Lin Feng. But facing a god. This kind of confidence. It had long since vanished into thin air. To have such strength at the peak of the rebirth realm, he is indeed powerful. Zhuge Liang's cold gaze swept towards Lin Feng. As expected, he is at the peak of the rebirth realm. Many cultivators whispered. They couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation clearly. But since the god said that Lin Feng was at the peak of the rebirth realm, then, Lin Feng should be at this cultivation level. The god shouldn't be wrong. You are the commander of the third army? Those people just now were all your subordinates? Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people were surprised. Facing a god. Surprisingly, Lin Feng still looked calm and indifferent. Wasn't this too arrogant? That's right, they are my subordinates. Unfortunately, I came a step too late and couldn't save them. Zhuge Liang's voice turned cold. If I had come earlier, you would have died with them. Lin Feng said indifferently. What did that guy say? Many people looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. Sun Shitong and the others were completely stunned. They also couldn't believe what they had heard. Zhuge Liang was also slightly stunned, but he quickly regained his senses. His face was extremely gloomy. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. But now, an ant dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Was he looking down on Zhuge Liang? Zhuge Liang had cultivated for 720,000 years. He had never seen anyone who dared to provoke a god. Zhuge Liang looked at Lin Feng sinisterly and said coldly, "Brat, do you know what you are saying?" Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Of course I know what I am saying. It wasn't easy for you to cultivate to the deity realm. If you kneel on the ground and kowtow and apologize, I will spare your life today. Otherwise, next year, today will be your death anniversary." Crazy. He must be crazy. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding cultivators started shouting hysterically. Lin Feng actually dared to make a god kneel. This was too arrogant. In their eyes, this was a challenge to a god's dignity. This was simply courting death. The majesty of a god was not to be provoked, but now, Lin Feng had repeatedly provoked the majesty of a god. No one could understand why Lin Feng was doing this. Did he really not put a god in his eyes? That was a god. High and mighty. An existence that looked down on billions of living beings. Zhuge Liang was now enraged by Lin Feng. He didn't even want to directly kill Lin Feng, this ant who dared to provoke him. Because in Zhuge Liang's opinion, directly killing Lin Feng was too easy for Lin Feng. He should capture Lin Feng. Then, he would use all kinds of methods to torture Lin Feng. Only in this way could he vent his anger. Brat! An ant like you actually dares to provoke a god like this. Now, I will let you know how terrifying the anger of a god is. Zhuge Liang's sinister voice came out. Immediately after, his big hand opened, covering the sky and the sun, destroying the sky. He directly grabbed Lin Feng. The pressure of a god filled the air. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show trembled when they felt the divine power emitted from Zhuge Liang's body. Plop! Plop! Many weaker cultivators even directly knelt on the ground. Their butts were up. Their heads were on the ground. They were like ducks lying on the ground. They were worshipping Zhuge Liang. This is a god's move. Once a god makes a move, the pressure he emits is not something that we mortals can contend against. Many people said in shock and horror. Sun Shitong was so scared that her face was as pale as paper. Because, this was an attack from a god. She was very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Under the attack of a god. Lin Feng probably didn't have the strength to resist, right? If she could die in place of Lin Feng, Sun Shitong would even rush out without hesitation. But now, the divine power enveloped him. Sun Shitong couldn't move at all. She could only watch as the god attacked Lin Feng. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Lin Feng sneered. You're just a god at the third sky of Nihility God realm. You're pitifully weak. How dare you jump around in front of me? You really don't know your place. Many people muttered to themselves. Shendu had made his move. It was almost impossible to escape this calamity. How dare he be so contemptuous of God? What on earth was this fellow thinking? Do you want to disgust God before you die? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. But at this moment, everyone felt a dazzling light. It streaked across the sky. Everyone saw that it was Lin Feng's saber light. He casually waved his hand. The saber light split the sky. This saber light directly enveloped Zhuge Liang. Under the shroud of this saber light, Zhuge Liang was shocked to find that he could not escape. How is this possible? Zhuge Liang roared in disbelief. His originally calm and collected face was now filled with a horrified expression. Only now did Zhuge Liang know. It was the young human cultivator. How terrifying was he? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? But all of this was no longer important. The power of Lin Feng's casual attack had already scared Zhuge Liang out of his wits. Zhuge Liang did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly condensed a sacred art to block Lin Feng's attack. However, the sacred art that Zhuge Liang condensed was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's sky splitter. Puff, then, Zhuge Liang was directly split in half by Lin Feng's attack. Between heaven and earth. There was no more sound. In everyone's eyes. They were all deeply shocked. Unbelievable. Killing a god with a wave of his hand. And it was an instant kill. What kind of strength was this? Could it be the divine fire realm? Thinking of this, many people were so scared that their bodies trembled. And Sun Shitong finally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Your man is much more powerful than you think. It turned out that he was actually powerful to this extent. He is the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army. In an instant, Sun Shitong thought of a possibility. Lin Feng was such a terrifying existence, it was impossible for him to be unknown. And there was indeed a person called Lin Feng, whose name shook the Sky Martial continent. That was the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army. Although it was widely spread in the outside world that the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army had fallen. But it was said that the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army was swallowed by the spacetime reversal. Although everyone thought that he was dead for sure. But no one saw his corpse. Sun Shitong's heart was filled with shock, and her emotions were complicated. She had never thought that her man would have such a great background. For a moment, Sun Shitong was even a little absent-minded. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhuge Long's godly original strength. Then, he injected all of Zhuge Long's divine source into Sun Shitong's body. After receiving the replenishment of Zhuge Long's divine source, Sun Shitong's cultivation rose steadily. Not long after, he broke through from the 3rd level of the creation realm to the 10th level of the creation realm, then broke through to the rebirth realm, all the way until the 5th level of the rebirth realm before stopping. I've become a cultivator of the 5th level of the rebirth realm just like that? Sun Shitong cried out in alarm, her expression filled with disbelief. He had raised his cultivation by 12 realms in one go. This was simply like a dream. Lin Feng laughed and said, "This is only half of the divine source, this is almost the limit of what your body can withstand. The other half of the divine source is sealed in your dantian, now you need to adapt and stabilize for a period of time before you can continue to absorb the divine source and increase your cultivation." Sun Shitong was extremely excited, she immediately hugged Lin Feng and gave him a kiss. Usually, Sun Shitong was more conservative. Now that she was so excited that she could not control herself, she took the initiative to give Lin Feng a kiss in front of so many people. When she came back to her senses, she quickly separated from Lin Feng, her face so red that it could bleed. There were many female cultivators in the crowd, and there were also some beautiful female cultivators. At this moment, those female cultivators were all looking at Sun Shitong with envy and jealousy. Lin Feng was young, handsome, and powerful to the point of being able to kill gods. This kind of man was simply the most perfect man. They did not feel that they were inferior to Sun Shitong. Many female cultivators realized that Sun Shitong was just a mercenary. Many of those female cultivators came from large clans, and compared to Sun Shitong, they felt even more superior. However, they did not have the chance to meet a man like Lin Feng. How could they not be jealous of Sun Shitong? "Let's go," Lin Feng said. At this time, the mercenary group came back to their senses. The 30 griffins quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Countless cultivators were left behind, excitedly discussing what had just happened. "Junior brother, is the video recording done?" In the distance, there were more than 10 cultivators gathered together. They were from this celestial array sect, a sect that specialized in array formations. One of the celestial array sect's disciples was holding a crystal ball of light, which was densely packed with array patterns. This was an extremely precious crystal ball of light. This crystal ball of light was called a memory ball of light, and it could capture the scene that happened. The celestial array sect's cultivator holding the crystal ball of light said excitedly, "It's recorded. Now we can imprint the scene in the memory ball. This time, we're rich." Breaking news! A human cultivator killed the Wentian Legion's 3rd Legion commander in Xian Prefecture. Someone recorded the scene with a memory ball. You can buy a crystal ball with that scene in the auction house now. The shocking news spread in many cities. First, it spread to the 72 prefectures in the north. Then, it spread to other prefectures. Even overseas. The disciples of the Celestial Array sect sold the memory ball to the auction house. The auction house used a crystal ball to record the scene in the memory ball. They began to sell it in many cities. Therefore, this matter caused a great sensation. Is it true? Zhuge Long was really killed in an instant? That's a god. How strong is he to be able to kill a god in an instant? Many people said in shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. The news is absolutely true. It said that the person who killed Zhuge Long is a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. Another person said. A cultivator from the Tianwu continent? A god from the Tianwu continent? Aren't the protectors of the martial heaven continent all in the Central Plains? Some people were puzzled. It's not one of the protectors. It's a young god. He's very young. I heard that he's only in his 20s. Someone in the know said. Who are you trying to fool? A 20-year-old god? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach that level, right? Many people shook their heads. However, even though they didn't believe it, many people couldn't suppress their curiosity. Therefore, they went to the auction house to buy a crystal ball. The contents of the crystal ball were very simple. There were only a few scenes. These scenes were of Zhuge Liang attacking Lin Feng and then being killed in an instant by Lin Feng. After Zhuge Liang's death, the scene stopped abruptly. It's really Zhuge Liang. He's Chu Wentian's trusted subordinate. He's a god. How could he be killed in an instant? Many people cried out in shock. Look at the person who killed Zhuge Liang. Why do I feel that he looks familiar? Do you have any recollection of him? Some people looked at Lin Feng in the crystal ball and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Many people looked at Lin Feng when they heard him. Why does this person look so similar to Lin Feng? Suddenly, a cultivator said. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? Someone asked doubtfully. The leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army, Lin Feng. The cultivator said. Didn't he perish together with Mose Tianzuan? Back then, he was indeed devoured by the spacetime reversal. Logically speaking, he should have died. But who knows if this Lin Feng is so powerful that he managed to return safely? It really is Lin Feng. I was lucky enough to meet him once. Very quickly, the news that Lin Feng was still alive and had returned to the Martial Heaven continent quickly spread. This matter could be said to have caused a huge sensation. Back then, Lin Feng was an overlord in the Sky Martial continent. Exterminating the vast realm's demon Venerable and fighting Mose Tianzuan had caused the heavenly demons to suffer heavy losses. If Lin Feng hadn't been devoured by the spacetime reversal, the Sky Martial Heaven continent would have become a superpower. It was estimated that the Kingdom of Desire had already become a supergiant. The forces of Dragon Palace did not dare to have any ideas about the Kingdom of Desire. But now, Lin Feng was still alive and had returned to the Martial Heaven continent. This piece of news was too shocking. Heaven-seeking city, heaven-seeking palace. At this moment, the atmosphere in the heaven-seeking palace was very heavy. The 4 commanders of the heaven-seeking legion had come to see Chu Wentian. Chu Wentian looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in white, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. This person hadn't cultivated for a long time, only 500 years. However, he had already entered the deity realm. His current cultivation base could be described as unfathomable. Just who killed Zhuge Liang? Chu Wentian's expression darkened slightly as he asked. The commander of the First Legion said, reporting to the young master, according to the information obtained by our subordinates, the person who killed Zhuge Liang is called Lin Feng. He's the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army who was swallowed by the spacetime reversal 2 years ago during the battle against Mose Tianzuan. Chu Wentian narrowed his eyes and said, I've long since heard of this person's reputation. It's really surprising that he was able to come back alive after being swallowed by the spacetime reversal. His life isn't ordinary. The commander of the Second Legion said, Young master, what should we do now? Do you want us to join forces and kill this person to avenge Zhuge Liang? Chu Wentian said, many people are probably waiting for us to make a move so that both sides will suffer. Could it be that Zhuge Liang's revenge will be left unsettled? The commander of the Fourth Legion was unwilling to give up. Of course we can't. Chu Wentian's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. He said, if this person doesn't die, how can I, Chu Wentian, put my face? However, we're not in a hurry to make a move against him. Young master, what do you mean? The 4 commanders looked at Chu Wentian. Lin Feng is a super genius that only appears once every 100,000 years in the Tianwu continent. However, he also has an opponent, Huangfu Qing Tian. He's also a super genius that only appears once every 100,000 years. The 2 of them have a 10-year battle to the death. In less than a year, their 10-year battle will end. Huangfu Qing Tian obtained a part of Pangu's orthodoxy, and it's said that he's about to open the Origin secret area. If he obtains the inheritance of the Origin secret area, Lin Feng will definitely die. Since Huangfu Qing Tian is going to make a move, why should we be in such a hurry? Chu Wentian's eyes flashed with a sinister light. What if Huangfu Qing Tian loses this battle? Asked the commander of the Fifth Legion. Chu Wentian smiled. Even if Lin Feng can defeat Huangfu Qing Tian, he'll be like a lamp without oil by then. Wouldn't it be easy for us to kill him? Young master is wise. The 4 commanders bowed to Chu Wendian. While Lin Feng was leaving for the Eastern Sea of Desire, there were many people in the Tianwu continent. They had all seen the crystal ball that Lin Feng had used to kill Zhuge Long. The Jiang family, the Heavenly God Hall, the Sacred Hall of Spiritual Array Masters, the extraterrestrial beings, the heavenly demons, and so on. The upper echelons of these large factions had all seen the scene. Naturally, some people were happy, while others were angry. In the depths of an ancient secret area, there were 33 steps floating in the sky. Crossing the 33 steps, then, one could enter the origin secret area. Huangfuqing Tian had already stepped onto the 21st step of the celestial stairway. A mysterious cultivator in a black robe stood at the foot of the stairs. This cultivator had brought him news that Lin Feng was still alive and had returned to the Tianwu continent. It's more interesting if you're not dead. If you're dead, you'll be invincible. Very soon, I'll be able to enter the mysterious area and obtain the Yuanshi Tianzuan's legacy. Then, I'll kill you in 10 years. Huangfuqing Tian laughed coldly. The East Sea was not peaceful during this period because 2 powerful figures came to the country of desire. The country of desire's power increased greatly. The country of desire, which had always been low-key, began to act in a high-profile manner. First, they seized a large number of territories that were originally taken by the Dragon Palace and other forces. Then, they began to seize the territories of the Dragon Palace and the other 4 forces. Therefore, the forces led by the Dragon Palace launched several large-scale battles with the country of desire. What was shocking was, these battles all ended with the country of desire's victory. 3 months after the battle, the country of desire directly broke through the mountain gates of the Sky Rock Island, Fire Island, Thousand Mountain Island, and Myriad Dao Ancient Sacred Land. The Sky Rock Island of the 4 forces was the most despicable. They had previously joined the vast domain demon Venerable. Later, after the vast domain demon Venerable was defeated, they joined Mosei Tianzuan. Lin Feng and Mosei Tianzuan were both swallowed by the spacetime reversal. The country of desire was leaderless. The Dragon Palace began to suppress the country of desire. At this time, the Sky Rock Island changed and became an overseas cultivation holy land, as if it had nothing to do with the heavenly demons. Among the forces that attacked the country of desire, the Sky Rock Island was the most active. However, the country of desire had an emperor weapon, the longevity bell, so the Dragon Palace did not dare to fight to the death with the country of desire. Therefore, when the country of desire launched a counterattack, the impact on the Sky Rock Island was the greatest. Other than the Sky Rock King and a few others who escaped, the rest were either killed or captured. The other 3 forces, Fire Island, Thousand Mountain Island, and Myriad Dao Ancient Sacred Land sect masters all chose to submit to the country of desire. The Dragon Palace activated the defensive array. They did not come out. Now, the country of desire controlled the entire East Sea region and part of the South Sea region. The country of desire's momentum shook the heavens, and countless experts came to join them. The cultivators who had left when the country of desire was at its lowest point saw that the country of desire had become stronger again and were extremely annoyed. They wanted to join the country of desire again, but they were rejected at the door. What puzzled everyone was that in the area ruled by the country of desire, they began to build a temple. And the person that the temple worshipped was Lin Feng. The power of faith. It's a technique that has been lost for a long time. Does this Lin Feng know how to absorb the power of faith? Right now, the country of desire was the focus of attention of countless people in the Sky Martial continent, especially those living beings from other realms. When the Sky Demons found out that the country of desire had built a temple, and that the temple was dedicated to Lin Feng, many people were bewildered. The method of absorbing the power of faith had long been lost. Therefore, in this era, there were not as many giant gods and quasi-emperors as there were in the past. How many years had it been since a great emperor appeared? It was also related to the fact that he couldn't absorb faith power. Of course. It was not to say that the method of absorbing the power of faith had been completely cut off. For example, Buddhism had mastered this method. Even the great powers and races of the outer realms. Heavenly demon. The various major powers of the 9 provinces. There were only a handful of forces that could absorb the power of faith. The suspicion of the outside world did not slow down the progress of the Country of Desire's construction. Temples dedicated to Lin Feng were built one after another. Under the propaganda of the Country of Desire, many people entered the temples to pray. Even more power of faith was being condensed. At this time, Lin Feng returned to the Country of Desire in the Eastern Sea. Just as he returned to the Country of Desire, a ball of demonic qi entered the demon orb. Lin Feng discovered that it was the demon lord. The demon lord could not leave the demon orb for too long. Now that he had left the demon orb for more than 2 years and had experienced many battles, his body had become very dim. "Demon lord, are you all right?" Lin Feng asked. The demon lord sat on a lonely grave, silent as always. He shook his head and said, "If the demon orb is not destroyed, I will not die." "Did you get the magic lotus?" Lin Feng said, "It was a failure." The demon lord frowned slightly and said, "Perhaps this is fate." Lin Feng said, "Although I failed this time, if there is a chance next time, I will definitely snatch the magic lotus for you." The demon lord said, "I hope there will be another chance, but I need to rest for a while to recover my body." "How long will that take?" Lin Feng asked. "It might take a long time," the demon lord said, and then disappeared from the grave. The reason why he needed to rest this time was because Lin Feng guessed that it had something to do with the demon lord leaving the demon orb. After leaving the demon orb for so long, the demon lord might have suffered some injuries that Lin Feng did not know about. Now, Lin Feng could only hope that the demon lord was fine. Lin Feng returned, and many people rushed out. Du Zhu, the astral beast, and the others were the first to rush out. Then came Shangguan Fei'er, Shi Weizhu, Huang Shilan, Bai Ying, Lu Mengyan, Xiao Yafei, Xikong Xinyan, Lu Piaomiao, Morong Shui, Xikong Zhaiyue, Qin Yao, Gua Xiao, and other women or friends of Lin Feng. There was also Madame Qi, the rock troll who represented the upper echelons of the Nation of Desire. Seeing these people, Lin Feng felt very close. "Who is this?" Shangguan Fei'er looked at Sun Shitong. Sun Shitong said generously, "My name is Sun Shitong, and I'm Lin Feng's friend." Although Sun Shitong did not state her relationship with Lin Feng. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that when Sun Shitong looked at Lin Feng, she had an affectionate look on her face. Sun Shitong's eyes were filled with love. It was obvious that Lin Feng had already taken advantage of her. Although they were a little jealous, Shangguan Fei'er and the others did not say anything. Lin Feng's personality had always been like this. They were also clear about it. Furthermore, in this world, it was normal for men to have many wives and concubines. Lin Feng was such a capable man. Even if he established a harem with 3,000 beauties. In fact, it was not something that was too shocking. After returning to the palace, he briefly listened to what had happened during this period of time. Lin Feng did not interfere with the matters of the Country of Desire. He left it all to Madame Qi and the others to handle. In the evening, Madame Qi arranged a celebratory banquet to welcome Lin Feng back. At the banquet, Lin Feng saw Shangguan Fei'er, Huang Shilan, and the others looking at Lin Feng as if they were looking at autumn water. Obviously, they had been separated for more than 2 years. These women. They missed Lin Feng very much. Not only did they miss him in their hearts, but their bodies also missed Lin Feng. They wanted to be in Lin Feng's good graces. That night, Lin Feng tossed and turned for the whole night. He was unable to sleep with everyone. He could only run from room to room. Sometimes, it was troublesome to have too many women. However, it was a happy trouble. She was fat and thin. She was graceful. There were all kinds of beauties. It was really an emperor's enjoyment. After that, his old friends, such as Jiang Yudi, Yuji, and the others, kept coming to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng received many guests. When he finally had some free time, Lin Feng thought about solving the problem of the Dragon Palace. Lin Feng had come into contact with Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing was not a good person. He was a guy who was obsessed with women. Of course, this might have something to do with Ao Bing's race. Ao Bing was an evil dragon. And the evil dragon was the most lustful race among the dragon race. Now that only the Dragon Palace was left in the East Sea world, the country of desire could be unified. However, it was not an easy task to attack the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had steep terrain and dense restrictions. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, an ancient force like the Dragon Palace must have a lot of heritage. Once they fought, if the Dragon Palace used their heritage, both sides would suffer. Lin Feng naturally knew this. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to let the Dragon Palace go just like that. He heard that the Dragon Palace had endless treasures. This aroused Lin Feng's interest. Even if he couldn't attack the Dragon Palace, at the very least, he had to make the Dragon Palace vomit blood once. Lin Feng ordered Du Zhu to gather a portion of the elite army. He planned to make a trip to the Dragon Palace tomorrow. At night, Lin Feng went out for a walk and saw Madame Qi's beautiful maid, Xianxia, enter her room. Xianxia was a top-grade beauty. She was tall and had a pair of long and beautiful legs that made people's imagination run wild. Lin Feng knew that Madame Qi liked women. This Xianxia was trained by Madame Qi for his own enjoyment. Madame Qi had offered Xianxia to him. However, he had refused. Now, Xianxia was in Madame Qi's room. What was she doing? He shook his head. This was someone else's business, and he was not interested in interfering. Lin Feng came to the back garden. It was rare for him to be quiet and to be able to walk alone. A cool breeze blew. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. The back garden was full of all kinds of flowers. There were many types. Lin Feng had never seen them before. In the back garden, there were even some ancient trees that surprised Lin Feng. There were more than 10 ancient trees that were dazzling and radiating light in all directions. They were as bright as crystal lamps. When the branches and leaves swayed, they made a pleasant sound. That sound. It was as if a beautiful woman was playing a piece of music. There was also an ancient tree with 7 different colored petals. Those petals emitted a fragrant scent. It was refreshing. The 7 types of flowers rendered the ancient tree extremely beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the Creator. There were too many incredible creatures in this world. It wasn't just the vegetation. There were also some demons, devils, beasts, extraterrestrial races, and so on. They were all very strange and unimaginable. Lin Feng saw a beautiful silhouette in front of him. She was standing in front of a cluster of flowers as if she was admiring them. Huang Ling. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect to see Huang Ling in the back garden. Thinking back to the time when Huang Ling pretended to be Huang Sherlan and had intimate contact with him, Lin Feng still felt a little awkward when he saw Huang Ling again. While Huang Ling was not looking at him. Lin Feng was just about to turn around and leave when he heard Huang Ling cough. This coughing sound didn't seem right. Lin Feng walked towards Huang Ling and asked, "What happened to your body?" Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Huang Ling's body trembled slightly. She didn't turn her head and said faintly, "This is a personal matter, so it's not convenient to tell outsiders." Lin Feng grabbed Huang Ling's wrist and said, "However, I'm not an outsider." "You. Let go of me." Huang Ling struggled gently. However, she was unable to break free. Lin Feng saw Huang Ling's pale face. Origin injury. Such a serious origin injury. Lin Feng scanned Huang Ling's body with his spiritual will, and his expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng had suffered an origin injury before. He had the immortal divine body. It was a narrow escape. What about Huang Ling, origin injury, injuring the origin of the great Tao? This was an injury second only to a Tao injury. And Huang Ling's origin injury was much more serious than Lin Feng's origin injury. This was because Lin Feng discovered that Huang Ling's origin was almost completely cracked. This meant that Huang Ling's origin injury was about to transform into a Tao injury. Now, Huang Ling's origin was injured. Even the origin Tao fruit couldn't cure it. How could this be? Lin Feng said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng understood Huang Ling's intentions. However, Lin Feng had already provoked Huang Sherlan. Therefore, he didn't want to provoke Huang Ling anymore. This was also the reason why Lin Feng had rejected Huang Ling back then. However, in the depths of Lin Feng's heart, He hoped that everything would be fine for Huang Linger. You don't have to worry. Huang Linger broke free from Lin Feng and walked into the distance. Ling Lin Feng called out softly. When Huang Ling heard Lin Feng's voice, which was trembling with emotion, she was stupefied. Lin Feng didn't call out her name coldly like before. Was he pitying her? Huang Linger sighed in her heart. I'm very sorry for what happened that night in Fallen Moon City. The next day, when I learned that you had left, I stayed alone for a long time. I thought for a long time, and there were many things in my heart that I wanted to say to you, but I didn't know how to start. Lin Feng said. Huang Linger's tears flowed out in an instant. There were many times in life, things didn't go as planned. She could hear some of the emotions in Lin Feng's words. Huang Linger wished that she had heard these words when there was nothing wrong with her body. Huang Linger knew that if she stood there, perhaps Lin Feng would walk over. She could even hug him, throw herself into his arms, and confide in him. Tell him about how she had fallen in love with him after they met in the Azure Dragon Institute. But Huang Linger didn't stop. Because she knew that her body was in a terrible state. At this time, there shouldn't be any more fetters. She shouldn't stop. Perhaps she should leave silently. That was the best choice. Whether it was for herself, or for Lin Feng, both were the best choices. Lin Feng stood in the same place, looking at the empty garden. Huang Linger had already left. He was alone, looking at the bright moon, lost in thought. Lin Feng left the garden and found Du Zhu, asking Du Zhu about the method to treat Huang Linger. It's almost transformed into a Dao injury. This is difficult. Du Zhu frowned. Is there really no other way? Lin Feng asked. Generally, people who can survive with such injuries are quite heaven-defying characters. But I've seen that Huang Linger. Apart from being a little beautiful, her cultivation talent is mediocre. It's difficult for her to withstand such injuries. Du Zhu rubbed his chin and said. Seeing Lin Feng's ugly expression, Du Zhu continued, if you really want to save her, it's not completely impossible. Don't you have the immortal divine blood? When you break through to the God realm, your immortal divine blood will transform. At that time, you might be able to use your immortal divine blood to heal her injuries. Of course, the probability of this is extremely low. The success rate is estimated to be 1% at most. Of course, the precondition is that she's still alive before you break through to the God realm. If she dies before you break through to the God realm, then she won't even have that 1% chance. I don't think she'll live for more than a few days. Lin Feng was currently at the 10th level of the rebirth realm. After reaching this level, most cultivators would usually break through to the demigod realm and continue to consolidate their cultivation. After settling down for a period of time, they would try to break through to the divine realm. After all, the divine realm was no small matter. If he wanted to break through to the divine realm, it was not an easy task. Lin Feng's own accumulation was strong enough to break through to the divine realm. He felt that he did not need to break through to the demigod realm. Right now, Lin Feng had two things to do. One was to break through to the divine realm with his soul. The second was to transform his mana into divine power. After completing these two tasks, Lin Feng would be able to break through to the divine realm. Lin Feng cultivated the Luya star-gazing chart. Now, the speed at which his soul was improving was extremely fast. As for his mana, it would transform into divine power. He needed to continuously polish and increase the purity of his mana. Lin Feng had been using divine-level star stones to cultivate during this period of time in order to temper his own mana. He hoped that his mana would transform into divine power as soon as possible. However, this would also take some time. I have quite a few divine-level pills here. Perhaps they can temporarily suppress Ling Er's injuries. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu said. Let's give it a try. Lin Feng knew that Huang Linger might not want to see him. Therefore, he went to look for Huang Sherlan and talked to her about Huang Linger. She didn't want me to tell you about her body's condition. Huang Sherlan said in a sad voice. What exactly happened? Why did she suffer such a serious injury to her origin? Lin Feng asked. All these years, she has been cultivating with all her might. Other than cultivation, there seems to be nothing else in her life. In the end, because she cultivated too much, she went berserk. Huan Sherlan shed tears. Lin Feng was silent as he sighed in his heart. He handed the prepared pills to Huan Sherlan and said, "Take this to Ling Er and tell her that I will definitely help her recover." Yes. Huan Sherlan nodded heavily and left with the porcelain bottle containing the divine-level healing pills. On the second day, Lin Feng led Du Zhu, the star behemoth, and 10,000 elites of the Raging Flame Corps to Dragon Palace. At this time, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky battleship finally came in handy. Lin Feng took out the ancient starship Xianyuan sealed inside the glass bottle. The ancient ship quickly expanded, floating on the surface of the sea. Such an ancient ship was a priceless treasure. Above, one could roam the starry sky. Below, one could enter the ocean and the 9 underworlds. "Get on board," Lin Feng shouted. Following that, everyone boarded the ship one after another. When Lin Feng boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan, suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. "The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship needs a captain." When this voice came out, Lin Feng was immediately stunned. His face was filled with shock. Lin Feng had vaguely heard this voice when he first obtained the ancient starship Xianyuan. However, at that time, he didn't hear it clearly. Now, but she heard it clearly. There was indeed a voice in the ancient starship Xianyuan. However, Lin Feng didn't feel any malice from this voice. Instead, he felt a kind of excitement. Could it be a ship spirit? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had heard of some of the most top-grade ancient ships, such as the Empress God's pirate ship. They all had ship spirits. Ancient starry sky ships with ship spirits didn't even need people to operate them. If the master wanted to go somewhere, the ship spirits would be able to sense it. As long as there was a correct route, the ancient ship would personally go wherever the master wanted to go. That's right. I am now the new master of the ancient ship. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and stroked the ancient starship Xianyuan. "Let's go." He pulled out his sword and gave the order. The 1,000-meter-long ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship suddenly emitted a loud rumbling sound. The ship shook. It instantly tore through the void. The next moment, it appeared thousands of miles away. What the? Lin Feng knew that this ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was extraordinary. But now, he was also shocked. This speed was too heaven-defying, right, as expected of an ancient ship from before the immortal ancient era. Perhaps the Empress ancient ship couldn't compare to his Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship released an energy barrier that enveloped the entire ancient ship. Then, it directly entered the sea. Next, it jumped through the void in the sea. Each jump was thousands of miles away. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a fast ancient starry sky ship? Even Du Zhu had never seen such a fast ancient starry sky ship. It's really incredible. It seems that this ancient ship has a heaven-defying origin, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. 2 hours later, the ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship dived into the depths of the sea where the Dragon Palace was located. The Dragon Palace is an important place. Leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. A large number of oceanic species drove 10 ancient warships out and blocked the ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's path. Boom boom boom. Without any superfluous words, the ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship directly attacked the 10 ancient warships of the Dragon Palace. The ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship spirit stone cannons were 3 huge barrels fused together by an array formation. They rotated together and fired together. Under normal circumstances, spirit stone cannons could be fired using spirit stones as cannonballs. This way, they could cause great damage. However, the most destructive weapon was still the Spirit Stone Cannonball that was made using a special method. The Spirit Stone Cannonball was invented by alchemists. The main material of the Spirit Stone Cannonball was spirit stones that were then fused with dozens or even hundreds of other materials. Of course, the power contained in these Spirit Stone Cannonballs was different. The higher the grade of the material, the more materials were fused. The more powerful the cannonball was, the more powerful it would be. Once this cannonball was fired, it could cause a destructive attack. The deciding factor of the cannonball's power was not only the cannonball itself, but also the spirit stone cannonball. The material and structure of the spirit stone cannonball. The dense array formations on the spirit stone cannonball often determined the grade of the spirit stone cannonball. The higher the grade of the spirit stone cannonball, the more powerful the cannonball would be. After returning to the country of desire, Lin Feng found a lot of spirit stone cannonballs in the treasury of the country of desire. Lin Feng had already taken away these spirit stone cannonballs, but now, they finally came in handy. A dense cannonball was fired towards the 10 ancient warships of the Dragon Palace. Courting death, fire. The cultivators of the Dragon Palace on the ancient warships of the Dragon Palace roared. Immediately after, the 10 ancient warships of the Dragon Palace also started firing cannonballs. However, the spirit stone cannons of the ordinary ancient warships of the Dragon Palace were too low grade. Even if they fired the same cannonball, the destructive power couldn't compare to the cannonball fired by the spirit stone cannons of the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. There were many reasons why the spirit stone cannons of the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship were so powerful. Firstly, the spirit stone cannons of the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship were of a high grade. Secondly, the spirit stone cannons of the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship could fire continuously. At most, it could fire 10 cannonballs in a row. One had to know that an ordinary ancient starship would need to reignite its cannonball after firing once. Only then could it fire a second cannonball, which would take a lot of time. However, the spirit stone cannons of the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship could load 10 cannonballs at a time. Once ignited, it could fire continuously. In a large-scale war, time was the guarantee of victory. Therefore, the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was most suitable for large-scale battles. At this time, its advantage was obvious. Therefore, the ancient starship Xianxia ancient starry sky ship ignited its cannonball once. Then, waves of spirit stone cannonballs flew out. In an instant, the cannonballs fired by the 10 ancient warships of the Dragon Palace were destroyed. Then, the 10 ancient warships of the Dragon Palace weren't spared. After being hit by the cannonballs, the 10 ancient warships started to explode. Miserable screams resounded. Many cultivators of the Dragon Palace wanted to abandon the ship and run for their lives. However, before they could jump off the ship, the power of the cannonballs blew them into pieces. The Xianxia ancient starship is so powerful. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw how powerful the Xianxia ancient starship was. It had destroyed an enemy fleet in the blink of an eye. What a powerful ancient starship! With just one, he would be able to travel unimpeded in the starry sky world. The Xianxia ancient starship continued heading deeper into the sea. Not long after, the Xianxia ancient starship arrived at the depths of the sea. From afar, one could see the endless palaces. However, there were restrictions protecting the palaces. "Young master, we've arrived at the Dragon Palace," the rock golem said. Lin Feng nodded. He stood on the deck and looked at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace. As expected of a holy land for cultivation. Draconic chi filled the air. Purple clouds spewed out. It was as though he had arrived at a legendary paradise. Dong. 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 At this moment, war drums sounded. The oceanic species soldiers gathered in the Dragon Palace. A total of 300,000 soldiers were gathered in the plaza. They rode on 30 ancient warships and charged toward the Dragon Palace. The leader was Dragon King Ao Lai. "Lin Feng, you trespassed on my Dragon Palace, destroyed 10 of my ancient warships, and killed my oceanic species cultivators. Are you trying to start a war with my Dragon Palace?" Ao Lai looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Ao Lai looked like he was in his 40s, but he had cultivated for 270,000 years. He was currently at the 7th firmament of the Void God realm. He was at the prime of his life. However, Ao Lai was cunning and good at scheming. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of Ao Lai. He sneered. "So what if we start a war? If the East Sea is only left with your East Sea Dragon Palace, it is not under the control of my Kingdom of Desire. How can I allow others to sleep here?" Once I destroy your dragon palace, the East Sea will be unified. Aolai said, it won't be that easy to destroy my dragon palace. My dragon palace has enough resources to deal with you. In the end, both sides will suffer. Have you thought this through? Lin Feng laughed heartily, so what if both sides suffer? I can recruit an endless stream of soldiers, but your dragon palace is besieged by my country of desire's army. Without any reinforcements, it will only be a matter of time before your dragon palace is breached. Aolai said coldly, it won't be a problem to hold on for a few hundred years. At most, we'll just have to wait. Maybe your country of desire won't be able to hold on first. Who knows what will happen next? Right now, the country of desire is at its peak, but in a few years, it might decline. I've seen too many forces like this. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, my nation of desire will be immortal, so you don't have to worry about the survival of my nation of desire, Dragon King. As for you, Aolai, you overestimate your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Now, there are cultivators from the 9 prefectures, extraterrestrial beings, and even heavenly devils coming to the Martial Heaven continent. I think that many of those people are interested in the treasures of your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, right? I wonder if I can cooperate with them. If those people join us, how many more years will the East Sea Dragon Palace last? You. Aolai's expression flickered. He said, Lin Feng, back then, to fight against the heavenly devils, you almost lost your life in the space-time reversal. Now, you want to cooperate with the heavenly devils, extraterrestrial beings, and even the 9 prefectures cultivators to deal with the Dragon Palace? How is your collusion with outsiders to oppress the Martial Heaven continent's native powers any different from those traitors? Lin Feng indifferently said, the extraterrestrial beings and the 9 prefectures cultivators aren't just trying to invade the Martial Heaven continent. There are also people who want to help the Martial Heaven continent. There are also many neutral people. I'm looking for such people. Since I'm not cooperating with cultivators who want to invade the Martial Heaven continent, why would I betray the Martial Heaven continent? Aolai's expression flickered. He said, Lin Feng, the enmity between us isn't an irreconcilable hatred. All of our enmity stems from the struggle for benefits. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, and there are no eternal friends. How about this? Let's both take a step back, sit down, and negotiate calmly. You don't want to see the Eastern Sea, which has just regained its peace, turn into a bloodbath again because of our battle to the death, right? The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace had an imperial weapon, so it wouldn't be so easy to attack. If they really started fighting, it would be just as Aolai had said. Blood would flow like rivers, and countless people would die. That wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng's original goal had been to extort the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and plunder their resources. Since Aolai had brought this up, Lin Feng went with the flow. He said, it's not impossible to negotiate, but it depends on whether the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is sincere. Aolai sighed in relief when he heard that there was room for negotiation. He smiled and said, our East Sea Dragon Palace is naturally sincere. Why don't we move to the East Sea Dragon Palace and discuss the details? Said Lin Feng. Then open the deployment spell and let my boat in, said Lin Feng. Aolai smiled insincerely and said, it's just a negotiation. There's no need for so many people, right? Lin Feng chuckled and said, it seems like the Dragon King isn't sincere. The Dragon King's expression flickered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, of course I'm sincere. I also believe in Lin Gongzi's reputation. He waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of array masters from the Dragon Palace activated the array. The ancient ship, Xianxia, entered the array and stopped at the plaza. Lin Feng ordered the astral beast to guard Xianxia. Then, he entered the palace with Du Zhu. Inside the palace, beautiful oceanic race women shuttled back and forth. All of them wore revealing clothes and were filled with temptation. Aolai smiled and said, Lin Gongzi hasn't enjoyed the beauties of the oceanic race yet, right? I'll give Lin Gongzi 100 beauties, and they'll be Lin Gongzi's maids. What do you think? In the world of cultivators, it was common to see people giving each other women. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested in this. He calmly said, there's no need for that. Let's start the negotiation. I don't ask for much. I just want a third of the treasures in the Dragon Palace's treasury. Are you dreaming? The third prince, Ao Bing, shouted. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? Dragon King, is this how you educate your son? He has no respect for his elders and doesn't know the rules at all. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Ao Bing was furious. Back then, he had sent people to kill Lin Feng. In just a few years, Lin Feng had become the high and mighty leader of the East Sea's cultivator army. Ao Bing was extremely envious. Ao Lai glared at Ao Bing and said, "Hurry up and apologize to Lin Gongzi." "Father." Ao Bing gritted his teeth and told him to apologize to Lin Feng. He really couldn't do it. Slap him. Ao Lai's expression suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but shout coldly. Immediately, a guard from the Dragon Palace came in front of Ao Bing and slapped him. Ao Bing was stunned by the slap. "Father, you asked someone to slap me?" Ao Bing looked at the Dragon King in disbelief. His father, who doted on him the most, had actually sent someone to slap him. Ao Bing couldn't accept this. "Take him away." Ao Lai waved his hand, and a few guards immediately took Ao Bing away. "Ao Bing, that idiot. It's one thing for you to abuse your power in the Dragon Palace because of your father's favor. Why don't you take a look at the situation now? How dare you cause such trouble? Serves you right." The other princes looked at each other and saw gloating expressions in each other's eyes. The third prince, Ao Bing, was arrogant because of his father's favor. Ao Bing looked down on even his own brothers. Ao Bing had snatched the first prince's beloved concubine. He had also humiliated the second prince. He had flirted with the fourth prince's wife. But so what? Ao Bing was favored. The other princes could only swallow their anger when they were bullied. Perhaps it was because Ao Bing was usually too high and mighty and looked down on everyone. Therefore, he developed an arrogant personality. To put it bluntly, he did not care about the severity. How could Ao Bing interrupt the negotiation between Lin Feng and Ao Lai? Of course, Ao Bing did the most wrong thing. It was not to interfere in this negotiation. Instead, he did not give Ao Lai any face in front of Lin Feng. Ao Lai asked Ao Bing to apologize to Lin Feng. If Ao Bing apologized, this matter would be over. However, Ao Bing was used to being arrogant. Therefore, he did not listen to Ao Lai. Wasn't this a slap to Ao Lai's face? He couldn't even discipline his own son. How could Ao Lai not be angry? This was also the reason why the other princes were gloating. After this matter, Ao Bing's status would definitely plummet. This was something that could be predicted. After Ao Bing was pulled away, Ao Lai said in a deep voice, "Lin Gongzi's request is too much. He wants to take 1/3 of the treasures of the Dragon Palace. How can it be so easy in this world?" Lin Feng knocked on the table and said with a faint smile, "The Dragon King might have made a mistake. I am not discussing with the Dragon King. I am ordering you to let the Nation of Desire take 1/3 of the treasures of the Dragon Palace. You are going too far." Ao Lai's expression was gloomy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Dragon King, I think this deal is actually quite good because this treasure can ensure that your Dragon Palace can survive in the East Sea in the future. To put it bluntly, with my ability, it will be easy for me to become an ancestor or a saint in the future. At that time, you will feel lucky that you took out 1/3 of the treasure vault's treasures in exchange for future peace. I will only give you one chance. Dragon King, you think about it." It seems like the Dragon King is a straightforward person. Poison Ancestor, send some people to follow the people of the Dragon Palace and collect the treasures in the treasury. In the hall, dozens of beautiful sea race dancers were dancing. After the negotiations were completed, Ao Lai put on a smiling face. His previous unhappiness had disappeared. He even drank and chatted with Lin Feng. Ao Lai smiled as he said, "Sir Lin, I heard that you're not married yet. I have 7 daughters, and they're all as beautiful as flowers. Sir Lin, take a look and see if you like any of them. If you marry them, we'll be able to do great things together." Ao Lai clapped his hands and the 7 women walked out. They were the 7 princesses of the Dragon Palace. They were tall and beautiful. The 7 princesses looked at Lin Feng curiously. They were different from the women of the human race. The 7 princesses were looking at Lin Feng in a passionate and bold way. They didn't try to hide anything from Lin Feng. They were also curious. Who was the leader of the East Sea Cultivator army? He was able to force their father to lower his head. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they saw that he was so young and handsome. Their hearts rippled. Young master. The 7 young masters bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the Dragon King. He smiled and said, I appreciate the Dragon King's good intentions, but it's a critical time for me to cultivate. In addition, I have a 10-year battle with Huangfu Qing Tian. I don't have much time for romance. Haha. Young master, you're right. Aolai waved the 7 princesses away. After taking 1/3 of the treasures, Lin Feng planned to leave. Aolai personally sent Lin Feng off. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the depths of the Dragon Palace. The fluctuation disappeared in a flash. However, Lin Feng still noticed it. He raised his eyebrows and said, What kind of fluctuation is that? Aolai said, It's the Dragon Burial Abyss deep in the Dragon Palace. Even the people of the Dragon Palace don't enter that place. Why? Lin Feng asked curiously. Rumor has it that a true dragon died there. It's very dangerous there, and there's only a slim chance of survival. In the past, some ancestors of the Dragon Palace went there to explore, but in the end, no one came out. Aolai said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. A true dragon had died there, that was no small matter. Was there anything precious left behind? He said calmly, I want to go in and explore. Will the Dragon King allow me to? When Aolai heard Lin Feng's words, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, haha. You're just courting death. It's best if you die in there. Once you die, the East Sea Cultivator army will once again be leaderless, and will inevitably split into 4 or 5 groups. At that time I will take back all the treasures you took from the East Sea, and I will even take the territory of your country of desire. When he thought of this, Aolai almost laughed out loud. Although he couldn't wait for Lin Feng to enter the Dragon Burial Abyss, Aolai pretended to be concerned about Lin Feng. The Dragon Burial Abyss is too dangerous. Lin Gongzi, it's better if you don't go in. Lin Feng said, It's fine. Even if something happens, I won't blame you, Dragon King. Aolai said, Since Lin Gongzi has made up his mind, I can only comply. Lin Gongzi, please follow me. Lin Feng nodded and followed Aolai into the Dragon Burial Abyss. Du Zhu, the giant astral beast, and the others followed. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon Burial Abyss. The Dragon Burial Abyss was pitch black. An eerie aura spread across the place. The Dragon Burial Abyss seemed to be connected to hell. True dragons are the strongest race of the dragon race. Since ancient times, it's said that only a few true dragons have appeared. An adult true dragon is even stronger than a great emperor. If a true dragon really died here, it'll definitely become a terrifying land of death. Young master, I don't think we should go there, Du Zhu said. Aolai was so angry that he wanted to kick the meddlesome poison ancestor into the Dragon Burial Abyss. Lin Feng's words made Aolai happy. No matter what, I have to go down and take a look. You guys just wait for me here. Du Zhu and the giant star beast understood Lin Feng's personality. They knew that once Lin Feng made a decision, it would be difficult for others to change his mind. Then Lin Gongzi must be careful. Aolai said with a fake smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, Thank you for your concern, Dragon King. I will come out in one piece. Haha. Lin Gongzi is a good person. I believe that Lin Gongzi will also come out in one piece. Aolai said with a smile. As for how many of these words were sincere, it was hard to tell. Lin Feng did not delay and directly flew into the Dragon Burial Abyss. As he dived, the temperature in the Dragon Burial Abyss was getting lower and lower. This Dragon Burial Abyss was very strange. Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura enveloping his body. This gloomy aura was actually trying to enter his body. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand this gloomy aura and their bodies would be frozen. Then they would fall into the abyss and die. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He used the heavenly fire in his body to block the gloomy aura that was trying to invade his body. Ordinary gloomy aura would not be able to hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to dive, and when he reached a depth of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, the air began to be filled with a highly toxic gas. As he went deeper, the poison became more and more intense. This poison also contained an ancient and evil power. This power was emitted from an unknown source. It was very strange. Lin Feng used the great poison technique to block the invasion of the poison, but he found that the evil power seemed to be trying to invade his body. Lin Feng used the heavenly fire to refine the evil power that invaded his body. He continued to dive into the abyss. Finally, they reached the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, Lin Feng saw some skeletons scattered around. There were big and small skeletons, and there were even complete dragon skeletons. They were probably the ancestors of the dragon palace who entered and eventually perished. The area of the abyss at the bottom was very large. Lin Feng walked all the way to the depths. Puff, suddenly, Lin Feng suffered a calamity. His right chest had been pierced by an invisible force. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This place was indeed very strange. He quickly summoned the death armor to protect his body. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed the invisible and intangible strength attack him again. However, this time, the death armor blocked the attack. A clang sound was heard. Lin Feng took in a deep breath. Thankfully, he had the protection of the death armor. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous for him to enter the dragon burial abyss. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. After he recovered, he continued to walk deeper into the abyss. The invisible force attacked Lin Feng again. After 4 or 5 attacks, it could not hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As he walked deeper into the dragon burial abyss, he observed the abyss. In front of him, there was a huge skeleton that was about 3,000 meters long. It was the skeleton of a huge dragon. Lin Feng had seen dragon skeletons in the outer region of the dragon burial abyss. However, they were at most 1,000 meters long. Obviously, they could not be compared to this dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton in front of him was so huge. He wondered how strong it was when it was alive. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Such a strong dragon had fallen here. What happened here in the past? Was it the same invisible force that had pierced through his body and ultimately led to his death, or perhaps, there were other reasons? Suddenly, a scorching flame flew out from behind the dragon skeleton. The ball of hot flames floated in the air and condensed into a blood-red eye that looked coldly at him. What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. After the flame appeared, Lin Feng felt the heavenly fire shake violently. Obviously, the flame was very strong. However, it was not a heavenly fire. It's a demonic fire. Lin Feng was shocked. There was such a strong demonic fire. What kind of demonic fire was it? Did the fall of the dragon have anything to do with this demonic fire? This was the abyss where a real dragon was buried. Could it be, that ball of flame? Was it the true dragon demonic fire? The true dragon demonic flame was one of the most powerful demonic flames among the countless types of demonic flames. It was one of the top 10 super demonic fires. My clone is about to break through to the divine fire realm. It just so happens that it is lacking a powerful fire. I can't believe I can find the true dragon demonic fire here. Lin Feng looked at the dragon fire and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. If he could subdue the true dragon demonic fire, then, his clone would be able to complete the breakthrough. Human. You have a heavenly fire. The true dragon demonic fire said in a deep and cold voice. Huh? It has a fire spirit? Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that the true dragon demonic fire in front of him was very terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have been able to give birth to a fire spirit. Since you know that I have a heavenly fire, you should submit to me, said Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, you want me to submit to you? How laughable. I'll eat your soul and take your heavenly flames. As long as I can take your heavenly flames, I'll evolve and refine 3 types of heavenly flames. I'll become the most perfect flame creature. In the future, I'll become an ancestor and a saint, and I'll rule the heavens. The true dragon demonic fire said in a sinister voice. Said Lin Feng. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Heavenly fire can suppress all other flames. No matter how strong the true dragon demonic fire is, it is still a demonic fire restrained by heavenly fire. What do you have to fight me? When Lin Feng finished talking, he waved his hand. Whoosh, 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 in an instant, flames surged out. Purple earth core fire, black sun fire, golden dragon divine flame. Lin Feng summoned 3 heavenly fires. They pounced on the true dragon demonic fire at the same time. Then, the raging heavenly fire engulfed the true dragon demonic fire. True dragon demonic eye, impenetrable by all flames. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from the true dragon demonic fire. The pair of cold eyes could be seen. They emitted a cold and bloodthirsty energy. A blood-red light. It spread out in all directions. A terrifying scene appeared. The 3 types of heavenly flames were all blocked. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. This was something he had not expected at all. A mere demonic flame could actually resist his 3 heavenly flames. This was simply something out of a fantasy. But now, it was happening right in front of him. The true dragon demonic fire laughed strangely. You want to know? Go ask the king of hell. Swoosh. The blood-red eye in the true dragon demonic fire blinked. A blood-red light emerged and moved straight towards Lin Feng. This true dragon demonic eye was strange and unpredictable. Lin Feng's heart started pounding when he saw that attack. He did not dare to hesitate and took out the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting shook. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Clang, the true dragon demonic eye's attack was blocked by Lin Feng's 9 demons painting. Then, under Lin Feng's attack, the 9 demons painting quickly rushed forward. It directly suppressed the true dragon demonic flame. An emperor weapon. I really didn't expect that not only do you have 3 types of heavenly flames, but you also have an emperor weapon. Ha 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 ha, after killing you, this emperor weapon will belong to me. The true dragon demonic flame roared excitedly. It seemed to be sure that it could defeat Lin Feng. Swish, 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 beams of light shot out from the true dragon demonic eye one after another. They kept sweeping towards the 9 demons painting. Even the 9 demons painting was shaken and could not move forward. Swish, there was a flash of light. The true dragon demonic eye. It disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, but he could not find where the true dragon demonic eye was hiding. He 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 he, suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter sounded in Lin Feng's mind. The true dragon demonic flame appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The true dragon demonic flame laughed and said, Kid, do you know what my most powerful technique is? Let me tell you, it's an attack on the soul. The dragon corpse you saw was far more powerful than me back then, but in the end, it still died in a battle of magical powers with me. Do you know why that is? It's because I destroyed its soul. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. You don't have a physical body, so you mainly cultivate the soul. That's right, I mainly cultivate the soul, so I can cause great damage to other people's souls. You are no exception. Your soul will be destroyed by me. Shouted the real dragon fire. It was flying in Lin Feng's brain. Don't hide. Hurry up and come out. I'll destroy you and then I'll swallow you. The true dragon demonic flame was obviously talking to Lin Feng's soul. He was searching for Lin Feng's soul. Ha 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 ha. Demonic dragon fire, if it were someone else, they wouldn't have been able to escape. But today, your opponent is me. You're doomed to be killed by me. Your soul strength will be absorbed by me, and your fire source will become my nourishment. Lin Feng let out a long cry. The primal chaos ancient lamp flew out from Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's soul was inside the primal chaos ancient lamp. Now, the primal chaos ancient lamp had evolved into a divine artifact. Moreover, it had fused with the mysterious yellow ancestral qi. A perfected great Tao. It was extremely powerful. This was one of the things Lin Feng relied on to deal with the true dragon demonic flame. Furthermore, Lin Feng also cultivated Luya's stargazing chart. This was a soul-refining secret technique created by one of the four giants of the Grand Mist world, Taoist Luya. In this world, it would be difficult to find a soul secret technique that could match it. Although Lin Feng's soul was far from being comparable to the true dragon demonic flame. But Lin Feng had the advantage of magic treasures and soul secret techniques. Magic treasures made from primal chaos ancestral chi and mysterious yellow ancestral chi? Boy, you're really shocking me more and more. These treasures are destined to be mine. The true dragon demonic flame laughed sinisterly, its voice filled with endless greed. The pair of demonic eyes shot out beam after beam of light at the primal chaos ancient lamp. The reason why the true dragon demonic flame was powerful was because it had condensed a pair of blood-red true dragon demonic eyes. The attacks from these eyes were extremely harmful to the soul. As the saying goes, everything has its weakness. It was precisely because of these two true dragon demonic eyes that it was terrifying. Only the true dragon demonic flame could kill experts who were far stronger than it. The true dragon demonic flame wanted to do the same thing and kill Lin Feng by destroying Lin Feng's soul. But what it needed to do now was to destroy Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. Because Lin Feng's soul was in the primal chaos ancient lamp. If it couldn't destroy the primal chaos ancient lamp, it naturally couldn't talk about destroying Lin Feng's soul. Clang clang clang, the attacks of the true dragon demonic eyes landed on the primal chaos ancient lamp. A series of violent collisions rang out. What surprised Lin Feng was that the primal chaos ancient lamp actually began to crack bit by bit. What a terrifying true dragon demonic eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he didn't dare to waste any time. The primal chaos ancient lamp quickly flew towards the true dragon demonic eye and floated above it. Lin Feng's main and auxiliary primordial spirits sat cross-legged inside the primal chaos ancient lamp and began to work together to activate Luya's stargazing chart. Buzz. A huge stargazing chart was formed. Luya's stargazing chart was one of the top soul cultivation techniques. Naturally, it was all-encompassing. Not only did it record the methods to cultivate the soul, but it also recorded soul attack techniques. This stargazing chart was called the Myriad Manifestations Chart. It revealed the myriad manifestations of the heavens. Once activated, its power was limitless. Now that Lin Feng had activated this Myriad Manifestations Chart, the power of the myriad appearances painting was immediately displayed. In the void, it spun one round. Then, it suppressed the true dragon demonic fire. Break for me! The true dragon demonic fire shouted coldly. The true dragon demonic fire shot out billions of blood-red rays towards the myriad manifestations chart. However, the attack of the true dragon demonic eye was unable to break the myriad manifestations chart. The primal chaos ancient lamp slammed into the true dragon demonic fire and sent it flying. Then, the myriad manifestations chart also attacked the true dragon demonic fire. Heavenly fire return, Lin Feng shouted coldly. He controlled the three heavenly fires to fly into his mind. Together with the myriad manifestations chart, the primal chaos ancient lamp attacked the true dragon demonic fire together. This time, the true dragon demonic fire was attacked from both sides and was quickly suppressed. Boy, you have so many tricks up your sleeve. The true dragon demonic fire roared and attacked left and right. It wanted to rush out of Lin Feng's mind. You have no chance. Die, Lin Feng sneered. Three heavenly fires, the myriad manifestations chart, the primal chaos ancient lamp, at the same time, it exploded with the most powerful combat power. It launched a storm-like attack on the true dragon demonic fire. In the end, the true dragon demonic fire could not resist. Its soul directly exploded. Only the purest soul origin was left. The fire origin. And an extremely demonic true dragon demonic eye. Ha 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 ha, the true dragon demonic fire is dead. Divine state clone, come out and devour the true dragon demonic fire. Lin Feng shouted and summoned the divine state clone. At this time, the true dragon demonic fire flew out of Lin Feng's mind and floated above the divine state clone. Above the divine state clone's head, the essence was like a vast ocean, burning fiercely. The true dragon demonic fire ignited the burning essence. The moment the essence was ignited, the true dragon demonic fire merged perfectly with the divine state clone. With the essence as the source, the divine fire was ignited. The divine state clone had finally entered the divine state. Lin Feng was very happy that his God state clone had successfully broken through to the divine fire realm. The more powerful the God state clone was, it meant that Lin Feng was more powerful. Because Lin Feng could use the power of his God state clone anytime and anywhere, he kept his God state clone. Lin Feng began to devour the true Dragon Devil Fire Soul Origin. The true Dragon Devil Fire Soul Origin was a great tonic. It was very beneficial for Lin Feng's soul to improve. As the true Dragon Devil Fire Soul Origin was devoured by Lin Feng began to use Luya's stargazing chart to refine the soul origin. As the true Dragon Devil Fire Soul Origin was refined, Lin Feng's soul power rose steadily. His soul level rose rapidly. It didn't take long for him to break through to the demigod realm. After accumulating for a while, he broke through to the virtual god realm. He finally stopped at the third sky of the virtual god realm. My soul origin has finally broken through to the god state. Lin Feng opened his eyes with a surprised expression on his face. The soul breakthrough was the first step for Lin Feng to enter the god state. Next, as long as his magic power completed the transformation, he could break through to the god state. With Lin Feng's terrifying accumulation, once he broke through to the god state, it would be earth-shattering. He would be able to defeat his peers. He would be invincible. And this true Dragon Devil Eye. Lin Feng looked at the blood-red eye floating in the air. The true Dragon Devil Eye was very powerful. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of it. So when he saw the true Dragon Devil Eye, he had the intention to refine it. I wonder if my second primordial spirit can refine the true Dragon Devil Eye. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. His divine will moved. The second primordial spirit flew out. The second primordial spirit emitted waves of soul power and wrapped around the true Dragon Devil Eye. The true Dragon Devil Eye flew toward the second primordial spirit. Gradually, the true Dragon Devil Eye began to merge into the forehead of Lin Feng's second primordial spirit. It took about 2 hours. The true Dragon Devil Eye completely merged with the second primordial spirit. Whoosh, as the true dragon opened its demonic eyes, beams of terrifying light shot out. The void was directly pierced through. Haha, the demonic eye of the true dragon has also been refined. That's a powerful weapon. Not only can it injure the body, but it can also injure the soul. It can be used as a hidden trump card to catch the enemy off guard. Lin Feng immediately smiled. His gaze then turned towards the depths of the dragon burial abyss, where he could faintly make out a gigantic ancient tomb. An icy aura was emitted from the ancient tomb. Tomb of a true dragon? Lin Feng was puzzled. He carefully walked deeper into the tomb and finally arrived 100 meters away from it. Tomb of the 9th True Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng saw the ancient characters on the stone tablet beside the tomb. There were very few true dragons in the world. It was rumored that since the beginning of the world, the number of true dragons could be counted on one hand. Every time a true dragon was born, the true dragons would reign supreme in the dragon realm. They would become the masters of the dragon realm and rule over the dragon realm. Therefore, the true dragon clan. They were also the noblest and most powerful clan of the dragon clan. The true dragon buried in the dragon burial abyss had a great origin. It was actually the 9th True Dragon Emperor. No one knew what era he was from. However, one could imagine that he must have been a terrifying existence in the past. It was just that no one knew why he died here. Logically speaking, after the Great War, there were no more immortals in the world. The True Dragon Emperor's cultivation was stronger than many great emperors. It was almost impossible to kill the True Dragon Emperor. That was why the True Dragon Great Emperor's death was so suspicious. However, the world was full of countless secrets. It was full of all kinds of unknowns. Therefore, even though there were many doubts in his heart, Lin Feng knew that these secrets were definitely not something he could explore. Perhaps the truth had already been buried by the long river of history. He tried to approach the True Dragon tomb, but at this time, Lin Feng felt a cold murderous intent emanating from the True Dragon tomb. The place where the True Dragon Emperor slept. It was not to be disturbed. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. That chi was too terrifying, it made him shiver. It seems that I can only choose to retreat. My cultivation is not enough. If I forcefully approach the true Dragon Emperor's tomb, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze was suddenly attracted by an iron plate. The iron plate had fallen beside the tomb. Lin Feng could vaguely see the image of a true dragon drawn on it. What is that iron plate? After so many years, it hasn't rusted. It's not simple. Could it be a piece of immortal iron? And there's a true dragon drawn on it. Maybe it's related to the true Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Looking at the iron plate in the distance, Lin Feng frowned. He was considering whether to take the risk and take the iron plate. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng made up his mind. He was going to take the risk and see if he could take the iron plate. It was obvious that the iron plate was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps it was hiding some shocking secrets. Therefore, it was still worth taking the risk. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked step by step towards the true dragon tomb. As he approached the true dragon tomb, a terrifying oppressive energy filled the atmosphere and moved towards Lin Feng to envelop him. Crack, crack, a terrifying thing happened. After the pressure pressed down on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's body actually began to crack. Blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng's expression became serious. He activated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. At the same time, he continued to walk deeper into the tomb. As he approached the true dragon tomb, the pressure Lin Feng endured increased. Lin Feng's physical body kept breaking apart. Lin Feng didn't even have time to heal his injuries before his physical body left again. At this time, leaving was the best choice. But Lin Feng was unwilling to leave like this. Because he was only 15 or 16 meters away from the iron plate. If he left now, he would be unwilling. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and used his teleportation skill. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the talisman and grabbed it. Bang! At the same time, half of Lin Feng's body exploded, dripping with blood. He was seriously injured. Lin Feng felt that the remaining half of his body was about to explode. He felt a strong aura of death. But fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He stomped on the ground and quickly retreated. Lin Feng retreated 100 meters away and finally got rid of the terrifying pressure of the true dragon tomb. Only then was he lucky enough to keep his life. He hurriedly activated the immortal divine body and healed his body. However, his injuries were too serious. After recovering, he felt a little weak. He needed to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. Lin Feng put away the iron plate and did not dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed out of the dragon burial abyss. The young master has been down there for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? The astral beast frowned slightly. Duzu's expression was gloomy as he said, "Nothing happened, right? Should we go down and take a look?" Dragon King Aolai was overjoyed. "Hurry up and go down. It's best if the two of you go down together. Then we'll both die in there." Aolai prayed. The astral beast nodded and said, "All right, let's go down and take a look. I hope nothing happened to the young master." Seeing that Duzu and the astral beast were about to go down, Aolai was overjoyed. This caused Aolai to be overjoyed, and he almost danced with joy. "I'm fine. Don't worry." But at that moment, Lin Feng flew out of the dragon burial abyss. He then landed in front of everyone. Seeing that Lin Feng had come out alive, Aolai was furious. Aolai's expression was gloomy. His expression became gloomy as well. He put on a fake smile and said, "Lin Gongzi, you must have obtained a lot of good things in the dragon burial abyss, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, I have to thank the Dragon King for allowing me to go down. There are many treasures in the dragon burial abyss, especially in the tomb of the true dragon." Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He revealed a bit of information to Aolai. As for whether Aolai would send people down, it was none of his business. However, if Aolai really did send people down, those people would probably be poisoned to death before they even reached the depths of the dragon burial abyss. The tomb of the true dragon? Is the rumor true? A true dragon is buried here? Aolai looked at Lin Feng excitedly. The rumor of the dragon burial abyss had been passed down for a long time. However, Aolai wasn't sure if the rumor was true because all the experts from the Dragon Palace who had gone to explore the dragon burial abyss had died inside. Lin Feng was the first person who had come out of the dragon burial abyss alive. However, no matter how much Aolai asked, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. This made Aolai feel extremely depressed. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the astral beast returned to the ancient ship. The ancient ship started moving and flew out. Poison Ancestor said, "It can't really be a true dragon's tomb, right? Or did the young master trick Aolai?" Lin Feng replied, "There really is a true dragon tomb, Ao's tomb's a true dragon, but how can its treasures be obtained so easily? Aolai isn't a good person. It would be best if he sent people into the dragon burial abyss. That way, the Dragon Palace would lose a group of experts, and the threat to the Kingdom of Desire would be reduced." Lin Feng nodded. "It's best if Aolai goes down alone. If he dies, the Dragon Palace will be like a dragon without a leader. Then, some people will want to become the Dragon King and they'll want to become my subordinates." The ancient starship Xianxia soon left the deep sea. It didn't take long for it to reach the surface of the sea. It didn't stop on the way. It directly jumped into the void and returned to the country of desire. This time it could be said that he had returned from a rewarding journey. Lin Feng took the materials for the deployment spell, the shells, and 100,000 original crystals. The rest of the items were placed in the treasury of the country of desire. Late at night, Lin Feng returned to his residence from the celebratory feast and took out the mysterious iron tablet. It had fallen beside the true dragon tomb, and it hadn't decayed even after so many years. It was branded with the image of a true dragon. This mysterious iron tablet was indeed extraordinary. The material is very special. It's a material I've never seen before. Lin Feng frowned as he studied it. The iron tablet was cold and heavy. It was about the size of a palm and weighed about 50,000 kilograms. It was obvious how dense this immortal iron was. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to inspect the talisman, but he realized that the talisman blocked his godly awareness. Lin Feng cut his finger and dripped a few drops of blood on the iron tablet. However, it was still useless. The blood didn't even get absorbed by the iron tablet. Instead, it dripped down. "I can't sense it with my divine sense, and I can't absorb it with my blood. How strange." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "I wonder if the undying divine blood is effective." He forced out a drop of immortal god blood and dripped it on the iron plate. A shocking scene appeared. The iron tablet devoured the undying divine blood. When Lin Feng saw that, he was pleasantly surprised. He could vaguely feel that he had formed a faint connection with the iron tablet. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to probe the iron tablet. This time, Lin Feng's divine sense successfully entered the iron tablet. Boom! The moment his divine sense entered the iron tablet, Lin Feng felt an ancient and boundless aura enveloping him. Then, he felt that he had entered an ancient world. Roar! A dragon's roar came from afar. It was above the 9 heavens. Endless black fog. Amidst the black fog, a gigantic true dragon was engaged in a great battle with an unknown life form. Is this the battle from back then? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of the fall of the 9th true dragon emperor. Such a powerful existence. Even a great emperor shouldn't have been able to kill the true dragon emperor. Why? Why would the true dragon emperor fall? Who killed the true dragon emperor? Everything was a mystery. It was all a mystery. Now that Lin Feng saw the battle between the true dragon emperor and the unknown living being, he felt as though he was about to unravel the mystery. But Lin Feng couldn't make out what was within the black fog. That unknown being didn't show itself at all. All Lin Feng could see was the gigantic body of the true dragon emperor. Why? Why is this happening? The true dragon emperor roared in rage as he fought with the unknown being. He was questioning the mysterious being. But Lin Feng didn't know. What was the true dragon emperor questioning? The unknown being did not answer the true dragon emperor's question. Within the black fog, a terrifying killing light slashed down. Poof, even someone as strong as the true dragon emperor couldn't block it, and his body was torn apart. The true Dragon Emperor was almost sliced in half. Looking at this, Lin Feng could not help but take in a breath of cold air. This was way too scary, wasn't it? Even someone as strong as the true Dragon Emperor had almost been sliced in half. It was hard to imagine what level the unknown being in the black fog was at. So it's all a scam that's been going on for ages. How many cultivators have been deceived? How many of them have fought for their entire lives? The true Dragon Emperor roared, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. The sky turned blood red. The unknown being did not speak at all. The terrifying being launched an even more powerful attack at the true Dragon Emperor, wanting to kill him once and for all. 6 paths of reincarnation. The true Dragon Emperor roared, using the 6 paths of reincarnation, a peerless technique. He blocked the unknown being's attack, and the dying true Dragon Emperor took the opportunity to escape. Keek keek. Sinister laughter came from the black mist. It was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. What is it? Lin Feng muttered to himself. That unknown creature was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a powerful being. After the fall of the Xianxia life form, shouldn't the true Dragon Emperor be the strongest being in the world? Yet, a being that could kill the true Dragon Emperor had appeared. It seemed that there were still many secrets hidden in the world. And these secrets were unknown to the cultivators billions of years in the future. They were destined to be difficult to explore. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from his original position. The next moment, he appeared in another place. Lin Feng found this place to be very familiar. He looked around carefully. Wasn't this the Dragon Burial Abyss? Now, a huge tomb appeared in the depths of the Dragon Burial Abyss. It was the tomb where the true Dragon Emperor was buried. The true Dragon Emperor has fallen. When did he die? After the battle with that unknown being, the true Dragon Emperor escaped. Who did he meet after that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was very puzzled. The person the true Dragon Great Emperor was meeting must be someone of extraordinary status. After the true Dragon Emperor died, that person, or those people, built a tomb for the true Dragon Emperor and erected a tombstone. He had buried the true Dragon Emperor here. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a mystery to Lin Feng. That was because he had missed some scenes. Although I'm dead, I found the answer. It's a huge lie that deceived the cultivators of ancient times. How many heroes and geniuses have been buried? A faint sigh sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Then, everything came to an abrupt end. Lin Feng opened his eyes with a grave expression. The true Dragon Emperor. In order to find out the so-called truth, he had died. What was the huge lie that the true Dragon Emperor had told him? What kind of lies could deceive the cultivators of ancient times? Lin Feng felt as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart, but he had no way of finding out these secrets. A message has appeared in my mind. Is this the message from the Iron Token? Lin Feng was shocked. He used his inner sight to check this piece of information. True Dragon Great Emperor's token, the token of the true Dragon Great Emperors. With this token, you can command the dragon race. No one dares to disobey you. Also, this token records the legacy of the 9th true Dragon Great Emperor in the Starry Sky world. The message was short. However, the content was shocking. This was actually the legendary true Dragon Emperor token. This token was equivalent to the imperial jade seal of a mundane country. The 9th true Dragon Great Emperor was the last true Dragon Great Emperor. The dragon realm was without a leader. With this token, he could subdue the many dragons in the dragon realm. However, as one of the 7 paramount realms of the 3,000 major realms, the dragon realm had countless experts. Wanting to subdue the dragon realm was not an easy matter. But, since he had the true Dragon Emperor token, there was still hope. I wonder where the dragon realm is? In the future, when my cultivation increases, I'll go to the dragon realm and subdue the dragons there. If I can really subdue the dragons, with the support of the dragons, I'll be an overlord even in the entire universe. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. At this time, Lin Feng's thoughts were running wild. He couldn't help but think of his mother and his uncle, who had died tragically. His mother and uncle were both successors of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Such powerful existences. His mother had been suppressed. His uncle had died in outer space while escorting him back. His father had been heavily injured and had escaped back. One could imagine. How terrifying was that faction? Rescue his mother. He would definitely have to fight that faction head-on. Not only did this require Lin Feng to be powerful, but he also needed to have his own faction. No matter how powerful a person was, but if he was alone, they were also weak and powerless. Thus, he needed to have his own faction. Only then would he be able to gain a foothold. If he could subdue the dragons, it would naturally be a huge help to Lin Feng. Looking at the True Dragon Emperor token, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In the message that was sent to me, it only mentioned that the 9th generation True Dragon Emperor's orthodoxy was in the Starry Sky world, but it didn't say where it was. It seems that the 9th generation True Dragon Emperor's orthodoxy is still hidden in the True Dragon Emperor token. However, I can't rush this. I can only study it slowly and hope to unearth the secrets within. A True Dragon Emperor's orthodoxy was naturally heaven-defying, especially the True Dragon Emperor's 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng had heard of this sacred art before. It was a legendary immortal technique. It surpassed the Emperor technique. He had thought that it was just a legend. However, he didn't expect that the 6 paths of reincarnation would actually exist in this world. Lin Feng couldn't wait to find the True Dragon Emperor's orthodoxy and learn the 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, there were also the True Dragon Emperor's treasures, Emperor weapons, and so on. However, Lin Feng also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. He could only take it step by step and slowly unravel the secrets hidden in the True Dragon Emperor token. Lin Feng put the Great Imperial Real Dragon Talisman away and took out a ring. This was the ring he obtained after killing the evil corpse. The evil corpse was abnormally powerful when he was alive, and his origin was also extremely great. It seemed to be the same as the Taiyuan Palace Lord, one of the 9 great sovereigns of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was a world that surpassed the 3,000 great worlds. The resources of the Heaven Realm were endless, and the Heaven Realm also had many treasures that other worlds did not have. And the evil corpse's personality was that of an extremely greedy person. Therefore, the evil corpse must have amassed a lot of wealth back then. Inside this storage ring, there were probably many heaven-defying treasures hidden inside. Therefore, Lin Feng was still looking forward to the evil corpse's storage ring. However, the evil corpse's storage ring had a powerful restriction. Lin Feng had already been cracking it for a long time, but he was still unable to break the restriction on the evil corpse's storage ring. However, the restriction on the evil corpse's storage ring had been weakened by Lin Feng's repeated attempts. So much time had passed. Lin Feng felt that he should be about to succeed in breaking the restriction on the storage ring. Lin Feng hoped to be able to find an introduction to the foreign realm from the storage ring. In the Starry Sky world, Lin Feng saw those foreign cultivators. It was unimaginably terrifying. And incomparably evil. However, Lin Feng really did not have much understanding of the foreign realm. Perhaps there were clues in the evil corpse's storage ring. Lin Feng spent 3 days, and the restriction on the evil corpse's storage ring was finally completely broken by Lin Feng. Then, his divine sense invaded the evil corpse's storage ring. This is? When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the evil corpse's storage ring, his face immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. It wasn't an ordinary spatial ring. Inside the spatial ring was a boundless mountain and river. The inside of the spatial ring used to be filled with mountains, forests, and spiritual beasts. It was full of vitality. But now, in the mountain-river ring, the heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, the forests were destroyed, and the air of death was everywhere. There were even many corpses of ferocious beasts. Lin Feng guessed that the corpses of ferocious beasts had been raised in captivity in the past. Lin Feng found a dozen treasures. Those were the treasures left behind by the evil corpses. At that moment, those treasures were still intact. Lin Feng was very happy. As long as the treasuries were intact, the treasures inside wouldn't be destroyed. He used his godly awareness to disappear from the room and enter the spatial ring. The spatial ring. That's amazing. It can turn a spatial ring into a world of mountains and rivers. The evil corpse's methods are incredible. Lin Feng walked around the spatial ring. He couldn't help but sigh. The mountain river ring was the highest grade ring. This kind of ring was different from ordinary rings. Although ordinary storage rings could store things, living creatures could not enter the storage ring. But the spatial ring was different. Even living people, beasts, and spiritual beasts could enter it. Cultivators could even plant spiritual herbs and raise spiritual beasts inside. Lin Feng had only heard about the spatial ring before. Now that he had seen it, he was amazed. I can move the immortality peach tree inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Lin Feng walked around the spatial ring. The evil corpse was a strong cultivator from the celestial world. He was very curious about the treasures in his spatial ring. He tried to break the spatial ring. But Lin Feng hadn't thought that at that moment, a powerful spatial ring would come out of the spatial ring. Break it when you're a celestial god. Suddenly, a deep voice came out of the spatial ring. Then, a powerful force sent Lin Feng flying. A spatial ring? A spatial ring spirit? Lin Feng looked at the spatial ring in surprise. He smiled bitterly. Only heavenly gods were qualified to enter the treasury. Lin Feng hadn't entered the immortal state yet. There were still the void god realm, divine fire realm, and true god realm before reaching the heavenly god realm. Breaking through to the heavenly deity realm, God knows how long it would take. Although Lin Feng was a little depressed, he had no way to break the restrictions of the treasury for the time being. He flew out of the mountain and river ring and moved the immortality peach tree into the mountain and river ring. Although the mountains and rivers formed within the mountain and river ring had been destroyed, and the mountains and forests had been destroyed, Lin Feng planned to spend some time to slowly repair the broken laws. With Lin Feng's ability, he could restore the mountain river ring to its original state sooner or later. Following that, Lin Feng placed the dark green mantis scorpion king, the swarm of insects, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit into his mountain river ring. This place was much more comfortable than staying in the beast bag. 10 days later, a blue swan divine bird flew to the eastern sea world. The blue swan was the descendant of the phoenix. It was a divine beast. The Sky Martial continent didn't have a blue swan divine bird. Therefore, this blue swan divine bird was most likely from the outer realm or the Nine States continent. The probability of it coming from the Nine States continent was the highest because it was rumored that the Phoenix clan's headquarters was in the Nine States continent. As the descendant of the phoenix, the blue swan would naturally live in the Nine States continent. During this period of time, because of the arrival of the cultivators from the Nine States continent, the sea route between the Sky Martial continent and the Nine States continent was opened again. Although there were many dangers, there were still cultivators from the Nine States continent entering the Sky Martial continent. There were also many cultivators from the Sky Martial continent heading to the Nine States continent. Originally, many people were waiting for the Tianqi road to open and enter the Nine States continent along it. Now, many people were heading to the Nine States continent in advance. Of course, there were also many people waiting for the Tianqi road to open. It was safer to go along the Tianqi road to the Nine States continent. If they took a ship to cross the endless sea to the Sky Martial continent, even with a nautical chart, danger lurked everywhere. If they were not careful, they could die. For example, the 9 great pirate lords had entered the endless sea to head to the Nine States continent. The pirate ships of the 9 great pirate lords were extremely powerful. They had a higher chance of successfully crossing the endless sea to reach the Nine States continent. If it were other cultivators, it would be much more difficult to reach the Nine States continent. Now, the blue swan's destination was the eastern sea nation of Desire. Half a month later, the blue swan arrived above the nation of Desire. The blue swan divine bird transformed into a young man in green robes. I wonder if Brother Lin Feng is here. The young cultivator that the blue swan transformed into asked. Swoosh. A light flashed and a figure appeared silently on the left of the young man in the void. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in the void. He was extremely shocked. He did not even notice how Lin Feng appeared. This person should be the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army, right? The rumors are true. Although the leader of the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army is young, his cultivation base is quite heaven-defying. The young man could not help but ponder. Your Excellency, why are you looking for me? Lin Feng asked. The young man cupped his fists and said, I am Mu Ziliu of the Green Luan tribe of the 9 States continent. I have received orders from my elders to invite Brother Lin to the primitive secret realm. Oh? The 9 chaos swords needed to open the origin secret dimension have all been taken by someone else? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Mu Ziliu nodded and said, it's like this. Of the 9 small chaos swords, Brother Lin has one, the daughter of the creation demon monarch, Morong Sinner has one, my Green Luan tribe has one, the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Gongzi Yu, has one, the Star Moon tribe has one, the 9 States continents White Bone tribe has one, the God-devouring tribe has one of the 9 States continents rogue cultivators, Dao Mia Exalted, has one, and the last one seems to have been taken by a Taoist from the Moving Mountain Taoist clan. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that the forces that had obtained the small chaos swords were extremely extraordinary. However, who was the Moving Mountain Taoist? Could it be the immeasurable Taoist? Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. Why was this damn Taoist priest always involved? Mu Ziliu continued, 10 days later, we'll gather in the extraterrestrial star world. Taoist Lin, please be on time. Time waits for no one. If you're late, I'm afraid that Huangfu Qing Tian will take the primitive secret land. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. I won't disturb you. See you in 10 days. Mu Ziliu clasped his fists and then turned into a green Luan divine bird. He spread his wings and flew high. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. In the secret realm of ether, Huangfu Qing Tian had reached the 31st step of the celestial ladder. The higher the ladder, the harder it was. The harder it was to go up. Although there were only 2 ladders to reach the 33rd step, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. The mysterious black-clothed man shrouded in a black robe appeared and said, the 9 small chaos swords that opened the primitive secret realm have been found. Now, those people will gather and come to the primitive secret realm. They want to rob me of my opportunity. How can I let them get what they want? Soon, I will enter the primitive secret realm. At that time, those people will all die. Huangfu Qingtian's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. This time, Lin Feng didn't plan on bringing too many people with him to the origin secret territory. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be of any use, so he only brought Du Zhu and the giant astral beast. Du Zhu and the giant astral beast were both at the divine flame realm, so they could help Lin Feng. The 3 of them boarded the Xianyuan ancient starship and headed to the outer realm. The ancient ship leaped through the void and quickly headed for the outer realm. I wonder what the primeval Lord of Heaven left behind. Du Zhu asked expectantly. The giant astral beast said, the primeval Lord of Heaven was the strongest existence among the Xiantian lifeforms, so the things he left behind must be heaven-defying. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but say, when the primeval Lord of Heaven transformed into Pangu, his most precious treasure was the world-splitting axe. When the world was first created, the primeval Lord of Heaven obtained great fortune from the world, and his cultivation increased greatly. He became the leader of the immortals, and from then on, the primeval Lord of Heaven was called the primeval Lord of Heaven. During that time, the primeval Lord of Heaven was probably the strongest he had ever been in his life. What other treasures did he have apart from the world-splitting axe? Du Zhu said, the primeval Lord of Heaven had countless treasures. Apart from the world-splitting axe, there were 3 other powerful treasures, the heavenly auspicious cloud, the primal chaos bead, and the Pangu banner. Of the 4 treasures, the heavenly auspicious cloud was the most mysterious. It was the primeval Lord of Heaven's most precious treasure for self-defense, and it was one of the 5 great heavenly Tao mysterious treasures. Lin Feng said, the primeval Lord of Heaven is indeed worthy of being the strongest Xiantian life form. Any one of these treasures is heaven-defying. It's no wonder that the top powers are so interested in the origin secret territory. If the primeval Lord of Heaven's treasures were in the origin secret territory, then obtaining one of them would definitely increase his strength greatly. At that time, he would be able to easily leave the other powers in the dust. Du Zhu replied, that's right. As long as you can obtain one of these treasures, you'll be able to dominate a region and sweep everything before you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I don't care if I can get them or not, but I can't let Huangfu Qing Tian get them. If he does, I'll die without a grave. Whoosh. The Xianxia ancient starship quickly flew towards the outer realm. In the outer space, it was cold and dark. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to survive in outer space, mainly because the environment there was simply too harsh. First of all, spacetime storms often swept up in the starry sky outside the realm. Once one collided with a spacetime storm, it was simply disastrous. Immortal realm cultivators might be able to withstand the spacetime storm. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to encounter one, they would definitely die. Secondly, the energy in the outer space was extremely thin. It was too difficult to absorb it. Without the replenishment of energy, ordinary cultivators would not be able to survive. But immortal realm cultivators were different. Deity realm cultivators were powerful and could absorb energy from beyond the 9 heavens to replenish themselves. Lastly, there were many terrifying space beasts in the outer space. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter them, they would almost certainly die. Of course, there were many other reasons that were enough to cause a fatal blow to ordinary cultivators. When the Xianxia ancient starship arrived at the outer realm, there were already 3 forces in the outer realm. These 3 forces were the Blue Phoenix race and the White Bone race of the Jiuzhou continent. These 2 forces could be called the top forces in the Jiuzhou continent. Lin Feng knew a little about the Blue Phoenix race. However, Lin Feng was extremely unfamiliar with the White Bone race. There were more than 10 people from the Blue Phoenix race, and the leader was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. The White Bone race had about the same number of people. The cultivators of the White Bone race were extremely strange. Their bodies were made of white bones, as if they were dead creatures. But in fact, they were not dead creatures. Seeing the White Bone race, Lin Feng muttered in his heart. How could the White Bone race have sex? How could they have children? Then, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. His thoughts jumped too quickly. What did it have to do with him how the White Bone race had children? Haha, brother Lin, you're here. Let me introduce you. Mu Ziliu said with a smile. Lin Feng cupped his fists politely. Mu Ziliu first introduced Lin Feng. This is the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army, Lin Feng. Then, Mu Ziliu introduced his people. The old man in the lead was called Mu Qingxian, and he was the Blue Phoenix race's Grand Elder. Then, he introduced the rest of his people. Then, Mu Ziliu introduced the cultivators of the White Bone race. However, the cold attitude of the cultivators of the White Bone race made Mu Ziliu feel quite awkward. Seeing the cold attitude of the White Bone race, Lin Feng did not have any intention of getting to know them. Not long after, a Taoist priest came to the outer realm. This Taoist priest was none other than Wu Liang Taoist. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, the mountain-moving Taoist priest who had obtained the small primal chaos sword was Wu Liang Taoist. When Wu Liang Taoist saw Lin Feng, he was very happy. He quickly flew over and said with a smile, "Boy, you're really lucky. You were swallowed by the spacetime reversal, but you still managed to come back alive. You don't know how sad I was when I found out that you were swallowed by the spacetime reversal." Lin Feng was very happy. This damned Taoist priest was sad for him. He was not a friend in vain. However, Wu Liang Taoist's next sentence made Lin Feng have the urge to kick him to death. "Thinking about all the treasures and powerful divine abilities on you, I feel sad when you were swallowed by the spacetime reversal," Wu Liang Taoist said. "Get off my ship. I don't know you," Lin Feng said angrily. How could it be so easy to make a thick-skinned guy like Taoist Wu Liang scram? This guy found a place and spread out a mat. Then, he laid down on the mat, crossed his legs, and hummed a little tune while waiting for the others to arrive. Morong Sun Air arrived not long after. She had a sexy body as usual. When she saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but groan a few times. This time, Morong Sun Air didn't come alone. She was accompanied by 7 or 8 cultivators. Those cultivators were very strong, especially an old man. He was unfathomable. Lin Feng guessed that those people were sent by the Fortune Demon Monarch to protect Morong Sun Air. The people from the Star Moon clan also arrived quickly. There were more than 20 of them and they were all experts in the clan. They were all Divine Realm experts. The God Eater clan arrived right after them. They were very mysterious. They didn't come out of the ancient ship. Nobody knew how many of them came or what they looked like. Dao Miashangzuan arrived alone. He looked like he was in his 40s. He had an immortal sword on his back. He seemed to be a sword cultivator. The magic lotus tore the void apart. Gongziyu of the Heaven Devil clan arrived. Gongziyu stepped out of the magic lotus. He let out a strange laugh and said, "I've made everyone wait for a long time. Since everyone is here, let's set off now." No one had any objections and boarded their respective flying techniques. Then, the group flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Haha. Lin Feng, you should be praying that Huangfu Qing Tian hasn't obtained the item from the primeval secret realm. If he obtains it, then all of our efforts will be for naught. You're different, when the time comes, you'll die a miserable death. Gongziyu looked at Lin Feng and said with a fake smile. No matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, "You don't have to worry about that." Gongziyu sneered and returned to the magic lotus, no longer appearing. These people are not good people. Although they are cooperating now, when they reach the primeval secret realm to snatch the treasures, they will immediately turn hostile. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course, they are all eyeing the treasures inside." The giant star beast said, "These powers are not weak. Each one is more ferocious than the other. I think this trip to the primeval secret realm will not be easy." Taoist Wuliang grinned and said, "Most of the time, it's not just the number of people that can obtain the treasures inside. Let's just wait and see." The group rode various flying magic treasures in the starry sky world for 10 days. Lin Feng also obtained an ancient star map. This ancient star map was the ancient star map that led to the primeval secret realm. According to the markings on the ancient star map, the primeval secret realm should be located in a sea of stars. That sea of stars was vast and boundless, and danger lurked everywhere. The primeval secret realm was hidden in the deepest part of the sea of stars. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. They finally arrived at the sea of stars. From afar, a huge ocean appeared in the starry sky world, enveloping the endless starry sky. Moonlight flowed within the vortex. The power of the stars. As for the moonlight and the power of the stars, they actually condensed into liquid. It was like the seawater in the vast ocean. It flowed slowly. Can I absorb the moonlight and star power directly? Increasing my soul power? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. Du Zhu shook his head. No. Who knows how many toxic and harmful substances have been fused into the moon essence and star essence? Once you absorb them, you'll have to expend a lot of energy to neutralize them. It'll take a lot of time and it won't be worth it. Lin Feng nodded. The 9 flying magic treasures flew into the starry sea, flying all the way to the depths of the starry sea. Waves were surging in the sea of stars. From time to time, powerful star beasts would rush out from the sea of stars and attack the 9 flying magic treasures. Boom boom boom, from time to time, the spirit stone cannon of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship would fire shells at the star beasts attacking the ancient starship. The others did the same. They launched all kinds of attacks to kill the star beasts that pounced on them. Look! What's that in the depths? Suddenly, someone pointed to the depths of the star sea world. The blood-red clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the sun shrouded over. No one knew what was in the clouds. A sinister and terrifying aura emanated from the blood-red clouds. Not good. It's the starry sky blood devils. Everyone, gather together and prepare for battle. Gongziyu's expression changed. The starry sky blood devils were a branch of the demon race. This kind of creature was abnormally terrifying and savage. They only knew how to kill. Even the sky demons weren't as savage as the starry sky blood devils. Clearly, many people had heard of the terror of the starry sky blood devils, and their expressions turned grave. The 9 flying magic treasures all activated their defensive restrictions and gathered together, preparing for battle. The blood-red clouds that blotted out the sky flew over. Monsters could be seen entrenched in the blood-red clouds. These monsters had the heads of wolves, eyes of scorpions, noses of tigers, and ears of dragons. Their bodies, however, were humanoid. They had huge wings and sharp claws. Their bodies were covered in blood-red hair. They were extremely ugly. They looked like red-furred demons that had crawled out of hell. A mysterious black-cloaked man stood in the center of the group of starry sky blood devils. This black-cloaked man was the one who had appeared beside Huangfu Qing Tian in the secret realm of heaven. The black-cloaked man held a bell in his hand. He shook it gently. These starry sky blood devils had to listen to the black-cloaked man's command. This black-cloaked man's origin was extremely mysterious, and his methods were extremely strange. He could even control terrifying creatures like the starry sky blood devils. Who in the world was he? Under his control, the starry sky blood devils quickly surrounded the 9 flying magic treasures. Endless blood-red light shrouded them. The densely packed starry sky blood devils let out ear-piercing screams. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw the starry sky blood devils rushing over. Spirit stone cannons. Fire! Lin Feng gave the order. Countless spirit stone cannons shot out and bombarded the starry sky blood devils. Gongzi used the magic lotus swept out billions of demonic lights. Everyone else's ancient starships also shot out a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons. The battle lasted for half an hour, and countless starry sky blood devils were killed. In the end, some of the starry sky blood devils managed to escape. Seeing the starry sky blood devils leave, everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. If the battle had continued, their flying magic treasures' defensive restriction formations would have been torn apart by the starry sky blood devils. At that time, it would have caused a great loss, and many people would have died tragically. Fortunately, they had resisted the starry sky blood devils' attack. Boom, however, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a violent fluctuation came from the depths. When they sensed that fluctuation, everyone's expression suddenly changed. It's the fluctuation from the primitive secret realm. Oh no, those starry sky blood devils must have been manipulated by someone to stop us and buy time for Huangfu Qing Tian. I'm afraid Huangfu Qing Tian has already entered the primitive secret realm. An expert from the White Bone clan said gloomily. Quick, let's go to the primitive secret realm. Mu Qingxian from the Blue Phoenix clan said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone hurriedly drove their flying magic treasures to the depths of the secret realm. A day later, they arrived at the outer region of the primitive secret realm. Summon the primal chaos small swords. Mu Qingxian shouted in a deep voice. Buzz, then, everyone took out their primal chaos small swords. Seeing the 9 primal chaos small swords floating in the air, Lin Feng wanted to snatch them all and put them into the revered sword mound. The 9 primal chaos small swords merged into one and became a huge primal chaos sword. Then, it slashed toward the primitive secret realm. Puff! The barrier of the primitive secret realm was torn apart by the primal chaos large sword. After tearing the primitive secret realm apart, the chaos giant sword split into 9 smaller chaos swords. The 9 chaos swords flew back to their respective masters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, one by one, the flying magic treasures rushed into the primitive secret realm. Then, each of them found a direction and quickly flew into the depths. The primeval secret realm stretched as far as the eye could see. Its aura was ancient and vast, as if it had come to the primal chaos era. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the star behemoth, and Taoist Wu Liang flew out of the ancient void ship. Lin Feng immediately put away the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Where should we go next? Du Zhu frowned and looked around. It was impossible to search aimlessly for the things left behind by the primeval Lord of Heaven in such a huge place. The boundless Taoist laughed strangely and said, "Come with me, I know where there are treasures in the origin secret realm." Lin Feng was shocked. This immeasurable Taoist knew quite a lot of things. However, this fellow had always been mysterious. Perhaps when he was excavating some ancient tomb, he had found some secrets regarding the primeval mystic realm. Lin Feng and the other 2 followed the immeasurable Taoist and flew all the way into the depths. Suddenly, a blood cloud appeared in the distance. That blood cloud quickly flew towards Lin Feng's group of 4. Soon, Lin Feng and the others saw clearly what the blood cloud was. That tumbling blood cloud was actually the starry sky blood demon. When they were in the starry sky world, Lin Feng and the others had been attacked by the starry sky blood devil. Now, the starry sky blood demon had appeared once again. Du Zhu said in a deep voice, Huangfu Qing Tian must have a helper who can control the astral blood devils. Now that these astral blood devils have appeared, it seems like Huangfu Qing Tian is most likely in the depths. Lin Feng nodded and said, later, you guys will help me stop the astral blood devil. I'll go into the depths and seize the primeval Lord of Heaven's legacy. Lin Feng had just finished speaking. The distant starry sky blood demon had already flown over. The blood-red clouds that blotted out the sky enveloped the heaven and earth, and waves of destructive energy waves swept through the entire world. Keek keek, even from far away, the starry sky blood devil let out a series of ear-piercing screams. Vaguely, Lin Feng could see a mysterious existence shrouded in black robes deep within the horde of blood demons. Lin Feng said, these astral blood devils are indeed being controlled by someone. You guys should be careful. Yes. Du Zhu and the giant beast of starry sky responded and rushed towards the starry sky blood devil. Daoist Wu Liang, on the other hand, ran in another direction. Damn, that damned Daoist. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He had long known that immeasurable Daoist was unreliable. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. Before the battle even started, immeasurable Daoist had already run away. Du Zhu and the giant star beast joined forces to temporarily hold back the horde of star blood devils, while Lin Feng charged into the depths. Humph, where are you going? The mysterious black-robed man's voice was cold. He jumped out and rushed towards Lin Feng, trying to stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. His clone appeared with the great desolate war spear in hand and charged towards the mysterious black-robed man. In an instant, the godly state avatar and the mysterious black-robed man engaged in a fierce battle, temporarily delaying the mysterious black-robed man. Lin Feng charged into the depths of the secret realm. In the end, he reached the depths of the primitive secret realm. There was a thick fog here. Lin Feng charged towards the depths of the fog. Boom. Suddenly, someone attacked Lin Feng. That person threw a punch at Lin Feng which contained the force of a thunderbolt. Lin Feng couldn't dodge that punch. It was a monk. However, it was obvious that this monk was not one of the cultivators who had come with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused. Where did this monk come from? Could it be, was there another way to enter the primitive secret realm, and this monk had entered through some other means? Benefactor. I'll send you to the Western Paradise. This monk looked solemn. He even made killing sound so sacred. Buddhism was a special sect because there were many branches of Buddhism. Some monks were indeed holy monks who were merciful. However, some monks were sanctimonious. The identity of a monk was just a tool to hide their identity. Obviously, the monk in front of him was one of those sanctimonious monks. His attack. It had already made it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. If it were someone else facing this monk's attack, they would probably die. However, Lin Feng was different. He had the heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. Swish, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared. As for the monk's sure-kill attack, it landed on empty air. Oh no! The monk's expression changed drastically. He wanted to quickly jump through the air and leave. At this time, Lin Feng had already appeared behind him and slashed out with a heaven-splitting slash. This attack was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for the monk to dodge. Puff, the monk's right arm was directly chopped off. Then, the power of this attack did not decrease and almost cut the monk in half. At an extremely critical moment, the monk barely managed to resolve Lin Feng's attack. He turned around and fled into the distance. Lin Feng quickly chased after him and said coldly, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Leave your life behind." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched towards the monk. "Do you know who I am?" The monk cried out in horror. "Who cares who you are? I will kill you today." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That tyrannical punch landed on the monk's body. Bang! The monk's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Lin Feng took his source energy. Then, he quickly rushed towards the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a big tree lying on the ground. This big tree was really too big. Its diameter was actually 40 to 50 miles, and it emitted an ancient aura. Heavens, what kind of tree is this? Lin Feng looked at the big tree with shock. He had never seen such a huge tree. This tree had obviously been cut off by someone. It had long withered and lost all its vitality. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the uncanny workmanship of the creator. How could such a huge tree be born? He flew above the huge tree. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of an intense battle coming from the depths. Boundless Buddhist light covered the sky and the sun. It was obviously a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the depths. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the big tree. He saw that on a huge branch of the big tree, a stone door had been chiseled out. There was an unknown treasure behind the stone door. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place outside the stone door. A total of 10 Buddhist masters were besieging Huangfu Tian. The 10 monks besieged Huangfu Tian, but they couldn't kill him quickly, which showed how strong he was. Lin Feng hid in the dark and didn't show himself. He was silently observing, waiting for the right time to attack. These monks are greedy by nature. It seems like they're all demonic, evil, or evil monks. It's good that they're fighting Huangfu Tian to the death. It's best if both sides suffer. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and observed the battle. 10,000 Buddhas greeting. Vajra wave fist. Vajra finger. Dragon elephant prajna art. These Buddhist cultivators unleashed all kinds of powerful abilities and launched fierce attacks on Huangfu Tian. Every divine ability was a supreme divine ability created by the eminent monks of Buddhism after thousands of refinements, and its power was immense. When the 10 monks attacked together, the power they created was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Evil monks, you're courting death. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. Facing the siege of the 10 monks, Huangfu Tian's voice was cold. He stepped forward and his body split into many new bodies. Blinking. Then, 10 Huangfu Tian appeared. What kind of technique is that? Lin Feng was astonished. Huangfu Tian's technique was really heaven-defying. He could split himself into 10. It was a divine technique. Buddha of the world. The 10 Huangfu Qingshan spoke at the same time. Their hands continuously formed hand seals and a destructive force condensed on their palms. Within the range of the destructive force, then, an illusory world appeared. Ancient Buddhas sitting cross-legged appeared in the illusory world. Buddha of the world meant Buddha diagram in Buddhism. It was a diagram of Buddha. It was called a Buddha. This world stupa was a divine ability created by an eminent Buddhist monk. The 10 ancient Buddhas appeared and collided with the 10 monks' attacks. Huangfu Tian's Buddha of the world was so powerful that it directly broke the 10 monks' attacks. Then, the 10 great monks were all sent flying. The 10 Huangfu Qingshans jumped at the same time and attacked the 10 monks. You dare to be violent? The 10 monks roared and attacked Huangfu Tian who was attacking them. Bang bang bang, a series of collisions rang out. One monk after another was sent flying. 4 monks who were slightly weaker were directly killed by Huangfu Tian. Huangfu Tian is so strong. He can transform into 10 and still display such terrifying strength. Unbelievable. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at Huangfu Tian with deep shock. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, right when Huangfu Tian was in battle with those monks, over 10 figures suddenly flew over. These were a dozen or so skeletal creatures. Experts of the White Bone Clan. Haha, so the treasures are here. An expert of the White Bone Clan laughed. Swish swish swish, at this moment, several figures flew over from afar. The Blue Phoenix race, the Star Moon race, the God-devouring race, the Heavenly Devil race, Dao Mia Exalted, Morong Sun and the others were all present. Huangfu Tian, it seems that you haven't obtained the treasures left by the primeval Lord of Heaven. Gongzi Yu said with a smile. Huangfu Tian and the other monks also stopped fighting. The other 9 doppelgangers turned into streams of light and entered Huangfu Tian's body, leaving only Huangfu Tian's original body. Haha, you're all here? Very good. Stone door, open. At this moment, Huangfu Tian suddenly laughed. He waved his hand, and the stone door behind him began to rumble. Soon, the stone door opened automatically. What's this? Everyone's eyelids twitched violently when they saw the scene. Because everyone realized that something wasn't quite right. Huang Fuqing Tian seemed to be deliberately waiting for them to arrive. What you want is inside. Go in. Huang Fuqing Tian grinned hideously. Then, he soared into the sky and flew into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the stone door emitted a powerful devouring power that shrouded everyone. The first experts to be enveloped by the stone door were the 6 monks who were closest to it. They were too close to the stone door, so after struggling for a while, they were sucked into the stone door. What's this? Impossible. The monks seemed to have seen something terrifying. They cried out in disbelief at the same time. No. Then, the devoured monks cried out in horror. Then, they lost all signs of life. They're all dead. Many people were horrified. They wanted to run away, but they were enveloped by the devouring power from the stone door and couldn't break free. People were constantly being devoured. Then, he let out a blood-curdling scream and died. What's so strange about the stone door? Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was hiding in the distance and didn't show himself. Otherwise, he would have encountered the same crisis. Huang Fuqing Tian, how dare you scheme against us? Many people roared angrily, their killing intent surging. Everyone knew that they had been tricked by Huang Fuqing Tian. This was not the place of the primeval Lord of Heaven's inheritance. Instead, it was a place of absolute danger that could take everyone's life. Ha 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 ha. You people wanted to steal my inheritance, so you were tricked to death. You only have yourselves to blame. Waiting for death in endless despair should feel good. Huang Fuqing Tian laughed sinisterly. Then, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Swoosh. Lin Feng used void travel and carefully followed behind Huang Fuqing Tian. Huang Fuqing Tian must have gone to find the primeval Lord of Heaven's true inheritance. Lin Feng didn't show himself but followed quietly. If there was a chance, Lin Feng wouldn't mind snatching the primeval Lord of Heaven's orthodoxy. Finally, Huang Fuqing Tian landed in the depths of a mountain range. The innermost mountain peak was 10,000 meters tall and lofty. Huang Fuqing Tian stood in front of the mountain peak and kowtowed 9 times sincerely. Then, he said, "Great primeval Lord of Heaven, please show yourself. I'm here to inherit your orthodoxy." As soon as he said that, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Crack, crack, then, the innermost mountain peak began to crack. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. The mountain peak was cracking. Could the primeval Lord of Heaven's orthodoxy be in the mountain peak? Crack, crack, cracks continued to appear on the mountain peak. Finally, the mountain peak was completely cracked. A 3,000-meter-tall statue appeared in the cracked mountain peak. The statue pointed to the sky and looked askance at the heavens. It was the statue of the primeval Lord of Heaven. The primeval Lord of Heaven. A figure that only appeared in legends appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Of course, the primeval Lord of Heaven was now a statue. Even so, Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. The origin of this existence was frighteningly great. Incarnation of Pangu, creation of heaven and earth, later, he became the leader of the immortals. He ruled over countless ancient eras. Until the great battle of the Xiantian lifeforms. Only then did he reach his end. In fact, Lin Feng was very puzzled. How did such a powerful figure like the primeval Lord of Heaven die? Who could kill him? However, all of this had become a mystery that had been buried by history. Lin Feng was destined to be unable to find out what had happened back then. Now that the statue of the primeval Lord of Heaven had appeared, the sound of Tao lingered in the air. It was the sound of the great Tao. Even though it was only a statue of the primeval Lord of Heaven, it was able to resonate with heaven and earth. Huang Fuqing Tian knelt on the ground devoutly and prayed to the heavens, "Great primeval Lord of Heaven, please bestow good fortune upon us so that your orthodoxy can be passed on forever." Huang Fuqing Tian then began to kowtow to the statue of the primeval Lord of Heaven. Thump, 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 one kowtow after another, he kowtowed dozens of times in a row, but the statue didn't move at all. Lin Feng muttered, "Could it be that the orthodoxy of the primeval Lord of Heaven isn't here? If it is, why hasn't it moved after Huang Fuqing Tian kowtowed so many times?" Although he was very puzzled, Lin Feng still calmed down and watched. It was not until Huangfu Qingtian counted out 99 times that the Heavenly Lord of Yuanchu's statue changed. Rumble, suddenly, the statue of the Celestial Master of the Origin moved. Lin Feng was astonished. The statue had no life qi, but it could still move. It was extremely strange. Huangfu Qingtian was extremely excited when he saw the Heavenly Primogenitor statue start to move. Perhaps it was because he was too excited that his body was trembling slightly. The Heavenly Primogenitor statue pointed at the sky. Buzz, a beam of divine light shot out from the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's finger. That divine light struck the 9 heavens. Immediately after, a vortex appeared. It was a twisting whirlpool. A shocking ripple was emitted from the twisting vortex. This is? Lin Feng looked at the vortex. It seemed like something was about to fly out of the vortex. Once the thing in the vortex flew out, it would definitely be taken by Huangfu Qingtian. Therefore, Lin Feng had to take action at this time. He no longer hesitated and directly rushed into the sky toward the vortex. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly appear, Huangfu Qingtian burst into laughter. He threw a palm at Lin Feng and sneered. Lin Feng, do you think I don't know you're hiding in the dark? I knew you were coming from the giant tree, but you didn't show up. I've been guarding against you. Today, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't stop me from getting the orthodoxy of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin. Your life is destined to be a tragedy because you'll become my stepping stone. This is your destiny, and no one can change it. That's not necessarily true. Lin Feng looked indifferent and threw a palm at Huangfu Qingtian. Bang, the two of them collided and an earth-shattering strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng felt like his body was about to explode. Huangfu Qingtian's strength was so terrifying that Lin Feng couldn't help but feel terrified. He hurriedly used the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art to dissolve the terrifying force that poured into his body. Then, Lin Feng took out the armor of death. His body was protected by the armor of death. Then, Lin Feng jumped up. He once again attacked Huangfu Qingtian. You don't know what's good for you. Huangfu Qingtian looked indifferent and threw another palm at Lin Feng. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang rushed over from afar and cackled strangely. Boy, hang in there. Don't get killed by Huangfu Qingtian. I'm going to collect the treasure. Wu Liang Taoist had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, it was finally here. Wu Liang Taoist rushed toward the huge vortex. At that moment, Huangfu Qingtian sneered. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong and shouted, Damn Taoist, be careful. Don't fall for it. Asterisk rumble, asterisk before Lin Feng could finish his words, the Yuanchi Tianzuan statue stretched out its big hand and slapped at Wu Liang Taoist. That attack hadn't even landed on Immeasurable Taoist's body. Just the aura that it emitted was enough to kill Immeasurable Taoist. It was already unbearable for Immeasurable Taoist. Wah! Wu Liang Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as paper. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Yuanchi Tianzuan statue was. If that palm strike had landed on Immeasurable Taoist, wouldn't Immeasurable Taoist die without a proper burial ground? Everything seemed to be under Huangfu Qingtian's control. That was why Huangfu Qingtian sneered when he saw Wu Liang Taoist trying to collect the treasure that was about to appear in the vortex. Wu Liang Taoist spat out blood and cursed, Yuanchi Tianzuan, you're the ancestor of Taoism, and I'm a Taoist. Even if you have Taoism, you should pass it on to me. How dare you pass it on to an outsider and now you want to destroy me? Today, I'll destroy the statue you left in the world. Wu Liang Taoist obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. Flames burned fiercely above his head. Life sacrifice, Lin Feng was shocked. Wu Liang Taoist was sacrificing his own life. But, what was he going to do by sacrificing his life? The Yuanchi Tianzuan statue was so powerful that even if he sacrificed his life, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Lin Feng was puzzled, and so was Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was obviously very confident in the Yuanchi Tianzuan statue. Therefore, he wasn't worried when he saw Wu Liang Taoist sacrificing his life. At the same time, Wu Liang Taoist took out a mysterious bronze coffin. The bronze coffin wasn't big, only 50 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters high. Wuliang Taoist held the bronze coffin with both hands. He said sincerely, "I'm willing to sacrifice my life to open the bronze coffin. I'm willing to take responsibility for everything that happens after the coffin is opened." Wuliang Taoist's voice faded away. After he sacrificed his life, all of his power poured into the bronze coffin. Crack, crack. Following that, the bronze coffin let out a series of cracking sounds. The bronze coffin finally opened, and a bloody arm flew out from the bronze coffin. Wuliang Taoist was the first to suffer. After the bloody arm flew out, his body was instantly penetrated by the aura emitted by the bloody arm. His body was riddled with holes, and he fell to the ground from the air. The bloody arm was too weird. Wuliang Taoist was lying motionless on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. What kind of creature's arm is that? Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had stopped fighting and were looking at the arm. The arm was floating in the air, and the 5 fingers could move. When Lin Feng saw that, his scalp went numb. The arm had been cut off many years ago. Its owner had probably been buried by the river of time. Why could the arm move, generally speaking? A part of the body, whether it was an arm or a leg. After being cut off, the body would lose its life force. Not to mention that the owner was dead, even if the owner was still alive. An arm or a leg that was cut off would lose its life force as well. But obviously, what he was seeing now didn't make any sense. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. The bloody arm paused in the air for a moment, then flew toward the statue of Yuanzhi Tianzuan. Rumble, the statue of Yuanzhi Tianzuan raised its huge right hand and slapped at the bloody arm. The index finger of the bloody arm gently pointed at Yuanzhi Tianzuan's huge hand. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The bloody arm pierced through the palm of Xianxia Tianzuan. The statue of Xianxia Tianzuan had incredible fighting strength. Lin Feng didn't know how strong it was. But it was so terrifying. It couldn't block the bloody arm's attack. Wuliang Taoist had opened the bronze coffin by sacrificing his life. What was the origin of the bloody arm sealed in the coffin? It was so horrifying. It was simply unheard of. Something even more horrifying happened later. The index finger of the bloody arm pierced through the palm of Xianxia Tianzuan. From where it was pierced through, a large amount of divine power poured into the bloody arm. The bloody arm was devouring the divine power contained in the statue of Xianxia Tianzuan. It was so weird. Roar. The statue of Xianxia Tianzuan roared, and the sound wave swept out. This was an extremely powerful sound wave attack. However, when the terrifying sound wave attack bombarded the bloody arm, it did not cause any damage to the bloody arm at all. The bloody arm was still devouring the divine power contained in the primeval Lord of Heaven statue. At this moment, the heavenly primogenitor statue raised its left arm. Then, he used his palm as a saber and slashed at his right arm. Puff, the primeval Lord of Heaven cut off his right arm. The heavenly primogenitor statue was forced to cut off one of its arms to protect itself. This scene was rather tragic. However, Lin Feng would not sympathize with the statue of the heavenly primogenitor. This was a battle of life and death. Either you die, or I live. If the primeval Lord of Heaven statue had the upper hand, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally hoped that the bloody arm would destroy the statue of the heavenly primogenitor. Huangfu Qingtian watched this scene with a gloomy expression. Obviously, things had developed to this point. Huangfu Qingtian did not expect this at all. But now, Huangfu Qingtian could not help even if he wanted to. Because the battle between the bloody hand and the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue was obviously not something Huangfu Qingtian could participate in. Therefore, Huangfu Qingtian could only wait for the end of this battle. The bloody hand continued to rush toward the statue of the heavenly primogenitor. This bloody hand wanted to devour all the divine power contained in the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue. Therefore, the bloody hand launched an attack again. The 5 fingers of the bloody hand moved slightly. Endless blood-red light surged out of his 5 fingers. Then, the blood-colored light turned into 5 blood-colored chains. A clattering sound was heard. The 5 bloody chains directly wrapped around the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue. The statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue raised its left arm. It slashed down forcefully. Buzz. A gigantic axe materialized in the void. It was just an axe. Although it was just a shadow, it emitted an ancient and boundless aura. The axe that splits heaven and earth. Lin Feng was surprised. When the heavenly primogenitor incarnated as Pangu, he used this axe to create the world. Of course, the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue was only a shadow now, so it could not be compared with the real axe. But even so, the shadow of the heavenly primogenitor statue was still extremely terrifying. It slashed toward the 5 chains. Puff, that terrifying blow directly tore the 5 chains apart. Then, the shadow of the heavenly primogenitor statue chopped toward the bloody arm. The bloody arm's response was very simple. It gently touched the shadow of the heavenly primogenitor statue. The shadow of the heavenly primogenitor statue was instantly pierced through. It could not resist the attack of the bloody arm at all. The power of this bloody arm was a little abnormal, which made people tremble with fear. The bloody arm suddenly sped up, rushed to the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue in an instant, and then touched the statue's forehead. The statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue flew into a rage and reached out to grab the bloody arm. Suddenly, the bloody arm disappeared and appeared behind the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue in the next moment. The bloody arm had just touched the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue's forehead. It was just a feint. The real killing move was behind it. Puff. The bloody arm that appeared behind the statue of the heavenly primogenitor statue instantly pierced through the statue's head, and then began to madly absorb the divine power contained in the statue. How can this be? Huangfu Qingtian saw this scene and could not help but roar hysterically. He could not accept what he had seen. But it was a fact that could not be changed. No one could change it. The aura of the heavenly primogenitor statue quickly dissipated. It was obvious that the statue was about to be destroyed. The huge whirlpool in the sky also began to close. Go. Lin Feng took out the sky-devouring jar and quickly flew toward the whirlpool. Ah, my baby! Taoist Wuliang, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly wailed. This guy was actually playing dead. Seeing that the whirlpool was about to close, Wuliang jumped up from the ground and took out a treasure that looked like a jade bottle. He also flew toward the whirlpool. The sky-devouring jar and Wuliang's jade bottle flew into the whirlpool one after another, then quickly flew out. Damn. I didn't get anything. Taoist Wuliang cursed. Lin Feng's heart jumped. He felt as if the sky-devouring jar had swallowed a ball of energy, but he did not know what it was. The boundless Taoist priest looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What did you obtain?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "It seems that the opportunity did not belong to us. I didn't get anything either." Huangfu Qingtian was here, so Lin Feng hid the truth from him. At this moment, the whirlpool in the sky had already closed, and the legacy of the heavenly primogenitor and the treasure disappeared. Huangfu Qingtian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw that the legacy that originally belonged to him had disappeared. "You made me lose the legacy and treasure of the heavenly primogenitor. I want you dead." Huangfu Qingtian roared with resentment. He opened his hand and an energy palm the size of 100 mu condensed in the void. The palm of energy shot toward Lin Feng and Wuliang, wanting to kill Lin Feng and Wuliang with a single blow. Huangfu Qingtian's attack was shockingly powerful, but Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist weren't ordinary people either. How could they be killed so easily? Facing Huangfu Qingtian's attack, Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he used the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. Boundless demonic light intertwined, condensing into a destructive attack. As for Wuliang Daoist, it was even simpler, as he directly took out several hundred talismans. "This Daoist disdains to fight with you. I'll just use these talismans to kill you." Wuliang Daoist sneered. Daoists were skilled in alchemy, talismans, formations, and many other things. Wuliang Daoist was even more proficient in this field. These talismans were branded with various secret techniques, and they were all activated by Wuliang Daoist. Asterisk bang bang, asterisk Lin Feng's attack and Wuliang Daoist's talismans all exploded in the void. Then, waves of destructive energy swept through the world. Under the combined attack of the two, Huang Fuqingtian's attack was broken. At that moment, the black-cloaked man flew over from afar and shouted, "Leave quickly. Someone save those people. If we don't leave now, we'll be in trouble if they block our way." Huang Fuqingtian's expression changed slightly, but then he nodded gloomily. His cold eyes swept over Lin Feng as he said coldly, "Lin Feng, the 10-year battle is about to begin. I'll let you live for a few more months, but when the time comes, I'll make sure you die without a grave." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fuqingtian quickly flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. It's still unknown who will live and who will die. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk at that moment, the huge statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan collapsed with a loud bang, turning into pieces of rubble. The divine power contained within the statue was completely devoured by the bloody arm. Now, the bloody arm was floating in the air, emitting a demonic blood-red light. Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist and asked, "What's the origin of that bloody arm?" The immeasurable Daoist replied, "It's quite a big story, but I can't tell you so casually, as it'll scare you to death." Lin Feng didn't ask any further. He understood immeasurable Daoist's character very well. If this damned Daoist didn't want to say something, then no matter how hard you tried to get to the bottom of it, he still wouldn't say it. This damned Daoist priest looked unreliable, but he was actually cunning and sly. Moreover, his mouth was extremely tight. This kind of personality was the most difficult to deal with. It was almost impossible to get information from this kind of person. The immeasurable Daoist held the bronze coffin with both hands and chanted an incantation. The bloody arm flew back into the bronze coffin. Then, the immeasurable Daoist put away the bronze coffin. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not stay for long. Instead, they quickly left. For Lin Feng, destroying Huang Fuqingtian's heavenly master Yuanshir's inheritance was the biggest gain. Of course, Lin Feng was not without other gains. The heaven-devouring jar seemed to have swallowed something from the whirlpool, but Lin Feng didn't have time to see what it was. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Du Zhu and the astral beast. They didn't stay in the origin secret region any longer. Instead, they quickly left. Lin Feng took out the Xianyuan ancient ship, but the immeasurable Daoist didn't board it. Instead, he slipped away. "That guy's movements are strange," muttered Du Zhu. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "He must have obtained something and he wants to leave. I don't think he'll come back to the continent of Tianwu." Lin Feng was very familiar with the immeasurable Daoist's character. If the immeasurable Daoist hadn't obtained a treasure, he would have definitely returned to the martial heaven continent with him. Now that he had slipped away, he was most likely going to study the treasure he had obtained. However, as for what the immeasurable Daoist had obtained, only he knew. Lin Feng had no way of finding out. "What did you obtain, young master?" asked the astral beast. "It seems to have swallowed something as well. This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first," said Lin Feng. The Xianyuan ancient ship quickly flew into the distance and left the starry sea. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. With a thought, he took out the thing the jar had swallowed. Core energy. Du Zhu and the astral beast were shocked. That original strength was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was stupefied when he sensed the qi. "I wonder whose source energy it is." Lin Feng frowned. Asked Du Zhu. "Such pure and powerful core energy. Could it be Yuanshi Tianzuan's?" The astral beast smiled. "No matter whose core energy it is, young master will definitely be able to greatly increase your cultivation base after refining it. You might even be able to break through to the God realm." Lin Feng nodded. Although this core energy wasn't much, it was exceptionally powerful. It could indeed help Lin Feng complete his transformation. This starry sky world is quiet and deserted. It's the best place to break through. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was too great. Back when he had broken through to the rebirth realm, a tribulation had occurred. It attracted a lightning tribulation that covered an area of over 100 miles. The momentum was extremely frightening. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. If he broke through to the god realm, he would transform from a mortal to a god. The commotion would be even greater. If he broke through in the Tianwu continent, he didn't know how many people would be alerted. He didn't know how many people would come to kill him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Many powerful cultivators liked to kill geniuses and steal their karmic luck to strengthen themselves. Karmic luck was a mysterious thing, but it truly existed. On the other hand, luck was extremely important to cultivators. Some people were killed by meteorites when they went out. Some people found treasures when they went out. This was because of the difference in karmic luck, resulting in two completely different lives. The more talented a person was, the stronger their karmic luck. Killing a genius would allow one to steal their karmic luck. This was perhaps one of the main reasons why many experts liked to kill geniuses. Currently, the Tianwu continent's various powers were tangled and complicated. Thus, the Tianwu continent wasn't a good place to break through. In the starry sky world, this was the best place to break through. There was no need to worry about being surrounded by experts. Just as Lin Feng was about to refine the core energy, he suddenly realized that there was something else inside the core energy. Is there something else? Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly took out the thing wrapped in the core energy and found that it was a chaos stone. This chaos stone was only 5 centimeters long and was square in shape. It was densely covered in ancient characters. Duzu and the astral beast were shocked as well. Duzu said, "Let's see if you can successfully refine it." Lin Feng nodded and tried to refine it with his divine sense, but he failed. He also failed to refine it with his blood. In the end, Lin Feng used a drop of his undying divine blood on it. Only then did the chaos stone undergo a change. Shocking waves of energy spread out from the chaos stone. Lin Feng felt a mysterious connection with the chaos stone. The origin of the chaos gems was mysterious, and Lin Feng guessed that they had something to do with the primeval Lord of Heaven. Now, he had formed a faint connection with the chaos gems. He hurriedly sent his divine sense into the chaos gems. Ancient Kingdom of Chaos. Innate World. Burial Ground of Immortals. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the chaos gems, an ancient voice was transmitted into his mind. When that voice spread in the air, Lin Feng was astonished. Although the content was short, the information it revealed was so shocking that Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. As soon as the voice was transmitted, Lin Feng's divine sense was forced out of the chaos gems. He couldn't sense more information from the chaos gems, perhaps because his cultivation base hadn't reached the level required by the chaos gems. When they saw Lin Feng's shocked expression, Duzu and the astral beast exchanged glances. They felt that Lin Feng had definitely discovered something. Duzu asked, "Is there something wrong with the chaos gems?" Lin Feng replied, "Ancient Kingdom of Chaos. Innate World. Burial Ground of Immortals. I sent my divine sense into the chaos gems and obtained this information." The poison ancestor was astonished. The primal chaos ancient kingdom. Does it really exist? Asked Lin Feng. You've heard of the primal chaos ancient country? Duzu replied, "Legend has it that it's a holy land for innate lifeforms." Poison ancestor paused for a moment, then continued, "But this short message says that the ancient kingdom of primal chaos has become the burial ground of numerous immortals. That's far too frightening. The immortals you're referring to are the powerful Xianxia life forms. Were they buried in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos after their deaths? If that's the case, then what if we can find the chaos gems? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Perhaps the primeval Lord of Heaven's legacy is buried in the chaos gems. It was supposed to be passed on to Huangfu Qingtian, but it was destroyed." The astral beast nodded. "That might be the case. It seems like the chaos gems you obtained might contain the secrets of the chaos gems." Lin Feng said, "That should be the case. However, the secrets of the chaos gems aren't something I can explore at my current level. Besides, if the chaos gems are the burial ground of immortals, then it must be extremely strange. If we don't have enough cultivation base, even if we know where it is, we can't go. If we do, we'll most likely lose our lives." The poison ancestor and the giant star beast nodded in agreement. If they wanted to explore the ancient kingdom of chaos, they needed to raise their cultivation first. Lin Feng put the chaos gems and then looked at the chaos gems. he directly devour them. Then, Lin Feng started absorbing the original strength. Tyrannical energy began to spread Lin Feng's body. That original strength was extremely high in quality. After Lin Feng absorbed it, his qi started to improve at an incredible speed. Now, Lin Feng had completed the first step of the 2 steps to enter the immortal state. His soul had reached the 3rd level of the Void God realm. The second step was to complete the transformation of his Dharma power. Once his Dharma power transformed into divine power, he could try to break through to the immortal state. If he cultivated step by step, it might take a few more years. But with this ball of pure origin energy, he had no choice but to use it. It was no longer difficult to complete the transformation. The ancient ship continued to fly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng continued to refine the Dharma power. Finally, 10 days later, Lin Feng's Dharma power had completed the transformation. His Dharma power transformed into divine power. Powerful divine power. It flowed in his body. It merged into Lin Feng's limbs, meridians, and every part of his body. Under the divine power's transformation, Lin Feng's life form was undergoing a perfect transformation. A tribulation light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. This was the light of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng roared as his body emitted waves of shocking energy. Above the boundless starry sky, thunder rumbled. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Quickly steer the Xianxia away from the area covered by the thunder tribulation to avoid being affected by it." Yes. Duzu and the giant astral beast hurriedly nodded. They did not dare to stay in the area covered by the thunder tribulation. Because once they were covered by the thunder tribulation, Lin Feng's thunder tribulation was likely to attract Duzu and the giant astral beast's thunder tribulation. Now that Duzu and the giant astral beast were not in the tribulation stage, the thunder tribulation was attracted. It was equivalent to transcending the tribulation in advance. They were not prepared for the tribulation at all. If they transcended the tribulation in advance, it was simply a narrow escape. Regarding the thunder tribulation, no matter how strong or weak they were, countless people kept it a secret. Because of the thunder tribulation, it was simply too dangerous. Lin Feng disembarked from the Xianxia and floated in the air. The Xianxia rushed forward as fast as lightning. Soon, it rushed out of the area covered by the thunder tribulation. In the sky, the thunder tribulation had already turned into a sea of lightning. When Lin Feng broke through to the rebirth realm, his thunder tribulation covered an area of 100 miles. And now, it covered an area of 3,000 miles. Transcending the God tribulation. It was much more terrifying than transcending the rebirth tribulation. Lin Feng stood in the starry sky of the universe. He took a deep breath and began to operate the Great Calamity technique. This was what Lin Feng relied on to transcend the tribulation. In fact, such a terrifying thunder tribulation. If he did not cultivate the Great Calamity technique, such a thunder tribulation would probably be able to kill Lin Feng easily. But, after cultivating the Great Calamity technique, it was completely different. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the sea of lightning. Lin Feng looked up. He saw. In the sea of lightning, huge thunder dragons were swimming. Each thunder dragon was 10,000 meters long. Lin Feng counted carefully. There were a total of 9 thunder dragons. He frowned slightly. The first thunder tribulation was the legendary 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. This kind of thunder tribulation was said to be the last thunder tribulation when many people broke through to the divine realm. From this 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation was so powerful. But such a powerful thunder tribulation. It actually became the first thunder tribulation when he transcended. And the thunder tribulation became more and more terrifying. From this, how terrifying was the thunder tribulation that Lin Feng was going to transcend today? Roar. Finally, the first thunder tribulation was successfully brewed. The 9 thunder dragons roared towards the sky. Then, they fell from the sky, they swooped down, with a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth. The terrifying attack made people's hair stand on end. 9 dragons came out, heaven and earth collapsed. The 9 thunder dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were about to drown Lin Feng. 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. Young Master's first Thunder Tribulation is the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. This is a bit troublesome. The giant beast of starry skies' expression became serious. It could not help but worry about Lin Feng. When he was transcending the tribulation, the third last Thunder Tribulation was the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. It was precisely because of this tribulation. Therefore, the giant beast of starry sky knew how terrifying the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation was. It knew very well what it meant that the first Thunder Tribulation was the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. Duzu's expression also became incomparably serious. He said, "We can't help now. We can only wait and hope that young master can successfully transcend the tribulation." Duzu's voice was slightly low. Obviously, Duzu did not have much confidence in Lin Feng's success. 9 dragons descend. Lin Feng stepped towards the 9 dragons and waved his right fist. His fist shook the mountains and rivers, shattering the heavens and shattering the earth. Bang bang bang, the sound of violent collisions resounded through the clouds. The 9 dragons were smashed to pieces by Lin Feng's 9 consecutive punches. This? Duzu and the astral beast looked at each other. Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such a tribulation. It was too savage, directly breaking through the lightning tribulation. It was extremely domineering. Tribulation. It shouldn't be like this. No matter how strong young master's foundation is, shouldn't he be careful when facing a lightning tribulation? The astral beast had a puzzled expression. The poison ancestor replied, "I remember a divine ability that has been lost for a long time." "Oh? What divine ability?" The astral beast was puzzled. "The Great Calamity Technique. It's ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Tao. Rumor has it that the Great Calamity Technique has many miraculous uses, and the most miraculous is its ability to dissolve lightning tribulation," Duzu said. The astral beast's eyes lit up. Lightning tribulation is also a type of calamity, so it's not unbelievable that the Great Calamity Technique can dissolve it. Duzu nodded. That's right. However, this divine ability disappeared before the immortal ancient era. I don't know where young master learned it. The astral beast said, "Young master's luck is monstrous, and it seems to be related to that race." Duzu said, "That race can't be mentioned. Since he's a descendant of that race, many inconceivable things that happened to him can be explained." While Duzu and the astral beast were fighting, bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sea of lightning. But all the thunders couldn't harm Lin Feng. He activated the Great Calamity Technique, and the power of calamity coiled around his fist. No matter what kind of tribulation lightning descended, Lin Feng swung his fist and punched out. In an instant, all kinds of tribulation lightning were shattered by Lin Feng. A total of 79 bolts of tribulation lightning descended, but Lin Feng easily broke through them. Lin Feng had long expected this kind of situation. This was how powerful the Great Disaster spell was. Restraining the Thunder Tribulation. Previously, when he was crossing the Rebirth Realm Tribulation, by relying on the Great Disaster Technique, he had easily succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Boom! Boom! The power of the lightning tribulation continued to increase. Various kinds of tribulations descended upon the place. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that no calamity would befall him. No matter what kind of thunder tribulation it was. It was difficult to cause any harm to Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already passed through 184 lightning tribulations. However, the sea of lightning in the sky still showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, the aura emitted by the rolling lightning became stronger and stronger. Why is there no end to the lightning tribulation? The giant star beast frowned. 81 tribulations, this was divine tribulation. It meant that in order to break through to the divine realm, one would have to go through 81 lightning tribulations. As long as he could get through it, he would be considered a true deity realm cultivator. If he couldn't get through it, he would die. However, Lin Feng had already transcended 184 bolts of tribulation lightning, but it still showed no signs of stopping. It was really too strange. Duzu said, "Perhaps it's the 326 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the minor creation tribulation." Usually, it's a tribulation for heavenly gods, but young master is too heaven-defying, so the void god realm tribulation attracted the minor creation tribulation. The minor creation tribulation had 326 bolts of tribulation lightning. The great creation tribulation had 999 bolts of tribulation lightning. This great creation tribulation was the lightning tribulation attracted by the giant god realm. Duzu had broken through to the boundary emperor realm back then. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the minor creation tribulation or the great creation tribulation, Duzu had transcended it before. Therefore, he had some understanding of these tribulations. The giant star beast said, even if young master has mastered the great disaster technique, it won't be easy to transcend the minor creation tribulation, right? I heard that the 26 bolts of tribulation lightning after the minor creation tribulation contain the Tao of creation. If he's not careful, he'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Duzu said, the minor creation tribulation is indeed very terrifying. Let's just watch quietly. I now think that young master might succeed in transcending the tribulation. Just as Duzu had said, Lin Feng's tribulation it was not an ordinary divine tribulation. It was a minor creation tribulation that only heavenly gods transcended. If it were anyone else facing such a terrifying tribulation, they would probably have died without a burial ground. Only Lin Feng, facing these tribulations, he seemed to be handling them with ease. Bolt after bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, but none of them could hurt Lin Feng. The 301st bolt of tribulation lightning, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had been counting the number of lightning tribulations he had transcended. Every time he transcended a lightning tribulation, Lin Feng would remember it in his heart. 9 young heavenly emperors appeared after the 301st bolt of tribulation lightning and attacked Lin Feng from all sides. The minor creation tribulation is starting to show its power. It's time for young master to transcend the tribulation, Duzu said in a low voice. The minor creation tribulation began to erupt with unimaginable power from the 301st bolt of tribulation lightning. The lightning tribulations that followed were each more heaven-defying than the last. How many heroes and geniuses had died? They had all died in the last 26 bolts of tribulation lightning. Duzu and the giant astral beast's expressions were extremely solemn. They stared intently at Lin Feng, who was transcending the tribulation. Good timing. Lin Feng stepped toward the 9 young heavenly emperors. Boom. The 9 young heavenly emperors unleashed shocking battle strength. They successfully condensed all kinds of emperor techniques and attacked Lin Feng. I'm looking at my ancestors from the black hole. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice as he circulated his sovereign bloodline. A black hole appeared. The huge black hole descended from the sky. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the black hole. With the black hole as the center, it formed an imprisonment magnetic field that shrouded the 9 young heavenly emperors. It was difficult for them to move. The 9 young heavenly emperors were all imprisoned. Bam, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and swung his right fist at the 9 young heavenly emperors. Boom, boom. Boom, a series of violent collisions rang out. The 9 young heavenly emperors were all killed by Lin Feng. So easy? Duzu and the giant astral beast were both shocked. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that perhaps even they didn't know how many amazing techniques Lin Feng had mastered. But now, Lin Feng was facing the last 26 bolts of culpa strength of the minor culpa strength of the culpa strength of the culpa strength. Boom, at this moment, a monstrous aura emanated from the sea of lightning. The boundless lightning condensed into a towering existence. It seemed to be a war god. He didn't have a head, and he held a giant axe in his hand. War god Xianxia. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually this existence. War god Xianxia was a terrifying existence that could kill heavenly emperors in the primordial age. End of chapter 1575. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.